So a lot of you reached out to me and requested for an intermediate level and an advanced level project with some modern practices that are production grade. So here we are with this particular video wherein we'll be building a real world URL shortener project, and I'm calling this project as Linklytics. All right. So with this particular project, so do watch this video till the very end because there is a lot of knowledge packed in, and you would be learning a lot about modern backend development, modern front-end development. We will also be covering how you can deploy this application, meaning the backend, onto a remote cloud server, how you can deploy the front end into a remote cloud server, and also the database as well. And yes, the deployment won't cost you anything. You can keep it running for free. So I'm going to show you the ways as to how you can achieve this. We will also be linking a domain to our application. So normally, if you go to google.com, you basically load the Google app, right? So we'll be linking domain to our application that we built, and basically our application is going to function with the help of domain as well. So that is something that I'm going to show you. We are going to cover path-based routing, subdomain-based routing, enhanced usability with unique short URLs. We are going to create short URLs for our long URLs, and then we are going to implement seamless redirection with the clean and structured routes. So we are going to cover a lot. Okay, this is just an overview that I've mentioned over here. There is a lot of knowledge that is packed in. All right. And by the end, you have a working project that you can add to your resume, deploy it, and basically flaunt it around. Okay, you can show like this is what you have built and impress the interviewers. So whether you are a fresher or a intermediate level developer or even an advanced level developer, this is an amazing project to have in your resume, and you can add it to your resume, like I said, and impress your interviewer. So what are we going to use in this project? So for backend, we are going to use Spring Boot, Spring Security, Spring Data JPA, PostgreSQL, JWT based authentication, Lombok, Maven, dependency and build management for streamlined development. Modern Java we are going to use, and modern Java as in the latest version of Java that is available right now. But even if there are further latest versions that come after you watch this video, you can even make use of them because this would be compatible. Okay, then you can take the advantage of latest Java features. So we are going to learn all of this. For front end, there is a lot. We are going to make use of React first of all. Okay, so I'm going to make use of modern web development stack like React Router DOM, Vite. Now Vite basically provides a fast development environment, and I'm going to give you an overview of all of this if you have not heard of anything. Okay, don't worry about that. So we are going to go step by step. We are going to make use of some UI UX enhanced components like Material UI, and we are going to make use of React Query, Axios and React Hook Form for data handling, Chart.js for data visualizations, and I'm going to make use of tools like day.js. It's a small library, copy to clipboard, hot toast. So all of these libraries I'm going to show you how you can make use of. React Loader Spinner, Motion, and I'm going to also make use of React Icons, okay, which is a vast collection of pre-built and customizable icons to make use of it in your application. Okay, now talking about the application, let me give you a demo. Okay, enough of talking. This is the application. Here you can see I have homepage. This is the homepage. We are going to build this entire homepage. Okay, you have few links over here. These are the features of the application. You can go to about page, and then you have a dashboard over here. So if you go to the dashboard, you're going to see things like the analytics data over here. Okay, this is the analytics data. And then you're going to see these are the short URLs that I've shortened basically. All right. Now there is only one click over here. Okay, there is not enough data, but I'm going to also show you how you can populate some dummy data to test this graph. So all of this is covered in the course. Okay, testing the graph, because sometimes you might not have enough data onto the production, and you might want to see what graph looks like if the entire graph has a lot of data and if there is no data. So I'm going to show you how you can switch between those scenarios as well. Okay, here you can see like this is the short URL, linklytics.embarkx.com/s, and this is a short URL slug over here. Okay, if you click on this, you will be taken to like google.com. Now why google.com? Because this short URL is the original URL of this URL is google.com. So that is why you are being redirected to google.com. First of all, I hope you know what URL shortener is. If there is a long URL, okay, so this particular application allows you to shorten it, because if you're sharing long URL with someone, it generally does not look tidy. It's not considered to be tidy. So yes, after you access the URL, you will see the analytics also being updated in real time, and you can click on analytics over here to view URL specific analytics. You can see. So all these loaders, and also if you click on this, there is this loader, all this loader and all of this stuff. I'm going to show you how you can make it. Okay, you can see like today's date and the click over here as to how many clicks have happened, and you will see date wise click. So if you share this URL somewhere, okay, you are going to see date wise data, which is, you will also see total number. So this graph that you see at the top is the total number of clicks that you are getting day wise in your account across all the URLs you own. Right? But this is URL wise. So if you want to, let's say, see like how many clicks you're getting as a whole in your account, you can view this graph. And if you want to be URL specific, you can view over here. You can copy the URL from here. Okay, so all these functionalities, I'm going to show you how you can do it. And yeah, that's the application, and you can create short URL. So let me copy this course URL over here. I'll come over here, create a short URL. I'll paste it and I'll say create. So this URL is pretty long. Okay. Now you can see this URL was created. Okay. I'll just collapse this. This URL was created, and this is a shortened version of the URL. Okay. And if you click on this, you will be taken to the original URL which you had added. Okay. So basically it's a great application that you can build, and we are covering front-end as well as back-end. So it's a full stack course with modern web practices, web development practices. I teach you a lot of stuff. I cover a lot of stuff in depth. Okay. And it's a very long course as well. So be sure to watch it till the very end, because there is a lot of knowledge packed in there. So yeah, that's the thing. If you log out over here, you also have, so you have a way to sign up as well. So here I'll enter my information. I'll say test, or I'll say Faisal test 1 to 2 over here. Okay, I'm just creating dummy user to show you how the application is working, and I'll say register. Okay, so we are hitting a real server. We have a database in the cloud and it got registered. I'm going to paste this and I'm going to log in, and here we are. We have a fresh account with no data over here. You can see, right? So we are not seeing any sort of data over here, and you can start creating the URLs over here. So you will see only the URLs that you own over here. So all these kind of stuff, wherein how you can show the account specific information, and how you can build these dashboard which display the account specific information, how you need to query the database, what sort of things you need to keep in mind, and all of this are covered over here. All right. So you can also log out over here. I'm covering the logout functionality as well. Yes. And this is a JWT based authentication. Okay, which we'll be implementing, and we'll be also learning how you can implement JWT based authentication with a valid front end. So this is a front end hosted on this website. So this website is actually live on embarkx.com. Okay, linklalytics.embarkx.com, and you can also check out the video description to get the link of the website. Okay, so this website is hosted live, and you can actually come and experience this website over here. So the website might appear a little bit slow as compared to the other websites, and the reason for this is I'm hosting it on a free plan. I'm not spending a dime on this. Okay, and I'm teaching you how you can deploy such websites, such applications using Spring Boot and a front end, and how you can basically have it hosted out there for free. So that's the whole agenda over here. So be sure to access it, and if you're watching this video, I think this demo should be enough over here. I've also covered a few static pages that you can see, okay, and some pages like login and sign up. Now I'll tell you something. So if you log in over here, so by the way, if I access dashboard over here, let me show you this. Okay, this is a dashboard URL. If I try to access dashboard, this application is secure enough that it won't allow to access dashboard, and it will redirect me to login. So I'll show you how you can build this. Okay, now if I log in over here, so I have an authenticated session, valid session over here, right? Now if I try to access login page, I won't be taken to the login page because I have a ongoing session in my browser, and the application will redirect me to the dashboard itself because it knows that there is a ongoing session. So whether I try to access login or sign up over here, sorry, not sign up, it's called register. Register is the page name. So if I go to register, it will automatically redirect me to dashboard. So all these things are taken care of over here. Okay. If you try to access something, a URL that does not exist, sign up soon over here, you will see this error page with a link to go back to home. So all of these things I cover, and these are all production grade techniques, the techniques that you can implement in your real world projects. All right, I hope you are loving this application and you are excited to finish this video. Now, one thing I would like to tell you, this is a URL shortener application that I'm teaching over here, and you'll be building by the end of this particular course. But if you want to build a lot of advanced projects, you can see over here this link. Okay, and you'll also find the link for the same in the description. So if you click on this link, you will be taken to this particular website. This is my website, embarkx.com/springboot. So here we teach you how you can build a production grade complex e-commerce application, which is even at a higher level than this. Okay, so this is a project that you can have in your portfolio, but this is a complex e-commerce application that will teach you a lot of nitty-gritties of front-end and back-end development. And yes, this course comes with full stack React development, a front-end as well. So we build a lot of advanced stuff in backend, first of all, like pagination, sorting, search, order management, cart management, production grade practices, validation, deployments, and more, right? And then I teach you React, because I understand like all the backend developers won't know React or won't be having the knowledge of React. So I cover React from beginners, right from why React is needed in web development to the advanced topics like Redux. And then we start building the front end using modern web practices. Okay. So this is that course which covers both backend as well as front end. So you learn backend first, you build e-commerce backend, then you learn React, and then you build front end using React. Okay. For the same backend that you have built. So I teach you all of that. This is a very massive course. If you click over here I have a discount coupon for my viewers. So if you click over here, you will be taken to Udemy. So this course is hosted on Udemy. Why it's hosted on Udemy? Because Udemy provides a way to give education in an affordable way. So I could have hosted this on my own website and sold it for a higher price. But I wanted to make sure that people who are not able to afford expensive courses are also able to learn over here. So this course is available very cheaply. Like you will, most of the times, Udemy controls the pricing. I do have a coupon over here for my viewers, and this is the lowest price coupon. So you will normally find this course between like 300 to 600 rupees on Udemy, 300 to 500 rupees, I would say, on Udemy in India. And for US, you will find it for $9.99 to around like $12, $13, not more than that. Okay, so it's fairly cheap for the kind of value it provides. You can see over here the reviews, 4.6 stars. It's a Udemy bestseller with these many students, and students are loving this course. Okay, you can see over here 77 hours of jam-packed content. Okay, and I keep on updating. Just like 1 month back, it had 50 hours of content. I've added like 20 hours of content extra for the existing students, and it's a one-time payment. You don't have to pay anything again for future updates. It guarantees you lifetime updates. So I would encourage you to enroll and check out this course as well. Okay, there are a lot of resources as well over here. I share with the student 149 resources. You can see if you scroll down, you can see the curriculum. Okay, you have React covered from beginner, advanced, intermediate. So first we build the backend over here. This is a backend. Okay, I teach you like I begin with installing Java. So you can imagine from where this course starts. Very basic, ultra basics. So we also cover basics of web development. Then I cover Spring Framework, then Spring Boot. Then we start building the e-commerce application. We learn about Spring Security. Then we talk about databases and all of this. A lot of advanced stuff like orders, payments. And then we deploy the application to AWS, the backend part. And then we begin React. We start learning React, React Intermediate, React Advanced. And then we start building the front end. And there are more sections coming in front end as well. So this course is continuously updated. Okay. You have Spring AI also covered. This course is continuously updated, and I keep on adding a lot of stuff over here. These 3 courses of mine sell really well, and they are bought together often. So Udemy is saying like they are frequently bought. So Spring Boot Masterclass, Spring Security in Depth by building real project, and microservices. Just take a look at the reviews. You can see over here. Just take a look at the reviews, right? So these reviews are really good, and students have loved this course, I'll tell you. Okay, students have just loved this course. So yes, that's about it. Let's begin building this particular application. So if you are excited about what we are going to build, I would encourage you to like this particular video, comment below, and also subscribe to this channel and turn on the bell notification icon. This would keep me motivated to bring in such free stuff for you all, and it would also help you connect with me. If you find this video helpful, you should share it with your friends who would like to learn from this kind of content. And without a further ado, let's jump right in. So now it's time that we begin setting up the Spring Boot project. And for that, we've head over to our favorite website, start.spring.io, which is Spring Initializer. Now, this is the website that we are going to use to generate the Spring Boot project structure. And if you're making use of IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate, then be sure to use IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate to create the Spring Boot project. You don't need to make use of Spring Initializer in that case, right? And if I'm just making use of Spring Initializer, although I have the pro version of IntelliJ IDEA. I'm still using Spring Initializer for the benefit of those students who don't have the pro version of IntelliJ IDEA. All right. So IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate is what it's called. All right. So I'm making use of Spring Initializer. The settings are going to be same, whichever approach you use. All right. So first head over here, select Maven. I'm going to select Maven. You can choose Gradle if you wish to. Select Java over here because Java is of course the framework or the language that we are going to use, not the framework. Okay. For Spring Boot, select the latest version of Spring Boot. You might see a different version over here. And it's okay if you select the version that is available over here and not this one. Changes, like Spring Boot releases new versions every now and then. So it's likely that you'll see a latest version or a different number over here depending on when you're watching this video. But the concepts are not going to change. The core remains the same. Don't select snapshot version over here. I'm going to select project metadata. I'm going to enter all the project metadata. So I'm going to say group is com.url over here. Artifact is shortener over here because we're building a URL shortener. Project name is URL shortener, and I'm going to add a suffix in the end called SB. Why SB? Because this is a Spring Boot project. All right. And you can see the package name is url.shortener. Artifact is shortener. I'll just have URL shortener over here and SB here as well in the artifact. But the package name, I'll keep package name to shortener. So I'll just say, because URL shortener hyphens, like with so many hyphens, is not a good package name in my opinion. So group is com.url, artifact is URL shortener SB, name is URL shortener SB, and package is com.url.shortener. I'll select jar. You can select the latest version of Java over here, which is 23. That's okay. Or any other version would also work. I'll add dependencies over here. Now dependencies, we are going to need quite a few dependencies to complete this project, but I'll just select a few core dependencies and move forward. We'll add the other dependencies like security and more, which we need as and when we need it. Okay. I'm going to select Spring Web over here because this is a web project. I'll select Lombok as well. So Lombok is a library which, with the help of annotations, helps us reduce the boilerplate code. So things like getters and setters, constructors, all it will generate for you just with the help of simple annotations. This is for those who don't know what Lombok is. All right. Web basically tells Spring Boot that, hey, we are building a web application. REST APIs we are building. So of course it's a web application. So we need to add this dependencies, which has all the configuration for a web project. If you go to explore, you can explore the project structure that will be generated by this website. Okay, you can see the dependencies being added over here. All right, you can close this and I'm going to say generate. Now, when you say generate, it is going to generate a zip file for you and it is going to ask you to save it at a directory. So save it at a place where you want to build this entire project. Like basically it can be a workspace where you're going to build this entire project. All right. So I'll say generate and I'll save it to my desired location on my machine. So I have downloaded the project zip file and you can see the project zip file over here. Okay. This is in my directory where I have all the source code around Spring Boot, and I've created a special directory for this URL shortener. and I've added this Spring Boot project inside this. The reason I've created a special directory for this is because tomorrow if we add Frontend, they can be added under this directory over here. So URL shortener React, URL shortener Angular. So basically this is URL shortener -SB, which is Spring Boot. So it can be URL shortener -React, URL shortener -Angular, something like that. So you can keep on building like different versions of the project within this parent directory. So that's how I'm organizing. You can choose your way of doing things. That's completely okay. I'll extract the project here, okay, because it's a zip file, and you'll see this project being extracted. Now you can see this is the entire project structure that has been given to us by Spring Initializer. Now, if you're making use of IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate to generate the project, you can generate this same structure within IntelliJ IDEA without even leaving the IDE. Okay, but since we have made use of Spring Initializer, we'll have to import this project or open this project into IntelliJ IDEA. So we'll head over to IntelliJ IDEA. So I've opened IntelliJ IDEA over here, and here you see the welcome screen. Now, there are quite a few recent projects that I have been working on lately. You might not see all these recent projects because you might be new to IntelliJ IDEA, of course. But if you are an user, you might see your recent projects like I'm seeing over here. You can go to open. Upon clicking open, you will be asked to open the file or project, and you can navigate to the folder where you have extracted this project. Now within this project, like within URL shortener SB, I am navigating to pom.xml. Now pom.xml is what we are going to select, and I'm going to say OK. And with the help of pom.xml, IntelliJ is going to understand the entire project structure from the single file, and it is going to open this entire project as a project in IntelliJ. So let us see how it works. So I'll select pom.xml. I'll say OK. You can see open as project or open as file. So do you want to open this file? No, I want to open this as project. I need to work on it. So I'll say open as project. It will open this, and you will see on the right hand side bottom, there will be some syncing that we saw. And that was for Maven, like getting the Maven dependencies. It was for a while. And you can see over here URL shortener SB, which is URL shortener Spring Boot. You have this entire project structure with all the files needed. This is the main application file. You also have git ignore created, or git attributes created. I'm sorry. You have pom.xml over here with all the dependencies that you had selected. All right. So I hope you have been able to follow along so far. And just to give you a gist for the benefit of those who don't know what this directory structure is. So under this directory, you have .idea, .mvn folders. These two folders we are not going to touch. So .idea is generated by IntelliJ IDEA to store the project related information. So we don't need to touch or modify this. We are just going to leave it because it's auto generated by IDE. .mvn, this is generated by Maven. We are not going to touch this again. All right. The main folder that we are going to work inside is src folder. This is the project where our entire source code is going to reside. Like main, we have Java. So this is where our Java source code is going to reside. This is the main package, and you have URL shortener SB application over here. Okay. You can choose to run the project from here. You can even run it from here at the top. I'll choose it to run from here. And you'll see the project up and running. You won't see any issues ideally because there is literally no source code, just some configuration stuff and the dependencies being added. So you'll see the application is running successfully. And if you open this, it's running basically on port 8080. You should see that being printed over here as well. Okay. So you can see this Spring is printed here. You can see. All right, I'm not seeing the port related information, but you should see it somewhere over here. You can see over here, Tomcat started on port 8080. So by default, Spring Boot comes with an embedded server. You don't need to do any sort of configuration, and you just start the project and you can see the project running on 8080. This is localhost : 8080. This is the URL of the project. Okay. And you can see this is the confirmation that a project has started. Now, under resources, you are going to have resources, things like any static resources, any templates, or any sort of project properties that you want to have over here. So any sort of project configuration or properties that you want to have will come over here. You have test folder where you can have test cases. You have target folder, which consists of auto-generated files, basically compiled files. You have these files over here, which we are not going to touch. Pom.xml is the file that has the entire project related information. All right, and you can see the dependencies as well. So tomorrow, if you want to make use of Spring Security, you want to add authentication, you'll add all those dependencies over here in this file. And this is a file that we are going to touch a lot. All right. So yeah, this is the project, and I hope you have been able to follow along so far. And I hope this was a cakewalk for you. So yeah, that's about it. I'll see you guys soon. So now it's time that we begin talking about the database design that we are going to have. So here I have this diagram, which is representing the tables that we'll need, and we'll convert this table into the entities into our Spring Boot application. So this is the diagram that I want to take you through so that you understand what we are doing, why we are doing, and the significance of everything. So you can see over here, you can see three entities, right? One is user, or three tables, I should say. One is user, other is URL mapping, and then we have click event. Now, what is user? User is, of course, like the name says, it represents the users of our application. So you have fields like ID, which is the primary key. You can see this key symbol. User, ID you have, which is like a big integer, email, password, role, and username. Now, email password is basically used to authenticate the user. You have a role over here, which represents the user's role in the system. And then you have username, which is associated with the user. Now, since this is a URL shortener, what we also need is we will be shortening URLs, right? So there will be a shorter version of the URL. For example, if you have a very lengthy URL, you are going to have a shorter version of the URL, and you need to store that relationship or that mapping between the long URL and the short URL, that hey, this long URL maps to this short URL, or this short URL relates to this long URL. So here we are going to have URL mapping. So URL mapping is going to have things like original URL and the short URL. These are the two main fields over here, right? So you have original URL, which stores the original long URL. Short URL will generate and store the short URL will basically not generate. It will store the generated short URL, and the URL will be generated by the application, but it will be stored in the database over here in this field. Then you have user ID. So of course, these URLs relate to user ID. Who does this URL belong to? Because if you add account, okay, like account creation feature over here. So user creates an account and he'll start creating short URLs, right? So there has to be an association between the user and the URLs, so that user logs in and you can have a dashboard, and on the dashboard you can see the URLs that the user has shortened. So that is why we are storing user ID. We have created date over here. So created date basically takes care of the creation timestamp of the URL mapping. And then you also have the click count. So we are storing the total number of clicks that the URL has got. Okay, this is just for analytics purpose. Now, URL mapping is basically the mapping between the original URL and the shortened URL. And then we have click event, which is representing an individual click event on the shortened URL. Okay, so we are storing the total count as well as we need the individual click events. So for example, if we have 100 clicks that have happened, so you will see click count as 100. And how is that 100 spread day wise? So that is what we are going to store over here. So we have ID, the click date, which is being stored in date time. And then you have URL mapping ID, which means it's a foreign key to this particular table over here, right? So if a user clicks now, so whatever the timestamp is, that will be stored over here. An ID will be generated and the mapping ID will be stored depending on which URL a user has clicked. So this way, if you get 10 clicks in a day, those 10 clicks will be stored with timestamps, right? So that you can generate things like dashboard, how the clicks have been, okay, all the bar charts, graphs, and all of that you can do with this data. So it's a very simple data to keep track of and very beneficial for the user and the application itself. Now, as you can see, there are a couple of relationships. One is user to URL mapping. So user can create multiple URLs. So you can see this one user is associated with multiple URL mappings. So one user can create multiple URL mappings, and a URL mapping, a single URL mapping will belong to one user, right? This is the relationship over here. So one URL mapping cannot belong to multiple users. It has to belong to a single user. Then you have click event. All right. So whenever a user or anyone who clicks on a URL, a shortened version of the URL, that click event is being recorded, and that is a relationship with URL mapping. So you can have multiple click events against a particular URL, and that is why it's many to one, right? You can see over here, right? So, or one to many, you can call it. So this is a many side click event, and then you have URL mapping, which is the one side of the relationship, right? So one click event cannot belong to multiple URL mappings. It has to be associated with one URL mapping only. So this is the entire table structure. Now what we need to do is we need to head over to our application, and we need to start creating these in the form of entity classes. Now here in our application, we are going to need a couple of dependencies because we are going to be dealing with the database, right? So I'll come over here to start.spring.io. I'll select two more dependencies, which is JPA, which is going to help us persist our data into SQL using the Java Persistent API, or this has been renamed to Jakarta Persistent API as well. Now over here, I'm going to add one more dependency, which is going to be MySQL. So this is going to help us configure MySQL database into our application over here. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to Explore. I'm not going to generate this entire project because we have already generated and saved it locally. So over here, what you can do is actually you can copy this entire file and just replace it. Okay. Or you can just get these dependencies tags. So data JPA, you can come over here and you can paste it over here, the JPA. And which one we added? We added MySQL. So this MySQL connector for Java, this is something that I'm going to copy and I'm going to paste it over here. All right. Now, the moment you make any sort of changes into your pom.xml, you're going to see this reload icon over here. And if you hover on this, it is going to tell you to load Maven changes. So you have made changes to the dependencies, and Maven needs to fetch these dependencies and store it locally. So I'll say reload Maven changes, and it will get those dependencies, and you can see it's fetching all the dependencies over here. Okay, so all the dependencies have been fetched, and we are ready to add these classes. So I'll head over to main over here, and under main is where our Java source code is going to reside. You can see this, right? So I'm going to create a new package over here. I'm going to call this as models, because this is where our models are going to reside that will represent the entities. So I'm going to have a Java class. First, I'm going to add user.java over here. I can just say user over here, and it is just going to create user for me. All right, let me hover on this. Okay, so it's created user. I'll create one more. I'm going to say click event. So this is how I'm going to create it, click event. And then I have one more Java class, which is going to be URL mapping, something like this, URL mapping. So we'll begin defining these, right? So first I'll begin with the user over here. Now user is, like we discussed, user is going to represent the user in our application, of course. So I'm going to say private long, long will be a wrapper one. I'll say ID over here. Okay. I'm going to have private string email. So we have all the fields that we had in the diagram. We are going to create all those fields over here. I'm going to say private string username, like so. Oops, username. And I'm going to have a private string. I'm going to say password. Okay. I would rather copy private string because I have to type that again and again. I'm lazy. Yeah. So I'm going to say string role, and I'm going to have a default role assigned for now. I'm going to say role underscore user over here. Right. So this is what we have done right now. And here at the top, I'm going to make use of a few annotations. But before that, I need to mark this as ID. This is the ID field. So you can see after adding that JPA, after adding the dependency for JPA, you can see all these suggestions from Jakarta.persistent package, right? You can say ID over here, and you can say generated value, because we want this to be auto generated. So when we say generated value, JPA is going to automatically generate this for us. I'm going to say generated type as identity, right? Now over here at the top, first thing first, we want this entity or this class to persist into the database. So I'm going to say this is an entity. So Jakarta Persistent API is going to persist this and create a table for this, which will be associated with this file over here. I'm going to add a few more annotations. I'm going to say data over here, which is a Lombok based annotation. And I'm going to have a table name also defined for this. So I'm going to say the name of this table should be users over here. All right. So we are done with users over here. Now after user, what I can do is I can head over to URL mapping over here. And I'm going to say private long, private instead of string. I'm going to say long over here. And I'm going to make use of ID, private string original URL over here, like so. I'm going to say private string short URL over here. I'm going to say private int click count over here is equal to 0. I'll initialize the click count to 0. I'll say private local date time because I need to keep track of the created date, right? So I'm going to say created date. So when was this created, right? That is what it is. So this is done, and again we'll add a few annotations. I'm going to say ID over here. I'm going to say generated value over here, and I'm going to say strategy is equal to generation. I'm going to say generation type as identity, and here at the top I'm going to say entity, and I'm going to say data, for example, and I think we are all set over here. Now this is done, but the relationship is not yet created, right? So what we can do over here is this has a many-to-one relationship with the user. So you can refer to this diagram, many-to-one relationship with the user, right? And there is one more relationship with the click event, right? So what we will do is here, I'm going to come over, I'm going to say private user, and this is going to link to models. I'm going to say user over here, okay? I'm going to say many-to-one relationship. This is how you define many-to-one, right? And I'm going to say join column. All right. So mapped by. So I need to get rid of the space. Mapped by. All right. I'm not getting this. Okay. It won't be mapped by. It would be name. I accidentally was typing the wrong property over here. So join column. I'll say user underscore ID. Now, what did we do over here? We are creating a many-to-one relationship with user over here. And that is what this annotation says. So we are saying that many URL mappings can belong to a single user. That is what we want to do, right? So that's the design that we are doing. Join column, we are saying user underscore ID. So this specifies the foreign key linking of this table to the user table. All right. And then we are going to have one more field over here. Right, we are going to say private, I'm going to say list, I'm going to say click event. So this is not yet defined yet. Oh, click event is created. We at least created the file. So it's showing in the auto suggest, but it does not have any code in it. I'm going to say click events like so. And here at the top, I'm going to say one to many, right? And I'm going to say mapped by, I'm going to say URL mapping like so. All right. Now what are we doing over here? We are defining a one-to-many relationship with the click event class. So here you have one to many, right? So URL mapping has one-to-many relationship and many-to-one with user. So we're saying one to many, and this is mapped by this particular field. So this indicates that URL mapping field in the click event class owns this relationship, right? And this field does not exist. We have not created it yet. We are going to define it here soon, right? And we are storing the list of click events that have happened here in the form of list. So these are all the objects of type click event that is being stored in the form of list. All right. I hope this is making sense. And we are done with this particular file here. We can head over to user is done click event. We can head over to click event.java. Now in click event, we have some fields that we need. So if you take a look, we have ID, click date, and URL mapping. So I'll come over here. Okay. I'm going to say a private long int as usual. I'm going to say private long over here. I'm going to say ID, not int. All right. It will be ID. I'll say a private local date time over here. And I'm going to say click date over here. All right. I'm going to say private URL mapping. So this is URL mapping, right? Now we'll add annotations. I'll say this is ID and this is generated value, and strategy for this is generation type is identity. All right, this is done. This is click date. Click date, we don't need to do anything. Here we are going to say many to one relationship. Okay, and here I'm going to say join column like so, and I'm going to say name is equal to, I'll say URL underscore mapping, underscore ID like so. All right, so what are we doing over here? First thing, we are indicating that this is a many to one relationship with URL mapping, and click event is the many side of the relationship. That is why it's called many to one. Here we indicated that this is one to many because URL mapping is the one side of the relationship and many side is the click event. Okay, so if you come over here, you can see join column being specified over here. Join column indicates, join column says like I'm specifying the join column with the name URL mapping ID. So this is a foreign key column in the database that links the click event to the URL mapping. I hope it is making sense. Okay. And with this part of the code indicates to Spring Boot and GPA that many to one relationship. This is a many to one relationship with URL mapping class, and multiple click events can belong to a single URL mapping. That is what we are doing over here. Okay. At the top, I need to say this is an entity, of course, and I need to add data over here. I'll add data. So this is done. In my opinion, I think we are all set to see this in the database. Okay, but for database, we need some additional configuration. So our database thing won't work yet. So what we need to do is we need to come over to application.properties. Now here, if you want to make use of YAML, you can like right click and make use of YAML. You can refactor this to YAML. Okay, but I'm going to make use of properties. It does not matter. So I'm going to say spring.data source first of all .url. We are going to add a few properties over here for making sure that our application knows how to connect to the database, right? I'm going to say spring.data source.username like so. So this will get repeated. So I'll copy this. I'll say dot password over here, right? And I'm going to say spring.jpa.properties.hibernate.dialect. So we need to specify the dialect as well. Okay. So these properties are for, connecting the application with the database. All right. Now understand this. We have added this pom.xml, right? We are telling we want to make use of MySQL. It added the dependency. Now Spring Boot is so smart that there is a feature within Spring Boot. It's called auto configuration. Okay. So it's so smart that it's going to see this dependency that, hey, this user or this developer has added this dependency. So of course he would want to use MySQL. So it is going to auto configure MySQL into the project, which means it will create the connection with the data source. But what it needs to do, and we need to provide that information to the application itself or to the Spring Boot itself. We need to tell how to connect to the database. Where is the database residing? That is what we are telling using URL. What are the credentials? What is the username password that we need to tell? And what is the dialect? Now dialect, basically what happens is whenever you are writing Java code, whenever you are fetching data from the database, you are not writing SQL query. Queries are being generated on the fly with the help of JPA and Hibernate. Now, since queries are generated on the fly, you need to tell Spring Boot that which dialect you want it to use, because if you're using PostgreSQL, there will be a slight difference in the query syntax, right? Normally, like select star and all these basic queries will be same, but some queries will have little bit of syntax difference because these databases are created by different vendors, right? So you need to specify dialect over here, and that becomes important. So what I've done is I've added the database related information like the URL. Okay, take a look at the structure over here. So I've said JDBC : MySQL. Now JDBC is the protocol, MySQL is the database, / the database URL, which is localhost : 3306. So if you have MySQL installed onto your system, it is going to by default run on this particular port. And you have URL shortener DB, which is the name of the database. I will create this shortly. Don't worry about this. But you need to install MySQL and get this up and running on localhost 3306. Username is this root. And I have this password, which is a dummy password for my local system. Okay, so you can enter your password over here. This is the dialect over here. You can see org.hibernate.dialect.mysql dialect. So just be sure to also take care of the casing over here. M is capital, SQL is capital, T is capital, all of that. All right. So enter this information and you are all set to connect to the database. But before connecting to the database, we need to make sure that this database exists in the database or MySQL database, of course. So I've opened MySQL Workbench. So if you have installed MySQL, you're going to see this MySQL Workbench. Just head over to local instance over here. This is my local instance connection. And I'll close all over here. So here I have quite a few databases. So I'm going to create a new one. So I'll say right click, create schema, and I'll paste the database name that we had. Oops. So what was the database name? It was URL shortener DB. So I'll paste that over here. Okay. It has to be exact DB, and I'll say apply. It will say create schema. It will run this query. I'll say apply, and I'll say finish. Now you're going to see URL shortener DB being created over here. It does not have any sort of tables right now. You can hit refresh over here. There's no tables. So I'll come over here and we'll rerun the application and let us see if we see all the tables being created. Now you can see Lombok requires enabled annotation processing. I'll say enable it. Okay. And if you're making use of Lombok, be sure to also install the plugin. So I'll come over here to setting. Normally people find difficulty to get Lombok to work. Head over to plugins over here in settings. Now this settings you will find under preferences on Mac OS if you're making use of Mac OS. Come over here and you can search for Lombok over here. So if you go to installed, I have this Lombok plugin installed. So you can search on marketplace for Lombok and Lombok. And you have this plugin with 19.8 million installs as we are watching or as we are filming this video. This will increase, of course, it's very popular. So you get this plugin installed over here. Also head over to build deploy and come over here and under compiler, under annotation processing, just make sure for all these you have selected processor path or like obtain processor path from the project path. Okay. And say apply. So this should work for you. So it did not give me any error. So that path was anyways working for me. But if you face any error, this is what you need to do. All right. Now this is done. So our application is up and running. Now if you scroll up over here, all right, so you're going to see some logs. I'm seeing some logs over here. Hibernate dialect. MySQL does not need to explicitly specify Hibernate dialect. That's fine. We have specified it anyways. Connecting. So it's connecting to the database. You can see over here, right? Database driver. It is printed some information and it has created. In my opinion, there is no error. So it has created the tables into the database. So if you come over here and if you refresh tables, okay, there are no tables created. So let me see what the problem is over here. So it's not working because we need to specify one more property which we missed. So I'm going to say spring.jpa.hibernate.tdl-auto. And I'm going to specify update over here. So this is basically how schema should be managed for database is what we are specifying. So this will update the schema if you make any sort of changes to the entities over here, right? You can also add properties like create over here, create drop over here. All of this you can add. So what happens is if you add create drop is whenever you run the application, the schema will be freshly created, right? So this way you can do, but we'll have update over here. I'll rerun the application. Let us see if what is that we see over here. So we see the similar sort of logs over here. And if we come over here, if we do a refresh, let me see a refresh. Okay, so we are seeing the tables being created over here. You can see these are the tables. You can click on this icon over here and you can open all of these tables. So you can see click event is being created, ID, click date, URL mapping ID. You have ID, click count, created date, original URL, short URL, user ID, and you have users with these fields. Okay. So if you come over here to our entities, you are going to see things being mapped as is. So this user is created. Then here you are saying that the join column in click event will be with the name URL mapping ID, right? So here if you come, okay, you can see URL mapping ID. So you have specified the name over there, right? So it's being considered as a join column over here. URL mapping, you can see the join column for URL mapping is user ID. So this is what you have specified, and you have URL. You have URL mapping as well, which is being added. So you have, if you come, so which was the schema? So this was URL mapping. Over here you can see user ID. Okay, so this is the entire like database that we have set up. Now I would like to tell you one more thing over here. I'll just drop all of this. You can select all. You can drop now. So all the tables have been dropped. Now if you come over here, you can add one more property if you wish to see the underlying information of how things are working. So you can say spring.jpa.show SQL. So this is going to show you the SQL queries whenever they are being executed. So I'll rerun this. Let's rerun. And when you rerun, the tables will be recreated, right? So this time you're going to see SQL queries being printed. You can see over here if you scroll up. Okay, if you scroll up, the ORM is being fetched over here. You can see this was initialization. And if you scroll down, you can see create table click event. So first click event is being created. You can see this is the create table query. Here you have create users, which is being created. Then you have alter table being run. So you can take a look at all the queries that are being executed. You can see URL mapping also being created. So this is for click event. This is for URL mapping. You can see, and this is for users, right? So you can just see any underlying query. This is just for debugging purpose, just in case you can see like two alter statements as well over here, right? So these are constraints being added. Constraints meaning the relationships and all those are being added at the database level. Have you written any sort of queries for this? Absolutely no. Who is generating this? Hibernate, JPA, they are all in action, and you can see over here Hibernate being printed, right? So this is actually generating queries for you, and you don't have to write any sort of queries, right? You have just done the configuration and it works like magic. So I'll just comment this Spring JPA show SQL true. We don't need this. If you need for debugging purpose or just to see how things are working, learning purpose, you can use this property. All right. I hope this has been useful, and I hope you have been able to get to this point and you have been able to follow this very easily. This is as detailed as I've tried to make it as detailed as possible is what I mean to say. I hope this is useful. All right, so it's time that we start talking about how we're going to build and implement authentication into our application. And of course, as you can see, we are going to make use of JWT, and we are going to make use of this authentication into our Spring Boot application. Now, JWT stands for JSON Web Token, if you're not aware of already, and it is an open industry standard. All right. Now, if you are a developer, it's very likely that you would have heard of JWT tokens, all right? And I want to demonstrate as to how the entire flow will work between the user and the server. So here I have a user who is a client, and client can be of any sorts, like it can be a Postman client, or it can be a mobile app from where you are querying the server, or it can be a web application which is running in the browser. And on the other hand, I have the server, right? And server is where our application is hosted and it's running. Now the server can be an on-premise server, private server, or a cloud-based server as well. All right. So let me show you how the JWT authentication works and how it is going to take place in our application so that you understand the flow. And I'm going to show you with the help of like flow diagram over here. I don't know, I call it flow diagram. You can, so here I'll show you the steps. All right. So you can see The first step is when the user tries to log in. Okay, so what happens is user comes to your application, he's going to try to log into your application. Now, after a successful login, which means like he's going to present his username, password, and he's going to call the authentication APIs. Now, if the authentication is successful, then on the server, a token is going to be generated. And this token is going to be the JWT token or JWT token. It is also known as JWT instead of JWT. So depending on what you call it, I'm just going to call it JWT. All right. So token is going to be generated and this token is going to be issued to the user. All right. It's like your ID card that you have got after being verified. So this is a verified user. He has the right credentials and he's having a token now. Right. Now what happens is user is going to have this token and this token is going to be used in the subsequent API request. All right. So let's say if a user wants to access his list of URLs that he has created, right? So in that particular case, he is going to send the token along with that in the API request. And I'm giving an example of a scenario where user wants to request the URLs, right? So he will have to call the API, but the API is authenticated, right? So a random person on the internet cannot call those APIs because there has to be some sort of authentication. It cannot be open APIs. So in that case, token is sent in the API request. Now server sees the token. Okay, this user needs access to this API. He has sent this data. Along with that, he has also presented his token. So server will validate if the token is, server will check if the token is valid or not, right? So there will be some validation at the server's end, right? Now, if the token is valid, which means that this is a genuine user who's trying to access our APIs, server is going to present the response because the request is a valid request and it is coming in from an authorized source. If the token validation fails or if it does not work, then the error is going to be passed on to the user and user is going to see the error, which can be a unauthorized error, like for example. All right. So this is the entire flow in which the authentication takes place and the JW token works in the hindsight. So you have the login scenario where user tries to log in, token is being generated, token is being issued to the user. User has the token now, which is like his ID card, like I said, right? And this token is then being sent in the subsequent API request. And on the server's end, this token is validated. Now, once the token is validated, the request is authorized if it's valid. And if it's valid, then the user is allowed to access the APIs. Otherwise, the user sees the error. All right. So that's the process. All right. Now, how is token sent? Right. So how is token sent to the server? Right. So tokens are sent using HTTP authorization header. All right. Now, what I mean by how is token sent? So I'm talking about this fourth part over here. So if a user wants to send the token to the server along with the API request, how is the user going to present the token? Right. There has to be a way, a format in which server will receive tokens from all the users who are trying to access the application. Right. So that is what I'm talking about here. Tokens are sent using a authorization header using the HTTP protocol. And this is a format that you see on the screen. So you can see the header name is authorization and the value is bearer space the token value, right? Header name is authorization and this is a key and the value is bearer space token, right? So this is how the token is being received on the server. Okay. Now, this is what a token looks like. Okay, you can see this randomly generated list of characters, strings, characters and numbers, I should say. And it also has a dot underscore in between at places, right? So this is what a JWT token looks like. It's one of the standards. And yeah, as you can see, there is color coding over here, right? So there is this part is in red, this part is in purple, and this part is in blue. Now, what does this mean? So these are the parts of JWT token. So here you have header. This part is the payload. And then you have the signature verification over here. So this part is used to verify the signature. Okay. And if you take any token and head over to JWT website, all right. So if you search for JWT decoder, you can see this kind of a UI where you can input your JWT token and you can see what data is actually holding. So in header, you can see this is being there, the algorithm and token type. In payload, you have the data, like who is the user, okay, what is the token expiry and all of that. And then you have the signature verification stuff here. Okay. So this is about JWT token. Now, let's talk about how are we going to implement this, right? So for building this, we are going to need some piece of code running onto our system, right? Or onto our server. So what code we are going to write? So we are going to have these files that we are going to need. We are going to need JWT utils. These are all file names, right? JWT utils, JWT authentication filter, JWT authentication response. So, and we also have security config, right? So I'll be explaining what each file means. All right. Let's talk about JWT utils first. All right. Now, what is JWT utils? JWT utils is a file which is going to contain all the utility related methods around JWT tokens. So which means it is going to, it's like a helper class, right? You can say it's going to have all the methods for helping us to generate, parse, and even validate JWT tokens, right? So if you need to generate JWT token, where is the code? In JWT utils. To parse, in JWT utils. Now, what does parsing mean? So when the user sends the JWT token as a part of the header, authorization header, you need a logic to extract the JWT token from the header, right? And that is what parsing is, right? So that code is going to reside in JWT utils. You also have code to validate JWTs over there, all right? And it's going to essentially generate the token from the username and do all the operations on that. So it's like a helper class is what I can say when you're working with JWT. And if you want to change any sort of logic or anything, you have to head over to this class. Like if you want to add any additional information in JWT tokens, you can do that in this class. All right. So that's JWT utils. Then you have JWT authentication filter. Now, what is a filter? So whenever you are working in a Spring Boot application, all right, there are certain set of filters that already exist. Okay, you are not aware of them, but they exist. Now, what are filters? Whenever a request hits the server, okay, it hits the relevant controller, right? The controller is the one who intercepts. But before the request reaches the controller, it passes through a series of filters. Now, these filters are nothing but this is pieces of code that exist and that will perform some logic or some work on the request that is coming in. For example, checking if it's an authorized request, right? Checking if it's a valid request, all of this, like any sort of logic or any sort of, it's like a gate, all right, that is present there, and every request has to pass through those filters. And those filters together become a filter chain because they are executed in sequence, right? So filter 1 is executed, then filter 2 is executed, filter 3 is executed. So they are executed in a chain, and that is why it's called as filter chain. So it's a chain of filters, right? So that's what it is. And what we are doing over here is we are creating our own custom filter. All right. There are already pre-existing filters when you work with Spring Security, right? You already get some pre-existing filters there, but this is a custom filter that we are creating for our own implementation, and it will be called as JWT Authentication filter, right? And the role of this filter would be to filter the incoming request to check for a valid JWT header, and it is also going to set the authentication context if the token is valid. All right, because there will be like 1,000 requests that are coming. There will be let's say 50 endpoints that you have in your application. It's a huge application, right? So you need an interceptor that checks for every request that is hitting the server, right? So that interceptor, and why do you need that interceptor? That interceptor will do the job of checking if there is a valid JWT token in the header, and if it's valid, verify it. All right, and if it happens to be valid, then you need to set the authentication context to the authenticated request, right? So it's authenticated now if the JWT token is valid. So all these operations are being performed with the help of this filter, right? And the job of this filter is, first it will intercept the request, then it will extract the JWT token from the request header, it will validate it, and then it will configure the Spring security context with the user details if the token is valid. Okay, all right. So that's JWT authentication filter. Then you have JWT authentication response. Now, what is this? This is a DTO class that we'll be creating that will represent the token. So it's basically the response that we have. All right. So that's authentication response. And then we have security config. Now, what is security config? It's the main configuration file that exists in our application. Okay, so it configures Spring security filters, any sort of security rules that you want to add in your application, that will be present in security config. All right, so this is what we are going to actually do. All right, and I hope you have a Hawkeye view, I would say. All right, Hawkeye view of what we are going to do step by step. All right, and so I hope this is pretty clear, and I hope this is useful. So now there are few things that I want to talk about with respect to Spring security. So you need to understand Spring security provides the tools and the structure to authenticate and authorize a request. It's basically like a framework. It will provide you with a lot of classes and a lot of pre-written code, making your life easy. Now, the thing is, Spring security has its own inbuilt implementation of user, which would work in most of the cases if you're building small kind of applications or POCs. But in a real world production grade applications, normally application do have their own representation of what a user look like in their application. Now let me tell you, if you're building an employee management system, you would want to represent users in your application in a certain way. You would want to have a field called password expiry, and you would want to have a field called user expiry, when a user gets expired or something like that. So all these are custom requirements, and all these would be added in the user model. Now, Spring security does not know this, right? And Spring security's user version is pretty much simple. Okay, it just serves the authentication and authorization purpose and not the custom requirements. So it's your job as a developer to make sure that Spring security is aware of these custom requirements that you have defined in your application. And for this, you need certain additional files that we are going to talk about. All right. So there are a couple of files that I'll be taking you through. One is UserDetailsServiceImplementation, and the other one is UserDetailsImplementation. Now, what are these files and why do we need them? So let's talk about UserDetailsServiceImplementation. And as you can see on the right hand side, like this is a service basically that is going to load the user details from the database. All right. And it bridges the gap between the database, which is the user entity, and the Spring Security's user details interface. So now let us understand this. Whenever a request hits the backend server, okay, there will be a JWT token in the header, which will be validated. And if the request is valid, or if the token that is passed is valid, the user details will be loaded into the security context. Now, to load the user details, the Spring security should be aware as to how and where the user details are residing, right? So if you're making use of MySQL database, you need to tell Spring security that, hey, this is how you load the user information. For example, there will be a method that would be defined find user by username or find user by user ID, and that method is going to return the user details, right? So all this need to be informed to Spring security. Okay, so yes, this is the file UserDetailsServiceImplementation, which is going to help us load the user details from the database, right? Because you're making use of custom user model, you might be storing it in MySQL, you might be storing it in MongoDB, whatever you are using, right? Spring security needs to be aware that, hey, this is how you load the user information, and this class is going to do that job, right? And then you have user details implementation. Now, what is user details implementation? So understand this, Spring security already has a lot of tools and a lot of files already defined in itself, right? So if you want to authenticate a user, Spring Security provides an out-of-the-box solution. Now, you are having a custom user in your application, right? We have a user model that we define in our application. And I gave you the example of employee management system. We might have custom fields and also we might need a custom user model, right? Now, Spring Security also has its own user model, right? It also has its own representation of what a user is. Now, if you have a custom definition of what a user looks like in your application, you need to create a bridge between the default or the pre-existing user version of Spring Security and the user version that you have defined in your application, right? You need to create a bridge so that everything works seamlessly, right? And that bridge can be created with the help of this user details implementation class, right? So this is a custom implementation that we'll be doing, and this is going to represent the authenticated user in Spring Security, right? And it is going to ensure like all the user details like roles, username, password, and all of that are available for authorization decisions. And how is it going to fetch all this information like roles, username, and password? It is going to make use of the custom user model that we have. Okay, so basically we are creating a bridge, all right, essentially over here. So I hope this is pretty clear, all right, as to why these two files exist and why we are defining these two files. It's pretty important that you understand this, okay? Spring Security has a lot of things inbuilt, but you know, if you're building a custom production grade application, it's likely you would use those defaults. You would create your own custom user. You would create, your user would be complex with a lot of fields, and then you need to also make use of Spring Security and leverage all the out-of-the-box features, right? So in that case, you will need to create this bridge, and this is how we'll be doing so, right? Now, how will this entire process work? So the first step is any request that would hit the server will be intercepted using this authentication filter that we have. And inside this authentication filter, we'll be extracting the JWT tokens and we'll be validating them with the help of this JWT utils class. So it is going to generate, validate tokens and provide us with all the helper methods that we need to work with. And then we have this class called UserDetailsServiceImplementation, which is going to fetch the user details from the database provided the token is valid. So if the token is valid, UserDetailsServiceImplementation will fetch the user details from the database, right? And the user details that are being fetched are of type UserDetailsImplementation. Why so? Because this is a bridge between our custom user model and the Spring Security's user model, right? So it's basically a Spring Security compatible representation of user for authentication and authorization. And this object will be fetched, it will be created on the fly, and it will be representing the authenticated user throughout the request. So this is how the entire process would work. I hope this has been pretty clear, and I hope this has been helpful. So first thing first, we need to now configure our application to work with Spring Security. And this would involve like adding all the dependencies that we need, like Spring Security dependencies, JWT dependencies. And we'll also make sure we add some code that will bridge the gap between our application custom user definition and the Spring Security's user. Okay, so we'll see that shortly, but for the first thing that we need to begin with is by adding the dependency. So first thing we'll do is we'll head over to our favorite website, Spring Initializer. I'll make sure I select Maven over here and we'll go to add dependencies and I'll search for security over here. I see security. I'll go to explore and inside pom.xml, I will select security over here. So you can see this Spring Security test and there are a few dependencies that have been added, right? So I'll copy these dependencies. So I'll copy this first one over here. Okay, I'll come over here and here I'll go to pom.xml. Okay, now if you're making use of Maven, that's absolutely okay. You can copy the dependencies that way, and I'll get this second dependency as well. Okay, and I'll paste it over here. And we don't need anything else. Okay, so I'll just close this and we'll come over here and we'll do a Maven refresh over here. So you'll see all the dependencies being added. And the next set of dependency we need is the JWT related. So just come over to this Git repo, github.com/jwtkjjwt. So if you search for JWT Maven GitHub, this is the URL you will see on Google, or you can just type in this URL manually. And you can come over to this repo. This repo will have the JWT related dependencies. So if you scroll down here, you'll see this index, and here you are going to see installation Maven. So if you're making use of Gradle, select Gradle, or Maven. I'm making use of Maven, so I'll come over here. You have the Gradle option as well over here. And we need these 3 dependencies. So I'll copy these 3. All right. And we'll come over here, and we need to paste it over here. So I'll paste them, and I'll do a Maven refresh, right? So if you're not seeing that Maven reload icon, just be sure to click it from here, right? So this is done. We have added all the dependencies, and our project is now ready. And it has all the necessary dependencies in short. Okay, we need to do one more thing over here. Now, what is that one more thing? So if you come over here, we have this user model, right? Now, this is a custom user model that stores the information of our user, right? And this user is specific to our application. Now, Spring Security helps us authenticate the users in our application, right? And the mechanism we are using is JWT, right? But Spring Security will help us authenticate the user. Now, Spring Security should know who your user is, right? Or how your users are being stored in the application, so that it can authenticate every request or any sort of login or any sort of request against that particular user. So for that, we need to create a bridge that will bridge basically our user entity with the Spring Security, right? So that is something that we need to do. So Spring Security will be aware that this is the user entity against which we are doing authentication. And for that, we need to add a class. All right. So what I'll do is I'll come over here. I'll add a package over here. And this class that we are adding will reside in this package. So I'm going to call this package as, okay, let me create it under the main package. So I'll select the main package, and under this main package, I'll call this service over here. Now inside this package, I'm going to say new Java class, and I'm going to call this class as UserDetailsImpl. Okay, if you're not sure yet as to why we are creating this, don't worry. Okay, you will have a clear understanding in a while. So I'll mark this class as data over here. Okay, and I'll have a noargs constructor as well over here. Okay, now the first thing I'll do is I'll say implements, and I'll say user details over here. You can see this user details. Where is this user details coming in from? This is coming in from the security package, and the security is Spring Security. All right, so we'll select this, and yes, we'll see some red marks. That's absolutely okay. We need to implement the methods, but for now, let me explain what user details is and why this class is implementing this. Okay, so if you go to user details over here, okay, you'll see this provides the core user information. This is what the documentation says. It provides the core user information to Spring Security. Okay, so first of all, it's an interface that you're seeing over here. It's an interface, right? And it's an interface that represents the user information that is required for authentication and authorization within Spring Security. So how is a user represented in Spring Security? It is with the help of this user details, right? This is the interface. Now, this includes details like username, you can see username, password over here. It includes detail like that, right? Now, in our application, or in any other application that is making use of Spring, you will make use of Spring Security, and you will have more attributes or a custom version of user. So for example, if you're building an employee management system, you will have details like password expiry date, right? So it's your custom user that is specific to your application, and Spring Security needs to know that, hey, which is your user against which we are authenticating the user. So that bridge between your custom user model and the Spring Security's user details implementation needs to be created, right? So we need to create that bridge. Only then the security related features will be working fine, right? And for that, we are creating this particular class over here, which will do the job of bridging this. So Spring Security, after this implementation, will know that, hey, this is the user against which I have to be aware of, right? So that is what it will be aware of. Okay, so let's see what it's asking us. So it's asking us to implement these things, right? So you can see it's asking us to implement all these things. So there are 3 things selected by default. I'll just say okay, and let us see if the error goes away. So you can see the error goes away. All right, and I'll also add few things over here. Okay, so first thing first, I'll say private static over here. I'll say final long, and I'll say serial version UID. Okay, so I'm adding a UID which is 1L over here. I'll say private long, so this long over here, long, and I'll say ID over here. I'll say private string username. I'll say private string email over here. This is done. All right, and I'll also add password over here. So I'll say private string password. So P has to be small. All right, so this is being done, right? Now let me scroll down over here. So here I need to say private collection authorities. Okay, so this will be authorities, but I need to make sure that I'll say extends granted authority. Okay, now this granted authority is how roles are being managed in Spring Security. So we need to add authorities over here. This is done, and what I will do is I'll add a constructor as well over here. So I'll say right click, generate, and I'll say constructor. I'll select all, and I'll have that constructor being added over here. So this constructor is being added. All right, now if you go down, you have extends granted authorities. All right, and this is returning the authorities. So it needs to return authorities over here because that is a field that we added later on. So I'll just add authorities over here. All right, if you come down, this is going to return the password over here. Password is something that we added over here. Get password. This is going to return the username instead of returning nothing, right? So this is done in my opinion. We need to add a few more things over here. So one thing is we need to add a build method, all right, which will help us build the instance of user details implementation. So I'll say public static user details implementation over here, and I'll say build over here. I'll accept user. Now this is a user that is you can see over here, this user, there are 2 instances of user over here. First of all, one is from coming in from Spring Security, and the other one is our own user over here. Okay, so we'll select our own user over here, right? And I'll say we need an object of user here. So this is the user, like so. Now here I'll say granted authority. Let me scroll down. Okay, so granted authority, and authority is equal to new simple granted authority, and I'll say user dot get role. Okay, and what I will do is I'll say return new user details implementation, and I'll say user dot get ID. So I'm actually creating an object over here. Now this is done over here. Get ID. I have user dot get username, and then I need user dot get email, and then I need user dot get password over here, and then collections dot singleton list over here, and I need to pass in authority over here. Okay, so this is done. What we are essentially doing over here with this method over here, this method is what I'm talking about. All right, so this method, the purpose of this method is to convert a user object from our database, which means this is our custom user model, right? That is what we are accepting. So from our database, it will convert the user object into a user details implementation object for Spring Security, because Spring Security is going to make use of this, right? So how this works is it will extract the role from the user object and convert it into granted authority, because granted authority is what is required by Spring Security. Okay, we are having role over here like role underscore user, role underscore admin. That is how we are representing roles in our application, but Spring Security won't understand that. So Spring Security needs an object of granted authority so that it understands what role this particular user has. So that is what we are doing. And then we are returning a instance of on an object with the necessary fields, wherein we are getting all the details from our user object, and we are sending it to, and we are creating an object essentially, not sending it, and we are returning this. Okay, so this is what we are doing. And then over here, like you saw, this is something that we have done. We have overridden this method, right? And we are returning the authorities over here. Then we have get password, get username, and yeah, I think nothing else is needed over here. I think we are all set with this particular file, right? So I'll get rid of this. This import statement is not needed. So I'll just remove unused import statements. So this is how you would actually integrate your app's user implementation over here, which is a custom user implementation, or this is how user is being represented in our app, right? So it's a custom version of user model that we have in our application, right? So this is how you would integrate your app's user details with that of Spring Security. And that we did with the help of this single class that we have over here. All right. So I hope you have the understanding of, or you have the understanding of the importance of why this thing is needed. And I hope this has been useful. So now it's time that we begin working on the set of classes that we need to implement JWT authentication into our application. So I'm going to come over here into my project structure, and I'm going to create a new package over here first of all. And I'm going to call this package as security. So under my root package, which is com.url.shortener, I'm going to add security.jwt over here. Now within this package, I'm going to add our first file, which will be JWT utils. Now this is the file which is going to have all the utility helper methods that our application is going to need. All right. So the first thing that we are going to add over here is a method that will help us extract the JWT token from the header. So understand this, whenever you are sending in some request onto an authenticated endpoint, which means that the endpoint requires some sort of authentication, you're also going to pass in your JWT token. You are not going to pass in the username password always. You will have a token that you will get upon successful authentication, which you are going to pass in with every request that you want to do, right? Now, how are you going to pass in the token? So the way to pass in token is via authorization header. So authorization header. So if you go to Postman under headers tab, you are going to see this under headers tab, you will have a way wherein you can specify the header name and the value. So the name of the header would be authorization and the value would be bearer and followed by the token. So here the token will come in. Okay. So bearer space and then token. This is a syntax and this is a format in which generally all the requests basically that are authenticated are done. Right. Now we need to extract the token over here. Why would you want to extract the token over here? To validate it, of course. So if you get any sort of request from anyone and it consists of authorization header, what you would want to do is you would want to get the token, you would want to validate it, whether the token is valid or not. If it's valid, you would want to give a green signal to this particular request that it's coming in from a trusted source. And if the token is not valid, you need to send an error that, hey, the token is invalid or authorization error, something like that, right? So you need to extract the JWT from the header, and for that we are going to say public from this request object. I'm going to get the header with name authorization, and I'm going to first do a check. So I'm going to first check if bearer token is not equal to null. So it should not be null, and it should also start with, what should it start with? Bearer, right? So BEARER. This is what it should start with, and it should have a space, right? Now, if this is true, what we would do is we would say return bearer token dot substring. So I'm just going to exclude this bearer and space, and I'm just going to return the token part, right? And how am I going to do this? I'm going to say substring, comma 7 over here. like so. Okay, and I'm going to simply return null if this condition is not matched. Okay, so I hope this is making sense as to what we are doing over here. So with this line of code, we are simply just removing this bearer prefix along with the space, and we are simply returning the token. So this method is a helper method that is going to help us retrieve or extract the JWT token from the header. All right. Now we also need a method that will help us generate a token, right? So I'm going to say public string. I'm going to say generate token. Okay. Now this generate token is going to accept a object of user details implementation type. All right. And over here, I'm going to have the code. So what I'm going to do is first thing first, I'm going to get username. Okay. And I'm going to say user details dot get username. Now, why am I accepting the object of user details implementation type? Because I want to have roles and username embedded into the token when generating it. That is why simply I'm accepting this object type over here. Okay, so I'm going to say string username over here, string roles over here. I'm going to say user details. Oops, not user name. User details dot get authorities over here, and I'm going to say dot stream. So I'm going to convert it into a stream. Why am I converting it into a stream? Because I want to get a list over here. So I need to transform it. So I'm going to say map, and I'm going to say authority, and I'm going to say authority dot get authority over here. Get authority like so. Okay, and then I'm going to say dot collect over here. I'm going to say collectors dot joining, and I'm going to add a delimiter as comma. Okay, so this is a transformation that I'm doing over here. All right, I have roles, I have access to the username as well. Now what I can do is I can say return. I'll say JWTS over here. You can see this is coming in from JWT package. I'll say dot builder. We'll make use of builder over here, and I'll say set subject. So what is the subject? Subject is the username over here. I'll add dot claim over here. What is the claim? Claim is roles, and we'll pass in roles over here. Okay, and then I'll say dot issued at. When are we issuing it? New date. So we'll add an object of type date over here. I'll say dot expiration. So when does this expire? So we need to set in an expiry over here. So I'll say date, new date over here. Okay, and here inside this I'll say new date. Oops, so inside this over here I'll say new date over here, and I'll get time from this dot get time, and I'll say add some milliseconds over here. Okay, because we are basically trying to set an expiry over here, and we need to have a value that will help us define this expiration. So I would say 178 or 172 and 8 and then 5 times 0. Okay, so this basically correlates to 2 days, and this is basically the value of 2 days converted into milliseconds. All right, so that is what I'm using. I'm directly making use of milliseconds value that I'm hard coding it over here. Ideally this should be residing in application.properties, which we'll do a bit later on, but I've just added it over here. And then what I can do over here is, so this is done. Okay, expiration, I've added this expiration. Okay, and then I can say dot sign with. Now this needs to be signed, right? And we need to pass in a key. So I'll just create a method for key. This method does not exist, but I'll leave it empty for now, and I'll say compact over here. Okay, so this is done. It will return the JWT token that is signed. Now this key method needs to be defined over here, right? So what I will do over here is I'll come over here. I'll say private key. This key is an instance of java.security. You can see it's an interface coming in from java.security, and I'll say key over here like so. Dot, I'll say base 64 dot decode, and I need to add a secret over here. Here I'll add 2 fields into this particular class. Okay, now these 2 fields will be injected basically, and they will be injected from application.properties. And I'll copy this entire thing over here. And if you go over here to application.properties, so let me go to application.properties. We need to define these two, right? Because these values are being injected from application.properties. So I'll say JWT secret. I'll add a secret, and I'll also add a JWT.expiration, right? And what I will do is I'll scroll down. I'll just cut this and I'll add JWT expiration over here. And I'll add this value over here. Okay. Now over here, we need to add a JWT secret, which needs to be randomly generated. So there are a lot of generators. So if you search for generator key for JWT online, you'll see this website jwtsecret.com. Okay. So you can come over here. So this is just for the project purpose. Okay. And I'll say show full secret, and you can copy the secret over here. Okay. It's a 64. The length of the secret is 64. You can copy this, and what you can do is you can paste it over here. All right. So the secret is being generated, and we can sign it now over here. So you can say decode. Now instead of decode, you can add the secret over here inside this decode. So you can say secret, JWT secret, and over here you can simply call key over here. So this error will go away. Now I'll add a couple of more methods over here. So the first method I'll add is public string over here and get user name from JWT token. So there will be scenarios when we want to extract name from JWT token, and that is what this method is going to help us with. So I'm going to say return. We're going to make use of so this should be return JWTs.parser over here, and I'm going to say verify with. So who are we verifying it with? I'm going to say secret key, and I'm going to pass in the key over here, and dot build over here dot parse. So this is syntax, just keep this in mind. Parse signed claims over here. Okay, and I'm going to pass in the token over here, and then coming over here dot get payload dot get subject. Now why get subject? Because if you scroll up over here, when creating the JWT token, you have embedded the username in the subject. So if you want to get the username, you have to get payload first, and then you have to get the subject, because subject is going to have the username, right? So we are verifying it first with the key. What we are doing is we are making use of parser. We are verifying it with the help of key. Then with the help of build, we are basically parsing the token over here, and then we are getting the subject. That is how we are extracting the token. Sorry, not extracting the token, extracting the username, right? Now I need a final method over here, public boolean, and I'm going to say validate token over here, right? And I'm going to pass in string auth token, like so. Okay. Now inside this, I'm going to say JWTs.parser, like so, dot verify with, and I'm going to pass in secret over here. The this JWT secret over here, something like this, and I'm going to pass in key, like so. All right, and I'm going to say dot build dot parse assigned claims over here, and inside parse assigned claims, I'm going to pass in the token. Okay, so I'm going to pass in auth token over here. Okay, so it's more or less similar to this line that we've written over here, right? So this is what we are doing over here. Now JWT secret. Okay, what is the secret key? So we need to pass in the secret key and not this JWT secret. Okay, so this is done, and yeah, this is of course you can see here it's returning. It's okay. There's a missing return statement. That is what it says. So here I'm going to say return true, like so. So if this line succeeds, it means that the token is valid. Okay, and if it does not, it means the token is not valid. Okay, so I'll select this entire thing. There are exceptions that can occur. So I'll say surround by try catch over here for me, right? And here you can see JWT exception has been added. Okay, it is going to like throw the runtime exception. There is illegal argument exception. Any sort of exception that can be added over here. I'll add one more in the end over here. I can say exception, like so. Okay, and this is one more type of exception that I've added. Okay, so yeah, this is what this utility class looks like. All right, so utility class is done. What we additionally need is we need to define a way in which the authentication response is displayed to the user. All right, and that class which will represent the authentication response is JWT authentication response. So I'm going to call this as JWT authentication response, like so, right? And inside this class, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a token. So I'm going to say string token, like so. And over here, I missed the semicolon. So this will also be private over here. I can say private over here, token. And here we can make use of data. Okay, so this is done. All right, this is a DTO class that is basically representing the authentication response. All right, and that is what we have added over here. We also need to add a filter over here. So I'll head over to the same package. I'll say JWT authentication filter. All right, and this is a filter that will help us that will make sure that every request has JWT token in it. Okay, and I'm going to make sure that it extends once. So I'm going to say once per request filter. Okay, so with this, if you go to once per request filter, you can see it's an abstract class, right? And if you scroll up, you can see some documentation over here. So it aims to guarantee a single execution per request. So for every request, this piece of code will be executed, and it's asking me to implement something. So we need to implement this do filter internal over here, which accepts basically some parameters like HTTP servlet request. Let me take this on new line. HTTP servlet request, HTTP servlet response, and then you have filter chain. Okay, so these three things are accepted by this particular method. All right. So you have this method now. Now what you can do in this method is you can add the operations basically that will help you authenticate the request. And for authenticating the request, first thing, I'll add a try catch block over here. Okay, so try, and I'll say catch. So in fact, so I'll say try. Okay, so there was no auto suggest, which was a bit. Okay, I'll add try catch over here, and over here I'm going to say first thing, we need to get the JWT from the header, right? So how is this going to flow in? Now basically, to authenticate every request, there are a series of steps that you need to do. And what I've done is I've added those steps over here in the form of comments so that it's easier to explain. So first thing we need to do is we need to get JWT from the header. Why you need to get JWT from the header? Because JWT token is a way using which you will know whether the user is a valid user or not, right? So first thing, you need to extract the JWT token from the header. Then you need to validate the token, and if the user details are valid, then, or if the token is valid, you need to get the user details. How would you get the user details from the token itself? Remember, when creating the JWT token over here, okay, here we created the JWT token. From now here we set the subject, or we have added the username inside the JWT token. And we have a helper method as well that can help you get the username from the JWT token. So you can make use of this to get the user details over here and load the user, and also to set the authentication context. Now, once the request comes, it's important that you set the authentication context if the user is authenticated. Okay, so all those steps you need to follow over here. All right. So let's begin doing this. So first thing, we need to get the JWT token. So I'm going to say string JWT. I'm going to say JWT. Okay, so here we need object of some classes over here. So first thing first, I'm going to say private JWT utils over here, and I'm going to say token JWT token provider, like so. Okay. And then I need user details service. So if you scroll over here, we have created user details implementation, but we don't have user details service. So this is something that we need to create over here. Okay, we'll be creating this later, but for now what I will do is I'll auto wire this. Okay, auto wired, right? So this is done. Okay, now if you scroll down over here, I'm going to say JWT token provider dot get JWT from header, and I'm going to say request over here. Okay, so we have the JWT token now, because what will happen is request is being passed in, this request object is being passed on to get JWT token from header, and this method will do the job of returning the JWT token to us, right? Now I'm going to say if JWT is not equal to null, and if token provider, JWT token provider dot validate token JWT. So if the token is also valid and if JWT is not equal to null, then what you do is you begin the process of basically getting the user information, loading the user information, and setting the authentication context. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say string username is equal to JWT token provider dot get username from JWT token, and we have access to token, of course. So I'm going to pass in JWT over here. Okay, oops. So JWT is the name. All right, so this is done. We have the username. Now what we need is we need to load the user details. And how are we representing the user details? Okay, so user details is actually being represented by the instance of this user detail class. Sorry, it's not a class, but it's an interface. So I'll say user details over here. I'll say user details is equal to, and we need user details service over here. Service, and I'll say load user by username. Okay, so user details, we don't have an implementation of user details service yet, but we can make use of the interface over here. Okay, so I'll say auto wired. I'll say private user details service over here. Okay, so this, and I'll say user details service like so. All right, and I'll say user details service dot load user by username. You can see this will help us load the user by username. So this is all coming in from Spring Security. You can see how Spring Security makes our life easier. Okay, so if you scroll up over here, this user details service, this is something that we have used. So this is an interface over here, and you can see over here this interface is defined by Spring Security over here. You can see this is a package, and it helps the logic. It has a logic for loading the user specific data. So once the user is authenticated, how would you load the user specific data? So using this is what you can load the user specific data. Now here's a question. You know, this is being provided to us by Spring Security, right? We have not defined this. Now how would Spring Security know how our user data should be loaded? Because you know, we have this custom user model in our application. We might be storing user in a MySQL database or in a MongoDB, wherever we would want to, depending on our requirements. How would Spring Security know how it is supposed to load the user information? So the answer to this is you can create an implementation of user details service in our application, and you can override this load user by username method to define your own implementation. Okay, I'll be showing that to you as well. Okay, so this is done over here. For now, what we have done is we are making use of load user by username, and we are getting the user details over here. Okay, now what I will do is I'll say if user details dot, I'm going to say if user details not equal to null, not dot. Okay, so I'll first check if it's equal to or not equal to null, and if this is the case, I'm going to create an object of user name and password authentication token over here. This is an authentication object that I'm creating. Okay, I'm going to call it authentication, and I'm going to say new username password authentication token over here, and I'm going to pass in the user details over here. Okay, so if you scroll to the right, okay, it needs some parameters. I'll pass in user details, comma, null over here, comma, user details dot authorities. Okay, so it needs these things, and I'm going to create, this is an authentication object that we have. All right, and I'm going to say authentication dot set details, and I'm going to say new web authentication details source over here, and I'm going to say dot build details, and I'm going to pass in the request. Okay, so this is done, and what we need to do is we need to update the security context. So I'm going to say security context holder. Oops, so I'm going to say security context holder over here, security context, and I don't get holder in the suggestion. Okay, security context holder dot get context dot set authentication, and I'll pass in the authentication object over here. Okay, so this is how we are actually updating the authentication related information. I'll just remove these comments. These were just for explanation purpose. I'll just get rid of this as well. Okay, and I'm going to say e dot print stack trace. This is something that we have added. Okay, so this entire filter is doing the job of getting the JWT from the request that is coming in. It is going to validate the token, and it is going to load the user information, and it is going to initialize the Spring security context with that information as well. All right, so I hope you have been able to follow along so far. Now what we need to do is we need to have an implementation of user details service. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here. I'm going to create a new package here. This is a new package. I'm going to say service over here. Oops, the package service already exists. I'm sorry about that. So within this service package, I can actually add a class. I can call this as user details service implementation. Okay, and inside this, I'm going to have implements. I'll say user details service over here. Okay, and you can see it's asking me to implement a method. I'll say load user by username, and I'm also going to mark this as service over here. Okay, so this has been marked as service, and I don't think we are missing anything in this class over here. Okay, I think one thing, this needs to be marked as component as well. All right, I think we are all good now. Okay, so inside this user details service now, okay, so we need to define our custom implementation over here. Okay, and here is where we'll have the logic basically to update. Okay, so right now I'm not defining anything, but when we have the user repository, so we have the user model right over here. This is the user model. So once we have the user repository, we will have the logic over here. Or let me add the code over here with errors. That's absolutely okay. Okay, where is the class? So this is the class. Okay, so what I will do is here in this particular thing, I'll add user repository. Now this repository does not exist, right? User repository. This repository does not exist. I'll say auto add. Okay. So when we create this repository, okay, what will happen is this repository will do the job of interacting with the user model. Okay. So I'll say override. I'll also add a transactional annotation over here, and I'm going to say user. Now this is a user coming in from our application. User is equal to, and I'm going to say over here user repository dot find by username. Find by username. Now this method will be added by this method will be added by GPA actually. We won't be defining it, and I'll pass in username over here. Because if you come over here to user, okay, we have username as a field. So this method will automatically be added. Okay, username, and I can say this will return an optional. So I can say or else throw. Or it's not giving me the auto suggest. So what I will do is I'll create the repository. Let me actually create the repository and show it to you. Okay. Okay, so here inside this, I'll have a class. Okay, inside this over here, I'll say repository dot I'll say user repository. So this is added. Okay, and actually this won't be a class. I mistakenly added it as a class. It will be an interface. I'll say extends JPA repository over here, and this will be of type user over here, and this will be long over here. Okay, so this is done, And if you come over here, you can see find. Okay, I'm not getting an auto suggest for this, so I need to import this first of all, and then let me see find by. Okay, I'm not getting username over here, so we need to add username method over here. So I'll say optional. Okay, and I'll say user. So this returns user. I'll say find by optional. Sorry, find by username, not optional. Okay, and this will accept string username like so. Okay, so what we are doing over here is we are adding a method for which the query will be generated by the application itself, by the JPA itself. So I'm going to say user name over here. It is accepting username, or I'm saying over here, or else it will, or else throw. So or else throw over here, and this will say new user name not found exception. So you can see this is the exception, and you can pass in the message user not found with name, with username, and you can pass in the username over here like so. Okay, so this is done now, and yeah, this is a custom implementation. And what is this going to return? So once it gets the user over here, now this user is our database user, correct? But this method should return the user details over here. You can see which is this user details. This user details is the user details of Spring Security. You can see, right? Now remember, when we go to JWT utils over here, you remember we have this build method over here. Where is it? So, okay, we created a build. Okay, not in this. Actually, we added it in implementation over here. Okay, so this is the method that we added in UserDetailsImplementation class, wherein we are converting a user object from our database into UserDetailsImplementation type, right? So we need to make use of that. So what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to come in. I'm going to say instead of returning null, I'm going to say UserDetailsImplementation dot build, and I'm going to pass in user over here. Okay, so what this is going to do is it is going to load the user from our database, and it is going to convert that user into the object type that Spring Security understands, right? And it will load this data, and inside this filter. So where is this filter? This filter. This user data will be given over here, okay, because we are calling in this. So this user data will be accepted over here, and then it will be verified, validated, and within this authentication context will be set in Spring Security or amongst the requests, right? So this is how the entire flow is going to work. So I hope you have been able to follow along so far. And we are seeing a red mark. Why are we seeing this red mark over here? Let me see. Okay, so here we have not added a semicolon. All right, a small mistake. But I hope you have been able to understand as to what files we have added and why we have added. We are basically making sure that the Spring Security works well with our application along with JWT Authentication and our custom user model. That is what we have been doing so far. And I hope you have been able to follow along and understand the significance of each and every file. So there is one line that we missed adding in the JWT Authentication filter inside toFilter internal method. So here at the bottom, like after doing all the logic over here, in the end, we need to add this line which says filter chain dot toFilter, and we need to pass in request and response over here. This is important because we want the filter chain to continue. So we have added this filter in between the filter chain, right? And there are filters before this and after this filter as well, right? So we need to add this line because wherever in the filter chain this filter is being added, after that the filter chain needs to continue. Otherwise, this not adding this will break the chain. Okay, so be sure to add this. I missed adding this, so I'm adding this now, and you can see how this is being added in the end. All right, I hope this has been useful. So now it's time that we begin talking about what additional configurations we need to do for Spring Security. Now, we have defined a lot of components with regards to Spring Security, and now it's time that we create a custom security configuration for our application. And this would be, we would be defining a single file for this, wherein we would have all the security rules for our application. Okay, so yes, I have this note written over here, and I'll be taking you through as to what we are going to do. So we are going to create a custom security configuration for our application, and this particular file is going to have all the security rules for handling different types of HTTP requests. Okay, now within the security file, there are a few more configurations that we need to do. So if you come over here, okay, if you come over here to our application, we have something called as JWT Authentication filter. Now this is not being used yet, okay, and it is extending once per request filter. So if you go over here, once per request filter, it's an abstract class which makes sure that this is like any class that extends this once per request filter, it will be executed once per request, right? So this JWT authentication filter will be executed once for every request that is incoming. That is something that we have configured, okay? But what happens is normally there is a filter chain. Okay, so there is a filter chain wherein there are sets of filters that get executed chronologically or in the defined order, right? So this particular filter is a custom filter that we have created for our application. And what does this filter do? This filter does the job of validating JWT token in the request header, and it is responsible for also loading the user information, right? So we have said to Spring Security that, hey, execute this filter for every incoming request once. But Spring Security does not know when to execute this in the filter chain. So when we talk about filter chain, there are a series of filters that get executed. And after which filter or before which filter this should get executed, that is not defined yet. So we need to tell Spring Security that, hey, you need to execute this. And when we need to configure that in this particular custom security configuration. So that is something that we are going to do. Okay. So here, if you see the notes, Spring Security recognizes this particular thing as a filter that will be executed once per request. Okay. This is done because of this class over here, this abstract class over here. But by default, Spring Security doesn't automatically include our custom filter, which is JWT authentication filter, in the filter chain unless you explicitly add it. So we need to explicitly add it that, hey, in the filter chain, execute it at this point, right? So that is the configuration that we are going to do. And for that, we are going to create a method, and you will see what how we configure it. Okay, so this is one sort of configuration. Then we also need to configure the DAO authentication provider. Okay, now what is DAO authentication provider? So DAO authentication provider sets up how authentication is handled by Spring Security. Okay, so come over here. Here we have defined this. So we have user details service, and we have this custom implementation of load user by username. Why have we done this? This we have done to tell Spring Security that, hey, this is how you are supposed to load the user, because we are storing it in MySQL, and we have a custom user model and a user repository. So we are telling Spring Security that, hey, this is how you fetch the user information after validating the token, right? So this is a custom definition, right? And we need to do some sort of configuration in the security settings over here, or in the security configuration that we'll be defining, wherein we'll be making use of DAO authentication provider. Now, DAO authentication provider is a specialized class in Spring Security. It's pre-built, okay, and it helps authenticate users by retrieving their information from the data source, like a custom database. So here we have a custom definition over here, right? We have defined as to how the user is supposed to be loaded and all, right? So we need to tell Spring Security that, hey, this is how the user is supposed to be loaded and authenticated. So what we'll be doing is we will be configuring DAO authentication provider in a way that it accepts the instance of user details service implementation, so that it is aware that, hey, it is supposed to load the user details this way. Okay, so that is one configuration that we need to do. And over and above, we need to create beans for authentication manager and password encoder. Basically, this would be needed for basically encoding the passwords. You know, passwords cannot be stored in raw format. So we would be making use of bcrypt for hashing the password. So that is something that we'll be using, and we need to provide a bean for this. And authentication manager, it manages the authentication task like validating credentials, and also we need to configure that as well. All right. So these are the things that we need to do. And I wanted to just talk a little bit about what we are doing, why we are doing, so that rather than directly typing in the code, you're clear as to what is happening behind the scenes, right? So yeah, let's jump over here to our IntelliJ. And here, what I'm going to do is I have this package called security.jwt. So not inside security.jwt, but inside security. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'll say new Java class over here, and I'm going to say security dot, I'll say web security config. So this is the name of the class that I'm creating, web security config. And I'll say add, and you can see it has been added to this shortener.security, and one level down inside JWT, you have JWT related files. Okay, so this is the file basically that we'll be making use of. Now, first of all, we need to add configuration annotation. Why? Because it's a configuration class. I'll also add enable web security. Okay, because we are essentially enabling a Spring security into our application, right? So we are making use of this annotation, and I'll also add one more annotation, which is enable method security. So this allows us to use annotations at the method level, okay, and secure methods. So that is something that I'm going to do. And I'm going to come over here. I'm going to say private user details service implementation, user details service over here. Okay. And I can add auto wire over here, or I can add an annotation. I'll say all args constructor. So with this dependency would be injected over here using the constructor injection. So I've done this, and I'll come over here. Now, the first thing over here is I'll add public JWT authentication filter over here, and I'll say authentication JWT authentication filter like so, and I'll return an object over here of new JWT authentication filter like so. Okay, so I'm returning a bean over here, and I'll mark this as bean. Okay, so this is done. Now what I will do is if you come over here, we will have custom security configuration. Okay, so that is what I mentioned here. So let us add the custom security configuration. So what I would do is inside this web security config, I am going to add a method over here. I'll say public security filter chain. This is security filter chain. So this is a return type, and I'll say filter chain over here, and I'll accept the object of type HTTP security over here. And I'll say I'll add exception over here like so. And over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the configuration. So I'm going to say http dot csrf, and I'm going to say csrf over here, and I'm going to say csrf dot disable over here. So this is one, and I'm going to say dot authorize HTTP requests. Okay, so I'm getting this warning over here. If I hover on this, it's giving me a suggestion replaced with lambda method reference. So you can see you can replace it with this as well. Okay, authorize HTTP request. I'm going to say auth, and I'm going to say auth dot. So I will come to the next line. I'll say dot request matches. Now over here, I'm going to set some rules. So if the URL is API/auth/**, all right, I'm going to permit all. So if this is the case, let me permit all. Okay, so I'm going to say permit all like so. Okay, I'm going to say request matches, and here I'm going to say API/URLs/**, and in that case I'm going to say authenticated like so. All right, and I'm also going to add one more rule over here, permit all. Okay, I'm going to say request matches over here. And if the URL is having a short URL, okay, so what is a short URL? I'll say short URL like this. Then also I'm going to say permit all. Now, if you are creating a short URL, let's say it's HTTP. Okay, let me add a comment over here. It's HTTP, and then you have added a short URL called domain.com/xyz. Okay, now this, if this redirects to google.com, let's say if this is the short URL, okay, so this should be accessible publicly, right? And this is the short URL slug. So that is what I've defined over here. If it's consisting of short URL, then permit all. Otherwise, everything is authenticated. And I'll move this after everything else is authenticated over here, like so. Okay, this is done, and I'll also say dot any request dot authenticated. So anything else apart from this is hitting the server, it should be authenticated. All right, so this is the custom security rules that I've added. Now over here, what I'm going to do is I'll add a return type. I'll say http.build, and this is going to return the object of type security filter chain. All right, now before returning this, I'll add a couple of more configuration. Okay, first thing, I'll configure a authentication provider over here. So do we have the authentication provider configured? Not yet. So what I will do is, first of all, I'll say, let me configure the filter chain. Okay, so we have JWT authentication filter, right? And like I explained earlier, Spring Security knows that this is to be executed only once, but it does not know where in security filter chain. So we need to tell Spring Security that, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say http.add filter before, and I'm going to say JWT authentication filter over here. Okay, and I'm going to say comma, I'm going to say username password authentication filter dot class. Okay, so this is one of the filters that is inbuilt. Okay, this username password authentication filter is one of the filters that is inbuilt, right? And what I'm doing over here is I'm telling Spring Security that before this filter, in the filter chain, add this custom filter. Okay, so this filter, basically, if you hover on this and if you press Control or Command on Mac, if you go inside, this is a filter, you can see. And you can see it processes an authentication form submission, right? So it processes the authentication request. And before this filter, I've added my own custom filter, which is JWT authentication filter, which is responsible for validating JWT tokens and loading the user information into the memory. Okay, so that is what I have done over here, right? Now this is done. What we need to do is we need to also configure the authentication provider. Okay, so like I mentioned over here, so this part is done. I've added the JWT authentication filter in the filter chain with this single line. With this single line, that configuration is done. Okay, and I've also made this bean available. So this method is returning a bean. Okay, so this is done. Now what we need to do is we need to configure DAO authentication provider. How do we configure DAO authentication provider? So we'll come over here. Okay, I'll get rid of this over here. I'll say public. I'll say DAO authentication provider over here, and I'll say authentication provider, like so. Okay, and I'll mark this as bean, like so. And here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an instance of DAO authentication provider. Okay, so I'll say authentication provider. I'll just shorten it. Instead of having authentication provider, I'll say auth provider. Okay, and I'll say is equal to new DAO authentication provider, like so. And over here, I'm going to say auth provider dot set user details service. So you can see this method, set user details service, and I'm going to say user details service. Now what is user details service? If you go to user details service, it is a type of user details service implementation, right? It is being injected over here, and I'm providing that over here. All right. And then I'm going to also set a password encoder over here. So I'm going to say auth provider dot set password encoder. Now password encoder is something that we have not created yet. Okay, so what I will do is I'll create a password encoder here. So I'll say public password encoder over here, password encoder, and I'm going to return new, it will be return new decrypt password encoder, and over here at the top I'm going to say bean. Okay, so here I'm going to set the password encoder. So I'm going to say new, not new, I just need to call this method password encoder. So password encoder is also set, and the user details service, which defines and which tells as to how user information is fetched. That is also set, and I'm going to say return auth provide over here. This is done. All right. So this is all done. We have the authentication provider created. And now what we need to do is we'll set this authentication provider over here. So I'm going to say http dot set. Okay, not set. It will be authentication provider over here. And I'm going to call authentication provider over here like so. This is done. All right. So we are all set with our custom security config. And I believe you have some good clarity as to what we are doing, why we are doing, and the significance of each and every line of code that we have written. It's really important that you understand why and how we configure this security config file. Okay, because normally in production grade applications, in large projects, you have a single security config file which has all the security configurations. And if you understand this is a pretty simple file. But in large projects, you will have more complex rules written. But if you understand this, you are setting you're setting a base, and you will have a good base, and then you will eventually be able to understand the complex files as well. So I hope this has been clear, and I've tried my best to break it down into simple steps for you all. I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin working on the register endpoint, and we should allow users to register into our application. So to begin with the same, we are going to need a set of controller, a service that is going to handle the request from the controller and manage the authentication. And if you come over here, we already have the models set, right? So we already have the user model set. So let us begin with the controller part. So what I'm going to do is here under com.url.shortener, which is our main package. Under this package, I'm going to create a new sub package called controllers. Okay. This is the controller package, and under this package, I'm going to add a new controller called auth controller. So within this particular controller, I'm going to define the endpoint. Okay, so to begin with, the first thing we need to do is I'm going to say REST controller. I'm going to say request mapping over here, and I'm going to map this entire controller to /API/auth. Okay, now this is the same endpoint. If you come over here to custom security config. So where is our custom security config? This one. If you come over here, you'll see API/auth has been permitted. All right. Why? Because this is where all our authentication related endpoints like register, login, forgot, password will reside. Okay. And why have we allowed or permitted this without authentication? The reason for this is, if you want to log in, it has to be a public page, right? You cannot expect login or authentication on a public page. Right. So you need to make it public so that people can come and register. Right. So that is why we have that. And over here, what I'm going to do is within this particular controller, I'm going to need like instances of a few classes, but we'll keep that for later. What I'm going to do straight away over here is I'll say public response entity. This is a response entity. I'll add a question mark over here. I'm going to say register user. So this is a method that is going to help us register user into our application. Okay, and this will be a post request, and I'm going to say /public/register over here. Oops. So /register. Okay. Now, what is the user supposed to send in over here? So whenever you're calling this endpoint, what all information you should send over here? So for that, I'm going to create a DTO of type register request. Okay. And I'm going to accept an instance of register request as a request body. So I'm going to say register request. So this does not exist now. I'm going to see red marks, which is absolutely fine. I'm going to have register request over here, and I'm going to say request body over here. Okay. So this will come in as the body. Okay. And here, if you come, I am going to create an instance or a class that defines register request. So what I will do is here, I'm going to create a package. I'm going to call this as DTOs. Okay. And I'll copy this class name register request, and I'll come over here and I'll create a new class register request. So what is this? This is essentially a DTO, which is a data transfer object, which is defining the structure of a request for registration. Right. And inside this here, I'm going to say private string username over here. Okay, I'm going to say private string email. I'm going to say private set of roles, string, and this will be roles over here, role. Okay, and I'm going to say password. So I'm going to say private and string password. Okay, so what we are doing is we are asking users, like user can send in username, email, the role in which the registration request is supposed to be entered, and the password. Okay, so this is what we are doing, and what we will do is I'll add a data annotation over here at the top, and we also need to add some sort of validation which I'll park it for later. Okay, so this is done. All right, and I'll come over here to auth controller. I'll just minimize this register request. Okay, so I'll import this register request, and you can see the error is gone. And over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an instance of user over here. Now this user is our user model. Okay, I'm saying user is equal to new user over here, and then I'm going to say user dot set. So you can say set username, and I can say register request dot get username. Okay, and I'll say user dot set password over here, and I'm going to say register request dot get password over here. Okay, we have all the getters and setters created because we have added an annotation called data at the top in the register request class. I'm going to say set role over here. Now role, I'm just hard coding role for now. I'll say role underscore user over here. So every user that the user is trying to create, or any request that is coming, will have the role default to role underscore user. Okay, you can, whatever he sends in, even if he sends in admin, we are hard coding it as user. So this is something that we're doing. We can extend this application later on to enhance the functionality and add multi-role functionality as well. Okay. Now with this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a user service which does not exist yet. Okay, so I'm going to say user service dot register user. It is going to have this register user method, and I'm going to pass in user. Okay, and I'm going to say return response entity dot okay, and I'm going to say user registered successfully, something like this. Okay, now what we need is we need a user service over here. So I'm going to say private user service. Okay, so user service does not exist. Actually, we need to create user service. So I'll come over here to service package, and I'll create an instance, or I'll create a class of user service over here. Okay, and here what I will do is I'll create a method. I'll say public user, and I'll say register user. Okay, so I need to import user first of all, and I'll say register user over here. It accepts user type over here. Okay, and within this I need to set the password. Okay, so I'll say user dot set password. Okay, I'll say I need to encode it, right? So what I will do is here I'm going to say private password encoder, and I'll say password encoder. I'll also add an instance of repository. I'll say private user repository. Repository is something that we've already created. It already exists. And I'll say user dot set password. I'll say password encoder dot encode over here, and I'll say user dot get password over here. Okay, and I'll say return user repository dot save, and I'll save the user like so. And I'll mark this as service. Of course, this is service. And I'll also add a all args constructor. The reason for this is I need to get these initialized using the constructor injection. So I'm adding an all args constructor. All right. And you can come over here, and I'll import this user service over here, and I'll say user service over here. Okay. This is done, and I'll add an instance. I'll add an annotation called all args constructor again over here. so that this is initialized. And if you scroll down, we are all set, I believe. Okay, so register user, return value of register user is never used. That is absolutely okay. So if you come over here, register user, we are not using the return value of the register user. Okay, what we can do is you can in fact get, so here you are returning the saved user, right? You can actually return the saved user in the body. That is something you can do as well. Okay, but we are not doing it right now. All right, this is created and this is defined. And what we can do is let us run this. Okay, so let me run this application. Let us see if we see any sort of errors. Okay, so I see one error when it's saying that consider defining a bean of type JWT Utils. So if you go to this class, okay, so we have not marked this as a Spring managed component. I'll add that over here. It was a miss from our end. I'll just start the server and let us see if the application is up and running. Okay, so you can see the application is up and running. And now let us head over to Postman. So here now I'm on Postman and I have already created a new workspace for this particular project. And you can create a new collection over here by clicking on this plus icon and adding a new collection. I have this collection named URL shortener. I'll add a request over here. Okay, and I'll call this request as register. Okay, and I'll paste the URL. Okay, so this is a URL where we are making the call. It's API/auth/public/register. And this is a post request, of course. I'll save this, and here in the body, I'll say raw and JSON. We need to pass in some JSON data over here. Okay. So what I've done is I've typed in this request body over here, and this should actually match this kind of a structure over here. Okay. It's okay if you don't pass in role, because role is something that we are hard coding, but I've just added it over here. Okay. And I'll say send. Let us see what we see. Okay, so we see 401 unauthorized. Okay, so I'm getting 401 unauthorized, and I paused the video and did a little bit of debugging. I'll share what all I found out. So I could not see any sort of logs here, first of all, in the basically stack trace. Okay, there was no information as to why this is failing. Okay. Now what I did over here is I added this logging. I enabled logging basically. So I added these two properties in application.properties. I said logging level org Spring Framework security level should be debug. And for my package, for my application, basically, it should be debug. Now the moment I ran this, okay, if after running this, if I send this, I saw 200 okay. All right, 200 okay. And why did it work? I'll tell you that. Okay, it worked because I added a fix. So over here, web security config, it was saying that the filter chain, the CSRF protection in the filter chain is not disabled. It's enabled, and it is expecting a CSRF token. Okay, but we have disabled the CSRF protection over here. So that was not being picked up. And upon seeing, I realized that I've missed the bean annotation over here. Okay, so you add the bean annotation and you rerun the application. Okay, but without doing that, so if I comment the bean annotation over here and if I rerun the application, so right now the application, the request went through. Okay, so if I rerun the application, let me rerun and let me show you the error scenario actually. Okay, so you can see the application is rerunning. Okay, and if you come over here, if I send this request, you will see 401 unauthorized. And if you open the logs, because we have enabled debugging now, you're going to see, if you scroll up, you're going to see here, you can see the request has hit. You can see this is the request being called. This is the URL, but you can see invalid CSRF token. And I was like, hey, I've disabled CSRF token right over here. You can see this is disabling, but why is it not being picked up? So I realized that I've missed the bean annotation. So this entire configuration was not being picked up because we have not added the bean annotation. So you have to be very peculiar about these bean annotations. Okay, because everything is, if you miss anything, okay, it's going to throw errors. And after adding bean annotation, if you run this, okay, if you run this, you will see success like we saw. So now let me test the request over here. So I've made sure that I've restarted my application and I'm going to trigger this request and let us see what happens. So you're seeing user registered successfully 200 okay. And if you come over here, So let me head over to the database and let me run this query. You can see the ID, email, password, role, everything coming in. Password, you can see it's hashed and it's not the password that you have passed in over here. Okay, but there's one problem. We are not seeing email being saved into the database. You can see email is not being saved. So what is the reason over here? Okay, so you have username, email, and let me see what's happening. So here you can see string, username, email. Okay, this is there. What is happening? Let me go to the controller. So I'll head over to the controller, auth controller. Okay, so you are setting user password, but you are not setting email over here. So we will set the email also. You can say get email over here, get email. Okay, and over here instead of set password, you can say set email, like so. All right, now let me run this. Let us run and let us see if we are able to go through. So this is running fine. And now if you come over here, if I say John Doe 1, secured password 123, let me send this. You see a success, and let me run this now and let us see if we are able to see the user. Okay, so now the user is having the email. So it was just that we are not setting the email in the request. All right. So this has worked fine, and I hope this has been useful. I've purposely not removed the debugging steps, okay, so that you get a sense of how to debug the applications as well. I could have edited it, but I've kept it just for you all. I hope this has been useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So right now what we have is the register functionality, and it's time that we work on the login functionality. Now login functionality will do the job of authenticating the users against the credentials, and credentials we have in the database, right? So we would be exposing an endpoint wherein we would be accepting the credentials from the user, and we would be verifying if the user is valid, and if the user is valid, we would be getting back to the user along with a success and a token as well, right? So what I would do is I would duplicate this first of all over here. We are going to add a post mapping, and this is going to be login over here, okay? And then I'm going to take this over here and I'm going to paste it over here, okay? Now I won't be calling this as login user. I'll be calling this, I won't be calling this as register user. I'll be calling this as login or authenticate users, whatever you want to call it. Instead of register request, we can have a separate DTO called login request. Now this does not exist, of course. Okay, we need to create it. So what I will do is I will come over here. We have this register request, right? So I need to create a similar login request. So I will duplicate this first of all. Okay, instead of register, I'll call this login. We won't need all the fields that are present in the register request. All right, so I would be trimming this down, and we would be generally accepting the username. I don't need email over here. I'll get rid of email. We don't need role as well, right? So user has to present the username and the credentials, which is the password, and things are done. Okay, so this is what we are adding over here, and I need to import this then over here. Okay, so login request is done. Okay, all right. Now what we need to do is we need to authenticate the user. So for that, we are going to make use of a service, right? So I'm going to have a service that, so I already have a service. Okay, so if you see here, I have this register user, right? So, oops. So if you go to this register user, this exists in user service, right? So what I can do is I will come over here. I'll add a, so I'm saying user over here, okay? And instead of user, we will have JWT authentication response. So JWT authentication response. Okay, this is one of the classes that we have already created, and it represents the token over here. So this is a response once the user is authenticated. So this is what we'll be returning. And instead of register user, I'll say authenticate user over here. Okay, or login user, whatever you want to call it. And over here, I'll be accepting login request over here. Login request, something like this. Okay, so this is done. Now what we need to do, we need to follow a series of steps over here. All right, so I will be returning empty string for now, nothing, and I'll be deleting this line over here. Okay, and over here I need to basically call this particular service, and I need to get back with the response, right? So I'm going to say so I'll say return authenticate. So it will be service register. So you can see login user over here. Okay, user service dot authenticate user, and I need to like pass in login request over here, something like this. Okay, so I'm getting an error over here. Okay, so I need to return response entity over here, right? So I'll copy this response entity dot okay, and here I'll pass in this. Okay, something like this. All right, so this is done. Okay, and now we'll head over to authenticate user. Authenticate user has the required details, right? So what we are going to do first is we are going to create a authentication object over here. Authentication is equal to authentication manager. So authentication manager is something that we are going to need. Okay, now authentication manager does not exist. So what I will do over here is I'll come over here. I'll say private authentication manager over here, and I'll say authentication manager. And if you scroll down over here, I'll say authentication manager dot authenticate. You can see it has this authenticate method over here. Okay, so I'm going to call this, and I'm going to say new username password authentication token over here. So you can see this class. I'm going to create an instance of this class, and I'm going to pass in login request dot get username. Okay, and I'm going to pass in login request dot get password over here. Okay, so these two things I'm going to pass in over here. All right, now if the username and password are valid, then we will have the authentication object over here. Okay, and what I will do over here is I'm going to say security context holder dot get context dot set authentication over here. So I'm setting the authentication, and I'll set the authentication object. Okay, so what we are doing over here is we are updating the security context to that of authentication. All right, I believe I have an extra open bracket over here. All right, I'll cut this and I'll take it over here. Okay, so I think this is it. All right, so I'm setting the security context, and then I'll get the user details, the instance of user details implementation. So I'll say user details implementation, user details is equal to authentication dot get principal over here, and this will need some sort of typecasting over here. I'll do that. Okay, and here then I'll say string JWT is equal to I'll need an instance of JWT utils as well over here. So I'm going to say over here private JWT utils like so, and I'll say JWT utils like so. Okay, and here I'll say JWT utils dot get. So there is generate token over here. Okay, so I'm going to say generate token user details, and then over here I'm going to simply return the object of JWT authentication response. Okay, so I'm going to say new JWT authentication response. Okay, and I need to pass in, so let me go inside this class. Okay, so there has to be a constructor over here, so I'll say JWT like so. Okay, so you can see this is throwing an error. Okay, so I'll come over here and I'll say all args constructor, something like this. Okay, so this should go away, and now I don't think there is any issue. Now let me again take you through line by line as to what is happening. So here in the auth controller, we are of course accepting the request at this particular endpoint. Okay, we are accepting it in this format, login request, and login request is a DTO that we have created. All right, and login request is straight away being passed into this authenticate user method, which exists in user service. Now what is happening over here? There are quite a few steps that are happening over here. Here, the first step that is happening is this part over here. Okay, so what we are doing is we are creating an instance of username password authentication token. Now what is this? So if you hover on this and if you go to this class, this is a class that is provided to us by Spring Security. We have not created this. Okay, and this is a representation to present the username and password. Okay, so this is basically representing the credentials. Okay, so if you want to represent the credential, this is how it is being represented in Spring Security. So this is being used, an instance of this is being created first using the username and password, and then the instance of this is being passed to the Authenticate method over here, which is coming in from Authentication Manager. Now what is Authentication Manager? Authentication Manager is an instance of this Authentication Manager. Okay, so it is used to process an authentication request, and again this is provided to us by Spring Security. We have not created this. Okay, and what is the job it does? So you can see it has Authenticate method over here. Okay, you can see this is what we are calling, and what this method does is it attempts to authenticate the past authentication object, returning a fully populated authentication object if successful. Okay, so I hope this is making sense over here. So we are passing in username password authentication token, okay, which is having username and password, and we are calling the Authenticate method of Spring Security from Authentication Manager. And if the username and password is valid, then a fully populated authentication object is returned without any errors. All right. And now the question over here will be like, how does Spring Security knows that this username and password is valid? Answer lies in our configuration. We have configured a lot of stuff. And if you go to like our security config, we have configured like DAO authentication provider, which tells Spring Security that, hey, you have to make use of UserDetailsServiceImplementation. Okay, and it is overriding the load user by username. And this load user by username tells Spring Security like this is how users are supposed to be found. Okay, so Spring Security knows as to how it is supposed to authenticate users in our application because it is aware of the user model because of the configurations that we have done. All right, so if this is successful, a fully populated authentication object is returned, and after this is returned, we are setting the security context. Now, what does setting security context mean? So we are setting the security context, meaning the security construct, Spring Security construct, will hold the authentication data for the current request or session. So this is important if we want the authentication information to be there for the current session or the entire request. Okay, so that is what we are doing over here. This is one of the procedures, and then we also need to generate the token, right? So from here, so this was the authentication part. Okay, this was the context setting part. And then we need to generate the token, right? And for token, what do we need? So we already have this method generate token, which is defined in JWT Utils. What do we need for that? We need an instance of user details, right? Because we will be making use of username, roles, and everything in the token, right? So for that, what we need to do first is we need to get the user details, okay? And this is coming in basically from using the get principal method of authentication. Now Spring Security knows who the user is, right? It has access to the authentication object. Okay, so when you just say authentication.get principal, you are actually given access to an instance of user details implementation. Okay, and we are getting that object and we are passing it to the method that we have defined in JWT Utils, wherein we are generating the token. And token is being returned over here as a string, and then we are crafting a object of authentication response and returning it to the controller, and then controller is getting back to the user with this information. So I hope this is making sense as to how this entire process is working. It's pretty straightforward and easy to understand. I've tried my best to break it down for you all. All right. So with this, what we will do is we'll start the application, we'll restart the application, and let us see if this works absolutely okay. All right. So we should not see any sort of errors as such over here. Oops. So we see one sort of error. Okay. What is the error over here? Okay. So if you scroll up over here. So the error that we are getting is it is not able to find the bean of Authentication Manager, which makes sense. So what I will do is I'll come over to our security config over here, And here we'll make sure that we provide a bean of type for Spring Secure for our application. Okay, so I'll say public authentication manager, and I'll say authentication manager over here. I'll say authentication manager configuration. Okay, authentication manager configuration. Sorry, not authentication manager. It is authentication configuration over here. Okay, and I'll say authentication configuration, and over here inside this I'm going to say return authentication configuration dot get configuration manager. Okay, so with this our application will have access to the bean over here, and I'll mark this as bean as well over here. Okay, this is done. Okay, we are getting an error. What is the error? It's saying add an exception to the method signature, so I'll add this, and you can see it's been added. Okay, so yeah, we are providing a bean of authentication manager, and let us run this over here. Let's see how this works. So ideally we should not see any error. It's working fine, and I'll come over here. I'll just duplicate this request over here. Okay, and I'll make sure it's login over here. Body, I have username. I'll get rid of the email. I have the password. I'll get rid of the role. Okay, so this is done. Instead of register copy, I'll say login over here, and I'll say send over here. Okay, so you can see the token over here. We got the token, and if I type in any wrong password over here, so if I say something like this, and if I send this, you will see forbidden, which is an error, right? So the password has to be exact. Okay, and the authentication will be done, and you have access to the token, which you can make use of for doing subsequent requests or accessing the authenticated APIs. All right. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope you have some good clarity as to what is happening, why it is happening. Okay, I've gone really step by step. I've not rushed through, and I've made sure that I've explained everything to you as to what is happening and why it is happening. I hope this was fun. So now it's time that we take a step further in our journey, and we have the authentication related functionality up and running. What we need to do now is to add the ability for the users to basically start creating short URLs. So how this will work is user will be providing us with a long URL. Okay, the long URL is very long, and it's not user friendly, right? You might not want to share long URLs on social media, right? Or in the product descriptions or in the YouTube descriptions and so on, right? So people normally prefer short URLs. So long URL should be linked in our application to a short URL, right? And the short URL will be generated by the application itself. So it should be like a very short URL which has a 8-character slug. And whenever the user tries to access the short URL, he's being redirected to the long URL. Okay, this redirect part we'll be doing later, but for now we'll be just doing this mapping of short URL to long URL. Okay, and this will involve like us generating the short URL as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do over here, the first thing is we are going to need a separate controller. I'm going to have a separate controller, and I'm going to call this controller as URL mapping controller. Okay, so I'll create this in the controller package. I'll say URL mapping controller over here. Okay, and I will be marking this as a REST controller, and I'll say request mapping over here to that of /API/URLs, something like this. Okay, and we are also going to need a service over here. So I'll say right click, new Java class, URL mapping service, something like this. Okay, and here I'm going to say service. So this has been added. We'll add some code over here. Okay, but for now I've just added this, and here I'll close all the other files. Okay, this user service web security config. I don't need all of this right now to be open. Okay, so I'll close this, and over here inside URL mapping controller, what I will do is I'll add a all args constructor, and I'm going to add private URL mapping service over here, and I'll say URL mapping service, something like this. Okay, because I'm going to need this service inside the controller. Okay, now I'll have an endpoint created, so I'll say post mapping over here, post mapping, and I'll say slash, so slash shorten. Okay, this is the mapping that I have. I'll say public response entity over here, and I'll say URL mapping DTO. So I'll return this. I'll have a DTO being created, okay, and we'll create that shortly. And I'll say create short URL over here, okay. And in the request body, what do we need? Okay, so in the request body, we need, so I'll say request body here. Now here, I'm going to simply accept a map over here. Okay, I'll keep things simple. Map of string, comma, oops, I made a typo. So string, comma, string over here. Okay, and I'll call this as request over here. And I'm also going to accept the object of type principal. Okay, so let me take this to the new line so that it's much more readable. Okay, I'm going to say principal over here, and I'm going to say principal. Now this principal object is auto injected. Okay, we don't need to add it or pass it. All right, what we need to pass is we need to pass a map over here, basically like this. Okay, as a part of the request body. All right, and here inside the method, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say string original URL. So how are we going to pass it is in the body, I'm going to have a key value pair, and I'm going to say original URL. So for example, let me add a comment over here. I'm going to say something like this. Okay, I'm going to say key, and this will be the value. Okay, so this is key value pair over here. This first part is the key, and then we have colon and the value. Okay, so for example, key, the value can be https colon, and this is the URL over here, example.com. okay, and the key is original URL, something like this. This is what I'm going to pass in. Okay, so I'm going to say original URL. Now we need to get the original URL, right? So I'm going to say request dot get, and I'm going to say original URL over here. Okay, this is how you get data, and I'm going to say user service. Okay, which is okay, this has to be, we have URL mapping service, we don't have user mapping user service. Okay, we need access to user service as well, because we need to get the user object. Okay, why we need to get the user object? So here, if you come to the database, okay, let me come to the database, URL mapping. So every URL that is being created is associated with the user in the database. Why is it associated with the user? Because if you don't associate it with the user, you don't know who created this URL, who created this shortener. You don't know that, right? So you have ID, click count, created date, original URL, short URL, and the user ID as to who created this URL, right? And for that reason, we are accepting principal over here. Okay, principal is being added. Now principal is auto injected by Spring Security, because this is an authenticated request that we are adding, and Spring Security would be aware of who the user is based on what is being set in the security context, right? So we are getting this principal, but we also need to fetch the user details. So I'll add a user service over here. I'll say user service, and I'll say user service over here. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to say user service dot find. Okay, sorry. So I'm going to say user service dot find by username. So we don't have this method created, but I'll create this. Okay, and how will we need to search user by username. We need to retrieve user by username, and I'll say get name over here. Okay, so I'll add these placeholder methods shortly, but for now I'll just finish the logic over here that we are writing in the controller. Okay, now once this is done, okay, this has been done, what we will do is we will create a short URL. So I'll simply call the service method over here. Okay, so I'll say call service. Okay, and service method does not exist, so we need to create that. All right, so what I will do over here is I'll say URL mapping service dot create short URL, and I'll say original URL comma user over here. I'm passing two things. One is the user and the original URL, and this should return URL mapping DTO, which does not exist yet. Okay, so it will return a object of that, and we'll be returning that. I'll say return response entity dot OK, and I'll pass in URL mapping over here. Okay, URL mapping DTO, something like this. All right, this is done. Now there are several errors. Okay, these classes do not exist, and you need to create these classes. Okay, now what is URL mapping DTO? Okay, so this is the DTO that is representing a mapped URL. Okay, so I'll come over here inside our DTO package. Where is our DTO package? You have login request. I'll paste this over here, and I'll say URL mapping DTO, something like this over here. Okay, and over here I'm going to say ID. Okay, so we need ID. We need original URL, so I'll say original URL over here. I'll also have short URL. Okay, and here I'll have private long ID, original URL, short URL, and I'll say private int click count over here. Okay, something like this. I'll have private local date and time. Okay, and this will represent the created date over here, and then I have a private string username over here, something like this. Okay, so this is done. We have this URL mapping DTO, and what I will do is I'll get this imported over here, URL mapping DTO. This is done. Okay, and inside user service we need to create this method, so I'll just say create this method, and this method is added over here. Okay, find by username. Now what this method helps us to do, so this method helps us retrieve the user information based on the username. Okay, it's pretty simple. So here I'm going to say return user repository. Of course we are going to make use of user repository. Find by username. I'm going to pass in, not user repository, but I'm going to pass in name over here, which is a parameter that we are accepting. I'm going to say dot or else throw over here, like so. Okay, and since it's an optional, what I can do here is I can write in a arrow over here, and I'll say new username not found exception, like so. And I'm going to say user not found with username, and I'm going to add the name over here, something like this, like so. Okay, so this is done, I believe. Okay, this method is done. Okay, and if you come over here, this error is gone. All right, now this error is there. We need to create this method, create short URL. So this gets created. Okay, so yeah, this is what the controller look like. I hope this is making sense as to what is happening. Okay, we have not added any authentication related information, but what we can do is we can add a annotation over here in the controller. Okay, and the annotation can be, okay, we are going to say pre-authorize. Okay, so this controller method is a authenticated method. Okay, so it requires authentication, and you cannot access this endpoint without proper authentication. I'm going to say over here has role over here. Okay, and I'm going to pass in user, something like this. Okay, so this will take care of the authentication part, and yeah, we are all set to work on this service. Okay, so I hope this is making sense. We are first getting the original URL. Original URL will be passed in the request body this way. Okay, and we're getting this original URL key over here, and then we are saying find by username. We are getting the user. Why are we getting the user? Because every short URL in the database is mapped to a user, right? And then we are having the DTO, you can see, and then we are basically returning the DTO. Okay, now come over to the service over here. Okay, not this service, sorry, this service, URL mapping service. Now over here is where the actual magic and the actual logic of creating the short URL happens. Okay, so first thing first, what we are going to do is I'm going to have a string short URL, and we are going to have a method generate short URL. This is a separate method which will do the job of generating a short URL. Okay, so it will generate a short URL for us, any random URL, any random string. It will give us this URL, and then we'll link this URL to the original URL that we have in the database. Okay, so this method does not exist. I'll get this created. Okay, it will return something empty. Okay, nothing as of now. All right, we'll define that shortly. And now what we need to do is we'll create an instance of URL mapping. Okay, URL mapping. Now this is URL mapping over here. I'm going to say URL mapping is equal to new URL mapping. And here I'm going to say URL mapping dot set original URL. Okay, what is the original URL? Original URL is the original URL that we have access to. I'll also set URL mapping. URL mapping dot set user over here. Okay, so we have access to user as well, so I'll set that over here. I have URL mapping dot set created date. Okay, so this is created date, and I'll say local date time dot now. Okay, so this is also set now at the time when it's getting saved. Okay, this is done. So we have set like original URL, user, created date. I also need to set the short URL. So I'll say URL mapping dot short URL, set short URL, something like this, and I'll pass in short URL over here. This is done. Okay, now what I will do is I'll say URL mapping saved URL mapping over here, and I'll say URL mapping repository. So URL mapping repository does not exist. Okay, we need to save this URL mapping into the repository. So what we will do is we will head over to our repositories package. Where is the repositories package? Okay, here. And I have this user repository. I'll duplicate this over here to URL mapping repository, something like this. Okay, and here I need to say, instead of user, this will be URL mapping, this one. Okay, and here we need a couple of methods. Okay, so first method is we need to find by short URL. Okay, we need a way using which we can get the URL mapping object using short URL, and we also need to get all the URL mappings of a particular user. Okay, so I'll define that. I'll say URL mapping, and I'll say find by short URL. Okay, and I'll say string short URL. So there will be scenarios wherein you want to search a record by short URL. So that is something that we have added. This is our custom requirement, and you might also want to get all the URLs of a particular user. So I'm going to say find by user, and I'll pass in user. Now JPA will take care of the rest. It will generate the underlying queries for us. Okay, so this is done. I'll import util, and this is done. Okay, now if you come over here, okay, this is a repository, right? So this is interface over here. If you head over to this repository, okay, this has been added, and we need to mark both the repositories with the repository annotation. We have not done that, so I'll say repository over here. I'll copy this annotation. In fact, okay, this is easy. This is better because it will be Spring managed in that case, right? So I've added this, and here if I come, I'll just say private URL repository, URL mapping repository, URL mapping repository, and this is done. And I'll say all args constructor so that it's injected on runtime. Okay, this is done, and I'm going to say URL. Okay, URL mapping repository. All right, and I'm going to say dot over here, save. So we need to save this URL mapping, something like that. This is done. All right, and I'll return. Now when returning, we need to send the object of type URL mapping DTO. Okay, and URL mapping DTO has slightly different structure, so we need to have a separate method over here. So let me see. This is URL mapping DTO. Okay, it has ID, original URL, and if you come to URL mapping, so let me open URL mapping as well. This is URL mapping. Okay, it has slightly different structure, so it's best that we have things separated. So what I will do over here is I will have a method over here, URL mapping DTO. It returns you a type of URL mapping DTO and say convert to DTO, something like this, and I'll manually basically change this to URL mapping. Okay, so I'll say URL mapping DTO. over here. URL mapping DTO is equal to new URL mapping DTO. And here I'm going to say DTO. So I'm going to set all the IDs. Okay, I'm going to say URL mapping DTO dot. So what I've done is I've actually set everything in the URL mapping DTO object from the URL mapping object over here. So you can see URL mapping DTO dot original URL, short URL, click count, created date, and username. And I'm returning URL mapping DTO over here. Pretty simple, right? So this is done, and what I can do here is I can say convert to DTO, and I'll pass in URL mapping over here, something like this. Okay, so this is done and taken care of. Now one thing that is pending over here, okay, one thing that is pending over here is this generate short URL method. Okay, so we have a placeholder over here. We are returning an empty string. All right. Now how will the logic for this work? Okay, so first what we will do is we will have the length of the short URL set to 8. Okay, and then we'll generate any random character and we will append it until the length is 8. That is the simple logic that we'll have. Now I'm deciding over here that the length should be 8. You can choose what length you want it to be. You can set to 10, 6, 5, whatever you wish your application should have. Okay, so let me give you an example. I'm going to have a random object over here, like object of random class over here. I'm going to say new random, and this is the object I'm going to have. I'm going to make use of this. So I'm going to say I'm going to make use of string builder as well over here. So string builder short URL over here is equal to new string builder, and string builder I'm creating of capacity 8. All right. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a for loop over here, and until the size is 8, okay, I'm going to say short URL dot append. Okay, so I'm appending the short URL, and we need a list of characters from where the random letters are being generated, right? So I'll paste a variable over here. This is the variable characters, and you can see it has the list of all the English characters like capital A to Z, small a to Z, and the numbers you can see, right? So I've added this. If you don't want numbers, you can get rid of numbers from here. If you don't want small letters, you can get rid from here. If you don't want capital letters, you can get rid from here. But I've added all so that the possibilities are good, right? And here in append, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say characters dot, I'm going to say char at over here. I'm going to get the index. Now how am I getting the index? I'm going to say random dot next int, and I'm going to say characters dot length. Okay, so characters dot length over here. Okay, so this is how I'm getting, and I'll return the short URL over here, something like this. All right. And okay, so this is giving an error because it is of type string builder. So I'll say dot to string, something like this. Okay, so this is taken care of in my opinion. And okay, so this is taken care of, and I don't think anything else we are missing over here. Okay, now one thing over here is we are returning URL mapping over here. It should be saved URL mapping. Okay, so I'll add this. Okay, now let us run our application and let us see whether it works fine. Okay, we missed a semicolon somewhere here. Okay, I'll add a semicolon. Let me run this again. Okay, let's see if it works fine. So our application is running. Okay, it's live. And what we can do is we can pass in. So if you go to controller here, we can pass in this in the request body, this part. Okay, so I'll copy this. I'll come over here, I'll duplicate this, and here I'll say shorten. Okay, API slash, so what is the URL over here? API slash URLs slash shorten. So API slash URLs slash shorten, and in the body I'll pass in this string that we copied. Let me say send. Okay, forbidden. Why is it forbidden? Any guesses? Because the URL is authenticated and you have not passed in the token, buddy. Yes. So its authentication is working fine. Okay. By mistake, we forgot to add the token, which is absolutely okay. So here I have a login done. I'll copy this token. let's get this token. I'll come over here to header. I'll collapse this for a while. Okay, I'll come over here to header. I'll say authorization, and here I'll say bearer, and I'll pass in the token value. I'll save this. I'll say send. Okay, it gave an internal server error this time, not 403. Now, what is this internal server error? Okay, let us see what the error is. Okay, so something broke over here. Let me see what the issue is. All right, so if you scroll up over here. So I got an error wherein it could not parse some expression, and it has given this has role user. And if you notice, I've missed closing this single quote over here. I should have closed it. Okay, I've added this and I'm restarting the application. Okay, let us see if it works this time. Ideally it should. We should not see any sort of errors. And I'll switch over to Postman. Let me send the request again. And you can see the shortened URL over here. It worked perfectly fine this time. And this is a shortened URL of forexample.com. Okay. And if you head over to the database and if I do a query, you can see one click count is 0. Created date is this. Original URL is this. Short URL is this. User ID is 2. Right. So whatever your domain is, for example, if you're hosting your application on abc.com, for example. Okay. So your short URL can be abc.com/thisslug. Okay. Now, whoever accesses this short URL can be redirected to this domain over here. Okay. That is how the application is going to function. All right. So whoever tries to access. So if I copy this. Okay. Let me copy this and come over here to controller. Okay. So this was the shortened URL that we did. Right. Now I'll add a comment one more. Now let's say if your domain is https:/, and if it's abc.com/abc.com, this is where you're hosting your application. Okay. So whoever tries to access this URL, for example, okay, why this URL? Because this is what is being generated over here. You can see this is what the short URL for example.com. Now whoever tries to access this will be redirected where? He'll be redirected to example.com over here. All right. And this redirection logic is something that we need to handle. Okay. But the logic of shortening the URLs is done and it's working fine. And it requires authentication as well, as we saw. Right. So I hope you have been able to follow along and I hope this has been useful. So now it's time that we begin working on the next set of endpoint, which will help us get all the URLs for a particular user. Now tomorrow we might add a front end into our application, and you might create separate accounts, right? You might register like 4-5 users over here, and using those 4-5 users, you might shorten different URLs. Now, if you have a front end, you will have a account, right? You would log in from the front end, and within the user's account, you will see the URLs that user or that particular user has shortened in our application. And our application should have the ability to fetch the account specific URLs associated with a particular user and display it to that particular user itself, right? So in that particular case, we need this endpoint to make this happen. So what I will do is here in the URL mapping controller, I am just going to copy this first, these couple of things over here until this part, okay, so that I could save a little bit on typing. So here I'll say /myURLs. Okay, I'll have this has role user response entity, and instead of URL mapping DTO, I'll return the list of URL mapping DTO over here. Okay, now list is what I'll return, and instead of create short URL, I'll say get user URLs over here. Okay, and I'll pass in principal over here. Principal is auto injected, like you know. Whenever user tries to access the API, and if the request is authenticated, principal is auto injected over here. Okay, so I'm going to say user is equal to user service. Okay, we actually have this line of code written over here. So I'll just copy this. We need to get the user object first, and then I'm going to say URL mapping service dot get URLs by user. Now this method does not exist, I'm aware. We'll see red marks, that's okay. but I'll still write this method over here. Okay, and we'll get this created shortly. Now this is going to return the list of URL mapping TTO over here. Okay, and I'll have something like this, and then I'm going to return over here, return response entity dot OK, and I'm going to pass in URLs, something like this. Oops. So I made a mistake. It should be URL. Okay, so I'll have URLs over here. Okay, this is done. All right. So what we are doing is we are first getting the user, like the user object from the security context. Okay, so we have this principal, and then using principal we are finding the user using user service, right? And in this entire process we are taking help of security context, and then I'm getting the URLs for a particular user using this service class, which does not exist yet, but we'll be adding that shortly. And then I'm returning this URLs. Okay. Now it's time that we get this method created. So I'll hover on this and I'll see this tip over here to create a method in this particular class. Okay. So this method is now created, and now what we need to do is here, I'm going to come. Okay. And if you remember, like we have a repository, and I'll take you to repository to show you something. Inside this repository, we have this method defined. Okay, get the URL mappings by user, right? So we are able to get the URL mappings by user. So what I will do over here is I'll make use of this same method. Okay, so I'm going to say return. I will say URL mapping repository dot find by user, and I'll pass in user over here dot stream. And I'll say dot map over here, and I'll say this dot convert to TTO. So I need to convert or map this in all the objects over here to DTO. So I'm calling this particular method, which is already being defined over here. You can see convert to DTO. Okay, and then I'm going to collect it as a list. So I'm going to say dot collect as a list. Okay, you can see to unmodifiable list over here. Okay, or you can replace it with to list as well. Okay, so this is something that I'm doing. So what we are doing is we are getting the if you hover on this, what is this returning? This is returning the list of URL mappings, right? But we need a list of URL mapping DTO. So for every mapping in the list, I am saying map every item to DTO. I'm converting every item to DTO, and then I'm collecting it as a list, and I'm returning this. Okay, so this should work flawlessly. Let us see if this works. So the application is running, up and running. Okay, and in the controller, what is the endpoint that we have? We have shorten, and then we have my URLs. So my URLs is what we have. Okay, it's a post mapping over here. Okay, and I have a feeling that this should have been a get mapping. Okay, not a post mapping, because we are not changing anything into the database. So I'll just change this to get mapping, right? And then I'll run this. Okay, so just with the help of the token, we'll get all the URLs against that particular user. Okay, so I have this my URLs. I'll copy this. I'll come over here, and here instead of shorten, I'll duplicate this. And here I'm going to say, instead of shorten, I'll say get my URLs, and I'll change this to get. And here instead of shorten, I'll say my URLs. I have the header information already set. Body is something that we don't need for this request, right? So I'll just say send, and you can see there is one URL against this particular user. Okay, now if you shorten one more URL, if I shorten one more URL over here, instead of example.com, I say example maybe.com. Okay, I'll send this. So example maybe is also done. Okay, you can see this is a short URL. And if you go to get my URLs, instead of one URL, you should see a couple of them. So you have one, and you should see second one. Okay, now let me log in using a separate user. So instead of John Doe 1, I'll log in using John Doe. Okay, so I've removed one. Password is same. I've logged in. I'll get the token over here. This is a token. I'll go to shorten. I'll change the token first so that Spring Security knows that, hey, it's a different user now. Okay, this is done. And now here, I'll have johndoe.com. shortened. I'll say shorten. You can see this is shortened, and this is now against John Doe. Okay, so if you come over to the database and if you run this, you will see this johndoe.com is against user ID 1, and these two URLs are against user ID 2. So when I now run the query for my URLs with the authentication token for user ID 2, I should only see 2 URL and not the third one. Okay, so if you come over here, get my URLs, and if you say run, you can see there is only 2. Okay, but if you update the token, so I have this updated token over here. Okay, for John Doe, if I come over here and if I update the token, if I say send, you will see only one URL, John Doe. Okay, so depending on who the user is, the URLs are being filtered, the short URLs are being filtered and being shown, and this API can be used in the front end once the user is authenticated to display all the URLs that the user has shortened. Okay, so I hope this gives you a good sense of how things are working, and I hope you are enjoying this thing so far. So now it's time that we begin working on the analytics endpoints. So these are the endpoints that are going to help us get some analytics that we can make use of. Okay, whether we want to make a front end out of this or whether we want to use it just for consumption purpose, we can use it. All right. So we'll be talking about 2 endpoints over here. I've added these 2 endpoints and how they work in the notepad so that before beginning working on the same, we understand what they do at least. So this is the get request for this particular endpoint. So this is the endpoint over here. You can see analytics / the short URL. So this part over here is the short URL. Short URL can be any URL. Okay. So this request, first of all, the one that I've selected, helps you get the analytics for a particular short URL by date within a particular date range. And this over here, this second request over here, helps you get total clicks for for all the URLs of the user. Okay, for all the URLs that the user owns or has created. Okay, within a particular date range. Okay, so this is for total clicks. This is not URL specific, and this is short URL specific. All right, so we have this endpoint over here. We have like /analytics /short URL, and then you have to pass in these things as the URL parameters. So you can see this is a short start date and this is the end date over here. Okay, you pass in both and you will get the data in this format over here. You are seeing this is an array. Okay, and you are seeing like click date. This is the click date, and count on this date is 10. Click date is this, and count on this is 5. Okay, so this is the analytics for this URL. And then there is second URL which is also get request for total clicks. Here you are not passing in the URL. Here you are passing in the URL at the top. But here in the second request, you are not passing in the URL. So you have the start date and then the end date. Okay, and this is how you get the data. Okay, so you're getting it date wise in the form of key value pairs. All right, so this is how we are getting the data. Now, click information is something that we are storing within our application. So if you come to a project and if you go to let's say models over here, you'll see click event, and the click event is being recorded against the URL over here. So you can see ID and the URL mapping over here. Okay, and it also stores the click date. So this will help us get the data around the number of clicks that a particular URL is getting. Okay, so I hope this is clear as to what URLs we are building. You can build in more analytics URL, but I believe these 2 URLs will give you strong foundations, and then you can take this ahead. But I believe this should be sufficient. Normally, if you're building a dashboard, you would want to see the total clicks in a graph and in number form also, and in a graph once the user logs into the dashboard. Okay, total clicks that his URLs are getting. And then if the user wants to filter URL wise, or if he wants to check the performance of a particular URL, he can make use of this. Okay, so we can make use of this API to show the data onto the front end. I hope this is useful, this explanation, and what we are going to do is we are going to head over here to our project and we are going to open up our controller. So first thing, I'll close all the other tabs. I'm going to keep the URL mapping controller open over here. Okay, so it's a get request, and of course it has to be authenticated. So what I will do is I'll copy this entire thing over here. I'll just duplicate this thing. Okay, we don't need a lot of stuff, so I'll get rid of this over here. And for get mapping over here, I'll have /analytics / short URL, something like this, short URL. Okay, so short URL will be passed in the part of the URL as it will be passed in as a part of the URL over here, as you can see. Okay, it has to be as a part of the URL, and then as a part of the request, you'll also get start date and the end date, and they both will be request parameters. Okay, so I'll come over here. What are we returning over here? We are returning response entity list, and the list will be of type click event DTO. So we'll need a new DTO class. We have not created it. Click event DTO. We'll be creating it shortly. Okay, and here we are saying get URL analytics, something like this. Okay, and here if you come, we'll add the parameters. So I don't need the principal first of all. I'll get the path variable first of all. And what is the path variable? String, and it's short URL, something like this. Okay, and I'll say comma. Here I'll say request param, not request body, request param over here, request param. And here I'll say the request parameter is start date. Okay, so I'll say start date over here, and this will be string start date, something like this. Okay, and then on the next line, I'll just copy this. Let me copy this, and I'll add the end date as well. Okay, I'll say here end date, and here I'll say end date, something like this. Okay, so this is done. We have path variable, short URL, start date, and end date. All right, so this is done. And what we need to do now is we need to create this click event DTO. Now this is a DTO class that will represent a click event. So what I will do, I'll come over here. We have a DTO package, right? So I'll copy paste this DTO here. Oops. So I'll copy and I'll paste it. I'll call this as click event. Okay, click event DTO. I'll paste it. And then over here, I don't need a lot of stuff. So I'll just have local date and time. In fact, instead of local date and time, I'll just have local date. And here I'll say click date, something like this. Okay. And here I'll say long, and I'll say count. Okay. Now this has to be local date. So I'll get this imported, and I'll clear all the unused imports. Okay. So this is done. And one thing I'll tell you, here we are adding this parameter name as click date. This is being added as count. So since this is a DTO, this will form the output over here. You can see click date and count. So if you don't add this as click date, if you name it as CD, so you will see CD in the output over here. Okay. So whatever names, variable names you are using in the DTO, it really determines the output. So be sure to pick it carefully. Okay. So because this here, take a look, like this is click event DTO, right? This is one object. One object will have these two fields. Now here you are returning a list of click event, right? Let me import this. You are returning a list of click event. Okay. So list means it's an array. So this is list, and this is one click event DTO. This is another click event DTO, and so on. Okay. So I hope this is making 100% sense. I'm trying to break it down as easy as possible for you all. Okay. Now, what we will do is we'll begin working on the logic over here. Okay. So first thing, what we will do is we would be creating a format over here. Okay. So I'll be saying date time formatter over here, and I'll say formatter, and I'll say date time formatter dot ISO date. I'll say ISO local date time. Okay. Something like this. Okay. So this is a formatter that we have created, and this is a formatter for parsing ISO 8601 date time strings. Okay. And if you're not familiar, so if you take a look at this string over here, okay, let me paste it. So this thing over here, okay, this is the format of, ISO 8601 date time format. Okay. And this is something that we'll be sending in the request, okay, as a request parameter. So this needs to be formatted and converted into date time formatter. Okay, so that is what we are doing over here. Now the thing is, I'm keeping the input really precise. The input that you are getting here in the request param is really precise. It also has the time over here. And the reason for this is tomorrow, if you want to also filter by time, for example, after 12 a.m. or after 12 p.m., how on 1st of December, how many clicks this particular thing is got, then in that case, your application should not have any sort of restriction. Okay. To begin with, if you want to like filter using dates and you don't want to include time, that's absolutely fine. Okay. So here, if you take a look at click event, okay, we are storing time as well over here. And storing time is better, even though if you want to filter things as date today, it's better to keep time as well recorded for the click events. I'll tell you why. Tomorrow, if you decide to switch over to time, you will realize you don't have that time data point for all the clicks that have happened so far in the application. So it's better to have granular level information in your application. Okay, so we have created the formatter over here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to convert the start date and end date into local date and time object. So I'll say local date and time over here, and I'm going to say start is equal to local date and time dot parse, and I'm going to pass in start date comma formatter over here. Okay, so this formatting is done. This is done for start as of now. I'll paste it and I'll do it for the end as well. Okay, end date over here. Okay, so this is done. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to call in URL mapping service, and I'm going to make use of a method that does not exist yet. Okay, I'm going to define this method. I'll say get click events by date. Okay, this method does not exist, so don't worry about it. I'll be creating this method, but for now we need to, this is the method that will help us get click events by date. And what does this method need? It will need short URL, of course, start time, okay, and the end time as well. Okay, so this is something that I'm passing in over here. All right, now this is done. And what is the output that we get? So the output that we will get is the list of click events DTO, something like this over here, and it will be click event TTOs over here. Okay, now over here you can say return response entity dot OK, and I'm going to pass in click events TTOs, something like this. All right, so this is done, and this controller method is taken care of. You can see as to what it looks like. The processing that we are doing, or the logic that we have written, is pretty simple and straightforward. Now what I will do is I'll get this get click events by date created here. Okay, now what are we going to do in this particular method? We are going to write the logic wherein we'll be involving the repository, and with the help of repository we are going to get the click event and we are going to return it to the controller. Now here in the service, what we have access to is we have access to the short URL, start time, the start date time, and the end date time. Okay, so we'll make use of short URL first of all. Okay, so if you come over here to the database, we'll make use of short URL to get the URL mapping first of all. So this URL mapping that we get, we'll get this. Okay, and we will also get the, so we'll go over here to click events, and whatever click events we have recorded against that particular URL mapping, we'll get that as well. Okay, because to get the click events, we need the URL mapping ID, and URL mapping ID can be found in the URL mapping table. Okay, so that is why first thing we need to get the URL mapping. So I'll come over here, I'll say URL mapping over here, I'll say URL mapping is equal to URL mapping repository dot find by short URL, and I'll say short URL over here. Okay, so this is something I'm doing, and I'm saying if URL mapping not equal to null. Okay, so if URL mapping not equal to null, then in that case what we need to do is we need to find the URL mapping and the click date between these dates from the click event repository. Okay, but click event repository does not exist, so we need to fetch this data. Okay, and this is the data that is being stored in the database, but we don't have the repository for the same over here. So what I will do is I will duplicate any of the repositories. Okay, over here. Oops, so something like this, and I'll say over here click event repository like so, And over here, I'm going to say in this over here, I'll add a couple of methods. Okay, so instead of URL mapping, I'll say click event over here. All right, and I'm going to add a couple of methods that we will need. Okay, so I'll say list of click event over here, and here I'll say find by URL mapping and click date between. All right, so here if you see click event, there is URL mapping and click date, right? So we need to say find by URL mapping and click date between. So there are two dates that are being passed, so JPA will automatically convert it into a between clause. Okay, so I'll say URL mapping, and I'll add mapping over here. I'll say local date time, oops, not local date time, and I'll call this start date, and here local date time, and I'll call this as end date over here. Okay, this is done. So what JPA will do over here is it will filter all the data by this URL mapping and also between these two dates. That is how the filtering will work. Okay, so yeah, this is done. And what we need to do over here is I'll also add one more method over here. I'll say list, or one second, let me copy this. So I'll copy this and I'll paste it over here. Okay, and here I'm going to say find by URL mapping in and click event between, click date between. Okay, so this is another mapping, this is another method that we have added. Okay, and this is going to return the list over here, list of URL mapping over here. Okay, and this is going to have the list of URL mappings. Okay, now this first method is understood. Okay, we might want to filter by URL mappings and the click date and the dates. Okay, using the between clause for SQL. This is clear, but why are we adding the second method over here? So I'll tell you, when we want to get, so the second method, the second API that we are building, okay, we would want to show the total clicks for all the URLs that this particular user has got. Okay, so in that particular case, what we would be doing is we would be sending the click event repository the list of all the URLs that the user has in his account. Okay, along with the date information. And what click event repository will do is it will help us get all the click events have happened for that particular user. Okay, how does it know for that particular user? Because we have passed only the URL mappings of that particular user. Okay, and then we are passing in the dates as well. So this will help us suffice and build for the second API over here, and I'm adding it right now itself. All right, so these two are added over here, and we need to come back into the service. Now inside the service, we need to process this. Okay, so what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to say return. So one second, there is some problem over here. Okay, so I'm going to say return click event repository. Okay, click event repository does not exist over here, so I need to add an instance of click event repository at the top. Okay, so I'll say private click event repository, something like this. Okay, and I'm going to say click event repository dot find. Okay, find by URL mapping and click date in between. Okay, we are going to pass in this. All right, and I'm going to pass in URL mapping. Oops, so here I'm going to pass in URL mapping, comma, start, and it's not start date, it's start and it's end. Okay, I've passed in this, and what are we getting out of this? We are getting the, so you can see over here, we are getting the list of click event over here. So this is returning the list of click event. Okay, but what is the expected return type over here? It is the DTO type, right? Click event DTO should be returned. So what we can do is we can convert this into a stream, and we will make use of some transformations, and we'll get this transformed into DTO. Okay, so I'll say dot stream. Okay, And on the next line, I'm going to say collect over here, and I'm going to say collectors dot grouping by over here. I'm grouping this by click event. Okay, so I'll say click, and I'll say click dot get click date dot to local date over here, and I'll add a comma. Okay, I'll say collectors dot counting. Okay, this is a bit of Java in works. So what we are doing is we are actually grouping the data by the click date. That is what we are doing over here. I'm saying convert this into a stream. First of all, I've converted this into a stream. I'm grouping the data by date over here. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to the next line. Okay, 1 second. So here I'm going to head over to the next line. So I think after this, I'll say dot, I'll say to stream, or I'll have to make use of entry set dot stream. Okay, and then I'm going to say map. So with the help of map, I'm going to transform this. Okay, I'm going to say entry over here, entry, and here I'm going to write in a code block. Okay, so I'm going to say click event DTO, click event DTO is equal to new click event DTO. All right, and this is a transformation code. So I'm going to say DTO over here dot set click date, and I'm going to say entry dot get key. Okay, and then I'm going to say DTO dot set count over here, and I'm going to say entry dot get value. Okay, this is done, and I'm going to return the DTO. Okay, so this is being returned now. I'll end this with a semicolon. Okay, and this is done. And now what I will do is I'll come outside this, and I'll say dot collect over here, and I'll say collectors dot to list, something like this. So this should ideally now return the list of DTOs, as you can see. Okay, and we need to add a return statement over here. I'll say return null. Okay, now why return null? Because this return statement is being added inside if statement. Okay, so if this if is not executed, we need to have a return statement outside if. All right, so just to summarize, what we are doing is we are transforming the output that we are getting from the repositories method into the one that we need over here. So we need the output as list of click event DTOs. Now to explain how this is working, okay, let me explain this. So this is the output that we expect. Okay, all the data has to be grouped by date first of all, and within date we need the count of the events that have been generated. Okay, so understand this structure over here. First of all, we have a list. Inside a list we have groups, and within groups, like each group exists for a particular date, and within this date there is a count element for that particular date. Okay, so what we need to do is we get this data. Okay, we get the data from click event repository. Okay, and we get individual records. So if you take a look at click event over here, for one click there is one event that is being recorded. Okay, so what we are doing is we are fetching all the events that are for this particular URL mapping, and within this date range we are getting this, we are converting it into a stream. Okay, then we are grouping the data by date over here. You can see we are grouping the data by date over here. Why are we grouping the data by date? Because we want data in groups. We want date wise, right? So that is why we are grouping the data by groups. Okay, and after we have grouped it by date, we are counting individual groups. Okay, and once we have the count, what we are doing is we are transforming. So here, take a look at this code. We are transforming and converting the grouped data into click event DTO type, because click event DTO type is what we need. So I'm making use of map over here to convert it into a DTO again. Okay, and then I'm collecting the DTO as the list. Okay, and this is how it's functioning. All right, so you have this working fine. Okay, there are no issues as such. Now what I would do is I would head over to the controller. Okay, and what we would do is we would work on the second analytics method over here, which is to get the total clicks. So this is the one that we had, okay, which is to get the total clicks date wise, okay, within for all the URLs that exist within the user's account. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this part. this much over here, and I'll come over here, I'll paste it, and I'll say analytics/short URL. So instead of this, I'm going to say total clicks, something like this. Has role user pre-authorize over here. We have list of, so this should not be list. We can say this can be map over here, and this will be local date, and I'll say long over here. Okay, something like this. Okay, and this will be, so instead of saying get URL analytics, I'm going to say get total clicks by date over here. Okay, and we need certain parameters over here now. Okay, so what are the parameters? First parameter is we need the user. Now, why do we need a user over here? Why didn't we need the user at the top? Okay, because we need total clicks for all the URLs that user owns, right? Total clicks for all the URLs that user owns. So here we need to know who the user is, and that is why we want principal over here. Okay, here we had the short URL, so we wanted the analytics for that particular short URL, so we don't need the user information, right? So principal, and I'll need date parameters as well, so I'll just copy the date parameters from here. I'll just come over here and I'll say comma and paste it, something like this. Okay, and over here I'll just remove this, and here you have date parameters. Okay, so this is done, our total clicks by date, and now here we'll add the logic over here. Now for the logic, I'll just copy all of this. Okay, a lot of logic will be similar. Oops, so I'll just paste it over here. Okay, and here I have formatter. I also need the user, so I'll say user is equal to user service dot find by username, and I'll say principal dot get name. Okay, over here. So I have the start and end as well. Okay, and then over here in the URL mapping service, I'm going to call, so I'm going to say get total clicks by user and date over here. Okay, and I'm going to pass in user as well. So instead of short URL, we don't have short URL, we have user over here. Okay, this method does not exist, so don't worry about it. Okay, and what is this going to return? This is going to return a map over here. Okay, map of I'll get rid of this, map of local date and long over here. Oops, long, something like this, and we can call it total clicks. Okay, and I'll be returning this total clicks over here, something like this. All right, so I hope this is making sense. We have made a minor change in the logic. We have added the user because we need the user. We don't have short URL over here, and we have this method. Now I'll get this method created inside service. Okay, so this method is also created, and we will add the logic. Now logic for this is pretty straightforward. Okay, so I'll come over here. Okay, first thing, I will have to get the URL mappings by the user, right? So understand this over here. Okay, if you go to click event repository, okay, click event repository is actually going to give you the data of clicks, right? What do you need in the output? You need the data grouped by date. What is 15? 15 is the number of clicks that happened on this date, right? How is this data being stored in the database? So you have 15 records that were created for this particular date, right? So what you have done is you have grouped it over here. Now reverse engineer the output. Okay, if you come over here, this data for clicks is going to be given to us by the click event table, okay, which is going to make use of click event repository. Okay, and now over here we have find URL mapping in and click date between method over here. So this is going to give us the click event data. Okay, this is the click event data for the URL mappings you share over here along with the date range. Okay, so we need to share the list of URL mappings in the user account that belongs to the user. Okay, so here I'll come in, and first we need to get the URL mappings. Now how do we get the URL mappings? I'm going to say list of URL mapping over here, and over here I'm going to say URL mappings is equal to URL mapping repository dot find. Okay, I need to say find by user over here, and I need to pass in user information. So I'm getting all the URL mappings of that particular user, right? So So this is something that I'm getting over here. Okay, this is done. Okay, and now over here I'll get list of click event over here, and I'll say click events is equal to click event repository dot, and here I'm going to make use of the second method that exists. Okay, and this is going to pass in, this is going to accept the URL mappings, start and the end over here. Okay, and this is done. Okay, so you have this data being passed into the click event repository. Now what I will do is return, I'll say click events. Okay, click events dot stream dot collect over here, and I'll say collectors dot grouping by. Okay, click, and I'll say click dot get click date, and I'll say dot to local date over here. Okay, to local date over here. All right, and I'll say collectors dot counting, something like this. All right, so this is done now, and I believe we have a decent looking endpoint over here. Okay, so what we are doing is we are collecting the data, we are grouping it by date over here. Okay, with this we are grouping it by date, and then we are counting the individual groups, and we are returning the data in the form of the DT, or in the form of the desired output. Okay, now one thing I would like to mention over here is this API we need in the form of date and not date and time. Okay, so here if you come, we are passing in date and time. So I'll just remove date and time over here, and I'll accept date over here. Okay, so this is done, and here it will start giving error. Okay, because this is accepting date and time. So I'll say dot as start of the day. Okay, so whatever date it is as start of the day, and end date I'll say plus. Okay, plus 1 day to add dot at start of the day. Okay, so until next day 12 AM is what will be accepted over here. Okay, plus days is what it should be. That is why it's giving errors. Okay, so this is done over here, and you might see an error in the controller as well over here. Okay, this is giving error. So here, instead of formatting it to local time, date and time, I'll say local DATE date over here, and I believe the error will go away. Yes, you can see the error, I think, go away. Local date and time dot parse is what I'm making use of. So if I have to make use, or if I have to format it to date, I have to remove the time from here. So I'll get rid of time. Okay, and I'll paste it everywhere. Okay, so this now makes sense. Okay, so I think the API is working fine. Let us test this. Okay, so what I will do is I'll run this. Let us test this. Okay, there's no data in the database, but actually if it just returns 00 or without or runs without any issues, I think we are all good. And then once we have the click events defined, we can see how this is working. So I'll duplicate this. Okay, now duplicating this over here, if you come, okay, this is analytics /analytics. So I'll copy this. Okay, URL specific analytic this is. Okay, so I'll come over here and API URLs, and I'll paste this over here. Okay, so you can see these values being populated. Okay, I'll remove this double slash from here. Okay, and this is URL specific analytics, URL specific analytics, something like this. Okay, and then I'll send this. Let us see if this works. Oops, so method not allowed. To change this to get, you cannot use post, and you can see 200. Okay, there's no data as such. Okay, and let me duplicate this as well. So I'll duplicate this over here. Okay, so if you duplicate this, let me come here and let me copy this total clicks thing over here. So if I come over here now, total clicks, okay, something like this, and if you send this, so I'll say total clicks analytics, something like this. If you send this, method not allowed, get request, it should be okay, not found, it says. Okay, URL /total clicks, that is what it should be. So one second, URL/total clicks. So this is what the endpoint is. I don't know why it's not picking up. Let me see again. Total clicks. Okay, C is capital. So if I send this, okay, it gave an internal server error. Okay, let us see what the error is. All right, what happened? Okay, if you scroll up over here, go to the top. Date time parse exception. Okay, could not be parsed, and unparsed text found at index. Okay, so what happened over here? Local date, end date over here. Okay, what is happening? So if you see end date over here, so start date and end date, and if you see over here, start date, end date. Okay, this is perfect. Start date is being passed correctly, end date is being passed correctly, and then you're parsing it. So here it failed at end date, right? It failed at end date first of all, or it failed at start date as well. Let me see. Okay, so the request has failed because of some unexpected character being passed. Okay, the code is fine, but if you see over here, when adding date, I have accidentally added an enter over here. You can see accidentally I've added the enter. So enter is not allowed, it's a character still, right? So I'll just press backspace. Okay, and I'll send the request again, and this worked fine. Okay, so it was just because of the enter over here, it was not able to parse the data, and that is why we got this error. Okay, so I'm not editing this. These errors that I'm getting, I'm debugging it live and I'm showing it to you, because you might also get these errors and you would be like, hey, the code is fine, why is it not working? Well, buddy, you have an extra character here in the input, and that is why it's not working. It's pretty simple. So it's important that you understand how to debug your code as well. Like I go and check the stack trace and all of that. You need to do that as well. Okay, I hope this has been insightful. There is no data for analytics yet because we don't have the click events being recorded or no data in the click events table. Okay, but once we have data, you will see the analytics appear over here in the form of data. And I hope this has been useful. Okay, I'll save everything, and I hope this has been useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So now it's time to manage the redirect functionality. So far, what we are seeing is we have this original URL, okay, which is being converted into a short URL over here. Okay, so the short URL, you can see this is the URL slug. Okay, if I come over here, all right, and if I say localhost 8080, okay, because this is the server URL slash, if I paste in this short URL, okay, ideally I should be taken to example.com. Okay, that is how it should work. So if I paste this, it should be taken to example.com, but I'm not being taken. I'm shown this white label error page because this is not handled, right? So we need to handle this. And how are we going to handle this redirect? So basically, if the user hits this, we need to send the user to the URL that this slug is mapped to. Okay, so for this, what we are going to do is we are going to make use of the concept of HTTP headers. So I'll tell you the step-by-step process. The first step is if the server receives a request with this particular URL, okay, what it will do is it will get this slug over here, okay, and it will basically get the corresponding URL mapping for the same. So this is a URL mapping, and it will find the original URL for this. So this is the original URL, and then what it will do is we will make use of HTTP headers to manage the redirects. Okay, and there is a header called location header that is used to tell the browser if the browser is supposed to redirect the user to a separate URL or to a different URL. We can make use of this location header. So we'll be setting the location header to this original URL via our code, and then the user will be redirected to this particular URL. That is how we are going to handle this. All right. So sounds good, right? So let us see how we can bring this to action. So I'll come over here, and here I'll add a new controller. Okay. So this is the new controller. I'll call this as redirect controller over here. Okay. And I'm going to add REST controller over here. Okay. And I'm going to add a method. I'm going to say public response entity oops, not response, response entity, and I'll say void over here, and I'll say redirect over here, and I'll pass in a path variable. Now, what is the path variable? The path variable is the string of short URL, something like this. Okay, and this REST controller is added, and I'll also need a object over here. So I'll say private. I'll need object of URL mapping service over here. Okay, so this is the URL mapping service. I'll say URL mapping service. Okay, we are going to make use of this. So I come over here. Okay, I'm not adding request mapping annotation at the top here. We don't need that. So here first I'll say I need to get the URL mapping. Okay, so I'll say URL mapping is equal to URL mapping service dot. I'll say get original. So this method does not exist yet, but we need to create it. So I'll say get original URL, something like this, and I'll pass in short URL. Okay, so this method does not exist, but stay calm, we'll add it in a while. Okay, what this method does is basically it is going to actually return the URL mapping for this short URL. Okay, so I'll hover on this, I'll get this method created in the service. It's created now, and what I'll do is I'll say URL mapping. Okay, I'll say URL mapping and is equal to URL mapping repository dot find by short URL. So I'm getting this short URL and here, and I'm going to say return URL mapping, something like this. Okay, so this is being done. Okay, I'm getting an error. Okay, this is redundant, but we'll keep this redundant. I'll tell you why. We need to capture the analytics as well. So right now I'm just handling the redirect part and I'm explaining it to you, and then we'll handle the analytics part. Okay, so we have the URL mapping here. Now if URL mapping is not equal to null, okay, oops, not equal to null over here, then what do we do? Okay, we'll say HTTP headers. So I told you, like, we are making use of HTTP headers for redirect functionality. I'm going to say new HTTP headers. All right, and over here, oops, not if, I'm going to say over here headers dot add. I'm going to add a new header called location. And what will this location header have? It will have the value of where you want the user to be redirected. So I'll say where I want the user to be redirected, I want him to be redirected to the original URL. He has hit the short URL. I want him to redirect to the original URL, and I'm going to say return response entity. Okay, and over here I'm going to say status, dot status, and I'm going to say 302, and I'm going to also add headers over here. Headers, and I'm going to say headers, HTTP headers dot build, like so. Okay, and this is done. And if it's null, then what we will do is, so if it's null, I will add an else block, and I'll say return response entity dot not found dot build. Okay, something like this. So we are getting the short URL over here, right? And we are fetching the URL mapping, and then from the URL mapping we are getting the original URL, and we are setting the location header, and then we are redirecting the user to that particular URL. Okay, this is the entire process. Let me run the application. Okay, we'll run the application and we'll see the output. Let us see how the output looks like. Okay, so yeah, this worked. And if you come here, okay, if you see the database, if you hit this URL, you were supposed to be redirected to example.com. And when we tried hitting this without the code that we have written right now, we saw this white label error page. Okay, so now I'll refresh this. Okay, this is not working, it seems. Okay, so it's not working because if you come over here, okay, if you have not added the mapping annotation over here, we missed that. Okay, so I'm going to say get mapping over here. Okay, and we were testing it actually. So I'll say over here, this should be short URL. Okay, so short URL. Sometimes, I miss things, and it's good. You should, if I miss anything, please feel free to you should not miss it. Okay, so you should not make those mistakes. So feel free to correct those mistakes at your end. Okay, because I then later on anyways go and fix those mistakes. Okay, this should work now. Let me see if it works. Okay, so I was seeing this white label, and now if you refresh, okay, you are seeing 500. Status 500. There is an error. Now what is the error? Okay, so I'll come over here. Let me see what the error is. Okay, let me see. So here, if you scroll up, okay, there is some sort of error that is happening. Cannot invoke get original URL because this .url mapping service is null. Okay, I understood the issue. So this is null because I've not added an annotation over here. Okay, all args constructor, because this needs to be injected, and for that we need an all args constructor. I'll rerun this, and this is running now. Okay, let us give it one more try, and let me come here. Let me refresh. Okay, so it redirected, right? Can you see this? It redirected. Okay, I'm so happy. Okay, so if you create a new URL, okay, if you create a new URL called localhost : 8080. What was our URL, by the way? We missed that slack, right? So I'll come over here. Let us copy this URL. Okay, I'll come over here. I'll paste it over here like so. Okay, if I paste it, you'll see it went to example maybe.com. So the redirect is working fine, and we have been able to successfully redirect the users, whoever are accessing, our application. Tomorrow you can move this to subdomain as well. Okay, so if you don't want localhost : 8080/slug, you can have like url.localhost : 8080 or whatever sort of URL you want. Okay, normally people prefer subdomains, and they want to keep a main domain only for like the main API and all the main pages of the website, and all this redirect stuff and all, they want to have it on subdomains. Okay, but this is done, and now what we should do is there's no analytics that is being recorded. So there is a click event that happened, right? There is a click event that happened. So you need to record that. So how do you record that? So what we are going to do is, when the click event happens, we are going to record a click event, and we are going to save it into the click event table. Okay, and for that I'm going to add an if statement over here. I'm going to say if URL mapping is not equal to null over here, and over here I'm going to say URL mapping dot set click count over here. Okay, so there has to be set. Okay, so it's URL mapping dot set click count. Okay, and I'm going to set the click count to URL mapping dot get click count plus 1. So whatever the current click count is there, I'll increase it by 1. Okay, now if you come over here into the database, this is the click count that I'm talking about. So this is the overall click count that is being stored at the URL level. So I'm incrementing that by 1. Okay, once that is incremented by 1, what I'm doing is I'll say URL mapping repository dot save over here. Okay, and it will save over here, something like this. Now what we need to do is we need to record the click event. So I'm going to say record click event over here. Okay, so if you see over here, we have incremented this. Okay, now here we need to record the individual click events as well. So I'll say ID, click date, and URL mapping ID. Okay, we'll be linking this to URL mapping as well. Okay, so this ID will be auto generated. I'll simply have a date, and date will be the date when this click event is happening. Okay, so I'll create an event. I'll create an object, not event. I'll create an object of click event type is equal to new click event. Okay, I'll say click event dot set click date over here, and I'm going to say local date and time, and I'm going to say dot now over here. Okay, this is done, and I'm going to say click event dot set URL mapping, and this will be the URL mapping over here, and I'll say click event repository dot save over here, and I'm going to save the click event, something like this. Okay, and I'm going to return the URL mapping as usual. So we are basically doing the analytics part, wherein we are recording the analytics over here. Okay, one analytics is updating the total count at the URL level and then recording a click event object. Okay, this is done. Now let us see if this is working fine over here. So we don't have any sort of analytics over here, you can see. And even in URL mapping, I don't have any data in the click count. You can see all is 0. So I'll try accessing one URL over here. This is the URL I'll try accessing. Okay, let us see how this works. So I'll say localhost :8080 / this URL. I'll copy this URL so that I can use it later on. I hit the URL, and now if you come, let me run a query. Okay, this was not incremented here. If you see, let me go to click event and let me try this. This was also not done. Why so? Okay, did I restart the server? Let me restart the server. I think I forgot to restart. Okay, that's a problem. Okay, it happens if you're coding for long hours, you know. So that's the analogy over here. Okay, let me hit it now. I believe it should work now, or it should at least give me an error. It worked. Redirect worked. So I believe there is a record that is being created. Okay. So there is a record being created. You can see this is the date and this is the URL mapping ID. Okay. And if you see URL mapping, this should increment to 1, right? You can see this. Okay. So this is working absolutely fine, and the click events are also being recorded now in the database. So this is a full-fledged backend for a URL shortener app, and I hope you are happy with how the redirect is working and how we have cracked a lot of stuff in this video. Okay, I hope this has been useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So now it's time that we begin setting up the front end for our application. And for the front end, we are going to make use of Vite, which is a build tool. And we are going to set up a React project using Vite. Okay, so this is the official website of Vite, vite.dev. And here you can go through the website. You can take a look at the features and what all it supports over here. It supports quite a few frameworks. If you scroll up, here you have this Get Started button. Now keep in mind this website interface changes, and depending on when you're watching this video, the interface might have changed a bit, but the core concepts remains the same. So they might have moved or renamed this Get Started button to something else. Okay, but be sure to go to this documentation guide over here, and here you can read more about Vite. All right, and we are going to make use of this. So you can see this is pronounced as Vite. It's a build tool that aims to provide faster and leaner development experience for modern web applications or web projects. Okay, so I'm going to scroll down, and since we are going to make use of React over here and NPM as well. Okay, so be sure to have Node.js installed onto your system. Okay, you can simply head over to Google and you can say Node.js download. And you can go over here and you can download Node.js if you haven't already. Okay, it's pretty straightforward to install Node.js. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to install Vite. I'm going to copy this command over here, and over here be sure to run this command in the directory where you wish to have your project created. Okay, so I've opened a terminal on my local machine, and I've navigated to this directory where I'll be creating the URL shortener front end. Okay, so I'm going to run this command over here. Oops, not this one. So the command is this. Okay, so this is the command. I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, and you can see npm create Vite @latest. Okay, you can even specify the project name followed by the space, but I'm not going to do that because if I press enter, it is anyways going to ask me whether what is the name of the project that I want to create. So it's asking me to install these packages. It seems this package is not there on my system. So I'm going to say yes. Okay, I'm going to press Y, yes. And now it's asking me for the project name. Okay, so I'm going to say URL shortener frontend, something like this. So choose a project name that you wish to have. I'll choose this and I'll press enter. Okay, and I'll say React over here. Okay, so I'm choosing React, and you can even select JavaScript over here. Okay, and you'll get this these set of commands that it's showing you over here. Okay, so the project is created. If you say ls, you will see URL shortener frontend directory over here. So just navigate to URL shortener, okay, URL shortener, and I'll say front end over here. Okay, so this is the directory name. Okay, oops, so probably I misspelled. Okay, no, the spelling is correct over here. Okay, so the spelling, there is a problem in the spelling. I'll just recreate this project. Okay, so I'm done creating the project. What I've done is this time I've created the project with name URL shortener React, and I actually deleted the old project folder. Okay, so that's deleted, and I've selected React as a framework, JavaScript as a variant, and I have the project created. I'm going to run this command over here. Okay, and then I'm going to say npm install over here, and followed by npm run dev. So this will take a bit of time to get all the dependencies added, which is fine. So we'll wait for it, and all the dependencies have been added. I'll say npm run dev over here, and we'll have the development server up and running. So I'll copy this URL, and we can come over to the browser, and I'll paste this, and you can see the project is up and running. Okay, we have this server up and running, but we need an IDE to do the development. So I will be making use of Visual Studio Code for the same. So I've already installed Visual Studio Code. You should install it if you haven't already. Okay, and what you need to do is you need to head over to File, go to Open Folder, and you should navigate to the directory where you have created the front-end project, and just select that directory and say Select Folder, and you'll see the project load up over here like this. Okay, so this is the project that exists, and what we will do is, I don't want to make use of an external terminal right now just to run the server. So this server will be up and running only until this command is running, and the moment I stop this command by pressing Ctrl C or Command C, you'll see that the server is down now. Okay, if I refresh it, you'll see server is down. Alright, so what I will do is I'll make use of inbuilt terminal here in Visual Studio Code, and I'll head over to terminal, and I'll say new terminal, and you'll see this new terminal open up over here. And here I'm going to say npm run dev. Oops, I misspelled the command again. I'm going to say npm run dev over here, and you'll see the application up and running. And if you come over here, this time it works absolutely okay. Alright, so our application is up and running, and now here, this is the project that we have. So let us go through the entire project and let us understand what all files we have got. So this is the starter project is what I would say. When we executed that command, okay, so when we ran this command, which we got from the website, this command, it created a starter project over here, okay, or a project template is what I would say for us to work with. And this particular project has some files. So you will see like public folder, which has all the public files. Node modules, we normally won't touch node modules because these node modules folder is auto created whenever you install any sort of dependencies or add any sort of packages that you need into your project. Node modules is the folder where those packages are added. So we won't touch node modules. You have things like vite config. This is the configuration file. You have package.json. Okay, this is the file that keeps track of all the dependencies. So you can see there are a few dependencies that we already have. We have gitignore, and we have src folder. Now src is the folder where all our source code will reside. Okay, so this is where we'll be spending most of our time. And we have index.html as well, which is the main index HTML file for our React application. Now, if you see this particular page over here, it says you need to edit src/app.jsx. Okay, so if you come over here under src, you have app.jsx, and within this file, you have all this code. So you can see here h1 vite plus react, and you can see this vite plus react over here. So it's coming in from this particular file over here. Okay, and if you want to make any sort of changes in the page that you're seeing, you need to edit over here. Okay, so this is the project that has been created, and I hope you have been able to follow along and get the project setup done. So now it's time that we configure Tailwind CSS into our project. Now, why are we making use of Tailwind? Because we don't need to write CSS and we'll be just making use of classes like this, as you can see the example over here. And just by writing the classes, you can see the elements on the left hand side are getting styled. So you just need to make use of classes and don't write any sort of CSS. So that's the magic of Tailwind, and that is what we are going to use. You can explore this website, tailwindcss.com. It's gaining a lot of popularity really quickly. So just explore this website, okay, and just take a look at what's happening, okay. And what we can do is I'll take you to Get Started. Click on Get Started, and if you don't find a Get Started button, if they've changed the layout, you can just go to Docs over here. All right, and here you'll see Tailwind CSS works by scanning all your HTML files, JavaScript components, and all the other templates for class names and generating the corresponding styles and then writing them to a static CSS file. So the CSS is automatically generated. You don't need to worry about it, and you have to just focus on what you want to build. Okay, that's the magic. So what we are going to do is we are going to add Tailwind CSS along with Post CSS plugin, and we are also going to add auto prefixer. So you can see auto prefixer over here. Now, Tailwind CSS, like I said, it's basically with Tailwind CSS, you have to just make use of classes, and CSS is taken care of for you. Now, what is Post CSS? So Post CSS plugin, it's a tool that processes your CSS, allowing you to use plugins to transform your styles. Okay, and Post CSS will compile and optimize your Tailwind utility classes based on your configuration and usage. Okay, now what is auto prefixer? Auto prefixer will basically add vendor specific prefixes like WebKit, MOZ, MOZ to your CSS for better browser compatibility. Okay, some of the browsers expect MOZ, WebKit, and all to be there in the CSS. So that is taken care of by auto prefixer. So we'll make use of these commands over here. You can see these commands that have been given to us, and we'll follow these configuration steps to get Tailwind CSS up and running. So what I will do is I'll copy this first command, npm install -d Tailwind CSS post CSS auto prefixer. Let me copy this. Let me head over to my project, and here in the terminal, just open a new terminal. The new terminal or any new terminal you open here in Visual Studio Code will open up in the root of the project. So you don't have to worry as to which directory you are in. Okay, I'll just expand this a bit for a while until we run these commands. So I'll run this command. The moment you run this command, you will see package.json file being updated. And if you head over to package.json, you will see that post CSS, Tailwind CSS, and auto prefixer has been added. All right. Now what we need to do, the next step is you need to run npx tailwind css init. Okay, so I'll run this command here. What this will do is this will create this tailwind config file over here. Okay, and this is created. So you can see over here, add Tailwind to your post CSS configuration. Okay, so let us see if we have this file, post config.js. Okay, so do we have this file? We don't have this file. Okay, so what I will do is I'll add this file manually. So I'll come over here. Okay, and I'll copy this file name. Okay, and I'll come over here. I'll create a new file and I'll add this file over here. Okay, this is added, and I'll add this configuration here in this particular file over here. Okay, and then here in the template paths for Tailwind config, I'll copy this entire file and I'll add all of this over here. Okay, Tailwind config. So basically Tailwind is now applicable to all the HTML JS files in the src folder. That is what this says. Okay, and you can even add JSX over here because we have a lot of files with JSX extension. So I've added that. Okay, and then you need to add these directives in the main CSS file. Okay, so you need to head over to your main CSS. So here in our application, we have this index.css, right? And it has a lot of CSS pre-written. We don't need this CSS. So I'll get rid of this. Okay, and I'll add my own CSS over here. All right. and then we just have to run the server. That is it. Do we have any other CSS? So we have this CSS as well, which I'll get rid of. Okay, this is done. And I don't think anything else is needed. Let us refresh our server. Okay, so I'll just refresh. I'll just restart the server, and let us see if we are able to see. Okay, so it says fail to load post CSS config over here. Model is not defined. This file is treated as, okay, there is some problem. So this is actually small issue wherein we need to come over here. Okay, and here in post CSS, instead of module export, I need to make use of this. Okay, so export default. So this is something that we need to make use of, and I'll save. Let me restart the server. Let us see if this works fine now. Okay, so this is working fine, and what we will do is we need to run this over here. Okay, so in index.html we'll add this. Okay, so let me go to index.html over here, and just in the body here I'll add this. Okay, let us see if this works. Okay, so it's not showing the underline. Okay, I did a hard refresh and it's showing me the CSS applied. I don't know, some problem with the refresh maybe. I did a hard refresh and it worked. Alright, but I'm going to get rid of this code at the top as well. Okay, so I'll come over here, and here we have added the code in index.html, right? So I'll get rid of this code from here. Okay, we don't need to add it in index.html. That was just for testing purpose. I'll head over to app.jsx, and here in app.jsx we have a lot of code written already. Okay, so this is the code, boilerplate code that we had got with the app when we had created it. I'll add this code over here. Okay, and now it looks good. I'll get rid of all the unwanted import statements, and we don't need the state as well. Okay, so we'll just clean up our application, and now it should look fine. And you can see how the CSS is being applied. Okay, so the text style is 3XL. I can make it 6XL or 5XL, and you can see the size increases. Font bold over here. Okay, you can have font as italic if you want. Okay, or font, whatever font you want. Font serif, mono, light, normal, medium, semi-bold. There are so many things. Okay, now one thing I'll tell you, here I'm getting all the class name suggestions. You can see these are all Tailwind CSS class names, and if you hover on font mono, you will see this is the CSS that is applied. Okay, if you hover on font bold, you will see font bold, font weight of 700 is being applied. Okay, so you're seeing the CSS preview as well. Why are you seeing this? Because of a plugin that I already have configured in my Visual Studio Code. So if you head over to extensions over here. Okay, now extensions are a beautiful thing in Visual Studio Code. I'll just show you what all extensions I'm using so that you can replicate on your end if you wish to. These are all Angular extensions. This is Angular extension. You don't need this if you're coding in React. Auto rename tag. This is helpful. Okay, I'll tell you how this is helpful. So if you're renaming so let's say I'm renaming this H1 tag to H2. So if you rename H2, you'll see the closing tag also got renamed. Okay, this is helpful. It might seem a small thing, but if the HTML is very long, and there are a lot of nested elements, then upon renaming, the closing tag also gets renamed. So this is helpful. Bracket pair colorizer toggler. Okay, so it helps you understand. Okay, so here you can see this is yellow, so this is closing. This is pink. Okay, so it basically helps you identify which bracket is closing where, and you can recognize it from the icon as well. Okay, debugger for Java, Dev containers. This is all related to Docker, Django, ES7. This is one of the plugins that I use. This is helpful over here. Okay, if you scroll down, you have IntelliJ. Okay, I have IntelliJ API usage examples. If you scroll down, you have live server, which we are not using right now in the project, but I still have it. Tailwind CSS intelligence. This is important. So the suggestions that I was getting or I was seeing, those were Tailwind classes suggestions. Okay, and I was getting because of this. So if you're coding and if you want to add bold, for example, and you just type in bold, and you will see all the classes that allow you to apply bold effect to a particular text, and you can even see what CSS will be applied. So it's helpful. Okay, so these are the plugins that I have already configured, and these plugins are helpful is what I want to say over here. Okay, so yeah, we have Tailwind configured up and running. Now in Tailwind config, I'll come over to tailwind config.js over here, and I'll do some customization. So this is the default code that we had, okay, which is applying Tailwind CSS to our project. Now over here you can see this theme, okay, and you have this plugin. Now you can customize the theme. So if you have any organization specific theme that you want to apply into your application, you can customize this theme element over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this entire file and I'm going to paste and replace it with this new file over here. I'm not going to type this out over here. Okay, you can get this code from GitHub, but this is what we are making use of. So here you can see this Tailwind CSS is being applied to all these files like JS, TypeScript, JSX, and TypeScript. Okay, you have a background image over here. Okay, this is how the background image, the colors that we are making use of: NavBar color, the button color, the link color, box shadow, the font family that we are making use of, and the variants over here. Okay, so this is the Tailwind configuration for our project. I've customized this theme a little bit, and this is what I'm adding over here. No need to type it all. Okay, you can get this source and paste it into your project. Also, I'm adding a couple of fonts over here. So I'm making use of a couple of fonts. If you see over here, Roboto, Sans serif, Montserrat. Okay, so what I'm going to do is Roboto and Montserrat. If you come to index.css, I'll load a couple of fonts over here. Okay, these are the fonts. These are coming in from Google APIs, font.google APIs. I'm just pasting it over here. Okay, these are Roboto and Montserrat. So these also will be used in our application, and I'm loading it over here. Okay, so yeah, that's about the configuration part. And if you come over here, our application will be functioning as usual. And I hope you have been able to follow along so far, and I hope this has been useful. If you're enjoying this course so far, then you should also check out our complete full stack development mastery roadmap, the details of which are given in the description below. It comprises of multiple courses that you would have access to. Also, you'll find these details on the website as well. All right. The website is embarkx.com, and I would highly encourage you all to check this out to become a pro developer. All right, so we do have our application up and running, but with the hello world text. And now it's time that we add a few landing pages into our application and configure a few dependencies. So I'm going to head over to our code base over here. Okay, and I'm going to start making small tweaks over here. So I'm going to head over to index.html, and here you would see this title. So you can see this title in the browser, Wheat plus React. This is the default title that we have. Okay, I don't want this title. I'm going to say shorten your URLs with ease. Okay, something like this. So you can add this kind of a title, whatever title you want, you can add it, and you will see that title reflect over here. All right, this is done. And also I would head over to my app.jsx. Now in app.jsx, we are just rendering this simple text, which is h1, and we are saying hello world. Now we need to render components, and for rendering components, we would be rendering different components on different URLs, right? For example, on the home page, you would have the landing page. So for example, if you are here on the root page or the home page, you would see the landing page of the application. If you go to /about, or if you click on the about button should ideally be taking you to /about. So in that case, you should see the about page of the application, right? And likewise, you should have multiple pages in your application, and all those pages should be represented by individual components that represent those pages. So to manage this, okay, when user is visiting the home page, you should render the homepage component, and when the user is visiting /about, you should render the /about component. You need to configure something called as routing. Okay, and there is a package called React Router DOM, which can be used to implement dynamic routing in the web applications. And based on the platform and the requirements, okay, you can have the different components load depending on which URL is being accessed. Okay, so if you search for React Router DOM in the browser, React Router DOM over here, you can see over here, this is the package that we are going to make use of, React Router DOM. Okay, so I'm going to install this package. Okay, this is called React Router DOM. I'm going to copy this over here. Okay, and I would head over to a separate terminal here. Okay, and I'm going to say npm. Oops, I missed install over here. Install npm install React Router DOM. Okay, so you can see this being added over here. So if you head over here, you can see React Router DOM being added. Now, to load different components when different URL is being accessed, we need those many components, right? So what I would do is I would close this package.json, okay, of course, and I would just minimize this, and I would come over here under src, and I'll add a few components that we can render, okay, when different URLs are being accessed. Of course, I'll keep things simple to begin with. So I'll say new file under src, and I'll say components / and I'll say landing page.jsx. Okay, now keep in mind I'm creating a separate folder over here called components, and under this particular folder I've created this file called landing pages. So this is a part of organizing the files that I have in my application. I can of course create it here under src directly, but there are going to be a lot many components, and it's best that I keep things organized. So I have components landing page. Okay, now here what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some code. Now here what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in RAFCE. Okay, you can see RAFC is for React Arrow function component, and this is for React Arrow function export component. Okay, now what is this? Okay, what is this? This is a short form to get this boilerplate code written. So this is the boilerplate code to create a React component. Okay, I'll just do Control-C. Okay, and I'll just give you a brief. RAFC. So you can see this is the code that it will generate. And if you say RAFCE, you can see it comes with export. Okay, now how do you get this created? Or if you're not seeing this, just make sure you head over to extensions and you search for React extensions in the marketplace, and you can install this extension ES7 plus React Redux React Native Snippets. Okay, so this is basically the extension that will help you get some boilerplate snippets, and it will save you some time. That's the benefit. So you can see how instead of typing this entire thing, if I don't want the export statement, I can just make use of RAFC. And you can also make this for TypeScript, TSR, you can see this, TSRFCE, TSRAFC. So there are a lot of short forms over here. Okay, so I'll say RAFCE over here. I need this component, and you can see this component is generated in a boom. Okay, so this is our first component. I'll add one more component. I'll call this as about page.jsx over here. Okay, and here I'll say RAFCE. This is done. Okay, so we have a couple of components that have been added, right? Now what I will do is I need to render landing page if the user is on the root URL, and I need to render about page when the user is on /about. Okay, so what I will do is I'll come over here in app.jsx, and here I'll get rid of this code that we have written initially. So this was just to test Tailwind, and I'll make sure I get rid of this. All right, now we need to make use of React Router DOM that we have installed. You can see this we have installed, and we need to make use of this. So what are we going to do? I'm going to make use of few components from the library. So I'm going to first make use of browser router over here. Okay, now what is browser router? So whenever you add routing into your application, okay, you need to make use of browser router, and browser router is a parent component in this library called React Router DOM, which we have installed. Okay, and this is the parent, and it stores all the other route components. Okay, so this is what we are going to use, and inside this, what we need to do is I'm going to add a route over here. Okay, so I'm going to say ROUTE, and yes, this is routes is what we are going to use. Okay, now routes groups other route, and I'm going to have route inside this like this. Okay, and this actually can be self-closing. We don't need to close route over here. Okay, so I'll get rid of this over here. Okay, and here I'm going to say path. We need to add path property. So for path, root path, what I'm going to say is I'm going to render element. And which element are we rendering? I'm going to render landing page over here. Okay, so here I'm going to say landing page like so. Okay, and I'll save this. Now after I save this, if you come over here to our application, you'll see the landing page appear. You can see landing page, right? How's this coming? Because it's the root path. So root path means it will render landing page over here. Okay, that is what it says simply, right? So what I'm going to do now is if you head over to some other path /about, you won't see landing page appear. You can see landing page won't appear. And this path is not mapped right now. Okay, so what I will do is I'll like duplicate this line over here. And instead of /, I'll have /about over here like so. Okay, and here I'm going to say about page. I'll save this, and here you're going to say about page now. Okay, so if you head over to okay, one second. So I'll copy this about URL. Okay, I'll get rid of this. If you head over to home page, you'll see landing page, and if you head over to about, if you paste this, you will see about page, right? So this is routing. Now what I'll do is we'll improve the about page over here. So I'll come over here to our application. Here in about page, what I will do is I will paste some code over here. Okay, so this is a code that is pre-written. Okay, it's a code for a static page. All right, and I didn't want to spend time typing all of this. So what I've done is I've pasted this, but I'll explain you everything as to what is happening. Now here at the top, we are making use of React icons first of all. Okay, this is a library that we have not yet added or configured into our project. Now what is React icons? If you come over here, search on Google for React icons, this is what you're going to see, like React icons GitHub pages. Just head over to this website, and here you will see all the icons. Okay, different icons. This is how you install React icons into your project, and then this is how you can make use of it. Okay, so for example, you can see over here, this is making use of FE beer. Okay, so if you search for FE beer over here, you will see this is the icon. Okay, you can see a lot of icons over there. Okay, a lot of icons, and you can choose from them. If I want to have a holiday or rocket icon, let's say for example rocket, so you can see there are so many variations of rocket icons. I can choose from different rocket icons and I can use them. This is how you use them in your application. Okay, so you have so this is the flexibility that React icons provide. And if you're planning to build websites, then React icons, I believe, is a fantastic tool to add into your project. Okay, so I'll get this added. I can copy this over here. You can come over here to terminal, and you can simply paste this. Okay, so this will simply add a package. And if you head over to package.json, you'll see this package being added. You can see React icons. Okay, so this is done. So we are using a few icons like FA link, FA share, alt. Okay, you can update this icon. If you're not liking these icons, you can choose some other icon. You can see FA share, alt. Okay, these all icons we are using, and here we are starting the parent div. Okay, within this we have another div, and here we are mentioning the header. Okay, so you can see about Linklytics. So this is the name of the app that we are calling, and I'm having a header with these properties over here. Okay, so these are all Tailwind CSS classes. Okay, and if you hover on any of these, if you have the Tailwind CSS plugin, you will see what CSS is also being applied. Okay, so this is the about. Then I have the paragraph where we talk about a little bit about what this application is. You can feel free to modify this based on your requirements. All right. I have div over here, couple of div, nested divs again. And within this, I have a few features highlighted. For example, FE link, and I'm saying simple URL shortening. Okay, you can see experience the ease over here. Okay, you can see. And then I have another div where I'm highlighting another feature like sharing. Okay, you can see share alt, and here I'm talking about powerful analytics and how you can gain insights into your link performance. Then I have another feature. So all these features are being added in div, you can see over here. Okay, these divs are representing features over here. Okay, so yeah, this is how it's working. And you have enhanced security, you have FA chart line. Okay, you can see fast and reliable. So these are all things that I'm highlighting, and finally we are closing this about page. Okay, let me save this and let us see what the output looks like. I'll save this, and if you come here into our application, oops, we are too zoomed in, almost above 200%. You can see this is how it will come across. All right, so we are saying about Linklytics. This is the about information. Then we have few features that we are highlighting. We are keeping it pretty simple, okay, but it's looking decent, not too jazzy. We need to add NavBar and footer so that things look great. Okay, those are not added yet, but yeah, this is the about page. Now, after doing this, it's time that we beautify our landing page as well. And we'll add some code over here in the landing page and we'll make it better. So first thing, I'll add a variable called description, which will hold the description basically. And this is just a description that we'll be placing on the website. Okay, it's a fairly long description. You can add a description that you want to be visible for your application. And then what I'll be doing is I'll be adding 3 divs from the styling standpoint and making sure that the app is also responsive. Okay, I've not closed this, so I'll make sure that I close. Okay, so oops, so it would be the closing for div over here. Okay, so yeah, now within this div, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a header. Okay, so I'm going to say h1 over here. Okay, and oops, so h1 over here, and I'm going to say I'll say link. So this is the name of the app. Okay, Linklytics. Okay, and Linklytics simplifies URL shortening for efficient sharing, something like this. Okay, you can add whatever tagline you want over here, and I'll also add few classes over here which will be bold. Okay, so bold over here. Oops, so font bold. Okay, and I'll say font roboto and text slate of 800. Okay, slate 800, and I'll say for medium it will be text of 5XL. Okay, so I'm also making sure that the app is responsive. Okay, text of 3XL. Okay, 3XL over here, and for medium leading will be, so leading is I'll add 55 pixels. Okay, over here. All right, and I'll say for small leading will be it will be 45 pixels over here. Okay, and then I'll say leading 10. Oops, I made a typo. So leading of 10 over here. Okay, so leading 10 is the auto suggestion over here, and I'll say LG colon W full over here, like so, and I'll say MD colon W of 70 pixels. Oh, 70% maybe. Yeah. Okay, and then W of full, like so. Okay, so this should actually, you can see this is the headline over here. Okay, and yeah, this is what we are seeing. So font bold, font roboto. I've added everything over here. Okay, this is done. So h1 tag is done. Now after h1, what we need to do is I'll add a p tag over here. Okay, I'll add p tag, and inside p tag I can say class name. Okay, and I'll say text slate of 700, like so, and text of small, and I'll say my of 5 over here. Okay, and I'll add some text over here just as a subtext. So I've added this, and here you would see it something like this. Okay, so we'll keep it this way, and we need to do is we need to add a button. Okay, in fact, a couple of buttons. One is to manage the links, another one is to create a short link. So I'll go ahead and do that. So I've added this entire div over here. So you can see this entire div. Okay, it has a class name of flex, item center, and gap of 3. And I have 2 buttons. This is the first button, okay, with this this CSS over here, okay, and this is another button with this CSS over here. Okay, so there is an emphasis on create short link, and both the buttons have slightly different styling with more emphasis on being create short link. So if you save this and if you head over here, you'll see manage links and create short link. Sorry, the more emphasis is on manage links and not create short link over here. Okay, so you can see how this is being rendered, and this is coming in from the custom gradient over here. Okay, now if you're not sure of what custom gradient we used is, so in Tailwind config we have defined what custom gradient is. You can see this. Okay, so this is a custom gradient that we are making use of over here. Okay, and that is what is being used, and this can be specific to our application or our application colors, branding, or anything that we want to use. Okay, so that is what we have used. Now what we need to do is on the right hand side we need to display an image. All right, and I'll get this image. So I'll come over here in our project, and under public I'll create a new folder called images, and here is where I'll paste an image. I have this image already, so this is the image. Okay, image2.png. Now of course you can have your own set of image and you can use it over here. Okay, but I'm making use of this. You can change this to whatever you wish to. Now here in landing page, what I'm going to do is we have this div. Okay, so this is a div that you're seeing. Okay, and just outside this div, so this div is closing this one, flex 1. Okay, so just outside this div, okay, I'll come over here, and after the second div I'm going to paste this image code over here. Okay, so this is a div that is having an image, and it is showing an image on the right hand side, and you can see this image. It is picking images/image2.png. If I save this, if I come over here, you will see the UI change to something like this. Okay, of course there will be NavBar at the top and footer at the bottom, but this is how it's coming across. You can see. All right, so you can see like our web page is being built up. All right, so now what I would do is I need to add cards over here. Okay, that will display like different features of the application. So what I can do over here is after this div, okay, just within the parent div, I'm going to paste this. Okay, now this is a div that is just highlighting a message. Okay, trusted by individuals and teams at the world's best companies over here. Okay, and if you come over here, you'll see this trusted by individuals and teams at world's best companies. Now within this over here, I need to see 4 cards that will display different sets of information, and these will be horizontally aligned and they'll showcase different information about the app. Now for displaying those individual cards, okay, what I need to do is I'll come over here and I'll create a separate component. I'll create a new file. I'll say card.jsx over here. Okay, and here I'll add a component called card over here. Okay, so this has been added, and what we need to do is we need to add some interface over here which will be responsible for displaying different sets of information about the app. So here, first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to accept title and description as prop over here. Okay, because this is what we are going to utilize. And here, over here, instead of this div, I'm going to paste in this thing over here. Okay, I'm going to align this a bit. Okay, but you can see this is a very simple div with some basic CSS over here. Okay, and what I've done over here is I am adding h1, which is title, and paragraph, which is the description. Okay, now this card has been created. This is a single card, and what I need to do is I need to make use of these cards over here and render some information about the application. So here in landing page, I'm just going to come after this p tag and I'm going to paste in this code over here. Okay, now what is this code? So here, if you see, okay, here I have this div, okay, and I have these cards being rendered. Now for every card, I'm passing in a title and a description. So simple URL shortening, and this is the description, title and some description, title and description again. So there are 4 features that I'm highlighting about the application. And of course this div, I have this CSS over here. Okay, now if I save this, I'm going to, okay, I'll get an error because I'm not importing card yet. So I'll import this card at the top. You can see card component was imported, and I'll save this. Now if you come over here, you can see like these cards being displayed at the bottom. So that's our homepage, right? And I think this homepage is decent over here. You can also improve this. You can add some companies logos over here and showcase as to people from which companies, or which companies are using your application. You can have some popular logos out there. All right, but this is the end of our landing page over here. And if you refresh this, you'll see like all the things being loaded. Now nothing happens on the click, of course, because this is just a static UI. Okay, but this is how it will be, right? Now what we need to do is we need to create a navbar and a footer. So here in components, I'm going to say navbar. Okay, this is navbar.jsx over here. Okay, and I'll say RAFCE over here. This is navbar, and I'll say a new file, and I'll say footer over here, footer.jsx. Okay, and this is the footer component. Now what we need to do is we need to make sure that the navbar and footer are loaded basically at the top of the routes and after the routes. Okay, that is something we need to make sure. Now how are we making sure of that? So we'll come over here to app.jsx. Where is app.jsx? Here, where we are having routing related functionality. Here at the top, I'll add navbar over here, like so. Okay, and here outside routes, I'm going to add footer. So footer, something like this. Okay, this is done. And here you can see navbar being rendered at the top, and at the bottom you have footer. Okay, now any page you go to /about, if you go to, you'll see navbar at the top and footer at the bottom. Of course, this is not how it should look like. Okay, you should ideally have a navigation bar, and basically you should have buttons that will allow user to navigate to home page and the about page. But yes, we have configured the navbar and footer to be visible on every page of our site. So first thing, I'll come to footer.jsx, and since footer is static, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste some code over here. Okay, so we have a simple footer over here. We are making use of icons like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn over here, and we are having this footer component, and I'm just like adding a text over here and some copyright stuff and all the icons over here. You can see now these icons, these links don't work. Okay, I'm displaying all the links because you can ideally, if you have any social media profiles, you can link them over here. Okay, and I'll save this, and if you come over here, if you go down, you can see this is how the footer will look like. You can see these are all links, but the link clicks won't work because there are no links being added over here. But this is how it will look like, and I think this is fairly decent, right? This is fairly decent. So yeah, that's the footer. Now coming to navbar, here in navbar, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste this code over here. Okay, so this navbar is also ready. I'll take you through the code. All right, we have this parent div. Okay, and there are a couple of divs over here, and we are making sure that div has like custom gradient over here. What is custom gradient? Of course, it is coming in from our own theme that we have defined over here. You can see this is the custom gradient that we have defined. Okay, and we are making use of this custom gradient over here, right? This is our application theme. If you want to change this custom gradient to some other color, you can of course change it to your match your style. Okay, we have this div over here. Okay, now this div, if you take a look, okay, I'm holding this div. This div is holding everything. Okay, this is a nested div over here, and it is basically like having some CSS over here. You can hover on this and just take a look at what CSS we are adding. We are adding padding stuff like the width, the flex, and like how this needs to be in center. Like how, sorry, not center, how it needs to, how the spacing between them has to be, like the justification. Justify content is the property you see over here. Okay. Now here you have this link. Okay, so this is a link that we are making use of. Now this link is coming in from React Router DOM. You can see over here, if you hover on this, this is link. Okay, and this is a enhanced version of ahref. You can see the a tag. Okay, it allows you to navigate to some other URL over here. So here I've added a link and I've added the website name over here along with some within the h1 tag along with some CSS. Now, if anyone clicks on this, he'll be taken to the home page itself. That is what this says. All right. And then I have the unordered list. Now, unordered list is going to define like all the navbar items. So within unordered list, you can see within UL tag, you have all the navbar items over here. Now, within this unordered list, okay, there is some class over here. Okay. And within this, you have list items. Okay. So you can see this is the link basically to the home page. So the first item in our navbar is home. You can see how this is being added over here. Okay, it's an individual list item with link nested inside. So if you click on this, it is going to take you to the home page. And I've added some CSS over here and I have made sure that I've mentioned the path also. Okay, so I've also added conditional CSS. If you see over here, I'm making use of ternary operator. Okay, so if path is equal to home page, okay, then I'm displaying this kind of CSS. I'm adding this kind of CSS. If we are not on home page, then the CSS changes over here. So it's text gray 200. Okay, so this is basically to like add some active page sort of an effect, which you will see once we do a demo. This is the li again, and same CSS, same thing replicated, but for about. Then we have one more over here for sign up over here. You can see sign up. Okay. And this is basically for set navbar open. So have I linked this function? Yes, I have basically. So navbar open over here. This is basically for responsive things. So if our application basically is being viewed on the smaller devices, okay, we will be displaying rx cross 2 and this thing over here, over there. Okay. So this is how it will work. If the navbar is open, then we'll display this cross. If it's not open, then we'll display this menu hamburger. Okay, so if you copy this iOS menu, if you come over here, if you go here and search for this menu, this is a hamburger. You can see it's a hamburger, right? So this is what it does. And let me save this and let me come over here. So if you see at the top, you can see the application and you can see if this is active, about is active, right now. So you can see home is a little bit grayed out. A little bit. The grayed out effect is very minor, okay, but it gives you a feel, you know. So this is all because of this conditional CSS that we have applied. You can see this conditional CSS that we have applied over here. So if the path is root, then we are applying the CSS, and if it's not, then we are graying it out a little bit. Okay. Now if you go to home and if you right click, if you go to iPhone 14 Pro Max, so I've selected, oops, I exited inspect mode. Let me minimize this. So I've selected iPhone 14 Pro Max. I'm on a smaller device now, and you can change the device from here. Okay, you can view on desktop as well. But I'll go to iPhone 14 Pro Max, and you can see over here this hamburger menu. I'll just zoom in. This hamburger menu, and it has a cross icon. You can see. So this is responsive, completely responsive, and this is being managed because of this. You can see this. If navbar is open, then display the RX. This is the cross one. And then you display the hamburger menu if it's not open. Okay, so that is what this tells you. Okay, and these are all the CSS for managing the responsive design as well. All right, and you can see over here these all CSS manage responsive stuff. Okay, so I hope this is pretty clear to you all as to what is happening, why it's happening, and we'll switch over to desktop. We'll just exit this, and you can see how navbar has come up at the top. I'm zoomed in a bit. So if I zoom out, you can see this is how the application looks like. Okay, you can go to about, you can go to home, Sign up page does not exist yet, so there's nothing on sign up, but home and about, this is how it will work. All right. Now, one small sort of enhancement you can do over here is when the application is loaded, you don't see anything. Okay, if you refresh, you don't see any sort of animation over here. You can improve the interface by adding this library over here. So this is a library. It's called Framer Motion. It's a library that helps you add animations to your React components easily. Okay, so you can see this is the dependency that you need to add, npm install motion, and you can head over to quick start. Okay, and in quick start you can see things for JavaScript and React over here. Okay, now there are a lot of things, like if you go to overview, all right, you can actually, so here it's here, this is how you import it, and here this is how it's animating it. You can see, so it's animating a div basically, and there are many properties that you need to take a look at. For example, initial, animate, all right, all of this, and you can see there are a lot of things over here. Okay, you can see how it's animating stuff. Okay, so we can make use of this as well to like make things better. So if you go to motion over here, okay, so this is something that we can make use of. Motion, you can see class name is box, so you can add your own class name. Okay, this is just the CSS class names that you want to add. Animate, you can mention like animate when this value changes, and this is fade in. You can see when the element enters the viewport, it is going to have the opacity of 1, and this is going to you can see how the style and layout is changing. So this is the entire guide basically as to how this can work. Okay, and we can integrate this into our application. So what I will do is I'll actually come over here, examples. Oops, so this is, I went to example over here. Let me come over here to home and let me say npm install motion. Here I'll just say npm install motion. It'll install motion over here. Okay, so once the dependency is installed, what we can do is here, let us animate this h1. Okay, what I will do is I'll say motion over here. Okay, motion dot h1. Oops, so I need to import it is what I realized. Okay, motion, I'll say dot over here. So we'll have to import this. So this is actually added into a package. Let me see. Okay, so this one second. So where is motion? So this is added into a package. Okay, I'll close this now. Okay, now here at the top, what we need to do is we need to import motion first of all. So actually, let's not do it in NavBar. I'll just do Control Z over here. This is looking good, but let's do it in landing page. So if you scroll up over here, we have this h1 tag, right? So here at the top, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say import. Okay, I'm going to say motion, and okay, this is it will be motion, and I'll say motion from framer motion. Okay, framer hyphen motion, something like this. Okay, let me see if we see any sort of error. Not yet. Okay, so this is okay. I don't see any console log errors as well. Okay, so this is imported, and now what we can do is here, if you come, I can say motion dot h1. Okay, and you can see motion dot h1 has been applied over here, and here just before the class name, I'll take class name to a new line. Okay, and just before the class name, I'll paste some animation related properties. Okay, now these are some properties that I've added. Okay, all these are over here in the documentation. Okay, so if you go over here, if you select motion, so one second, if you go to React and if you select motion over here, you will see initial. Okay, so what is the first one? We have the first one as initial. So I'll just copy this and I'll Control F. Okay, so you can see this is the initial state of the component. Okay, so here initial is set to false. Okay, but what we are doing is we are setting the initial state to oops. What we are doing over here is we are setting the initial state to opacity of 0. Okay, and we are moving it 80 pixels up on y-axis. Okay, while in view. Now when it comes into view, we are feeding it in. okay, and moving to the original position with this property. That is what this defines, okay. So opacity of 1 and Y of 0. And then we have viewport. Okay, what is viewport? Animate only the first time it enters the view. That is what it is going to do. Okay, and transition. So this is the transition over here, okay, which says like the animation lasts for 0.8 seconds. This is how you control the speed. Okay, so this has been added, and now if you save this, let us see how this looks. Okay, you can see the text floated from the top. You can see how it floated. Okay, so you can control this. Instead of 0.8, if I change this to 0.3, okay, this will be much more faster. You can see it is fast, right? So I'll keep it to 8, okay, and opacity of 1, you can change it based on what you want. All right, but this is how you can add motion or any sort of animation. You can in fact add it for all the elements. So here we have added for each one. You can add it for all. Okay, so what I've done is I have paused the video for a while and I've applied this motion, like framer motion, to all the major components in the application. So here you will see this was a button, okay, where we were asking users to manage the links, and this was a class for it. Okay, what I've done is I've added motion over here for the same, okay, a little bit of animation. For the other button also I've added this, okay, and the properties are similar: initial, while in view, viewport, transition. I have on click as well, dashboard navigation handler, okay, and I have added a empty function over here, okay. So this is something that I've added, and yeah, motion.image. I'm also animating the images, buttons, images, and here we have cards, right? So this is the p tag, okay. So all the elements I've added motion, and inside card, what I've done is I've updated the card to reflect something like this. So there was initially only a div. What I've done is I've added motion over here, okay. So this part is extra, this part, all right. Rest all is same, and I've renamed the tag to motion.div, and I've imported motion at the top. These are the changes. Now if you come over here, you can see the application is looking much more better, a little bit live, you know. These are just small aesthetic changes, okay, but they create an impact when it comes to designing user interfaces. All right, this is done also in landing page. What I've done is over here, if you scroll up, here I've added these two things. One is navigate and other is dashboard navigate handler. So instance of use navigate, okay, we will be making use of this to redirect redirect the user basically to a different URL. So I've added this, okay, and this is a use navigate hook, and I've added this empty function, dashboard navigate handler. And if you take a look at this function, this is being added over here on click. So on click of buttons over here basically. So these two buttons, okay. So whenever you click these two buttons, there has to be some sort of navigation handling that should happen, okay, which does not exist right now, but I've created the functions that are empty for the sake of those, okay. This is done, okay, and our application is looking pretty much decent. So I hope you enjoyed designing the UI. Now there is one thing I would also want to do over here. So browser router, what I will do is I'll import browser router as router over here, as router. Well, that is a norm normally, and I'll make use of router over here instead of browser router, okay. So this is what my application is looking like, and it's working absolutely fine, as you can see. Okay, it's time that we take this application further and build a lot of stuff in it. I hope this has been useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So now it's time that we begin talking about the sign up or the register functionality within our application. And for registering or for allowing users to register into our application, we are going to need form creation, right? And we'll be making use of React hook forms. Now, if you're not aware of what React hook form is, I would encourage you to Google over here, and you'll see this first link over here. And this is a way or an easy way to reduce the boilerplate code and build better forms with the help of React. So you can see over here, this is the punchline. React hook form reduces the amount of code you need to write while removing unnecessary re-renders. So this also improves the performance. Okay, and you can see over here, this is the code on the left hand side, and this is a form you get on the right hand side. All right, and you can see like if you submit or do anything, okay, you can customize the code as well. It's a live editor over here. Okay, and yeah, this is what React Hook Form is, and we are going to make use of this over here. Okay, so there's a video showing you what React Hook Form is. All right, you can even take a look at the demo or go to get started and take a look at how you can make use of it. So we are going to make use of this. So what I will do is I'll copy this npm install React Hook Form. I'll come over here, and here in the terminal, I'll just add this dependency into my application. Okay, I'll close all, and I'll head over to package.json, and we'll see React Hook Forms being added over here. Okay. Now, when we create a register or login functionality, it is going to have text fields, right? So what I will do over here is I'll create a custom text field for myself here in components. Okay, so React allows you to create components, right? So I'll say text field over here. Okay, so the name is text, and I'll keep F as capital, F-I-E-L-T. So I've created this text field.jsx, and I'm going to paste in some code over here. Okay, so you can see this is the entire JSX basically for text field. Okay, and you can see it accepts a lot of things like label, ID, type, errors, register, required. Okay, it's accepting a lot of stuff here as in the form of props. Now, every field over here that we are accepting has its own significance. For example, label over here, this is a text that is displayed as inputs label. Okay, for example, email, password, and so on. ID is basically a unique identifier for the input field. We have type, so the type of the input basically. So this represents the type of the input like text, email, password, or URL. We also have errors over here. Now this is an object containing validation errors, which is usually managed by React Hook Forms, and it displays the error messages when the validation fails. So we are taking the error object over here. Register. Now this is a function from React Hook Form to manage field validation and link it with the form state. Okay, so if you come over here to React Hook Form, okay, here you will see we need to do register. So you will see there is register over here. Okay, so you have register. From use form, you are destructuring all of this stuff. Okay, you can see over here. All right, and then over here, if you see on submit, you are submitting this information, and then you are registering these fields as well, like register example, register, this is example required, and so on. Okay, and these are the errors over here. Okay, so you can see we are registering the input into the use form hook by providing the register function over here this way. We are handling the submit this way. Okay, so when the form is submitted, handle submit on submit is being called. Okay, and this function is being called over here on submit, and we are just logging the data over here. Okay, and here we have the errors. So errors will return when the field validation will fail. So this is entirely managed by a React Hook Form. We have written bare minimal code. We have just registered and we have just made use of syntax is what I would say. Like register is one syntax, handle submit is one syntax. Okay, so handle submit, you can see over here, the handle submit will validate your inputs before invoking on submit. So within handle submit, you're passing in on submit. So why are we not passing in on submit directly? Because we want validation to take place, and we don't want to validate it. React Hook Form will validate it. Okay, and we need to register every field over here like this with React Hook Form. So we are making use of register over here. This is register, and then we are making use of register over here. And these are the validation rules over here, like required is equal to true. Okay, and we have errors over here that will be displayed just in case error object has something. So I hope this is making sense. This entire thing is being simplified by React Hook Forms, and we are passing a lot of this data into this text field. So whenever we are making use of this text field, so imagine this here, you're making use of this input, right? We won't be making use of this input. In fact, we'll be making use of our own custom text field. Okay, and we'll be passing in these things over here, whatever we need. So register is coming in. We have required. Required is a boolean that is indicating if the input is mandatory. We have message over here, which is a custom message displayed when validation fails. We have class name. Okay, if there is any optional CSS class names to style the input and label. We have minimal value. So There's a minimum length for the input value. Value is basically the initial value for the input, and placeholder is just a placeholder. Okay, we are accepting all of this, and over here we are actually creating our text field. You can see how this is being rendered. So there are three parts if you look at it. Okay, the first thing is understand is that there is a div. Okay, then the first part is label over here. Just see this label. Okay, second part is the input itself. So this entire thing is input until here. Okay, then third part is errors over here. Okay, so these are three parts. Now first thing, let's talk about the label over here. Label, like the name says, okay, label is used for accessibility and user guidance. It's used to guide user as to what this field is about. Okay, we have HTML4, which is doing the job of connecting the label to the input over here. So this is the input, and we are mentioning the HTML4. It's for this input. Okay, that is what we are specifying. Class name, we are adding class names over here. Okay, so this allows for custom styling. And we have label that is being displayed. Now the label is the label text that we accept from here. That is what we are rendering over here. So this is the label being displayed. Then we have input over here. Now input field is the most important part of this component over here. Okay, input type, you can see input ID, placeholder. Okay, all of this we are taking in as props. And then we are adding the class names over here. And then we are also registering the text field with using the register function over here. You can see. Okay, and then basically once the registration is done, within registration we also have some validation rules like required over here. So this is required, and this is a message, the validation message. Minimum length. So you can see minimum length. What is the minimum length? And minimum, this is a message over here for the minimum length. And this is for email as well. So if type is email, then the validation rule is this. Okay, this is the validation rule. All right, which is with the help of I would say pattern matching. Right. We also have, if type is URL, we also have a pattern matching for URL. So the URL has to be valid. Okay, you might use text field for normal text. Okay, number, or accepting emails or accepting URL. So we have all of those scenarios covered. And then in the end, we have error over here. So we are displaying the error here, error information, and if the validation fails, the error message is displayed over here using this. And you can see the text is red over here. Okay, and yeah, that is it, I think, over here for regarding the text field over here. Okay, so combining all three, like label, input, and errors over here, it gives us a powerful component that can render inside a form, okay, multiple times, and you can use it the way you want. And if there is any change, for example, if there is any change in the UI, or if there is any change in the way you want to display error messages, you have to come to this single file, which is textfield.jsx, and here you have to modify this field in the way you want. Okay, and the modification you do will be applicable across the entire project. That's the beauty of separating or segregating this text field into a separate component. I hope this seems useful, because this is something that you can even make use for your personal projects or any sort of portfolio projects you build out there, right? And this is a class that I make use of really often, right? So this is done. I'll save this file. Now as the next step, what we need to do is we will come over here, and under components, we'll create a new file, and we'll call this as register page.jsx. Now this is going to be our component, RAFCE. Okay, we added this boilerplate code, and this is our register page that we are going to render. So I'll come over here to app.jsx. Let me add a path. Okay, so I'll duplicate this, and instead of about, I'll say register. And here I'm going to say register page, something like this. Okay, this is done. Also, let me see if in NavBar, so if I go to NavBar, we have about, we have sign up. Okay, so here in NavBar, if you see here, the click of this should take you to register page, right? So I have, so for about, what I'm doing is I'm navigating it to /about, right? So if you come over here, this is sign up. So for sign up, I can navigate it to /register, something like this. If you come here, let me see if this works. Okay, you can see it works. All right, the footer the page just has this text, right? So basically the footer is being shown at the top, which is absolutely okay. Once you start adding like elements over here in between, all right, on the register page, this would look decent, all right. But for now, register URL is working, or register route is working is what I should say. Now coming to our register page. Okay, so first thing first, we have this parent div that we are going to make use of. I'll take this to a new line over here. Okay, and over here I'm going to say class name. Okay, something like this. I will say minimum h, and I'll say calculated. Okay, and I'll say 100 vh minus 64 pixels. Okay, this is done. I'll say flex justify center, and I'll say items center. Okay, now within this, okay, this div, I'm going to add a form. Okay, so this is going to be a form, and let me add a normal HTML form. Okay, this is done. Now over here, so we are going to make use of React hook forms, right? So what I will do is I'll come over here at the top, and I'm going to say const. Okay, and here I'm going to say register. Okay, give me handle submit. So I'm going to destructure all of this. Give me reset. Give me form state. S will be capital. Colon errors. Okay, something like this. So I'm getting this, all of this from use form from React hook forms. Okay, so this will be imported at the top if you see. Okay, and if you see at the top, you can see use form has been imported. I'm destructuring all of this. So all of this is available. Register, handle submit, reset. So if you come over here, okay, if you go to React hook forms here, okay, you have if you scroll down, register, handle submit, you have register, handle submit, and if you scroll down, okay, one second, reset. So you can see handle submit, control, reset. So you can make use of reset also. Reset is basically used to reset the form. Okay, and you can see how okay, is this being used over here, required on all of this, on submit over here, on submit console.log. Okay, reset is not being used much over here. Okay, but I'm taking form state errors over here. Let me see if errors example is given over here. Okay, so here you can see errors, how errors are being handled. You can see form state errors, and all the errors are being displayed like this. Okay, but what we are going to do is, you can display the errors this way in the form itself. You can see here the errors are being displayed this way, right? So what happens is when you submit, validation takes place, and if there are any errors, this state is being updated. The state is coming in from React hook forms, and since you are making use of this state to display errors over here, okay, errors, these fields will appear if the error occurs. Okay, but in our case, what we need to do is, here, if there are any errors, we need to pass this error object to text field, and text field will do the job of displaying the error. So you can see errors, and then this error, basically error information is being rendered over here. So that is what we would be doing actually. All right, so right now I have this, and then here within use forms, use form, I need to make use of curly braces. I'll say default values. I'll add some default values over here. Now what are the fields that I'm going to have? I'm going to have username. What all I need for registering? Username. I'll have email. Okay, and then I'm going to have password, something like this. Okay, so this is done. I'll end this with a comma, and I think this is it. And we need to have on touch. Okay, we need to set the mode over here. Okay, so I'll say mode colon on touch, something like this. I'll end this with a comma. And if you come over here, let me do Control F, mode over here. Okay, so mode. Okay, so okay, mode is not being displayed over here. So mode on touch. One second, let me search for on touch. Okay, it's strange, on touch is not being shown here. Let me scroll up. Ideally it should be. Okay, if you come to advanced, so what I did is I searched for on touch over here in the search box, and I was taken to this use form. Okay, this is coming in from the API, use form API. And if you scroll down over here, you can see this mode over here. Okay, now what this option allows you to do is this option allows you to configure the validation strategy before the user submits the form. So you can say on touched, on change, on submit, or all. Okay, so on touch meaning validation is only triggered on the first blur event, and after that it's triggered on every change event. So this is something that you can control if you wish to. If you don't want validations to have on the blur event, you can basically have it on submit. So it's totally your choice over here. Okay, you have reset options also over here. You can see, okay, these all things. So there is a lot of documentation available for this. You can explore this. All right. But for now, what I'm going to do is I have all of this stuff over here. Okay, now I'm going to come over here in form, and I have access to handle submit over here, right? So for form, what we need to do is I'm going to say on submit form. So on submit over here, I'm going to say handle submit, and I'm going to say register handler over here, for example. Now this handler does not exist, register handler. So what you can do over here is you can scroll up, and just above return here, you can say const register handler over here, and you can say async arrow function. Okay, now parameter is data over here. Okay, oops, so I want data as a parameter. Okay, and here inside this we don't need anything right now. Just leave this as is. Okay, so in fact we can have an API call inside this. So when the form is submitted and all the validations have passed in, what would you ideally want to do? You would want to submit the data to the server, backend server, so that the user is registered, right? But we don't want to deal with that right now. We'll first build the form, and then we will come to this function to write the API calls over here. Okay, but this is done. All right, I have on submit, and what I can do over here is after on submit, I can say class name over here. Okay, class name. I'll add few classes over here. I've added these class names, as you can see. Okay, and I need to also add a h1 tag over here. H1. Okay, I need to say register here. Okay, and this will also need some classes over here, some styling. So for register here, I've added these classes. You can see. Okay, pretty simple. Text center, fonts I've applied. I've added text button color. Okay, and font bold, and for large LG. So this is for this is basically ensuring that we have a responsive design in place. Text is 2XL. Okay, if I save this, and if you come over here, you will see this UI over here which says register here. Okay, and this is looking a little bit decent. Okay, we need to improve. I'll just add a horizontal line over here, HR. Okay, so I'll say HR, and I'll close this, and here I'll say class name mt-2 mb-5. Okay, and I'll say text of black, and you'll see there is a very thin line being added. Okay, now what we need to do, so we need to start adding the text fields over here. Okay, so first of all, I'll add this div over here. Okay, this is a div which is going to help us add text fields in the right way, and within this div I'm going to add all the text fields. I'm going to say text field over here. This is a custom text field that we have created, and I'll close it on the next line. Okay, and within this text field I'll start adding the properties. So I'll say label. Now what is the label? Label is user name. Okay, I'll say required. Okay, it's required, and I'll go to next line. I'll say ID. What is the ID? ID is username over here. Okay, I have to say type over here. Oops, type. What is type? So type is text, like so, and message is star. User name is required, Okay, I'll just remove this n caps from here. Username is required. This is done. Okay, placeholder. Placeholder is type your username. So type your username over here, something like this. This is a placeholder that will appear. Now until this, if you save and see, okay, we are not seeing the output. So there are few fields that are missing, of course. So I'll say register, and we need to pass in register over here. What is this register? This register is coming in from React Hook Forms over here. You can see React Hook Forms. This is a register. Okay. And here I'm going to say errors, and I'm going to say errors, something like this. If you save this, you should see your text field appear, right? And you can see the validation ticking in as soon as you move the focus out. Okay, you can see username is required, and you can see how it's appearing in red, right? So it's pretty good, and you can customize it the way you want, and you can replicate the same UI for email and the password as well. Okay, so what I will do over here is I'll copy this text field, okay, and I'll paste it over here. So this is now, oops, so this is now here. Okay, so this is username. It will say email, and type is also email over here. Instead of username, email is required, and type your username. It will be type your email. Register and errors are same. Okay, so this is done. I'll head over to the new line, and here we'll also add things like password. So I'll say password over here, and type is password, like so. Copy this, paste it, type your password, and here I'll say password is required. Okay, and I think register. After register, we'll add one more property over here. I'll say minimum of 6. Okay, so we have a minimum length for this password field of 6. If you come here, you can see the field, or like the fields appearing. Okay, this is looking pretty decent, right? Now coming back after div. After this div, we'll add a button. Okay, I'll say button, something like this, and here I'm going to say register. Okay, here, and I'm going to say disabled. So not disabled, I'll add some, I'll say type of button is submit, and here I'm going to say class name. Oops, so class name. So we'll add a few CSS classes over here. So here I'm going to paste the classes, and I'll save it. And you can see register appear over here, right? So this is looking good. And I'll also handle the loading state. So you can handle the loading state if you wish to. You know, if there is loading that is happening, you can show some different text over here. Okay, so I'll create a const. Okay, you can say const loader over here, and you can say set loader, something like this, is equal to use state. Okay, and here you will have false, and this is done. Okay, loader, and here what you can do is, if the loader is true, if loader is having true value, okay, you can show some text like loading over here. Okay, so I'll cut this. You can have curly braces, you can say loader question mark, and if loader is there, you can say loading. Okay, something like this. Otherwise you can say register, like so. Okay, and here you can say whether this button is disabled or not. So you can say disabled will have the value of loader, like so. Oops, not register, loader. Okay, so loader is a boolean value. I'll store the loading state as true or false. Okay, so if it's true, we are showing loading state over here and disabling this button, right? The text will be loading. All right, so I hope this is making sense. Lastly, what we need to do is we need to add a link at the bottom, which will say if you already have an account. Okay, so I'll say already have an account. If you already have an account, what you do? You add a link. Okay, what is the link? Link is coming in from React Router DOM, right? And you're going to say login over here. Okay, so I'll take it to next line. I'll say span over here, and this will be login, something like this. And you can add a class name. You can say oops class name over here. You can say text button color, like so. Okay, you can see I already have one account, login. Okay, we'll just make this better. So I'll say class name, text center, text sm, text small. I'll say text slate 700 over here. Okay, and margin top of 6, something like this. You can see this is looking fair enough. Already have an account, and this thing over here, like a link. So I'll add a class over here, like class name for link also. So I'll say font semi-bold. Okay, this is not coming in. Font semi-bold. I'll say underline, and I'll say hover. What is the hover effect? Hover is text black, something like this. Okay, and here I'll say to. What is to? So this should take you to /login. Okay, so I hope this is making sense. Okay, this is a span. All right, now if you save this and if you come here, you can see already have an account, login. Right, so this is looking decent, I'll say. Okay, let's add a space. Okay, so this is done, and our register page is done. Now we need to set up a login page in a similar way, but register page is working fine. You can test this as to if it's working absolutely okay for you. All right, the validation should trigger in the right way, and if you click on login over here, you should not see anything. Okay, this is the header and the footer getting combined together. You can see header and the footer getting combined together because there's no component in between. There's no login component, right? So we'll take a look at this login component a bit later. But for now, we have register form along with some robust validations with modern practices of React Hook up and running. All right, so now it's time that we start making API calls to the backend. So when the user clicks on register, the user should be created in the backend. And here in the front end, you should see some sort of a confirmation or a success that the operation has been successful. Okay, now for doing this, we need to make API calls, of course. And for making API calls, I'm going to make use of Axios. So Axios is basically a promise-based HTTP client for browser and Node.js, you can see. And we'll be making use of this. It's pretty common to use Axios these days. A lot of projects use it, and this is how you can make use of it. You can see you can call this URL, and if you get the response, then you can get the response.data like this. I'll say get started. Okay, and here we have npm install Axios. So I'll copy this, come over here. I'll say npm install Axios. Okay, installed. We close this. It's installed into our project here. You can see dependencies. Okay, we are all set with Axios now. Now what we need to do is we can make an API call right from register page itself. Here register handler is the one where we will be making our API call. But what I'll be doing is I'll be creating a custom instance of Axios. Okay, so I will come over here, and here under src I have this components folder, assets folder. I'll create one more folder over here, and I'll call this folder as API. Okay, and within this folder, I'll create a new file. I'll call it as api.js. Okay, and here I'm going to say export default Axios. You can see this Axios will get imported. I'll say .create. I'm creating a custom Axios instance, and over here I'm going to say base URL. So I'm setting the base URL for the entire application. So what we can do is here I'm setting all the base URL and all the configuration over here. And throughout the entire application, you can make use of this instance, right? So that is what we'll be doing. So I'll say base URL, and I'll say over here, we'll set the URL over here. Now you can hard code the URL over here, okay? Or you can create a .env file. Now creating a .env file is much more smarter, okay, because it helps you externalize your properties. So what I will do over here is I'll also add a .env file, not here, okay, but in the root folder of the project. Okay, so come here, I'll right click, I'll say new file, and I'll say .env. Okay, now here I'm going to add the URL. Okay, now the URL that I'm going to add, I'm going to call this as backend URL. So I'm going to say wheat, okay, underscore backend underscore URL over here. Okay, and what is the URL? URL is HTTP. This is the URL. Okay, our server is running, so I'm copy pasting it because I don't want to have any sort of typos. I've had this issue wherein I've typed in everything and then it was like, oh boss, I misspelled this thing or I didn't write this properly. So this creates problem. It's best to copy paste always. I'll say import dot meta dot env because we need to now refer to the URL, right, that we have written over here. So I'll say wheat backend URL. Okay, so I'll go to this and I'll again copy this and I'll paste it over here. Okay, so what this will do is it will get this property from the env file and it will give it over here. So instead of semicolon, it should be comma over here. Okay, so this is done. We have our custom Axios instance created over here. Now what we need to do over here is I'll come over to register page over here. This register handler is what is being called when the form is submitted. So right, so when the form is successfully submitted, which means that when the validation is also successful, I'm going to have all the logic inside this particular method or function. Okay, so first thing what we need to do is we need to set the loader over here, loader to that of true. Why are we setting loader to true? Because this tells the application that there is an API call happening and it's a loading state now. I'll add a try catch block because we are doing an API call, of course. Okay, and I'll just log the error. So I'll say console.log and I'll just log error information like so. Okay, this is done. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const, or let me say await dot, sorry, not dot, await API. Now API is the API that we have just created. So I'll get that imported. API dot post. So it's a post request, right? Register endpoint over here. This is the register endpoint, right? It's a post request. Let me hide this. It's a post request. So I'll copy this endpoint. This is the entire URL over here. So I've copied the URL and I'll come over here and here I'll say post and I'll open this and I'll say paste this URL here. Okay. And I also need the data to go in, right? So I'll say comma data. So this is how I'm making the API call and I'll end this with a semicolon. Okay. Now what I'll do is the output of this, I'll say const. Okay. And here I'm going to say data colon response, something like this. Okay. So I'm getting the data over here. Okay. And I can log the response if you wish to. Okay. And here I'm going to reset the form. Just called reset, which means everything that has been entered in the form, like the sign up form, will get reset. And I'll navigate. So I'll navigate. Okay, the instance of navigate is not yet created. Okay, so what I will do is I'll come over here at the top and I'll say const navigate is equal to use navigate. Okay, something like this. Okay, and if you hover on this, you'll see it returns a function that lets you navigate programmatically in the browser, right? So I'm going to come over here, navigate, something like this over here. And here I'm going to like navigate the user to /login, something like this. Okay, so this is done. So once the user has registered or the API call is successful, we are navigating him to login. Okay, and here I'll add a finally block, and inside finally I'll set the loader to false, like so. Okay, this is done. I've saved this. Now, of course, this won't work. I'll tell you why. Okay, this won't work because there is, we are doing a cross origin request, right? So here, if you come, we are doing a request from this URL, which is 5173 to 8080. Now, modern browsers block these kind of cross origin requests, and you need to explicitly tell modern browsers that, hey, this is my backend application, and I'm accepting or allowing requests from this particular front end. Only then the request is allowed. Otherwise, you get this cross origin request error, okay, which is also known as CORS. Okay. Now, another thing is, before we test this, I want to show a toast over here. We have not shown the toast, so I'm going to make use of React Hot Toast. Okay. If you search for React Hot Toast, you will see this is the library, and you will see this is a toast that you will get. Okay, you'll see how the kind of notifications you get. Okay, so you can copy this name React Hot Toast, and we're going to make use of this. So I'll come over here, and I'll go to terminal, new terminal, and I'll say npm install React Hot Toast. Okay, this should be installed, and what I will do over here is after the user basically has done registering, I'm going to say toast. I can see toast is coming in from React Hot Toast. Success. What is success message? I'll say registration successful, something like this. Okay, and if it's a failure, then I'm going to like show it over here. Toast.error. Oops. Toast.error over here. So registration failed. So we are done with this, and I'll come over here. Let me see how this works. Okay, so I'm going to type in the username and password. I'm going to say test123. I'm going to say test@gmail.com. I'm going to say test123. Okay, I'll copy this email and I'll say register. So you'll see an error, like I said, the CORS error. You can see. So request from this origin. So request to this from this origin has been blocked by CORS policy. Like this is what I just told you. So I'll come over here to my backend. I'll have to go to my backend, in fact. Okay. And here I'll have to go to, so we'll have to go to the security package over here where we are having the security config, and in the same package, I'll add a new class. I'll call this as web config. Okay. And this is going to be a configuration file that we are going to add, and this is going to define the configuration or the CORS configuration wherein it is going to allow the origins. Okay. So I'm going to say configuration first of all, and this is going to implement web MVC configurer. Okay, and here I'm going to inject, I'm going to inject value. Okay, what am I injecting? I'm going to inject the frontend URL. Okay, something like this, frontend.url. Okay, like so. And here I'm going to say private string frontend URL. Okay, and here we'll have to so we'll add CORS configurer. So I'll say generate. I'll go to override methods, and here we should have a method called CORS configurer. Okay, so do you see this method? Okay, I don't think, okay, so I don't think the method is there. We don't need to override this. I'm sorry about this. In fact, we need to create a bean of MVC configurer. Sorry, I mixed up two different things. So I'll say public web MVC configurer, and I'll say CORS configurer. Something like this. Okay, and here I'm going to add this as a bean, like so. Okay, I'm going to say return add CORS mappings over here. Okay, and here I'm going to say registry. Okay, and this is going to say okay, something like this. All right, and okay, so once again I made a mistake. I'll just do Control Z. We are supposed to return an object of web MVC configurer over here. Okay, and it'll ask you like which method you want to override or implement. So here there is a method called add course mapping. So you can see this method. Okay, now I get it. All right, so add course mapping is coming in over here, and it is accepting the parameter of type course registry. So I'll get rid of this. I'll say registry dot add mapping, and I'm going to say add mapping for all the URL paths over here. Okay, and I'm going to say dot allowed origins over here. What is the allowed origin? Allowed origin is the front-end URL that we have. And I'm going to say allowed methods over here, dot allowed methods. What is the allowed methods? Get, and I'll need post, I'll need put. I'm also allowing delete, and I'm also allowing options. Okay, something like this. And then I'm going to say allowed headers, and here I'm going to say star, allow all the headers. We also need to allow the credentials, allowed credentials. I'm going to say true over here, and I'm going to say max age of 3600, something like this. Okay, so this is done, and we need to end this with a semicolon. You can see this error here. Okay, so I think this is done, and configurer is never used. That's absolutely okay. All right, so I believe we have been course configurer, return new MVC configurer. We are overriding this over here. Okay, now the thing is we need to define this in the application.properties. Okay, so I will head over to application.properties file, which is over here. Okay, and here in the end I'm going to add this, and I'll add the front-end URL over here. Now what is the front-end URL? It's this. Okay, so front-end URL is this, and I'll get rid of register over here. Okay, so this is something you need to add, and you need to restart the server for changes to take effect. We'll wait until the server is up and running. Okay, no issues as such. The application is working fine. Now come over here and we'll try registering. I'll just send the request again. Okay, I'll say register, and you can see okay, we are redirected to login over here. You can see login. Okay, so which means the registration was successful, and we can switch over to the database and also check if the user was created in the database. So I'll just run this query. Okay, so you can see test@gmail.com. This is what we created, test123. Okay, so this is created. I'll create one more. Okay, I'll close this because there are no errors now. I'll sign up. I'll say testing register. I'll copy this username. I'll say testing register@gmail.com. Okay, and then I'll say testing register over here. I'll register. You can see I was redirected over here, and if you refresh, you can see testing register appeared over here. Now one thing is I did not see the toast notification, so let me head over to the document of React Toast. Here we added the dependency. We need to also add a toaster to our application, which we haven't. All right, so we need to do this. So I'll copy this toaster tag over here, and then we need to start toasting, but we have immediately started toasting and not added toaster to our application. That's why it's not showing, which is absolutely okay. So just head over to app.jsx over here. Okay, and depending on where you want to display the toaster, so I want to display it just after the NavBar. So I'll add the toaster over here. Okay, and I'll select the toaster, something like this. Okay, and here I'm going to import toaster first of all. So toaster is imported, and toaster I have property like position. Now position I can say bottom center. Okay, I'm setting the position over here, bottom center, and I'll say reverse order is equal to, or let me get away with reverse order. We don't need reverse order. Okay, now let me test this. So I'll come over here. I'll go to sign up. Okay, I'll say testing toaster, something like this, testing toaster @gmail.com, and I'll paste testing toaster. I'll say register. You can see registration successful at the bottom, right? So this is working absolutely fine and no issues as such, right? So registration is working fine, and we are able to see our users being created into the database. I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this has been useful. Now we do have the register functionality up and running, and it's time that we work on the login functionality. So if you click on login over here, this link at the bottom, or if you go to /login URL, you'll see there's nothing that comes up, right? So for that, we need a page, of course, and we'll build a page in the form of a login component. So I'll come over here, and here I will create a new login page. Okay, so I'm going to call it login.jsx over here. Okay, I'll collapse this for now. And what I would do is we need RAFCE over here, something like this. Okay, I'll save this. And now we should not hit refresh, but we should go over here. So let me go to app.jsx. Where is app.jsx? Here. Okay. Now in app.jsx, I'll add a route over here, which will be for login. Okay. So login page. Okay, this is the login. Okay, and I'll call this as login. Okay, this is done. Now, if you go to login over here, okay, so you can see it auto refreshed and login is now coming in. Okay, which means this is working fine. Now take a look at the register page. This is register page. I need login page to be similar, right? We don't need a lot of changes in the login page. It's just that here the text should change, and we should have a couple of fields to log in. So if you take a look at Postman over here, okay, this is Postman. For logging in, what do we need in the backend? We need username and password. So here, if you come, we have username, email, and password. So we don't need email, we need just username and password, right? And rest all can remain same. So what I would do is I would actually head over to my register page. Okay, I can copy the entire thing over here. Okay, so I can actually copy this entire, or let me copy this entire register page over here and let me paste it into login page. Okay, and I'll say login over here. Okay, this is done. If you scroll up, I'll also rename the function over here. I'll say login over here, something like this. Okay, this is done. Now if you save this, you'll see, if you go to login, you'll see the same page load. Okay, now we'll make the changes over here as to what all we want over here. Okay, now first of all, we need this. Do we need navigate? We need loader as well. Okay, because we are managing login, we need register, handle, submit, reset. So this is related to React hook forms. We are going to make use of React hook forms. There's no doubt about it. If you scroll down, here is register handler. We don't need this register handler. Instead of this, what we need is we need login handler. I'll rename this function. Okay, and here I will get rid of this API call. I'll just comment this. Okay, this is not the API call that we want to do, and this, or I'll just comment out the entire operation over here. Okay, something like this. Okay, I can just have this toast out there. Okay, and I'll just call this login successful. Okay, and here we can have login failed. Okay, so this function is there. Okay, now if you scroll down over here, instead of register handler, we have renamed this to login handler. So I have added that. Okay, instead of register here, so this is a text that comes over here, register here. I don't need to say register here. What do we say? We say login here, right? So I'll say login here and I'll save this. Now if you come here, you can see login here. Now we don't need email over here, right? We need just username and password. So I'll scroll down. We have username. We don't need email. So I'll get rid of this email over here like so. Okay. And then if you scroll down over here, okay, if you scroll down, you can say already have an account, and we are taking the user to login page. Okay, so instead of this, we can rephrase this. So I'll say don't have an account, and I'll take the user to register page over here. Okay, and I'll say register, something like this. Okay, and I'll save this. I think this is it. Let me see. This looks okay, right? This is the login page, and if you click on register, you can see this is looking good. Okay, there is no space over here. Okay, just before register, so I'll just add a space. Let me see if that's added. Yes, it's added over here. Okay, and the register, I can call this as sign up over here. Okay, sign up. Okay, something like this. Register page. And in register page also, if you scroll down over here, just before login, I'll just give it a space. Okay, so this is done and this is looking decent now. You can see, yep, it's looking good. And now what we need to do, so we need to basically take this information, which is the username and password, and we need to send it to the backend. Okay, but before that, we forgot renaming, we forgot changing the text at one place. Here, instead of register, it should be login, right? The button. So I'll come over here, and the button we have is, where is the button? Okay, the button text. This is button. Okay, over here, login. So I'll save this, and now it should look okay. Sign up. Oops, did we save it? Okay, I renamed it accidentally in register, so I need to do it in login. Here, okay, like so. Okay, so this is done, and what we need to do is we need to now do an API call to backend and authenticate the user. Now, if you come over here, basically to the API, okay, if you do an API call over here, so let me do an API call with the username and password. Okay, you get token as the response, right? And this token is very important for the client. Now, who is the client over here? This is the backend server. You're doing a API call to the backend server. So this front end is the client which is consuming the backend APIs, right? This code will run in the browser. So this token becomes really, really important for the front end, because this token acts like a ticket, you can say, for all the subsequent requests. Because for all the requests, like for example, shorten URL, you have to pass a header, authorization header, and you have to pass in that same token which you have, right? So in that case, this token becomes really, really useful. And what we are going to do is we are going to make use of local browser storage, wherein we are going to store this token which is retrieved from the backend, and we are going to use it then for the subsequent request. That is how the entire process is going to work. Okay. Now, first we need to make the API call, like I said. So this is the endpoint over here. So for register, we had public/register. For login, we have public/login. So I'm going to come over here. Okay, and if you scroll up over here, we already have some code written from the register page.jsx file. We did a copy, right? So we have this code written, but I'll just uncomment this, and here we are doing an API call. Okay, so we are getting data response, and instead of calling register, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call in login over here. Okay, I'm calling reset over here. Okay, but before calling reset, I'll call toast success over here. Okay, you can call toast success after reset as well. That's completely fine, but I'm just changing the order over here. Okay, and I need to navigate the user. So where am I navigating the user? So we need to, upon successful login, we can navigate the user to the root URL. Okay, that is something that you can do. And like I said, we have access to the token, right? So in the response here that we get, we have access to the token. What do we do with the token? We need to save that token or store that token locally so that it can be consumed later on. Okay, so that is something we need to do. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here. Okay, and here I'm going to store the token in local storage. Now, just before over here, I'm going to say local storage over here. So you can see I have this local storage suggestion. I'm going to say set item over here, and this is going to have JWT token. Okay, and then I'm going to say JSON dot stringify, and I'm going to pass in response dot token. Okay, let us also print it onto localhost, not localhost, onto the console over here. So what I'm going to do is, let me take this response dot token, and what I will do is I will also print it on the console logs so that we can see it over here. Okay, so this is something that we'll do. Okay, now what I will do is I'll come over here. Okay, first of all, and let us see. So there are a few accounts that we have created already. So I do have few accounts like testing toaster, testing register. Okay, so I'll copy any of these. Okay, and I also remember the password. So I'll say testing toaster, and I don't need email. I just need username, and password is also same. So I'll just say login, but before saying login, let me open the console over here. Okay, so this is a console, and I'll say login, and you can see the token basically that is being printed over here. So this is a token that I get from backend, and you can even check the network requests over here. So what you can do is if you see over here, okay, you can see like all the network request, all the network activity that is happening over here. Okay, you can see login. So this login API was called, you can see, and this is the request, the entire request, and this is the response. Okay, we do not have any access to response, but you can see like how this worked. Okay, and if you go over here, and if you go to application over here, local storage, and select this localhost colon 5173 under local storage, you will see this is being stored here locally as well. Okay, so it's being managed, and you can see over here JWT token, and this is the value, right? So this is being stored over here. All right, so this is working absolutely okay, and we are able to authenticate the users against their credentials. All right, and we are also able to get the token and save it locally. So far, what we have done is we are authenticating the users first of all, and then we are getting the JWT token as the response. And we are storing the JWT token in the local storage of the browser. Okay. Now, any components, now our app has different types of components, right? You can see over here, a lot of components, and there will be more components that we might add, and we will develop, of course, this application. But the thing is, other components will also need access to the token, because tomorrow if you're building a dashboard wherein user can view the analytics, create short URLs. So for making all those API calls, you will need access to the token. So one way is that particular component can access the local storage and get the JWT token and do an API call to the backend server. But there is one more way, which is context. Okay, in React, it's a way to share data across components in a single session. And this, if you're aware of prop drilling as a concept in React, context is a way using which you can share data across multiple components without prop drilling. So it's an easy way and a better way, I would say, to share data across the application, across the components in a same application. Now, your data can be stored in context and available while the app is running, and when there is a refresh, the data won't persist. Okay, so what you can do is when there is a refresh or something like that happen, you can reinitialize the context, all those stuff you can do. But for every component, it's not mandatory to access local storage over here. Okay, local storage is there, of course. It's there if the application needs local storage, but we can make use of context as well along with local storage. Okay. So reading directly from local storage also has one more thing. So every time if you are reading JWT token from the local storage, it can make your app a little bit slower, okay, compared to accessing data directly from context, because context normally is managed in memory, and accessing data from context directly can be better. Okay, so frequent reads from local storage is not recommended. So that is why I am implementing the solution of context, and data stored in the context will be available across all the components. Okay, so yeah, we need to implement context over here, like I said. So what we need to do over here is I'll come over here and I'll collapse everything. Now under src, I'm going to create a new file, and the file I'm going to create is going to be in the context API folder / context API .jsx. Okay, so I'm creating this file under this folder. Okay, so let me collapse all of this. Oops. So here, so now within this context API, I'm going to create the context and set it for the rest of the app. Okay, so first I'm going to say const context API over here is equal to create context. Okay, something like this, and this will create the context first. Okay, I'm going to say export const context provider. Okay, provider over here, and I'm going to have a prop over here, which is children, something like this. And here then, okay, there's a spelling mistake. I'm seeing red marks. Export. Okay. Now what I'm going to do first is I'm going to get JWT token. So I'm going to say get token, const get token is equal to local storage dot get item. So this is how you can get data from the local storage, and our key name was JWT underscore token, something like this. Okay. Now if this token exists, then what we are doing is I'll copy this. If this exists, then it will be JSON dot I'll say parse over here, and local storage dot JWT token. Otherwise, it will be null. Okay, so this is something that we will do. Okay, now this is done. Now what I will do is I'll create a state over here. I'm going to say const, okay, and I'm going to say token, and set token over here, and I'm going to say use state, and I'm going to initialize it with get token over here. Okay, like this. Okay, and yeah, this is what we have done. We have a state and we have a token that we have retrieved from the local storage, and now we need to say return over here. Okay, and I'll say context API. Okay, so context API dot provider over here. Okay, and I will be saying value. Now what is the value? Value is send data. Okay, now what is send data? So send data is a variable that I'll be creating. So I'll say const send data, or you can say it's an object. Okay, so I'm creating it in this way, and here I'm going to say token comma set token, something like this. Okay, so this is an object. This is what we are creating. So this is the data that we want to share across the application. Okay, and here then I'm creating a provider. You can see this is a provider with this value, and here I'll be passing in the children. Okay, so the children that we have, the parameters. Okay, so that is what we are returning over here, and that is it. I think we don't need anything else. So what will happen is we will be making use of this context API or the context provider, and we'll be wrapping the root of the component where we want this data to be available. Okay, for example, if we want this data to be available throughout the application, okay, what we are going to do, we'll come to main.jsx. Where is main.jsx? Here. Now here we'll wrap this entire app. This app is basically the root element of the entire app, right? Everything is being rendered inside this, right? So we'll wrap this app with the context provider. Now context provider is something that we have created over here. Okay, now since we are wrapping the entire app with the context provider, app becomes the children over here, right? And all the children basically will fall in here, and they will have access to the send data over here. Now what is send data? Okay, send data is this over here, right? Token and set token. So entire application will have the ability to access token like this from here via the context, and they will also be able to set token. Okay, we can make use of set token only when the user logs in or authenticates itself. Okay, and once the token is updated in the context, we can basically have the token being exposed and being used across the app. Now this part is done, so I'll save this. I'll come over to main.jsx, and over here I'm going to say context provider over here. Okay, and I'm going to wrap app over here, something like this. And then what we need to do is here in login.jsx. Okay, I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to say we need to make use of context, right? So I'm going to say const, and I'm going to say set token over here. Okay, and here I'm going to say use context like so, and I'm going to say context API or context provider, something like this. Okay, so yeah, this is Done. And we have use context, which is a new import added, and context provider is the provider that we have created. And what we can do now, we can scroll down, okay, here. And when we are setting it in the local storage. Just before that, what we can do is we can say set token, and I can pass in over here the response.token over here, something like this. So this is doing the job of setting this into the context over here. So this is the setter. You can see this is setter. Okay. So this is being taken care over here. And what I will also do is I'll copy this. Okay. I'll copy this and I'll head over to the home page. So landing page over here. Let us take example of landing page. Now in landing page, I'll basically import this here. Okay. I need to import these two things, use context and the context provider. Okay. These two things I have imported. You can see at the top, use context is imported and the context provider is also imported. Now what I will do over here is I'll scroll down. Okay. And basically, okay, so we have access to, one second. So I'll go to landing page. Here we have access to set token. So I don't need set token here. I'm not setting the token in the landing page, but instead I need access to token, right? So token is this over here. So I'll come over here and I'll just get token. And what we will do here is I will just say console.log over here, and I'll say token from landing page. Okay. Let us see if this works for us. Okay. And I'm going to say token over here like so. Okay. So this should ideally print the token for us. Okay. And let us come over here. All right. And I've saved this. Okay. What happened? What happened here? Some issue maybe. Okay. Cannot destructure the property of token of use context as it's undefined. Okay. What's the problem? Use context provider. So I did a small mistake over here. I'm actually, I did a syntax error basically. Okay. So I'll tell you here in landing page, I'm actually getting the provider. I'm importing the provider and passing it over here, but that should not be the case. We need to get this context API that we have created, because this is the context API that is being used. You can see this is what is being used. Okay. So I'll say export. We need to export this. This is not exported. So I'll say export const, and I'll come over here, and instead of context provider, I'm going to make use of context API. Okay. And I'll get rid of the provider over here. Okay. This is done. And same I'll do for the login as well. Okay. So I'll scroll up here. I'll import this, and here I'll import this. Okay. I'm done. And I'll come over here, and now you can see token from the landing page. You can see this. Okay. Token from the landing page. It's coming in over here, which means that our application logic of setting context is working fine. Okay. Now we can optimize this logic further. Okay. Here what we are doing is we are importing context API and we are importing use context as well. Two things at the top of the file. What we can do is we can make accessing the context easier. Okay. So we can do that with the help of a custom hook. What I will do is I'll come over here to context API. And here at the bottom, I'll create a custom hook. I'll say export const use store context, something like this. Okay. And this is something that I'll create over here. And I'll say first, I'll say const context. Okay. What is context? Context is use context over here. So the same syntax that we are adding over here. Okay. The same syntax, use context API. I'll copy this and I'll paste it over here. Okay. So this is something that we are doing. Okay. And I'll say return context. Okay. So we are simply returning the context over here. That is what we are doing. We are exposing this because, we have to import two things, use context as well as context API everywhere where you want to use this. And there will be multiple instances where you want to use this. Okay. So what we will do is I'll remove export from here because we are not exporting this outside this module. So I'll save this. We'll come to login. Okay. And here we will get rid of this. We'll get rid of use context as well. We don't need now use context. Okay. But now here, instead of making use of use context, I'll say use store context. You can see this is use store context. So I'll call this hook. Okay. And this is how also we'll make use in landing page. So here I'll make use of this. Okay. And here I'll scroll up. Okay, at the top, and I'll get rid of this. Okay, we don't need this. So this is done. Okay, and it should work fine without any issues, you can see. Okay, so what we have done is wherever you want to make use of context, wherever you want access to the token, you have to just make use of this line, the single line, token use store context. And what this will do is this will give you the token. This will give it from here. Okay, you have access to token over here. And where is it getting it from? It's getting it from JWT token, which is there in the local storage. Okay, and it's available throughout the application, and it is exposed with the help of this custom hook. Okay, so I hope this is useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along as to what we are doing, why we are doing. All right, and I hope this has been insightful. So now it's time that we begin setting up our dashboard. And dashboard is a place that user sees after he logs into our application, wherein he can see all the analytics in details, and he can see all the shortened link that he has already created along with the individual or the analytics for the individual URLs. And he'll also see an option to create new short URLs. Okay, so what we are going to do is I'll come over here. And just under src, I'll create a new file. I'll call this new file. I'll create this new file under dashboard folder, and I'll call this as dashboard layout.jsx, something like this. Okay. And inside this file, I'll have a dummy component like so. Okay. And what I would do is I'm fine with this file for now. I'll come over here in app.jsx and I'll add a new route over here. Okay, so this is a new route. I'll call this new route as dashboard, and I'll add dashboard layout over here. So this is done. Now after authenticating, like after login, so in login.jsx over here, okay, here after the user logs in, so on login successful, I'll navigate him to dashboard, something like this. Okay. Also, one more thing I noticed, this is a little bit, this is not related to dashboard, but here I noticed every component I've been calling it as register page, about page, landing page, but this I've not added page over here. So I'm just calling it login. So what I will do is I'll just do a quick rename over here for login component, and I'll rename this to login page, something like this. And I'll say, yes, update the imports. So it is going to update the imports everywhere. Okay. And this is done. Okay, 1 second. So it did not rename the component itself, it renamed the page. So I'll just say login page over here, and I'll just go down and I'll get this exported. And here in app.jsx, I'll just add login page, something like this. Okay, so this is taken care of now. Okay, and if you do a refresh over here, you should see everything good. And here, if you click on login, and if you take like testing toaster, for example, okay, let me take testing toaster. So I'll say testing toaster, and password is also same. I'll say login. You can see we are being redirected to dashboard layout. Okay, so this is fine for now. Okay, all right, and here if you come in dashboard layout, what we need to do is in dashboard layout we need to add graph as well. Okay, so we need to have graph. We need to have a way for user to create a shortened URL, and we need to show the list of all the shortened URL that the user owns. So what I will do is I'll add a div over here. I'll just replace this thing with a div over here. Okay, and you can see minimum height and everything over here, and it's also taking care of responsiveness. I'll save this, and you can see this is the page, what it will look like. Okay. So yeah, this is what it is. And within this now, there are a lot of things. Okay, we need to handle like what happens if no URL has been created. We need to handle if URL exists, then we need to show all the URLs that user has created. We need to show analytics as well. So we'll begin with analytics first. And for analytics, we will be showing a graph at the top, which will show the total number of clicks that the user has got for all the URLs that the user owns within his account. Okay, so it will be a bar chart or bar graph, whatever you can call it, and it will show total clicks date wise. Now for this, I'm going to add two packages. I'm going to say npm install chart.js2 and chart.js. Okay, so these two packages is what I'm adding into my application. And if you head over to package.json over here, you're going to see these two being added. Okay, with the help of these two, we are actually going to render the charts. So after installing these, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here under dashboard. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this file as graph.jsx over here. It's going to be a separate component, and I'm going to paste in some code. Okay, it's a code that will help us render the charts over here. And if you want to see what I'm using over here, okay, so you can come over here and you can search for chart.js React, and you'll see this official website of chart.js. So this is chart.js. Okay, and here we have chart.js2. Okay, this is a package that we have installed as well. Okay, so here you can see this is chart.js, and we will be, so here you can see this is what we have installed. Okay, and we have chart.js2 over here as well, which we are making use of. So let us come over here and let us understand what we are actually doing over here. All right, so this entire thing is rendering a graph over here. Okay, it has all the configurations and everything, and in the end it is returning a bar chart over here, bar graph or bar chart, whatever you call it. Okay, so to begin with, here at the top we have a series of import statements. Okay, so we are importing React, of course, we are importing bar over here, and this is coming in from React chart.js2. Okay, and then we are importing few things over here like chart, we are importing chart, we are importing bar element, category scale. These are all components that are coming in from chart.js. So if you want to search for bar element, you can come over here, and here you can search for bar element. Okay, you can see bar element, what bar element is, and you can understand what this components does. Okay, so this search is really helpful. Okay, so you can just go through what all is being used over here. Okay, but basically it is helping us create a chart over here is what I mean to say. And you can even take a look at the examples getting started. Okay, and here if you come chart types, bar chart. Okay, you have examples that will help you understand as well. Okay, so coming back over here, I'm importing all of these all things we are going to make use of. Okay, then what we need to do is we need to register. So we need to register the necessary components with chart.js so that they are available for use in the bar chart. Okay, and this is required because chart.js uses a modular approach and only registered components are included in the final bundle. So this is really important over here. So we are adding tooltip, things like tooltip, bar element. Okay, let me see in this example if they have an example on tooltip. Okay, so I'll do Control F over here. Tooltip. Okay, tooltip does not appear over here. Okay, tooltip property. But that's okay. Okay, so you can actually Google and you can actually search over here. Sorry, you can copy and you can actually search over here. Okay. So coming back over here, okay, we are actually registering this. Okay, and then what we are doing is we have the graph component defined over here. Okay, and here we have my URL list as the prop over here. Okay, now this is a prop that contains the array of objects, each representing the click date and the count. Okay, so you can see over here my URL list. If you see, I'm making use of it here inside, and it consists of click date and the click count. So this is the data that we are getting from the backend. Okay, and then what we are doing is we are preparing the label, like labels and the data over here. Okay, so what this is doing, labels, is it is extracting the date from the data that we get. Okay, so from URL list, it is getting the click date. Okay, so if you take a look at the backend would return data as click date and count. Okay, so we need to follow that format, and we are getting all that data over here. And then over here, we have this const data. So here what we are doing is we are configuring the chart data. Okay, this entire thing until here, this entire thing. Okay, this thing. So what we are doing is here at the top, we are actually generating labels. Okay, so labels is it uses the generated labels from my URL list. Okay, and it will fill in over here. Okay, so it checks first of all if my URL list is greater than 0. If it's greater than 0, then whatever labels we retrieved from my URL list is being used. Otherwise, we prefill it with empty data, empty labels over here. So that is a job that is happening over here, and we are making use of ternary operator over here. Okay, we could have ideally directly hard-coded this labels over here, but sometimes this might be empty. There might not be any data. So I'm handling that case over here. Okay, and then we have this data sets. So this is about x-axis. Okay, here we are having labels, and then you can see over here we have total click over here. Okay, so what we are doing is here we are setting the y-axis. Okay, and the y-axis data and visual properties of the chart are being set over here. So label data, you can see like my URL list. If my URL list is greater than 0, then we are making use of this data that we got over here, the click count. Otherwise, we are hard coding some dummy data over here. Okay, and then we have things like background color, border color, point border color, fill, tension, bar thickness, category percentage, bar percentage, all of this. So basically you can see over here bar thickness, category percentage, and bar percentage. These all things are adjusting the bar width and spacing. This is used to, so border color and point border color, these are all for like aesthetics. Okay, just to make like color and all, managing colors and all. Fill basically is true over here. Okay, so these all configuration options we are taking a look at. And if you scroll down here for options, okay, here in options we are configuring the chart options. Okay, so what we are doing is here you can see we are maintaining the aspect ratio, responsiveness. These are all properties that we are adding over here. Okay, for y-axis you can see over here we are beginning the scale at 0. Okay, we are saying begin at 0, and then we have this callback. Okay, so this is callback function that we are configuring. Then we have this title over here for basically this is being displayed for, this is against the number of clicks. So this is the x-axis over here. Okay, and we have some font elements over here as well. Okay, sorry, this is not for x-axis, this was y-axis only, but this was the configuration option, and this was for title over here. Okay, x-axis is separate over here. Okay, so you can see over here begin at 0, and then I'm like having the title configuration over here, wherein I'm saying display true, date, text is this date. So we are configuring title essentially over here. So this is configuring title for y-axis, and this is configuring title for x-axis. Okay, that is how it's working. All right, so this is being done, and then we are returning bar over here. So here, if you come to the documentation of chart.js, and if you select bar chart under chart types, you will see all these options over here: bar percentage, base, background color, all of this we are using over here. Okay, we are using quite a lot of them. You can see border color, bar percentage, and all. We are making use of this. Okay, so what we'll be doing is we'll be making use of this graph. I'll save this graph, and we'll be displaying the graph using this particular component. This is just for rendering the graph data. Now to display the data, we need some data over here, right, to be passed into graph. All right, so what we would be doing is, I won't be doing an API call right now. We can do an API call and we can get that data, but we don't even have that much data in the backend, right? So for now, until we are in the development phase, I have some dummy data which we can like add to populate and test. Okay, so that is what I'm going to populate over here, and we are going to render that data, and we are going to see how the graph is looking. Okay, so here I'm going to create a folder called dummy data. Okay, and I'm going to say slash and data.js, something like this, and I'm going to paste in this data over here. You can see this entire data. Okay, it's pretty straightforward what I'm doing. I have ID field, I have click date, and I have count over here. Okay, and I'm adding this as an array and I'm exporting it. Okay, so this is the data how backend will also send. So I have this being created. It's pretty dummy. You can like change it to whatever you want. Okay, year you can change, month you can change, whatever you want to do. Okay, so this is the data that we are going to make use of. Now I'll come over to dashboard layout over here, and I'll add a couple of more divs over here. Okay, these are the 2 divs that I'm adding here. I'll also add the closing tab over here. Okay, so this is the closing and this is the closing. Okay, something like this. Okay, so I have added a couple of divs now. Okay, let me see. Okay, so okay, so alignment stuff is done. Okay, now what we can do over here is I can render graph over here. Okay, I can say graph. Okay, something like this, and I'll say my URL list, and I'll pass in dummy data. Okay, and I'll self-close it. Now let us save it and let us see what the output looks like over here. You can see how the data is being rendered. You can see this graph being rendered over here. Okay, you can see the text total click. Okay, so here you can come to graph, and here you have total clicks. So I'll change it to total clicks. You can see total clicks. Okay, the label has changed. Okay, and you can see the graph is being rendered based on what data we have passed in. Okay, so number of click over here. So I'll just correct this, number of click. So if you scroll down over here, number of clicks. Okay, so you can see this is working absolutely fine. Okay, now one thing I'll tell you over here. Okay, so this variable naming can be better. Instead of my URL list, this can be clicks data or something like that. Okay, but I'm not going to bother to change it. That's absolutely okay. You can just rename it to click data or graph data. I'll just refactor it. Okay, I'll say rename, and I'll say click data over here, or graph data. Graph data is pretty generic over here. Okay, I'll pass this. Oops, so what happened? 1 second. So let me try refactoring. I'll refactor, and I'll say okay, I'll right click and I'll say change all occurrences. That will be better. Okay, and here I'm going to say graph data, something like this. Okay, so I'll save this. This is better now, and here in dashboard layout, here instead of my URL list, I'll say graph data. Okay, this should work fine. All right, so yes, the graph is being rendered now. All right, and now what we need to do is we need to actually add a button. So what I will do is here in the bottom right side here somewhere, I'll add a button saying create a new URL. Okay, so after graph over here, after this graph div is closed, I'll open a new div, something like this. Okay, and over here I'm going to say button. Okay, button, and then I'm going to say create a new short URL. Okay, create a new short URL over here, and then for button I'm going to add some classes. Okay, so I'm going to say padding y of 5 over here, and I'm going to say sm of text, and I'm going to say end over here. Okay, I'm going to say text center, something like this. So this is done, and yeah, I think this button is okay. Let me see what the button looks like. Okay, create a shorten URL. Okay, I think so. These classes, I believe we should add to the div. Okay, not to the button. I'll move it to the div. Let me see. Yes. So you can see it's now towards right, but now button is looking very pale. So I'll say BG custom gradient over here. This is the gradient. Let us see what it looks like. Okay, it's looking good, but I need to add padding and stuff. Okay, so what I will do is I'll say px of 4. Okay, and py of 2, rounded MD, and I'll say text of white, like so. So this is looking decent now. Create a new short URL. Okay, this is done. All right, and yeah, so button div is closed. Now what we can do is you can add one more div over here. Okay, and you can basically have the you can basically pass in the list of URLs, okay, and you can show the list of URLs over here. So here, if I've created 10 URLs, I need to show 10 URLs here at the bottom. That is something we can do, okay. And for that, we need to add one more component. Okay, we can call that component as a short URL list or shorten URL list, something like that. And we can render that component over here. Okay, but for now, I believe our dashboard is looking good. And I believe we have a decent looking dashboard. We can add a list of URLs over here. Okay, so we'll be doing that shortly. I hope this has been useful so far, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So now it's time that we actually fetch the real data from the backend server. Right now, what we have been doing is we have this hard-coded dummy data to check if the graph is working absolutely fine. So it's working fine. And now we have this dummy data. So we need to get the data from the backend in the same format like we are populating this dummy data. All right. So I'll switch over here to our Visual Studio Code. I'll make sure our server is up and running. And what I need to do over here is we'll come over here to dashboard. So actually dashboard is where all the things are related to the dashboard. Okay. Now here we are going to make a backend API call. Now backend API call that we are going to do is we're going to be on this particular URL. So this is a URL or the backend API that is exposing the total clicks for a particular user depending on what date you passed in. So you have to pass in a date range, and basis that you'll get the data over here in the form of like you'll get like date wise data. Okay, so what you can do over here is we need to query the backend. All right, so I'll come over here, and for doing query we will be making use of React query. Now what is React query? React query is a library that we are going to add, and you can search for React query over here, and this is the page that you're going to land in. Okay, and if you click over here on this website, this is where you will be taken. Okay, so what it is a library that handles the processing of fetching, caching, updating data. And if we are not making use of React query, we would have to manually write the logic for fetch the data, handle the loading and error state, cache and manage the state, and also handle refetching whenever necessary. So React query will basically abstract all of this, and it will make fetching asynchronous data very easy for us. And we'll see how it makes life easy for us. Okay, so what I'm going to do is React query is the name of the package. Okay, this is the package name, React-query. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here. Okay, so if you Google, you are going to see this package. Okay, and then you can basically you'll be asked to redirect to this particular link over here. Okay, so I'm going to come over here. Okay, and I'm going to say npm install React-query. Okay, I hope it's clear as to why we are making use of this. If you're not clear, don't worry. Okay, you'll see how it makes your life easier. So we are going to make use of this for basically fetching the analytics data, transforming the analytics data, and we are also going to manage the error states with the help of React query. Okay, and you'll see how it makes our life easier. Now you can write all of this code to do all of this in component, but it makes your component a bit more heavy. So if you don't use React query, what is going to happen is your component will have all this logic of data fetching and all of this, right? So you have to worry about caching and all of the managing error states, how the data is being fetched, transforming the data to the desired format and all of that. So with React query, what will happen is all of this is basically taken care of, and your component becomes lightweight and it just focuses on the main logic. Okay, so that's the main punchline of using React query over here. All right, so what am I going to do over here? I've installed this package. Okay, if you go to package.json, you are going to see this package being added, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come here under src, of course, and here under src, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to say hooks. So I'm going to create a new file under hooks. So actually, what we are doing is we are creating a custom hook. Okay, now I'm going to say use query.js over here. So I'm creating a hooks folder under which I'm creating a useQuery.js. Now useQuery.js is going to have the custom hook that we create for this particular purpose. Okay, so yeah, that's what we are going to do. And I'm going to start writing the custom hook. So I'm going to say export const, and I'm going to say use fetch total clicks over here, something like this. And I'm going to say token, and here I'm going to say on error. Okay, so I'm accepting two parameters over here, token and on error. Okay, and I'm going to say return use query. You can see use query coming in from React query. Okay, so I'm going to import this over here, and you will see the import being added at the top. Okay, now I'm going to add round braces, round brackets over here. Now, if you take a look at use query, this is a hook that we have imported from React query. This is actually a hook. Okay, and if you take a look at this hook that we are creating, this custom hook, okay, this is accepting two parameters over here. Okay, now what are these two parameters over here? So first one is token. Of course, this is the authorization token because we are going to make an API call. Okay, and then we have on error. Now what is on error? On error is a callback function that we'll be making use to handle errors during the query execution. Now we are making a backend API call. There is a possibility that errors might happen, right? So this is something that we are doing over here. Okay, now use query is going to have three parameters. That is how we are going to use it. Okay, first parameter over here is going to be query key. We are going to add a query key. Okay, second parameter is going to be an async function over here. Okay, what is it going to be? It is going to be async function. So I'm going to say async. Let me write the function also. Async, and I'm going to say something like this, and I'm going to have a pair of curly braces that are closed. This is the async function. I'll format it later on. Right now I'm just explaining so that it's easier for you. Okay, second parameter I said is the async function, and the third parameter is the options object. So we are going to have different options. Now options as in we might want to, transform the response, right? So we might want to transform the response into a particular format. So that transformation is going to come in over here. Okay, we might have on error function that we are accepting over here being passed in and mentioned over here so that we can handle the errors with the help of this. We'll also have caching options over here. So all of this will come inside this. Okay, so what are the three parameters that we are making use of? First is the the first parameter that we have is the key over here. Okay, so key is the query key. Okay, it identifies the query in this cache. Then we have asynchronous function that is being used to make an API call, and third one is the options object. Now let us start defining the first parameter, which is the query key. So I'm going to say URL total -total, and I'm going to say click over here. Now we need to add the async function. So what I will do is I'll take this to a new line. Okay, it's better we write the logic on the new line. Okay, and I'll take this thing also onto the new line. Okay, and now inside these curly braces, I'm going to have the API call that I'm going to do. Now I'm going to say return await. Okay, await. I'm going to make use of API over here. Now what is API? API is basically the custom access instance that we have. Okay, so not over here, but I'll close this here. Here is where we have API. Okay, so what am I going to do? I'm going to come over here. I'm going to say API. You can see API over here. I'll import this API dot. I'm going to say get request. Why get? Because it's a get request. The API call that we are willing to do is a get request, right? So I'll say get. We need to specify the URL. Okay, so I'll specify the URL. What is the URL? This is the URL. So this base URL is pre-configured. We need to copy this. Okay, so I'll copy this. Okay, and we basically should copy this entire URL after the base. Okay, so I'll get this entire thing. Okay, and here I'll paste it. Okay, now this can be so this can be 0, 1. You can customize the date over here. I'm hard coding it for now, but you can make it dynamic depending on how you want to, what date range you want to show in. Okay, so if the current year, or what you can do is you can have a logic wherein you can show the data for last 24 months. Okay, but I'm hard coding some data over here, which is like from 1st Jan 2024 to 31st December 2024. So it is going to fetch the data for entire year. You can change this for 24, 25 and so on, whatever you wish to have it. Okay. And we can make it dynamic. We can take this as an enhancement later on. All right. So I have this API.get, and then I'll add a comma over here. Not over here, but inside the get request. Okay. So I'll take this get request onto a new line first of all here, and then I'll come here. Okay. I'm going to say comma, and here I'm going to pass in headers. So I'm going to say headers, okay, colon, and I'm going to pass in few headers. So I'm going to say content type. You can see this content type. Okay. What is content type? So content type is application/JSON. Okay. Then I'm going to say except. Okay. This except is going to also be application/JSON. So I'm going to just copy this and I'm going to paste it. Okay. Application/JSON, and authorization is bearer. Okay. Now what is authorization? We need to pass in the authorization token, if you remember, okay, to all the APIs. So I'm passing in our token in this format, bearer space token. Okay. And I'll add comma over here. Okay. And over here, I'm going to basically end this with a semicolon. Okay. So the second thing is being done. Okay. So asynchronous call is being done. Okay. Now what we need to do is here, we need to specify all the, basically the options that we need. Now here in the third parameter, what I'm going to do is I'm going to handle the transformation of the response that we are getting from the API. I'm also going to handle the error, and I'm going to handle the caching as well. Okay. So how am I going to handle the transformation? I'm going to specify select. I'm going to make use of select over here. Okay. And it is going to accept data as the parameter, because this is the data that we get, or the response that we get from the API. Okay. I'm going to leave it for now. Okay. I'll just define this in a bit, but after that, I'm going to have on error mentioned over here, and I'm going to say stale time over here, which is 5000 milliseconds. Okay. So what is select over here? Select, first of all, is a function or a way basically for us given by use query. Okay. So select basically is coming in, or with the help of use query, what we are doing is with the help of select, we are using it to transform the raw data that we are receiving from the API response before passing it to the component. Okay. Because we want to do some sort of transformation. Okay. We want to make sure that the data is there in the desired format. And what is the desired format? We have the format over here in which the data is being displayed properly, which is click date and count. ID is not required. Okay, if there is ID, it's absolutely okay. But if ID is not there, it's absolutely fine, because we are just making use of those other two data points. Okay, so that is what select is for. Okay, then what we are doing is we are having on error over here. So this is a function that is passed to handle errors that occur during the query execution. And it allows for custom error handling, such as displaying the error messages or logging in over there. Okay, so that's what we are doing. And it's a callback function. You remember, we are accepting it from here. Okay. And then we are mentioning stale time. Now what is stale time? Stale time is the duration in milliseconds for which query is considered to be fresh. Okay. So this query does not refetch the data, even if the component remounts, okay, within 5000 milliseconds, which is 5 seconds. So if you convert 5000 milliseconds to seconds, it's 5 seconds. So basically we are caching the data for 5 seconds, and the data is reused from the cache if the component remounts or refreshed within this particular period of time. So with this, we are optimizing the way we are querying the backend. You can see how much is being done with the help of use query. We are first making the query to the backend, then we are transforming the data, we are managing the error, and we are also caching it just with this single custom hook that we have created. And the single custom hook is making use of use query, which is coming in from React query. Okay, I hope this is making sense. All right. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to write some logic over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm first of all going to create an array. I'm going to say convert to array. Now why array? Because if you come over here, data, you can see the data we need over here. Okay, let me scroll up. Okay, it won't scroll up. Okay, I'm already at the top. So this is an array. You can see inside we have these key value pairs, these are objects. So I need to transform it into this particular format, right? So I'm going to say convert to array like so. and I'm going to say is equal to object dot keys. Okay, and I'm going to say data dot data. So I'm getting data from data over here. Okay, so data is going to give me data over here, and I'm going to say dot map. So for every data point, we need to make use of map, and I'm going to say make use of key over here. Oops, not keyframes. Make use of key, and I'm going to say within this, okay, something like this. I'm going to mention the format over here. So I'm going to say click date over here, which is the key. Okay, and I'm going to say count. So you can see over here, the data we need is click date and count. Now what is a count? Count is the data dot data and the key over here. Okay, so this is how we are transforming the data, and in the end we need to return the convert to array. Okay, now let me explain what we did over here. So to understand this better, I've added a few comments over here. Okay, this will make the understanding even simpler and better. Okay, now take a look at the API first. Okay, I generated one single click on one of the URLs, and if I triggered this, I've also updated the end date to be beyond today's date. So if I say 2025, okay, the next year or the year after that, 2026, whatever I select over here. Okay, so it is giving me this one click that has happened. Okay, now if there are many clicks on multiple days, it is going to give me multiple data points over here in this format. You can see this is the output that I'm going to get in the API. Okay, so when you say data.data, this is what the API response is, what you are referring to over here. This is the data that you are getting, and the data part in the response has your API response that you're getting from the backend API. Okay, so data.data is giving you the actual API response. I hope that is clear. Okay, so we are saying for select data, this is a data, and then you are saying, okay, you have data.data. Okay, this way. So data.data is referring to the API response that you have. That is clear. Now, when you say object.keys data.data, what you are doing is you are getting the keys, all the keys over here in the form of arrays. Okay, if you see the response, this is in the form of key value pairs. Observe this. This is key value pairs. So this is key and this is the value. Key and the value. Now, if you want to get the list of all the keys, you're going to say object.keys and you're going to say data.data. So that is going to give you something like this. So here I have a comment. Object.keys, it is returning this over here. Arrays of all the keys, right? And what is this array of key? It is the date over here. So all the dates I'm getting over here. Now what I'm doing is I have this array over here. I'm saying dot map. Okay, so for every array item over here, I'm making use of map, and I'm saying take the key over here and give me click date over here. Okay, and give me count over here. Now what is count? Count is data.data, and for that particular key you give me the value. So here if you say so if I say this, okay, if you get the data.data, okay, so if you say data.data and if you pass in this over here, okay, what this is going to give is it's going to give you 120. That is how it's going to work. Okay, and this is what the final output you're going to get, because this is transforming the array over here into this format, and it will return the data in this format. So every object or every array key, for every array key, it is going to do this click date and click count, and it's going to give you an array of something like this. And this format is actually what you need. If you see the format over here, click date and count over here, this is the format that you actually need. Okay, so this is the output you get, and what you're doing is you're returning this convert to array then. So after crafting this, you're returning convert to array. You have on error mentioned over here, okay, which is taken care of, and you can end this with a semicolon over here and end this also with a semicolon. And I believe your use fetch total clicks is done. Okay, so I'll save this, and I hope this is pretty much clear. Now what we need to do is we need to make use of this over here. Okay, so first thing first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here. I'm going to make use of use context first of all. Okay, so use store context is what we have created. This is a custom hook that is going to give us what it's going to give us. It's going to give us token over here. So I'm going to say token, because token is something that we need to pass. So I'm going to say const token, something like this. I'm going to get this token over here. Okay, so token is something that we have got over here. Okay, I will create an error, a function basically that will handle the error for me. Okay, so I'm going to say function over here on error over here, and I'm going to say over here, I'm going to say you can just do console log for now. Okay, what we can do is on error, we need to navigate to a different URL or an URL that handles the error. That is something that we can do over here. Okay, so this is a function, the callback function that we will need, right? So if you take a look at this use fetch total hook, total clicks hook, you will see there are two things that we need, token and on error callback function. So these two things we have now over here. Okay, now what we can do over here is I can say use fetch total clicks. You can see I get this as an auto suggest, and over here I'm going to simply say pass in the token comma on error like so. Okay, and I'll shut this. Okay, I'll take this on the same line. We don't actually need this on different line. Okay, now what are we going to do? I'm going to say console log over here. Okay, console log. Oops. So I'm going to say console.log over here. Something like this. And I'm going to add. So if you come here, I'm going to close this. We are missing a closing brace. Okay. Now we are going to see the output. We are going to observe the output of what we get over here. Okay. Let us save this. And upon saving, I will also tell you we will get an error. We are likely that it's likely that we'll get an error because we have not configured the query client provider. So whenever you're making use of React query or use query, we need to configure query client provider, and that is something that we have not done, and it's likely that we are seeing an error. You can see, okay, no query client set, use query client provider to set one. So what does this mean? So you need to set a provider in the entire app. So I'm going to set it in entire app. All right. So coming over here, I'm going to say, I'm going to add query client provider. You can see it's coming in from React hooks. Okay. And I'm going to close this, and I'm going to wrap this, cut this and wrap it over here. Okay. Something like this. Okay. And this is done. Okay. And here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const query client over here is equal to new query client over here, something like this. And I will come over here. I'm going to say client is equal to query client, like so. I'll save this. Now, the moment you save this, okay, so you can see we are seeing an error over here. Okay, XML HTTP request for this URL is blocked from origin. Okay, blocked by CORS policy. Okay, so there is this kind of an error, but you can also see there is this data that this is what is being exposed by use query to us. So it's being printed, although the request is failing, but I'm still getting the output over here, and you can see there are so many things that I'm getting in the output. Okay, so what we need to do is we are going to destruct this. You can see loading state is also we are getting. Okay, so status loading. Now, if the query is successful or if the backend API call is successful, this will change to from loading to error it changed, right? You can see from loading to error it changed. It will change to from loading to success if the backend API call is successful. Okay, we are also getting, if you see, we are also getting data over here. So this data will have the backend API data. Okay, and that is something that we will get. We'll have access to is fetch, is error, failure count. Failure count is 3, previous data, and all of that. There is a lot of is tail. Okay, is it cached and all. So all of that you are seeing over here, and is tail won't be. So you can see there are quite a few states that we are getting, and we are going to fetch the relevant states that we need or the relevant objects that we need by making use of destructuring. But for now, let's figure out why this is failing over here. Okay, so I'm saying API URLs total clicks. Okay, and if you come over here to our backend, it's total clicks. Okay, and it's there. Let me debug why this issue is happening. So after a bit of debugging, it's working for me now, and I'll share the steps as to what happened. Okay, so here if you come into our security config, so initially it was throwing an error related to HTTP options. Okay, so what I did is in web security config, what I've done is, you can see over here in security filter chain, I have added this line where request matches. If the method is options, then enable it for all, like permit all the requests with options over here. Okay, because that was the error that was coming in. So I enabled this and I tested it. It's working fine. So you can see it's working fine now. You can see success being coming in, and if I refresh this, you can see loading, and then success. So the state is changing later on. Okay, you can see is loading is true, and then it became false. Now you'll see multiple of these. Okay, you can see loading is coming twice and success is coming in 4 times because I'm running this app in the strict mode, right? So if you come over here, the app actually is running in the strict mode. So you can see in main.jsx. Okay, here only you can see strict mode. So if you remove this is causing rendering twice. If you remove this, it will render only once. Okay, but for now we are in development, so I'll keep strict mode as is. All right, so basically I was telling that adding this solved the issue, but then I commented it and I executed it, so it's running fine. Okay, I don't know, sometimes things would be things are pretty things turn out to be like it's like it worked for a while, like everything is okay, and still it was not working, but after adding this it worked, and now it's continued to working. So I'm adding this commented line over here, I'm not removing it. And if you're facing this similar issue, you can basically update your code basically and add this in your security configuration to bypass the error. Okay, also I realized here in web config, where we have added course mapping, there is a scope of improvement. Okay, so I'm returning the new web configurer and I'm adding this course mapping this way. But actually what I can do is I can override the add course mapping. So if you go over here, I'll say override methods. You have this add course mapping method over here. You can see. So that can be overridden actually. So I'll say cancel over here. And instead of having add course mapping over here, or what let me do, let me just copy this entire thing and I have the updated code. Okay, so I've literally done nothing. I'll just get rid of this, and I'll remove unused imports. I'll add a semicolon here. So you can see what I did actually is I've just replaced this, okay, this part with the another method that we had. Okay, so add course mapping is now being overridden directly from this thing. Okay, so this is one sort of optimization that I would want to do. Okay, because this is a configuration that I use for all my Spring Boot projects and I use it this way. Okay, and for some reason I forgot that and I had added the earlier one. Okay, so request you to optimize it to this one. The earlier one was also working. Okay, but this is much more better, right? And if you run this now, okay, if you run this now, let us run this. And if you come over, I'll restart the front end as well. Okay, so here if I come, I'll shut the front end. Okay, and I'll npm run dev is what I'll do. Okay, and now if you come to the browser, okay, it refreshes and you can see loading twice and success twice. Okay, success twice, loading twice. I explained why it's coming. It's because we have the strict mode enabled. Now there is a reason why I'm printing this output over here. So here we are printing this. If you see dashboard layout, we are printing this output, the output of this hook, right? Why are we printing this? I wanted to show you as to what all you're getting from React query. You can see it takes care of the loading state. You can see status is loading is true, is success is false, is error is false. All of these state management is being done by React query, and you just have to take or pick what you want out of these. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to pick what we need out of this. And if I could have directly written the code of picking in things from the return that we are getting over here, okay, but I wanted to show you the complete picture and then I wanted to pick things. So let us pick things from what we want. Okay, so I'll just get rid, or I'll comment this console.log. We don't need this. I'll just copy this. Okay, the call to use fetch total clicks, and over here I'm going to say const, and I'm going to make use of t structuring over here. Okay, oops, so I'm going to destructure. Now what am I going to destructure? I'm going to say is loading over here, comma, I'm going to say data. Okay, so is loading and data. What is loading? You can see is loading coming in over here, and data is also coming in. You can see data. So data is initially undefined, and once you get success, you have access to data. You can see data is empty. Okay, so if you provide the token of an account where data exists, you will see some data appearing over here. So what I will do is I will clear the cookies over here. So I've cleared the cookies. I went to cookies. I went over here and I cleared the cookies. Okay, which means now I'm logged out. Right now I'm on login page. Okay, so what I will do is here I have the data from John Doe account, and the password is secure password 123. So John underscore Doe is the username. So I'll say John underscore Doe is the username, and I'll paste the password. Let me log in. And now you'll see here in success, I have access to data. You can see the data here, right? You can see this is the data. So this account has some data. So initially there was no data, and then we have data that is transformed, right? That is transformed. We transformed it, right? So this is what we need. And I just wanted to demonstrate this. So we have access to is loading and data over here. I'm going to rename this. I'm going to access this as loader. Okay. And this data is, I'm going to say total clicks, something like this. Okay. So these two things are there. And now we are going to make use of these two things. Okay. Now, first thing is loader. Okay. So what we are going to do is if the things are in loading state, right? If things are in loading state, we need to show some sort of loading thing and all. So that is what we are going to manage with this loader. And total clicks is of course the data. So let us now manage the loading state. So here I'll come in and within this div, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check for loader over here. Okay, so if loader is over there, then what we need to do is we need to display the loading state. Okay, and if not, so we need to display the loading state, and if not, then what we need to do is we need to like handle the not loading state basically. So here I'm going to say this can be, the loading state can be for now just a p tag, and I can say loading. You can see something like this. Okay, and for this what I will do is I'll get rid of this, and since we have one div inside, I'll come over here, just one div inside, I'll add this. Okay, so this is basically the thing that we see when the loading is done. Okay, so that's the thing. Also, what we need to do is we have access to total clicks information over here. Okay, so what we can do is if the total clicks is 0 and if there is nothing inside, right, then we can show some placeholder wherein we can say like there is no data for this time period, and you can share your short links that you have created to view where your engagements are coming from, something like that. A message basically wherein the state for 0 data is being handled. Okay, so what I will do over here is here, I believe just above the graph. Okay, so this is for graph. Okay, div h96. So just inside this one, I'll have some condition over here. Okay, some condition here. I'll say total clicks dot length over here is equal to 0. Okay, and I'll say and over here, and what I will do is I'll wrap this entire thing basically. So what I can do is I can have some UI element over here. Okay, and inside this I'm going to paste in some UI that I've already worked on. You can see this. Okay, it's a simple UI wherein I have a div, a parent div, and within this parent div I have h1 wherein I say no data for this time period. And for h3, I have share your short link to view where your engagements are coming from. Okay, this is what I'm having over here. And then I'm having the graph. Okay, now graph is having dummy data over here. Okay, so what you can do is we can actually pass some actual data over here. Okay, so instead of dummy data, we have access to total clicks, which is the actual data. If you want to make use of dummy data, you can switch to and fro. Okay, so I'll save this and let us see what the data looks like. You can see. Okay, all right, so we have 1 clicks for 2912 over here. Okay, and if you take a look at the backend over here, okay, total analytics, you have, okay, it's coming in for 27 over here. So actually the data is for 29 for the account that I'm using in Frontend. Okay, so I was making use of some of the token over here in Postman for some other account. Okay, so be sure to like make use of the same tokens over here. So I checked it over here as to what the API is returning. Okay, in the network tab, and I realized like it's 27. I thought it's a bug first of all. Here it's showing 27 and 29, but then I realized like this is the account, which is the account I'm using, John Doe account over here. So what I did is I logged into John Doe over here in backend as well. I took the API key and I added it over here, and I saw like the data is coming for 29 December. Okay, so yeah, this is working absolutely fine. Now if there is no data, you're going to see some other thing over here. We don't have the logout functionality, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear the cookies like this, and I'll refresh. Okay, now you can see loading over here. This is a loading state. Okay, but there is no error state that is being handled right now. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to login over here. Okay, and I'm going to say over here testing toasters over here. Okay, and I'm going to pass in this, and now you can see this is the no data state. So this account does not have any sort of analytics data, and you can see no data for this time period. Share your short link to view where your engagements are coming from. Okay, and in the background you can see the graph, and the graph is coming in without any data in actual. Now if you would ask how this graph is being rendered at the back, okay, so I'll give you an answer for this. This is actually something that we have coded. So I'll come over here, and if you go to graph.jsx, so here you can see this graph is being rendered. This graph is being rendered irrespective of whether click is 0 or not, right? We have kept it outside this condition. You can see over here. Why have we kept it outside this condition? Because if there is no data, so if you see, if labels, so if graph data.length is greater than 0, then we have these labels assigned. Otherwise, we have these empty labels assigned. So you can see over here, there are empty labels on the x-axis. There's nothing. Right? You can add any sort of label. Like if I say ASFA, you can see ASFA being shown over here, right? You can see. So this is actually what it is. If you save this, ASFA went away from here. You can see. Okay. And for total clicks, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So it reduces. So you can see how here in the background, you can see how it's increasing and reducing over here. Okay, and you can see if graph data.length is greater than 0. So here we are also handling the background color. If length is greater than 0, then we are assigning this color, which is a darker color. And if it's not, then we are assigning this, which is a lighter shade. Okay, so it goes in the background. So all of this is handled over here in graph.jsx, and you can see it's looking pretty decent now, right? So I hope you have been able to follow as to how we are able to render the data over here and display the data in the form of graph. Not only we are displaying the data in the form of graph, but we are also managing the loading state. We are also managing the error state. Okay, for error, we are not managing anything. We are not, we don't have an error page right now, but we can add a custom error page wherein we can display the error information. All of that we can do. All right. So I hope this has been useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So now it's time that we work on the create a new short URL functionality. So this button that we have on the right hand side and below this graph, this button does not work. Okay, so on click of this, ideally we should see a pop-up which allows us to create a new short URL, right? And the short URL that we create ideally should be displayed in the form of list. So that also is something that we need to work on. But for now, we'll focus on the create a new short URL functionality. Okay, so I'll come over here. Okay. Now here in our code base, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just keep dashboard layout open. I'm going to close all the other tabs. Okay. And if you scroll down here, we have this button which says create a new short URL. So this button is going to control how the pop-up is going or whether the pop-up is going to be displayed or not. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I am going to scroll up over here. And here I'm going to create a state. Okay, so there will be one state. I'm going to say const. I'll say shorten up like so, and I'll just copy this. So I'll say over here set shorten pop-up, something like this, and I'll say use state over here. Okay, so I'm importing use state from React, and I'll say false over here. Okay, so this is a state that is going to keep track. It is storing Boolean value, and this is going to keep track of whether the pop-up of creating the short URL is shown or hidden. That is how it's going to work. Okay, now the default value is false, which means when the page loads, the pop-up is not going to be displayed. But if you scroll down here, what I'm going to do is here I'm going to say on click over here. Okay, I'm going to say here on click, I'm going to have an arrow function, and I'm going to say set shorten pop-up, and I'm going to set this to true. So on click of this, we are going to have this true. All right, this is done. Now, what do we need to do? We need to show the pop-up when this is true, like shorten pop-up. So if you scroll up this state, what is the name of the state? Shorten pop-up. Okay, so when this shorten pop-up is true, we need to show the pop-up. Now what we need to do is, based on the value that exists in shorten pop-up, we need to show a pop-up modal. And for pop-up modal, I'm going to make use of material UI over here. So I have something already open over here. Okay, you can see this is what we are going to use. Okay, so let me come to materialui.com. So here, this is the website, materialui.com. And you can search for material UI and you will come over to this website, mui.com. Okay, now over here, you can go to material UI and 1 second. So not here, but basically we need to see the components, right? All the components. So here you're going to see material UI. Okay, here only you have components. I'm sorry. So I'll collapse this getting started. So getting started is something you can go through. It's basically in open source React components library. Okay, now material UI comes in various forms, like material UI for Angular, material UI for React. So if you search for material UI over here, okay, on Google, if you search for material UI, you will see this material UI React components. There is also material UI for Angular. Okay, so just make sure you're on the right website. Okay, and it's an React component library that implements Google's material design. So this material design is the concept by Google. Okay, it's a design philosophy. So here you can see like the introduction, the advantages. It has a lot of pre-built components. Okay, and you can go to installation. We will be installing this component, so we'll have to add these packages. Okay, so I'll come to this, but for now we'll go to components, and here if you scroll down in the list of components, okay, you have here you have pop-up modal. Okay, so here I'm not able to search for it. Okay, modal. So badge, you can see there are so many. Alert, so you can display alerts and all. You can see these kind of alerts. Okay, but what we are looking for is modal. So let me search for modal over here. You can see, so this is the modal. I'll click on this, and here you can see modal is a component that provides a solid foundation for creating dialogues, popovers, light boxes, and so on. Okay, so if you scroll over here, if you scroll down, there are different types. You can see these are like lower level construct. Okay, so dialog, drawer, menu, popover, all of this. But we are going to scroll down, and here you can see some ready-made code as to how you can make use of this modal. Okay, if you click over here, open modal, you will see this is the pop-up that will show, and you can see this is the, you can see over here. So this is a button, basically open modal. You can see, okay, and handle open is basically what is governing whether it's open or not. Okay, and you can see modal over here. Okay, you can see open. On open, the value we are seeing over here is open. On close, handle close. Okay, and you have this title and description. So title and description are over here. So this is the title. You can see ID is modal title, and that is what is being linked over here. And then description is over here. Okay, and we have both within box over here. Okay, and you have this. Okay, so what you can do is this is what actually we want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. Okay, and also before copying, okay, we don't need to copy this over here, but I'll go to installation as well. I'll open it in a new tab. We have to make sure that these packages are added over here. Okay, so I'll come over here. Okay, I'll make sure I'm on the terminal. Okay, and I'll paste it over here, and you'll see the installation being done. Okay, so the installation is being done, and if you come over here to package.json, you will have you can see you will have these packages being added into your application. Okay, so material UI is added. Now we can happily make use of the components. Okay, so what I will do is I will first come over here. I will add a component called I'll add a component called what do we call this? We'll call it shorten pop up. Okay, so pop up, something like this we'll call it. Okay, and I'll call it JSX. Okay, now one more thing I realized is we have created dashboard outside of components folder. Actually, we should actually move it inside. So I'll just move it dashboard inside the components, because components is where basically all our components are, and dashboard is actually we are creating all the components within dashboard folder, right? So I'll move it over here. That is what feels right. And it says update imports for dashboard. I'll say yes. Okay, so all the imports will be updated, you can see. Okay, so yeah, I'll save this. I'll come over here. Okay, and here in pop-up, shorten pop-up, I'll oops, not this one, not the installation command, but I'll have to copy this over here. So you can copy this from here, copy the source, and you can paste it over here. We'll be customizing this, of course. This is not what we are going to use. Okay, oops, so everything got copied over here. You can see everything, including the CSS, got copied. Okay, I'll tell you something. We don't need CSS for now. Okay, I'll get rid of the CSS. But over here we have we need a function component, RAFCE. So I have this React function component over here, and what I will do is, okay, I'll start moving whatever we need from this entire thing to the return of the component. Okay, so we need this model over here, this entire model. So I'll cut this entire model. Okay, cut it, and I'll paste it over here, something like this. Okay, so this is a model. Okay, we'll customize this model, but for now, just have some patience over here. Okay, export default shorten. This is okay, and this is open and close. So you can see over here this open and set open. This is how the state of whether the pop-up is open or not is being managed. Okay, and we have this similar thing created in dashboard layout, which is the parent component of shorten pop-up. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are not going to use this. Okay, and what we need to do is I will come over here in dashboard layout. So first of all, I'll get rid of all of this. I don't need these code over here. Okay, but I'll get rid of this. Okay, this is gone. Oops, so I also accidentally deleted this export default. So this, in the end, I have this export default. I'll keep it over here. So what we would do is here we would be calling this particular component, but we will also be passing in some props over here. So you can see this modal needs open over here. Okay, so I'll accept this as a prop. I'll say open. Handle close also comes in as a prop, and I'll also say refetch. Okay, this is something that I'm also adding over here. Okay, now refetch is basically a Boolean value that will tell us whether we should refetch the URL. So understand this over here. Okay, here if you create a short URL, okay, so this has gone blank because of the error. Okay, but let me save this. Okay, let me save this, and let me refresh. What is the error that we are getting over here? Okay, so here if you see failed to load the server. Okay, server responded with 404. All right, why so? Is this server stopped? Let me see. Let me restart the server. Oops. So here. Okay. So we are getting 500 internal server error, and it's because of dashboard layout. Okay. So we like change the folder structure, right? So in app.jsx, I'm getting this error. So if you come over here in app.jsx, let me go to app.jsx. So here, dashboard layout. So this it's not able to find. Okay, so now, okay, it should work, by the way. Okay, so I updated the import over here. Okay, the import was not updated for some reason. Okay, But now if I save this, if I come over here, ideally this should work fine. You can see this is working fine. And there is an issue that you're seeing over here. Okay, so this is again that issue what we are seeing, which where it's not able to fetch total clicks. This is a different issue. So I'll come over here, and here in web security config, I'll just enable this for now, and I'll restart the server. Okay, so this is the configuration wherein I'm allowing the HTTP method with options for all the URLs. Okay, so if you come here, this should work now. Let me refresh. Okay, it works now. All right. And what I was telling is, if you create a short URL over here, okay, the URL list at the bottom should be updated, right? That should be updated. And what it means is the list should be refetched basically from the server. Okay. So that is a flag that we are having over here. It's a Boolean flag, refetch over here. Okay. I hope it is making sense. So we have open, handle, close, and refetch, right? Now refetch essentially is Boolean over here. So I'll say const refetched and is equal to false over here. Okay. For now, I'm keeping refetch to false. Okay. But refetch basically will be working with refetch a bit later when we build this functionality at the bottom. Okay. Wherein we are fetching the URLs that are already existing in the user's account. So for now, I'm having a constant created refetch and I'm assigning it false. Later on, we can update it. All right. Now, talking about this shorten pop-up. So I'll come over here. Okay. And just outside this closing brace over here, I'm going to import this shorten pop-up over here like so. And I'm going to say refetch over here. Now, what is refetch? So I'm passing in refetch. This is a variable that I've created. I'll say open is equal to shorten pop-up. Now, what is shorten pop-up? Shorten pop-up is the state that we have created at the top. It has a Boolean value of true and false. Okay. And then now I'll also have one more property over here, one more prop over here. I'll say set open over here. Okay. And did we add set open over here? Okay. We have open handle close over here. So I'll need set open over here. Okay. So I'll say set open over here. Okay. And handle close is basically a function that we'll create. Okay. So whether we want to set this as open or not, that is what it's keeping track of. So I'll say set open is equal to, and I'll pass in the value, or I'll pass in the callback function over here, set shorten pop-up. Now, why am I passing in this callback function? There is a reason for that. Okay. I'll explain everything what I did over here. I'm passing in refetch. Refetch is a flag that tells whether you want to refetch the list of URLs or not. Okay. So once the shorten pop-up is created, we need to refetch. So that is what this is keeping track of. If the shorten pop-up URL creation is successful, right, we need to refetch the URLs because there is one more URL now being added. Okay. So it does not seem good that you created a short URL, but the list over here at the bottom is not reflecting that. So that is why we have refetch over here. Open basically is the state that keeps track of whether the pop-up should be open or close. Okay. And we are assigning shorten pop-up state over here. Set open is basically a callback function that we are passing in. Okay. So I'll save this. You come over here. Okay. So I get some sort of error. Okay. Some sort of error over here. Import React. Okay. So this I'm getting in shorten pop-up. So let us come over here. So it says identify React has already been declared. Okay. Let me see. Okay. So it's okay. I'll remove this and I'll remove this button also. Okay. I'll remove unnecessary imports and then I think we should be good. Okay. What's the problem now? Handle close is not defined, of course. So what happens is if on close is a callback function that we have, and this we have with the model. Now what I will do is when I'll define handle close over here. So I'm going to say const handle close over here, and this is a callback function, something like this, and I'm going to say set open is false over here. Okay. And yeah, I'll save this, and now this should actually work fine. Let me refresh. Style is not defined. Okay, let me see, where is style over here. Okay, box is equal to sx is equal to style. So actually, do we need this box first of all? I don't think we need this box. So I'll get rid of this style first, then we'll get rid of this box. Okay, this is done. Let me see. Okay, this is looking okay. Now if I say create short URL, okay, I don't see the, okay, I see the pop-up over here. You can see this is the pop-up text. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to now center it and align it in a way that it looks decent, right? It should look decent. So what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to like get rid of this box. This thing we don't need actually. Okay, so I'll just comment this out for now. Okay, this is working fine, and we need to now replace it with our own custom thing. So I'm going to say div over here. Okay, and within this div, I'm going to say class name. Oops, not children. It will be class name. I'm going to say flex, justify, center over here. I'm going to say items center like so. I'm going to say h full over here, and width is also full, something like this. So now here this div is created. I'll save this. Okay, we won't see anything in the pop-up right now. Okay, you can see this. I just see this box shadow, like this shadow sort of effect. But what we will do is we'll create a separate component which is going to actually represent the pop-up, and it is going to be displayed in this modal. The modal is done, okay, like you saw. And within this modal, we will have that component created, and upon the creation of the shortened URL, it is also going to manage the API calls for us. So here I'm going to say, I'm going to create one more component. I'm going to say create new shorten.jsx over here. And I'm going to like add this over here. Okay, this is done, and over here I'm simply going to make use of this component. Okay, so I'm going to say create new. Okay, create new shorten over here. Okay, and I can pass in set open. So set open is set open over here. I'll pass in this as prop. I'll say refetch, and I'll pass in refetch over here. Okay, so this is something that I'm doing, and I'll accept these two things, set open and refetch, within this component. So I'll come over here and I'll say set open and refetch over here. Okay, something like this. And if you come over here, okay, we are not seeing any sort of UI right now. Let me see. Are we? Okay, you can see create new shorten. You are seeing this create new shorten at the center. You can see this is a pop-up, right? So this is coming in, the pop-up is coming in. There is no way right now to close it. Okay, so what we will be doing is we'll be updating this UI to represent what we want to showcase over here. So first, to begin with, I will add some states over here. Okay, and these states are something that we are already aware of. Okay, so first thing first, we need token, right? Why do we need token? We need token to make an API call. Okay, it's mandatory. So I'll just import use store context. This is the context that we have, and we are going to make use of. Then I am creating a state over here using use state. I'm initializing it to false. This is a state that is going to keep track of loading. So whether the UI is loading or not. Okay, so loading and set loading are the two things that we have access to. And then I'm making use of use form over here coming in from React hook form. So of course, this is going to be a form with one field, wherein we'll be making use of the field to create a shortened URL. And I'm creating and initializing this form over here. I'm getting like register, handle submit, reset, form state, and errors. And I'm getting all of this over here, you can see. So here you can see default values like username, password, and code over here. Now in place of original URL, we don't need all of these fields, but instead I'll say original URL, something like this. And I'll get rid of the rest of the things. Okay, so this is what we need over here. Okay, the states are all set, and now what we can do is we can start creating the UI. So first thing first, I'm going to add a div over here. Okay, this is a div that will help us basically, so that will be the container for everything. Okay, so this is the div, and it will have background as that of white. Okay, it's not visible right now. Okay, because there's nothing in it. Okay, now within this div, we need a form. So I'm going to add a form over here. You can see this form. Okay, this is a form that we are going to need. And of course, with the form, we also need this handler function. So on submit, we are making use of handle submit from React hook forms over here, and we need this handler function for create short URL handler. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create this function over here. So if I scroll up over here, I'm going to say const create short URL handler, and I'm going to say async. So this needs to be async because we are going to do an API call. Sorry. So here, and I'm going to add an arrow and something like this. Okay, I'll keep this empty for now. I have not defined it yet. I'm keeping it empty so that I don't get any sort of errors over here. Okay, this is done. Now I'll scroll down, and here just after the form, I'm going to add a div. Okay, so this is not a div. This is an h1 tag. I'm sorry about that. So h1 tag, which will say create a new short URL. And you can see over here, this is the text. And then we have like horizontal rule over here. Okay, which is actually adding a line over here. So if you save this, if you come over here, you'll see create a new shorten URL. Okay, so you can see this. All right, so this is there, and this much is done. Now after this, what I need is I need a text field, a single text field with this ID over here, this ID original URL. Okay, so I'll add that over here. I'll add it. So within a div, what I've done is wrapped in div, I've added a text field. Okay, and you can see the text field has label of URL, required, ID, placeholder, type, message, and register. And we also have errors being passed in. So register is of React hook form, and errors is also from React hook forms. Now I'm making use of text field component, if you remember. Okay, so I need to say control or command space, and we need to import text field. So this text field is not from Material UI. Okay, it's giving me a suggestion of whether you want to import text field from Material UI. Absolutely no. I need text field that I have custom created, this one. Okay, so I don't know why it's not showing me in the import, but it should ideally. Yeah, now it's showing me this is a text field. So I'll just get that imported. I'll save this. And now if you come, you'll see this text field also being added, right? Can you see it? Yes, you can. So pop-up is coming to life. All right. So this is done. Now here after text field, okay, just after the text field here, after the div over here, I need to add a button, okay, which says create. Okay, so I'll paste this button. Okay, this is a button. So it says create is the text, but if the state is loading, then it says loading as the text over here. Okay, so it's either create or loading. Okay, if I save this and if you come over here, you will see create, and you can see validation in action now, right? So create is something that you are seeing. Okay, now what you need to do is you also need to handle the closure of the pop-up. There is no way to close the pop-up right now. If I have to close it, I have to refresh so that it goes away, right? Because the state's reset and it goes away. But once you bring it, there is no way to close it. So how would you handle that? So we need to handle that as well. So for handling that, what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to add a button which is conditionally added. Okay, so you can see first of all, it's a tooltip here. Okay, and let me import tooltip over here. Okay, so tooltip should come in from material over here. Material, okay, close. And button is normal button. RX cross 2 is basically coming in from React icons. So I'll get that imported. I'll save it. Okay, let us see what it looks like. Okay, let me create. You can see this close button over here. You can see, right? And if you hover on it, you can see the tooltip. Okay, now this tooltip is coming in from Material UI. So if you come over here and components, and if you like search, so you can take a look at tooltip over here. You can see this tooltip. Okay, so if you hover on this, you'll see this delete over here, right? So you can see the entire element is wrapped in this tooltip, and whatever title you have set, that is what it will show up. So here what we have done is this entire button is wrapped in tooltip, and whatever title we add will show up. So we are saying close. And also one more thing, this tooltip comes in when the loading state is false. You can see over here, right? So that's how it works. So, you know, this is the button. Now for button, take a look at it. So if the state is loading, then the button is disabled, right? If and on click, we are saying set open false. What is set open? Set open over here, if you scroll up, this is the function, callback function that we are accepting over here. It is coming in from here. You can see, oh sorry, not here. It's coming in from here. Okay, set open. You can see we are passing it over here, right? So set open is coming all the way from here. Set shorten URL pop-up. You can see this state. So this state will become false if this button inside is clicked. Okay, scroll down. This button inside is clicked. I hope this is making sense. When you click that button, you are setting set open to false, and set open is referencing to this thing over here. Set shorten pop-up is actually the function name. And this is a state it's updating. And this is a state that we created to keep a track of the pop-up, right? So this is done. All right. And this is actually working absolutely fine now. Okay. In terms of UI. Okay. But not in terms of functionality. Right now, if you say create, nothing happens. You know, if I enter the URL, nothing will happen. So ideally what should happen is if you enter the URL and if you say create, an API call should be made to the backend, right? And once the API call is made to the backend, the URL should be created and also it should be copied to the clipboard. So the URL is created, shorten URL, and it should be copied to the clipboard maybe. So copying to the clipboard is not mandatory, but just from the user experience standpoint, you can do that. All right. So over here, we'll now begin writing the functionality. So first thing first, whenever you begin an API call, we need to set the loading state to that of true. Okay. Now, why are we setting this? Why are we disabling buttons on loading and all? Here you will see we have disabled buttons and all on loading, right? We have disabled a lot of stuff, right? Why are we doing this? Because, you know, if there is an API call in progress, we don't want user to click on the button twice and thrice. Okay. It's better you give him a response. So here, instead of create, you see loading over here when loading state is enabled, right? So when the user sees loading state, it means, okay, some sort of processing is happening in the UX or in the UI, right? So from the UX perspective, it gives user a feel that, hey, the processing is happening and the app is responding to my clicks. Okay. If you don't show loading and if the user clicks and if the API call is taking a while, then what would happen is user will think that, hey, whether the API call is happened or not, whether the click went through or not. So he'll continue clicking twice and thrice and you will have multiple API calls being generated, right? So that is the reason why we are adding this. We'll add try catch over here, of course, because we are doing an API call, and within the try block, I'm going to paste the API call. Now, this is the API call that we are aware of. Okay. We are making use of API, which is the custom access instance that we have created. I'll get this imported. You can see this imported at the top. Okay. And we are making post request to this URL. Now, what is this URL? So if you come over here, shorten is the URL where we are making the API call. Okay. Now here I'm getting 403 forbidden, but if I pass in the right token over here, the token is expired. If I pass in the right token and if I say send, you'll see I get this short URL. Okay. You can see this short URL, right? You're not getting the complete URL with the domain because domain might change tomorrow of the front end. You might decide to have a different domain. So short URL is basically the slug of the shortened version of the URL. Okay. So this is the URL that you are calling, URL shorten, and you're getting access to the data, which you are having it as res. Okay. You're passing in headers over here, accept, and you're passing in the authorization token over here, right? How do you get access to token? You got access to token using use context over here. All right. Now, what are you going to do? You are actually going to come over here. Okay. So where is it? Okay. So this part over here. Okay. I'm going to add I'm going to create a shortened version of the URL. Okay. So I'm going to say const short. Okay. Const space shorten URL over here. And I'm going to make use of backticks dollar over here. Okay. And I'm going to add domain over here. So domain, I'll add domain and I'll say slash dollar. Okay. Slash dollar and in the response from res. So res is how we are accepting this data over here. res dot over here. And what is the name of the property? Short URL. Okay. So I'll come over here. I'll say res dot short URL, something like this. Okay. Now here we need to add the front part of the domain. Okay. Now front part of the domain, I'll head over to my env file. Where is .env file? Here is my .env file. Okay. Now over here, I'll duplicate this. Okay. And I'll call this as Vite React. I'll remove this React _ subdomain. Okay. So I'll say localhost : what is my front-end URL? 5173, right? That is my front-end URL. So I'll say localhost : 5173, and it will be URL dot. So all my shortened URL will have this URL in the beginning. Okay. And I'll save this. And what I'll do is I'll come over here. Here I'm going to say import. Sorry, not this way. But I can make use of it this way actually. All right. So I realized that this closing bracket should be here, something like this, right? I actually wrapped the closing bracket entire this complete thing. So we are crafting a string over here, okay, using backticks over here. So right. So this is one variable, a /, and then here I'll say import dot meta dot env over here dot Vite React subdomain. So what is the name? I'll just copy it over here. Vite React subdomain. Okay, so I'll copy this Vite React subdomain. Right. So this is the entire URL that we have over here. And what I will do is I'll end this with a semicolon. Okay, this is done. And yeah, this is what we need. So shortened URL is created. Now I'll get this copied to the clipboard. I'm going to say navigator dot clipboard dot, I'll say write text. Okay, you have access to write text over here, and I'll pass in shortened URL over here. Okay, I'll say dot then. Okay, once this is done, I'm going to make use of an arrow function over here again, and I'm going to basically show a toast. So I'm going to say toast success. So toast basically will come in from React hot toast dot success over here. Now on success, I'm going to say short URL copied to clipboard like so. Okay, this is a confirmation, BOARD clipboard. Okay, and I'm going to say comma and some options over here. I'm going to say position. What is a position? Position is bottom center. Okay, comma. I'm going to say class name. What is the class name? Class name is margin bottom, and I can apply any sort of class names that I want. So I'll apply margin bottom 5. I'll say duration. So that's a Tailwind class, margin bottom 5, and duration is 3000. So I'm adding a little bit of customizations, which are optional. You can choose not to, but I've added it. Okay. Now after this, I'll call reset function of the form because the API call is done. We need to reset, and I'll say set open to that of false. So I'll close the pop-up as well, right? So that is something that we need to do. Okay, reset and set false. And in case of error, what I need to do is I'll copy this entire thing over here, and I'll say toast dot error over here, error. Okay, and I'll say here I'll show an error. So I need to say create short URL field like so. Okay, this is done. And then I'll have a finally over here, and for finally I'll say set loading as that of false. Okay, false like so. Okay, so this is done and it should work fine. Let us see what it looks like. Okay, so what I will do is I'll come over here. Okay, we'll refresh. Okay, so this is done. And which account are we logged in with? Okay, so we are logged in with this account. Okay, over here, John Doe is the account that I'm logged in with probably. Okay, or let me log in with John Doe so that there is no confusion. So I'll just come over here. I'll just clear the cookies. Okay, and I'll say okay, let me reload. Okay, come over here, sign up, log in. Okay, and let me log in with John Doe. Okay, so I'll say John_Doe, John Doe, and secure password 123 is the credential. Secure password 123. Here I am. Okay, now what I will do is I will come over here. This is the token, so I'll copy this token. Okay, and I'll get all the URLs. So get my URLs. So I'll paste this over here and I'll send this. Okay, forbidden. Why is it forbidden? Oops. So I will paste the token here, send this. Okay, so you can see there are a few URLs already, johndoe.com and example.com. Okay, so I'll just create a new URL. Okay, I'll say https://testingurl.com, something like this. Okay, I'll create it. You can see short URL copied to the clipboard. Did we get any sort of error? Okay, no errors probably. So short URL was copied to clipboard, and if you paste it, you can see this URL was copied to clipboard. url.localhost 5173 LHJ4HJYX. Okay, so this should be created in the backend. LHJ start with, right now we are seeing 2 URLs in this account. I'll say send. Okay, you can see the fourth one, testingurl.com and LHJ. This is the one that is created, right? So isn't this amazing? Username is John Doe, created date is this, click count is 0, and this is the URL. This is what we entered from the front end, and it's working absolutely fine. Okay, this is what the user will see. So tomorrow, if you deploy this application, people, tomorrow you deploy this application to, let's say, link list, or what is the application called? Okay, Linklytics. Okay, so tomorrow if you deploy it to linklytics.com, so you can have a subdomains like url.linklytics.com/thisluck, or you can have a shorted version of the URL like ly.com, and you can have URL u.ly.com as a subdomain. So u is the subdomain, u.ly.com, and the URL will be this, So that is how you can manage. And basically, right now, if you hit this URL, it's not going to redirect. Okay, so I have this copied. If I hit this URL, it's not going to redirect me. In fact, it stays on the application. So this redirect functionality is to be managed, wherein this is redirected and it is redirected to the original URL, which is testingurl.com is what we entered. That was the original URL. So that redirect is pending. Don't worry about that. We'll do that. We'll cover that. But for now, this is working fine is what I want to stress upon. All right. I hope this has been useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So now it's time that we begin working on the functionality wherein we have to fetch the shortened URLs over here in this space below. Okay, and we need to display it as a list. We are fetching the analytics. We are having the ability to create a new short URL, but we are not displaying the already existing short URLs in the user's account. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here. Okay, and here we already have written this functionality to fetch the total clicks. Okay, and here we have created this file called useQuery, which is a custom hook over here. Okay, and we are making use of a React query over here to fetch the total clicks analytics. Okay, what I will do is I'll make use of this similar thing over here, and I'll duplicate this. So let me copy this entire thing. Okay, and I'll duplicate it over here. Okay, let us duplicate, and instead of calling it use fetch total clicks, I'm going to call it as use fetch my short URLs. So I'll say my short URLs, something like this, and I'll pass in the same parameters, token and on error. Use query, I'll say URL. So instead of URL total click, I'll say my short URLs or my shortened URLs. Okay, something like this. So this is the key that we are having, and then I'll have an async function where I'll do an API call to the backend over here. Okay, now API call URL will be different. So I'll come over here, and this is the URL that I'll have for the API call. So I'll copy this. Okay, and I'll come over here and I'll replace it with this. Okay, something like this. Okay, I'll keep the headers and the content type except authorization, all these headers same over here. We don't need to change that. Just the endpoint has changed, which is absolutely okay. And then we'll come over here. Okay. And here we have the select option. So I'll get rid of these comments. These are all the explanations that I had added. So I'll get rid of these. Okay. And what I will do over here is I need to transform the data, right, in the desired format. Okay. So what I will do is I will first of all sort the data by created date. Okay. And then I'll return the sorted data. So I'll clear all of this over here. For example, I'll clear all of this. I'll say data.sort over here. Okay. And how will I sort? I'll accept both the values A and B over here. And I'll say over here new date over here. And I'll say B dot created date. So the data has created date over here. So you can see over here, created date is the field. So if you hit this API, you have this created date field. So I'm getting this created date field from the second value over here. Okay, the second value. And then I am copying this entire thing and I'll say minus new date and I'll say dot created date. Okay, so this is the JavaScript sort function that I'm making use of for sorting of arrays over here. Okay, and based on the output of this, like whether this date minus this date is a negative value, so the sorting will be conducted appropriately. And if the value is positive, then A is greater than B, and then the sorting is done appropriately. So that is handled by sort, and I'll add a semicolon over here. And when returning, I'll say I need to return sorted data. So I'll just take sorted data and I'll return it over here. Okay, so that's all we are doing over here. I'll pass in on error and stale time. I'll keep the stale time as same. Okay, I'm not modifying the stale time. Now I'll come over here. I'll save this. I'll come over here. And here we are fetching the total clicks. So instead of fetching the total clicks over here, I'm going to replicate this. I'm going to say use fetch my short URLs. I'll pass in token and error like we are passing over there. Okay. And here I'm going to pass in is loading. I need is loading. I need data as my shorten URLs. Okay. And I also need refetch. Okay. So refetch is something that I'm accepting. And I think that is it over here. Okay. So I'll comment this refetch over here. This refetch is not needed. Okay. So this is done. We have this much over here. Okay, I'll save this. So one thing I would like to clarify over here, I had declared refetch as a boolean over here. Okay, and I'd mentioned that it's a boolean, but actually it's not a boolean over here. It's actually a function, I would say. It's a function that is returned by useQuery hook over here. You can see this useQuery hook will return this refetch function, which you can make use of. And if you have access to refetch, you can programmatically re-trigger the query to fetch the data again. Okay, so we are having the reference of refetch over here as well, and we are storing it. Now there is a reason why we are storing it over here. Okay, I'll tell you the reason. So when we create a shortened URL, you would need to refetch the list of shortened URL because now a new shortened URL has been added because you just created a new URL, right? So this list needs to be refreshed. And that is why you are getting this refetch over here. Okay, so it's not a boolean. I'm just clarifying this, and it's actually a callback function that we'll be making use of. Okay, and refetch over here is going to refetch over here. You can see shorten popup, right? And within shorten popup, it is being passed over to create new shorten over here. Okay, and once the shortened URL is created over here, just above reset over here, we can say await, and I can say refetch, something like this. So we need to refetch the values. Okay, so let me save this, or let me comment this out. We'll enable this a bit later. We'll see that it's not refetching it by itself, and then we'll enable this and see how it's refetching it by itself. Okay, so this is done. Now what we need to do is after this is done, we need to scroll down over here, and just after this div over here. Okay, I think just after this div, the second last div, we need to start handling the basically list part over here. Okay, so here you will have all the UI. So I'm going to add a div over here. Oops. So okay, there is a reason why it's not adding it. Some issue with VS Code, but that's okay. So I've added this div here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually manage the list display. Okay, so here first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm first going to check if things are not loading. So if is not equal to loading, and we also need to check if my short URLs dot length. So the length is equal to 0. So if there are no short URLs, okay, first of all, and if the state is loading, then what do we do? Okay, we would render a UI. Okay, and what is the UI will render? We will render a UI which will say that you have not created any URLs yet. Okay, and no short link exists, and we'll motivate him to create a short link. That is what we are going to do. And if this is false, then what we need to do is, so here we will have the second part of the UI. We will have a component rendered which will display the list of shortened URL. Okay. So for this state over here, okay, when there is no data and things are loading, I'm going to like add these two divs over here. You can see, you can take a look. Okay. So I have this div. Okay. I've added some CSS classes over here that is responsive enough and for different screen sizes. And you can see you haven't created any short link yet. This is a header, and I have this link over here. You can see FA link over here. Okay, let me save this, and okay, so you'll see an error over here. So I can say p tag, okay, hi over here. Okay, so because this expects some sort of element, this cannot be empty. So I've just added hi over here. Let us come over here. So we are seeing hi, which is good, which means that data exists for this particular account over here, which is good. Okay, now if I just duplicate this and if I paste it over here just to test it. Okay, 1 second. So just to test it, I'll paste it over here, and you'll see the UI. You have not created any short link yet. So this is how it will render. Okay, you can see the UI, which is okay. So I'll just do Control Z and I'll have hi in place. Okay, for now. Now, instead of hi, what we need to do is, if there is short link, we need to render a list, and we'll have a shorten URL list component being created for the same. So I'll come over here under dashboard. I'll say shorten URL list .jsx being created, REFCE over here. This is the component, and what we will do is we will accept data over here. Right, so this is going to render list, right? So it should have access to the list data. How does it have access to the list data? We have to pass it on from dashboard layout. So I'll get rid of this hi now because we have the component. I'll say shorten URL list. You can see, I'll close it, self close it, and I'll say over here data. Okay, and here I'll pass in my short URLs. Okay, and I'll save it. Okay, so this is done. Now inside this shorten URL list, what I'm going to do is I'm going to return. So I'm returning this data, this text over here. Instead, I'm going to say class name over here. I'm going to say my of 6. Okay, and space y of 4 over here. Okay, these two classes I've added, and here I'm going to say data dot map. So I'm going to iterate over this data, and for every item over here, for every item, 1 second. So I'll say for every item over here, I'm going to have this function rendered. Now what is this function going to do? Okay, so this function is going to define the UI. So I'll have a component that will define the UI of every item that exists. Okay, so I'll come over here, I'll create one more component. I'll say shorten item.jsx and RAFCE over here. I'll save this. Okay, and here inside shorten URL list, I'll just render shorten item over here. Okay, I'll self close it and I'll pass in the key. So what is the key over here? Key is item.id. Okay, and here I'm just going to destructure item. I'm going to say spread. Sorry, I'm going to spread item over here. Okay, so item is basically one item of the URL. So what I mean by one item is this is the response over here that I have access to. Okay, so this is basically one item. This is another item. Okay, this is the third item. So I'm just spreading these values that I have access to for every item, and I'm calling shorten item over here. Okay, and what shorten item is going to do is it will have basically the UI element which will display the UI and it will showcase it to the user. Okay, so what I can do over here is in shorten item, let us see first of all what are we seeing over here. Okay, are we seeing anything? We aren't. Why? Are we seeing any sort of errors? Okay, no errors as such. We're not seeing the output over here, but let me complete this thing over here. Okay, so we are passing in this data, we are spreading item over here. Okay, but we are not accepting the item, so let us accept the spreaded items over here. So what are we going to get? We are going to get original URL over here. We are going to get short URL over here. We are going to get click count over here. So this is all coming in from here, original URL, short URL, click count. Okay, original URL, short URL, click count, and then we have created date, something like this. Okay, so this is what we have, and we are still not seeing the output. Okay, so this is done. Okay, and the API call is being made over here is what I observed. So if you come over here, if you go to console, network over here, if you refresh, you'll see like my URLs being called. You can see this my URL, and here you can see this is the URL that is being called over here. This is like from the hook that we just created, and in the response you will see the response also that we are getting. Okay, so the API call is working fine. We are getting the data. Okay, and this should work fine. Let me just see what's the issue. Okay, so I've added div over here. So this is a div. Okay, this is a div. Let me add p over here saying hi, or let me add original URL or short URL over here. Okay, short URL. Let me render short. So I realized the issue why we are not seeing the output over here. A small mistake we did over here in the map, or instead of having a round bracket over here, we're having a curly brace. So that's the problem. So because it's a curly brace, it's not returning anything, and ideally map should return something. So if you add this curly brace, you will see shorten item 3 times. Okay, which means there are 3 URLs. Okay, so if you come over here to inspect, okay, and if you say fetch over here, okay, you would see the query returning basically the 3 URLs over here. Okay, so here you can see 3 URLs. Okay, so that is why you are seeing 3 times over here shorten item, which is actually good. Okay, now within shorten item, what we need to do is we have the data here. Okay, we have the data that is being destructured. We are spreading it from here and we are returning it over here, right? So we have the data. Now what we need to do is we need to make use of the data over here. So first we'll set the UI, and I'll add 3 divs over here. Okay, now I'll close these divs. Okay, so I'll say div. Okay, these are all container divs that I'm adding. Okay, I need to close them. Let me copy this. Okay, and here. Okay, so these are 3 divs. Okay, sorry, there was some formatting issue. I've formatted them, and these are not 3, but there are 4 divs. Okay, you can see this, and these will become, you can see these will become containers actually for your short URL. So the moment I save this, you can see these kind of UI coming in over here. Now within these divs, you will see the URL related information come up. Now I'm seeing 3 because I have 3 URLs in this account, and this div is being repeated thrice. So you can see this. These are like some generic CSS that I've added. Okay, and I've made sure I've kept them responsive. Okay, so this is about div. Now over here inside this div, I need to display the URL. So I'm going to paste some code over here. So this code is actually doing the job of displaying the short URL using the href tag. So you have this a link and href. Okay, and you can see this href is going to this is the URL that it will redirect to if you click on it, and this is what it's going to display. Now subdomain is not yet defined. We need to define it. So what I will do is I'll scroll up over here at the top. Okay, and just over here, just above written, I'm going to create this subdomain. Now what is subdomain? Subdomain is actually getting this subdomain from the env file. Okay, we have this created, and then I'm removing HTTPS from the same. HTTP or HTTPS from the same. Okay, so let me save this and let us see what it looks like. Oops, so there is some sort of an error. Let us see what the error is. Okay, so so we missed importing this. Okay, so let us come over here. This is not imported. I actually need to import this. Okay, and if you come now, okay, you can see the URL now. Okay, so URL is being displayed. This is a URL that will be displayed to the user. I have removed HTTP over here. You can decide to keep it. Okay, but what I've done is I've actually created a variable that removes this HTTPS and HTTP from it. Okay, and then it actually displays the URL without it because I wanted a clean URL. Okay, and I have this icon up here over here. This icon tells me that if you click on this, it is going to open in a new tab. You can see this icon, FA external link. Okay, so it opens in the new tab with this property target_blank. Now what I would also do is here I'm actually displaying the short URL. Now after short URL, I will have the original URL also being displayed. Okay, so this is the original URL that is coming in. So you can see this is div, okay, with these classes, and you have this h3 tag wherein I'm displaying the original URL. Okay, you can see I'll save this, and if you come over here, you will have the original URL also being displayed this way. This is coming in the form of subtext. Okay, so if you click on this, this takes you to the new page. Of course, there is nothing on this new page. We are not handling redirects, which is absolutely okay. But here you are seeing this both the URLs, like the original URL and the short URL. Now what I need to do is I need to display the click count. So here I'll come after this div which displays the original URL. I'll paste this code. Okay, now this is a interface, or this consists of div that is basically, you know, displaying the click count. So you have this parent div, then second div, then you have this span which is actually showcasing an icon from React icons. So I'll get this imported. Okay, and then you have another span which is displaying the click count. And also if we need to have this text, right? So how many clicks do we have? So if the click count is 0, click count is 0 or click count is 1, we are saying click. And if it's not, then we are saying clicks. So which means it's plural. So all of that is being taken care of. So if I save this and if you come over here, you'll see the clicks over here. You can see this has 1 click. Okay, and it's being displayed in a beautiful way. You can see it's just being displayed with this icon and click. In the green color. Okay, so this is fair enough. Now there is one more data point we have access to, which is the date. So I need to display date, and I'll add this div over here. Okay, so what we are doing is inside this div, we have this span which is displaying the icon for the calendar, and we have this another span which is displaying the day when this was created. Now here I'm making use of a function day.js. Now day.js is actually this is coming in from an external library which we have not installed yet. Okay, so it's a library which is used to transform and work with dates. So normally when you work with dates, you get dates in the form of, so if you come over here, okay, if you refresh and if you go to inspect network, okay, and if you see how backend is sending us data, so backend is sending us date in this way. This is not readable. I need to transform this and display it in a user-friendly way. So if you Google day.js, you will see this website, day.js. It's an alternative to moment.js, which is another library to work with dates. And if you go to click get started, okay, you'll have the installation docs for Node.js. You can see this is how you install day.js. So I'll just copy this because we are going to need this. Okay, and you can format it the way you want. Okay, so you can parse it, you can format it. Okay, you can format it in different varieties, and you can get it in the so you can see over here, this is being formatted to this. Okay, this is being converted, this is being converted to January. You can see like it returns basically the time. Okay, and you can see over here there has to be some example. So I came here to format under display, and this format is what we are making use of. So you can see over here dayjs.format, and you can specify the format to format the date. You can see, and this is what we are making use of. We are formatting it to month, day, and year. Okay, and you can read more as to what. So you can see over here December, 3 times M meaning abbreviated month name. So it will come in the abbreviated month name like December 22, like 1453 or something like that. Okay, so it will come in that format. So what I will do is I'll install this package and we'll have to import it. So this DJS needs to be imported. You can see this needs to be imported at the top, and this also needs to be imported, the icon. So I'll save this. If you come over here, you'll see this refresh. Okay, so you can see now December 29, 2024. This conversion is being done by DJS. Okay, now what we need is we need a copy to clipboard functionality over here. So if you want to copy this shortened URL and paste it somewhere, you should be able to do so. And for that, I'm going to make use of one more library, which is over here, opened. If you search for React copy to clipboard, you will see this npm package. Okay, so I just search for this. Okay, copy to clipboard React, and you see this first link appear over here. Okay, so you can see the second one, npm.js. So just come over here. Okay, or you can come to npmjs.com, which is a repository. You can search like npm packages over here, and you can install this. So you can see how this works. You have this copy to clipboard button added, and you can make use of it, right? So I'll just add this over here. I'll copy this installation command. Let us come here and we'll add it. Okay, so this is now added. Now what I will do is here I'm going to add a div which has a component for copy to clipboard. So here what I'm going to do is after like over here, okay, I'm going to paste this code. Okay, we'll go through what this is. So here I have added the copy to clipboard component. Okay, now if you come over here, okay, one second. So if you come over here to browser, on this page copy to clipboard, if you scroll down, you will see the usage instructions for copy to clipboard. So you can see over here, first we need a state defined, right? And then we have this copy to clipboard where we are basically tying this up with a state, and then on copy we are calling this function to update the state. Okay, and we have this span wherein copy to clipboard with span is shown to the user. Okay, and let me show you how this will work in our application. So we have this copy to clipboard over here within a div. It is wrapped in a div. Okay, so let me align this over here. Something like this. Okay, so we have this copy to clipboard, and on copy I'm calling this function. This function does not exist yet. We need to create it. And what is the text that get copied? So this is a text that get copied. So it's the short URL on which the user has clicked that gets copied, okay, for this particular component, and along with the subdomain. Okay, and we have this div, and we have this button over here. Okay, this button over here. So you can see this is the div and this is a button, and then if it's successfully copied, we are showing this icon, and if it's not, then we are showing this copy but icon. So this copy icon is shown, and if it's copied, then we show this check icon. That is how it transitions. Okay, and this is the state that we need to create. Okay, so I'll be creating a state called is copied, which will have this setter set is copied. So I'll scroll up at the top. Okay, and here I'm going to say const. Okay, and I'm going to say over here is copied, and I'm going to say set is copied, and I'm going to say use state over here, state Okay, and here I'm going to add false. So this is a boolean. Okay, and this is what is being used here. Okay, we also need to do quite a few imports like copy to clipboard. I need to import this. I also need to import, let me see, I need to import these icons. LA check solid and IO copy. And if you save this, if I come over here to our application, okay, you can see this copy button over here. You can see copied. Okay, you can see how this is being managed. Okay, you can see how this is being managed. So you can see within this button, this is the button, and so first of all we have this div. Within this div we have this button, and we have this these icons which are being managed depending on what the state is. All right, so I hope you can understand what is happening over here. And we have this copy to clipboard as well. Okay, so copy to clipboard is done now. Okay, if you refresh, you'll see it resets. Now in this interface itself, I also need to have a way for users to view analytics for a particular URL. Okay, so there should be a way over here. So what I will do is I'll come over here, and within this div, the same div, just below copy to clipboard, I'm going to paste this over here, this div. Okay, so you can see. Okay, so what is this? This is basically a div that has a button called analytics. Okay, and within this it has an icon as well called MD Analytics. Okay, now this function does not exist yet. Okay, so we need to create this function called analytics handler. Okay, so I'll come over here, and here I'm going to say AREFE. Okay, we don't need to create a functional component, so I won't do this, but I'll say const analytics handler over here, and I'll accept short URL over here. Okay, and then I'm going to do something like this over here. Okay, I'm going to just leave it like this. And if you come over here, you can see analytics button also being added. Okay, so if you click on this, there has to be a view or a graph that gets attached to this div over here at the bottom. And on click of this, it toggles basically. That is how it should be. Okay, but you can see how sensible this is looking. A pretty decent dashboard, okay, that we are building for our users. So we need to build the UI for the toggle part, right? So I'm going to scroll down over here in the end, and here, I'm just going to leave the last div. Okay, and here I'm going to add React fragment. So this is the fragment that is going to toggle. So I'm going to say React dot fragment over here. Okay, and I'm going to close this, and within this I'm going to have a div. Okay, so this is going to be the div. Okay, and we need to add conditional classes over here. So if the toggle is on, then this div is shown. If it's not on, then the div is hidden. Okay, so that is how we need to manage this. And how are we managing the toggle functionality? We need to manage this toggle with the help of state over here. So I'm going to copy this state. I'm going to add it over here, and here I'm going to say analytics toggle over here, something like this, toggle, and I'm going to say set analytics toggle, something like this. Okay, and by default it's set to false over here. Okay, and now I need to add some class over here which will be conditionally applied depending on whether the analytics toggle is true or false. So here I'm going to just come to this div. I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, so this is the class that I've added. So I'm saying within this, okay, I'm making use of backticks first of all. Okay, so I'm saying for analytics toggle. Okay, so I'm making use of analytic toggle over here. So I need to rename this to analytic toggle. Sorry. So it has to be singular. Okay, now it should be fine. So for analytic toggle, if analytic toggle is true, I'm using flex layout. If not, then I'm saying hidden. So if this is false, then I'm hiding this. Okay, and maximum height and everything I've set over here. Okay, let us save this and let us see if this functions. It won't function. Okay, why is it not functioning? because on click of the button, okay, analytics handler, on click of that button, okay, what you need to do is you probably need to toggle. Okay, so what we will do is over here, if you remember, on click of this button, analytics handler, we did create this function, but we left it empty. So what I will do is it's time that I add some logic over here. I'll say if condition, if not analytics toggle, okay, then in that case, I'll say set selected URL. So set selected URL won't work because I don't have a state for that. So first of all, we'll have to create a state for this. Okay, so I'll have to have a state that keeps a track of selected URL. Okay, and this selected URL then will be used to get the analytics because we are opening the analytics tag. Okay, set selected URL over here. Okay, and here I'm going to say use state, and this will be empty. Okay, because this cannot be Boolean. So why we are creating this why we are creating this selected URL state? So whenever user clicks on any of the card to open analytics, okay, that particular card's URL will be added over here, and this will then be used to query the backend. Okay, so if you remember, if you want to get the analytics, okay, for URL, so this is URL specific analytics, you need to pass in the URL slug as well. This is the URL slug, right? So we need to keep track of the selected URL, and that is why the selected URL thing exists. Okay, so if analytics toggle is true over here, okay, if it's reverse, if it's not equal to true, then in that case what I'm doing is I'm saying set selected toggle, set selected URL as short URL, something like this. Okay, and then otherwise I say set analytic toggle to that of reverse of analytic toggle. Okay, something like this. Okay, so I'm doing this, and let us come over here and see how this works. Let me refresh. I'll say analytic toggle. You can see this open up, this close up, this open up, this close, this open up, and this close. Okay, so you can see, and now within this you can display the graph, right? This is opening up and closing. So graph specific to that particular URL is what you can display over here. Okay, that is something what we can do over here. All right, so I hope this is making sense as to how we have built this entire thing and how we are going step by step. All right, so if you come over here, okay, if you come over here within the fragment, okay, within this fragment over here, within this div, in fact, okay, within this div, what I need to do now is I need to check for the loader, and if there is no loader, then what I need to do is I need to display the data. That is what I need to do. Okay, so what we will be doing is we'll be checking for the loader condition over here. So I'll have loader. Okay, so loader is not yet created. So I'll scroll up and I'll also create a loader state. This will keep track of the whether the component is doing any API calls or not. Why are we creating this? Because we'll be doing an API call, right? So I'll create a loader and I'll say set loader over here. Okay, and I'll scroll down, and over here I'm going to say if loader. Okay, so if loader is true, then in that particular case we have this thing over here. Okay, there will be a div, of course. Okay, I'll add the closing div over here. There will be a div if this is true. If it's not true, okay, what we do is there would be a div again. Okay, we'll just add empty divs over here and then we'll manage it later on. Okay, something like this. Okay, so I hope this is clear as to what's happening over here. Okay, so we need to display the data. If the loader is true, then we'll display some sort of a UI that says, hey, data is being fetched. But why are we doing this? First of all, let me tell you that as well. Why are we doing this? So here, when the user clicks on analytics, that is when the backend API call will be done. When the user clicks on the analytics, that is when the backend API call will be done, right? And backend API call will be done means the data is not being fetched instantly, right? It will take some time. It will get the data from the server, parse it and display it. So that will take few seconds, and until that process happened, you need to show some sort of hourglass or something over here, loading state. So for managing that, we are having this loader variable. Okay, I hope this is making sense. Okay, now before we build this component over here, what we can do is we can actually build the thing to do an API call first. Okay, so what I will do is I will scroll up over here at the top, and here I'll add a function. Okay, so I'll say, so I'll say const fetch my short URL over here, and I'll say a sync function, and I'll say here you need to make use of this, and then we need to do the API call over here. Okay, now for doing the API call, we have written the API call syntax quite a few times over here. Okay, so even if you come over here, we have written it quite a few times. So we'll come over here to create new shorten URL. Okay, this file over here wherein we are making an API call. Okay, so I'll just copy the syntax over here. Okay, of course, copying the syntax of making an API call is easier because we have done it so many times, you know. So I'll say set loader over here. Okay, set loader to true first of all, because loading is happening now, right? So we'll set the loader to true. Then the next step is I'll add a try catch, of course, because we are doing an API call. Now here I'm going to paste this API call, and I'll make sure I import API over here. Okay, so I have post. I don't need post. This will be a get request, right? So get request, and we need to get the URL over here. So this is not the actual URL that we'll be querying. So this is the URL that we'll be querying. So I'll just copy this entire thing right from this part. I'll come over here. I'll paste this URL over here. Okay, something like this. And this will go in backticks. In my opinion, I need to add backticks because, you know, I will be adding variables in between. So what is the variable part? Here, this part. The URL part is variable. So I'll say dollar over here, and here I'll say selected URL. So you know why we added selected URL now, right? You can see it in action. Okay, now I'll say start date is 2025, 2024. And you can like get the entire year's data. Okay, you can add the date range. You can make it dynamic later on if you wish to. Okay, it's totally your call. You can manage it that way. Okay, now this is done. So what I would do is we have data. Okay, we in fact don't need data over here. So I'll get rid of this. Okay, we are not doing a post request, so we are not passing in data. I have content type, these headers set in. Okay, these headers look good. Okay, no issues in headers. And if you scroll down here, okay, so here I need to, here what do we do with the data? So we are getting this data. So I'll remove this alias over here called res. Okay, now what do we do with the data? So what we are going to do is with the data, we will have to assign it to a state variable. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to create a state variable for the same, right? So I'll scroll up and I'll say analytics data. I'll say const analytics data over here. Okay, and I can say set analytics data over here. Okay, is equal to use state over here, and I'll pass in an empty array like this. Okay, so this is done, and what I will do over here is I'll say set analytics data, and I'll pass in the data that we get. Okay, this is done, and I'll say set selected URL to that of empty because we have got the data now. Okay, we don't need to set this URL thing, or we can clear this selected URL, right? That's absolutely okay. All right, and now if there is any error, so what we can do is we can make use of navigate over here. Okay, so I'll say const navigate is equal to use navigate over here. So this is what I'm adding over here. Oops. So this is what I'm adding, and here I'll come over here. I'll navigate the user to the error page, which we do not have right now. Okay, we'll build it later. Okay, and you can even console log the error like so. Okay, this is, I think, done. What we need to do is we are not setting the state. Basically, we are not updating the state. We have updated the state to true, but after the fetching is done, irrespective of whether the error has occurred or not, we need to set the loader to false. Now, why are we setting the loader to false in finally? Why not after fetching the data? Because just in case if there is any error during the API call, the program control will move to catch, right? And if you are setting it over here after fetching the data, if you are setting the loader to false, that won't be executed. So that has to be executed. So for that, I'm setting it in finally, because finally block is executed irrespective of whether the there was an error in the try block or not. So it's always executed. So the moment we exit try catch, we have finally being executed. All right. So this is done now. All right. And what we can do now is I'll scroll down over here. Okay. We need to now start working on the loader part over here, like this part over here. Okay. And before that, let me test this also. So what I will do is I'll do a console log over here and I'll see if actually I'm getting the right data. So I'm doing a console log. I'll come over here. Let me refresh this and I'll go to inspect console and I'll scroll down. Let me select any URL. I'll select this one. So let us wait if we see any sort of entry. Oops, we are not seeing any sort of entry over here. Why is that? So fetch my short URL. Let me see what's happening. So this is not being called. Okay, this is not being called. So when should this be called? So this should be called if there is a change in this selected URL state, right? And how would you determine, like, when there is a selected URL state change, you should call this function. How would you do that? So for that, you can make use of simple thing called use effect hook. A use effect hook in React takes two things. One is a arrow function, and the other thing it takes, that is a dependency array over here. Okay, dependency array allows us to tell what on change of what this arrow function should be executed. So we want this arrow function to be executed on change of selected URL, right? What should be there in the arrow function? There should be a logic that you want to run. So I'll say if selected URL over here, if selected URL exists, then what you do is you say fetch short URL and you just call it something like this. Okay, I'll save this. We'll come over here and now we'll click on analytics and oops, token is not defined. Perfect. Token is not defined. So we'll have to define token. So I'll come over here and here we should have how we are getting token. Here we have this code for token. So I'll come over here and I'll add this code for token and I'll make sure I import use store context. Okay, I'll save this and I'll refresh. I'll go back, I'll refresh and I'll click on analytics. Oops, there was an error again. Selected URL is not a function. That is on row number 44. So let me come over here. What is row number 44? Okay, selected URL. Okay, set selected URL it should be. I'm sorry. So I've updated this. I'll come over here, back, refresh again. Let's see again. So analytics. Okay, you have 0 data for this. Okay, there is one URL which has some data. So I'll just collapse this one. This has one data. So I'll say analytics. Okay, and you can see one click, I got some data and you can see this is the data that I got from the backend. So we are able to successfully query the backend and now we need to focus on rendering the data onto the interface. So I hope this has been useful and I hope you have been able to follow along. So now it's time that we start displaying the analytics data. So here, if you come to this dashboard, okay, if you go to inspect network and if you click on analytics for this URL which has one click, if I say analytics, you'll see I'm getting all the analytics data. You can see I'm printing it onto the console over here. Okay, so I have access to analytics data, but the thing is I need to render it. Now while rendering, there are a few things that I need to take care of. Okay, here on click of this button, an API call is being made to the server. Why are we doing an API call when the button is clicked and not before that? Of course, because we don't know which URL the user will select. Okay, we don't know which URL user will select to view analytics. So when the user clicks on analytics, we are doing a backend API call, and we are detecting which URL he has clicked, and based on that, we are doing an API call to the backend server to fetch the analytics data for that particular URL. Now, when the API call is happening, it's an API call that is happening to a backend server, and there will be some sort of a delay, like delay of few seconds. So we need to manage that delay. We need to show some sort of a loader and make the experience pleasant over here for the user, right? Because user experience is also important, right? You are just not a developer. You have to think from the user perspective as well, right? So of course you can display a loading text over here. Keep it simple. Okay, but I'm going to make use of an R class from an external library, and I'm going to make the experience a bit pleasant from the user's standpoint. Okay, and for that, I'm going to make use of React Loader Spinner. So if you search for React Loader Spinner, you'll see this link, which is of GitHub, and you also see this NPM package over here. Okay, so if you click on the GitHub link, you'll come over here, React Spinners, and here you can add, you can make use of this library to basically add stylish spinners. You can see stylish spinners for your React.js applications. I'll click on get started. This is how you install React Spinner. I'll just copy this because I'm going to need this. We are going to install, and here you can see how you can make use of it. So you have to just make use of these components of these sorts. Okay, there are tons of examples. You can see this audio. This is how it looks like. This kind of spinner. Bars, this is the kind of spinner. You have ball triangle, you can see. Circles, so a lot of variations. Comment, so if you are building a sort of social network or something where user can comment, when the user submits the comment, you can show this kind of icon or loader over here. Coloring, you can see. Circles, a lot of things. You can see falling lines, fidget spinners, DNA, hearts, there are tons of example. What I'm curious about is R class over here. You can see this R class. So this is what we are going to make use of. And of course, every spinner that you see over here has some props. Okay, you can see ARIA label specifies the ARIA label of the discus. Okay, you have colors. You can customize the colors. You have height, visible. So you can control the visibility of this component by this visible props. Width, wrapper class, wrapper style, all of this basically you can make use of, and there is an example live for this as well. So if I change this to false over here, you can see it's not visible. Okay, if I change this to true, it would be visible. If I change the width to 800, you can see how wide it looks like. Okay, height to 800, sorry. So you can change this, work with this, play around with this. Instead of FFF, you can make this as 000. Okay, so you can see. Okay, so this was a color, but if this is a background color, so this will change the red thing over here. Okay, it's not changing for some reason. Okay, so you can make use of this over here. Never mind this. Okay, the color thing, but you can make use of this depending on your use case. Okay, so I'll be making use of R glass over here. Okay, so what we need to do is I'll come over here first of all. Okay, here now here if loader is there, okay, we need to show some div, and if loader is false, then we show the analytics. So if loader is true, then we show the loader over here, right? And here I'll be adding some things over here. Okay, so I'll just take this onto a new line over here, and this will also go onto a new line. Okay, now here I'm going to add some divs. Okay, a couple of div, okay, which will be responsible for rendering the containers for this R glass over here. Okay, so I'll just close these as well. I don't have the closing div. Okay, now what these are doing is these are basically having the height, flex box, justify center, item center, width is full. Okay, and we are basically aligning this over here. Okay, and then what we will do is we'll copy this R glass over here, this entire thing here. Okay, and I'll come over here and we will paste it over here. Okay, something like this. Oops, so I'll just have the tab added for indentation. Okay, so this is done. Visible is true. Okay, height is equal to, instead of 80, I'll keep this to 50 over here. This also I'll keep this to 50. Okay, I don't want it to be too large. Hourglass loading, this is okay. Wrapper style, this is okay. Wrapper class, this is okay. Colors, this is fine, I believe. Okay, now if I save this and if I come over here and if we see our application, so let me see how this looks. Oops, so it crashed. Why did it crash? I know the reason. We did not import and we did not install the library as well. Okay, we did not install the library. We forgot that. So I'm sorry about that, but we'll come over here to welcome. I'll copy this. Okay, and I'll come over here and I'll install this. Oops, I'm sorry. So I copied both over here. I'll copy this itself. Okay, and you can see what okay, so here. So I copied both. You can see over here, this command was executed. So I just have to run the npm one and I'll run this and this should work now. Okay. Now I should see Hourglass in the auto suggest and I'll get this imported at the top. So if you scroll up over here, you're going to see Hourglass being added. I'll save this. Let us come over here. And now if you see analytics, okay, we are still not seeing the Hourglass. What is the reason? Let me refresh. Okay, we could see there was a, we could see Hourglass. Now let me set this to true. Okay, let me set the loader basically to true, or let me scroll down over here. Instead of loader, let me make use of true over here directly. So I'll hard code this so that we can see Hourglass. You can see this is how it will come. Okay, so the data is loading very fast, so we are not able to see the Hourglass, but this is how it will come over. And you can expand this and see. You can see how this will come. So until the data is being fetched, this is what will be seen. So I'll just remove this hard coded true and I'll change this to loader again. Okay, and what I will do is after this, just above the div, I'll add a p class over here. P, and I'll say a p tag, not p class. I'll say please wait over here. 3 dots, and I'll add some classes over here. Okay, so I'll say class name and I'll say text slate of 700 over here. Okay, and I'll save this. So this should look okay. I'll just say true over here. Okay, this should look okay. You can see, please wait. Decent enough, right? So this is looking decent and I'm happy with the output. I'll just do Control Z loader. Okay, we could have just added please wait loading over here, you know, but we are not developers, right? We are developers, but we also need to have that sense of UX. Okay, a little bit sense of UX so that we can design some good interfaces for our users. Now this is done. Now if the loader is, if like loading is done over here, then what we need to do, we need to display the data. Okay, so if you scroll up over here, we have this analytics data over here. Okay, so we have this analytics data variable, state variable, which is keeping a track of all the data that we have fetched from the backend. Right, now what we need to do is we need to first check for its length. Okay, and then we need to render the UI over here. Okay, so I'll come over here. Okay, I have this div. I'll take this div to the next line. Okay, new line over here, and this also will go here, and I'll say over here, okay, this, I'll just wrap this inside here over here. Okay, and I'll say okay, here I'll say analytics data dot length. So analytics data dot length is equal to 0, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to display this. Okay, now this is a div that I'm going to render. Okay, so okay, analytics data dot, so this is not this, it says it's not defined. So I got the problem. This is actually an array. So this is valid code that I've written, but the thing is this is directly over here within the round brackets. This is not allowed. So I'll just have an empty, empty tag over here so that this works fine. Okay, now it's looking good. Okay, now what I'm going to do over here is inside this, okay, inside this thing over here, we need to add divs. Okay, so I'll just add some divs. Now before adding div, I'll also mention this div will represent the empty state. Okay, so if this length is 0, okay, then we will be showing this empty state. Now I'll paste this empty state. Okay, you can see this empty state over here. Okay, this is what you see. I'll just indent this, align this. Okay, So you can see there are a couple of divs and I have h1 tag and an h3 tag. Pretty simple, nothing too complex. A div outside and then h1 tag inside and h3 tag inside with some styling. I'll save this and you can see no data for this time period. So we actually have a couple of URLs with no data. So you can see these two URLs don't have any data. So you can see this was quickly rendered, but this thing has data. You can see one click. So it has click data. This thing does not have click data. So there is no data coming in from the server, which means that analytics data array is empty for these two URLs, right? So that is why you're immediately seeing this, this no data output over here. Okay. So this is working absolutely fine. Now what we will do over here is we'll come over here. Okay. Now we'll have to show the graph. Now how are we showing the graph? So if you come to dashboard layout, we have already made use of graph over here. You can see once. Okay, so we are going to make use of this same component. I'm going to come over here and I believe just after this over here, okay, just above this empty tag. Okay, I'm going to come in and I'm going to, so I'm going to paste in this graph over here and I need to import graph over here. Of course, I'll import graph component and here instead of passing in total clicks, I'll pass in analytics data over here, analytics data. Okay, something like this. And I'll save this. Okay, after saving this, if you come over here, you can see how there is a dummy. You can see how there is a dummy graph being added at the behind this. Okay, behind this it's being added. And if you scroll down here, there is also the data of click for this particular URL. Okay, so this is working absolutely fine. You can see over here, you can copy this, you can collapse this. There's no issue as such. Refresh it, play around with it. Okay, it'll work absolutely okay. You can see. So data fetching is right now very fast because everything is running on my local. Now, if you deploy this tomorrow and if these two things are deployed on two separate servers, there would be some sort of delay depending on the kind of server capacity that you've bought in. Okay, and that is the reason we have done that. We have taken that effort of adding that hourglass and all. Looking right now, you would say, hey, why hourglass and all is important? You know, because data is loading in a flash, right? You're not even seeing the hourglass right now. Okay, but that won't be the case if you deploy it onto a remote server. Depending on the traffic, the server capacity, and how much load there is there on the server, you might have to show loader to the user. And user should not drop. Whenever you're building application, if the loading is taking a lot of time, the user would drop off. Okay, the only way to keeping engaged is to have some engaging elements onto the screen, like for example that loader. It tells the user that hey, data is being fetched, please wait for a while. Okay, we are crunching the data, and depending on how much time it's taking, okay, you can show the data once the data is being received onto the client. Okay, so this functionality is working absolutely okay. So I hope you have been able to follow along this video, and I hope this has been insightful and useful for you all. So now it's time that we begin talking about the subdomain routing over here. So here, if you see this URL, this is the shortened URL on the front end. So I'll copy this. Okay, I'll paste it over here. Now, if you hit this URL, there is nothing that is going to happen. Okay, it does not work. Ideally, what should happen is this URL corresponds to testingurl.com. So you should be redirected to that URL. That is what URL shortener is all about, right? So right now, the subdomain that we have chosen is url.hostname. Our hostname is localhost, okay, and followed by the port. But if you move to a professional domain, then you can choose the appropriate domain based on what you want. But for now in development, I have url.ourhostname. You can even choose url.linklytics. That's url. Is a good URL. Actually, is a good subdomain. Okay, but what I'm trying to highlight over here is we need to manage redirects. Now, how do we manage redirects? So if you come over here, we have router over here. This is the app router that we have, and this router is doing the job of managing navigation into our application. Now, this is the router for main application. Okay, how we would be managing is we would be having one more router created. Okay, and that router will manage the subdomain routing. So whatever hits you are getting on this particular subdomain, which is URL dot, those would be managed by another router. Okay, so we will have two router over here. Okay, and based on which URL is being hit, we will load the appropriate router into the application. So it's basically a little bit of setup, an advanced setup that we will be doing for managing the domain based or subdomain based routing along with the main application routing. Okay, so that's how we are going to do. Now, what do we need to do for this? First of all, we need to have the configuration for the main routing, like the main router that we have, and also for the subdomain. Okay, and we need to basically, whichever URL is being hit, we need to check the URL, we need to see which URL is being hit, and based on that we need to make use of the appropriate router and manage the navigation. That is how things are going to work at our end. Okay, so like I said, that is how we are going to manage it. So what I'm going to do first of all is, I will move this thing into a separate I would say separate file over here. Okay, so I'll come over here, I'll cut this, or let me not cut this, I'll start seeing all the errors over here. Okay, but what I need to do is here in our application, I'm going to create a file. Okay, so just outside component under src, I'm going to create a file. I'm going to call this as app router.jsx over here. Okay, this is what I'm going to create. Okay, and within this app router, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have routing, like both the routings. Okay, I'm going to have both the routings. So first of all, I will copy the app router. Okay, so I need to copy this entire, or I'll just copy this part. Okay, over here. Okay, and I'll come over here. I'm going to say const app router over here is equal to, I'm going to say arrow function, and here I'm going to paste this. Okay, so this is what I am going to do over here. Now I'll do Control Z. This should ideally be returned. Okay, so I'll say return over here because it's still a component. I'll add a semicolon here, and within this, okay, I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, I'm going to export this router. I'm going to say export default app router over here. Okay, now this is done. I'm going to have one more router over here. I'm going to say export const subdomain router over here. Okay, and over here I'm going to make use of arrow functions again. I'm going to say return. Okay, now within this I'm going to have the router. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this route syntax, this entire route syntax. Okay, I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, get rid of this over here. This is not needed. And here I'm going to say route path. And if the route path is this, if it has this URL over here, okay, then what we do is we'll load a component. And what is a component? This is a component that we need to create. So basically we are saying that whenever user tries to access /URL, okay, /URL. So basically /URL meaning this /URL. So if user is trying to access this /URL, what we need to do is we need to load a particular component, and I'll create a new component for this. Okay, so I'll head over to components. I'll create a new file. I'll say shorten URL page over here .jsx. Okay, and I'm going to say RAFCE. I'm going to have this component created. Okay, now within this component, what I'm going to do is here I'm going to get the URL. So I'm going to say const and destructure URL over here. Okay, now where am I getting this from? I'm getting this from use params. Okay, so I'm getting this from use params. Now what is use param hook going to do? Use param is basically a hook. Okay, you can see it got imported from React Router DOM. It is basically helping us extract the dynamic part of the route from the URL. Okay, so for example, if you're trying to access this URL localhost domain, okay, and then basically this is a slug in the end. So it will help us get this slug in the end over here in the URL, in the form of URL over here. That is what it's going to help us. So we have this URL now over here. Okay, and what I'm going to do over here is here within return statement. Okay, or not within return. Okay, we actually don't need return over here. We can return null over here. Okay, so I can actually get rid of this. Okay, because this does not need to return anything. Okay, this will just serve the redirect thing. Okay, so I'm just having this. Now what will we do once the user hits this URL, this slug over here? Okay, oops, so I'll go back. Once the So once the user hits this slug over here, okay, this, so what we need to do is we need to redirect him to the backend. So I'm going to say use effect over here, use effect hook, and I'm going to have an arrow function as the first parameter in use effect. Okay, and what is the next parameter? Next parameter is the dependency array, right? So what is the dependency array that we should have? The dependency array we'll have is the URL. Okay, so whenever the URL changes, we need to execute this hook over here, or this function over here, this arrow function. And what I'll execute over here, I'll say if URL exists. If URL exists, what do we do? We'll say window dot location dot href over here. Okay, window dot location dot href over here, and I'm going to say is equal to import dot meta dot env. Oops, env over here dot, I'll say wheat backend URL. Okay, so what is the key? So let me open the env file. The backend URL is this over here. Okay, so I'm going to add the backend URL. Okay, so backend URL will be added in this file, wheat backend URL. Okay, and then I'm going to say plus, and I'm going to have backtick over here slash, and I'll say dollar, and over here URL, something like this. Okay, so what I'm doing over here is I am telling the browser that, hey, redirect the user to this URL. And what will happen over here? The backend URL is over here, in our case, localhost 8080. So he'll be redirected to localhost 8080 slash the slug. Okay. And if a user is redirected over there, what happens? So if a user is redirected over there, and if you try to hit it, basically the analytics and all is captured in the backend, and backend handles the redirect. Okay. So this is something that you are already aware. Okay. That is how we are handling things. Okay. So this is done. And here we are making use of window.location.href. Now here, if you search for location href property on Google, you'll see this website of developer.mozilla.org, and it says that the href property of location, basically the href, whatever value is there in href, basically the browser will navigate the user to that particular URL. Okay, so here you can see over here, okay, anchor.href. So basically it gets redirected over there. So that is what the location, the href property of location does. Okay, and that is what we are setting it to. Okay, and once this is set, the user is redirected. Now this redirect part is done. Okay, I'll save this. But how do we decide which router to use over here? Okay, so we have not added this shorten URL page over here. So I'll add that shorten URL page here. Okay, this is done. Okay, so we have two routers now. This is subdomain router, and we have this app router. This is the router for the main app. Okay, now which router to use? This is something that our application needs to decide. Okay, and for this we will be having a helper function. Okay, now this helper function will create in the utils folder. So I'll just collapse everything over here. I'm collapsing everything. Okay, and over here I'm going to have a new file. So I'm going to have it in utils slash, okay, utils slash helper.js over here. Okay, so within utils folder, I'm having helper.js. And what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to say export const get apps. Okay, so this is going to help us, this particular function, or you can say this particular function is going to help us decide which router to use. This is what it's going to decide. Okay, so I'm going to have the logic over here, and I'll have this arrow function, something like this. Okay, we'll have the logic come in over here. Okay, now this is done. Okay, this is helping us decide which router to use, but we also need a subdomain configuration setup. Okay, we also need a subdomain configuration setup. So what I will do is I'll create one more file over here. I'll call this as constant.js. Okay, because this has the subdomain configuration. And over here, I'm going to say export const subdomain list. So all the list of subdomain is what I'm going to store over here in the form of an array object. Okay, so I'm going to store it over here. Okay, now here what I will do is I'll have two configurations added. Okay, two configurations like this. Okay, so first I'll say subdomain subdomain over here. Okay, what is a subdomain? So first case when there is no subdomain. So what will be the URL? It will be www. There is no subdomain. So in that case, we will say what to use. In that case, I'll make use of app router, right? So if there is no subdomain, we want to make use of app router. This is what we want to make use of, right? So that is what I'm specifying over here. Okay. And I'm saying, is this the main configuration of the app? Yes, this is the main configuration of the app. So I'm setting this property to true. Okay. Now this same thing we need to define for the next set of configuration. So I'll copy paste this over here. So what is the subdomain that we have? URL. And if it's URL, what router we want to use? So we want to use subdomain router. Subdomain router. This is what we want to use. Is this a main configuration? No. So I'll set this to false. Okay. So this is the configuration that we have defined for subdomain. For no subdomain, basically we make use of app router, and this is the main configuration of the app. And if the subdomain is URL, we make use of subdomain router, and this is not the main configuration of the app. So tomorrow, if you have multiple subdomains, we'll make sure that we add more configurations over here. Okay, it's like this is just the case. Okay, and if you want to add multiple app routers, this is how you can do it. Okay, now what we will do is we'll come back to helper.js get apps over here. Okay, now this is a function, like I said, which will help us decide which router to use. Okay, so first thing, when deciding the router to use, okay, which is the deciding factor? Subdomain, right? So if there is a subdomain URL, then we make use of this router over here, right? If there is no subdomain, we make use of this router, right? So first thing we have to do over here, we have to see or check which subdomain is being accessed, right? So I'll say subdomain over here, and I'll say is equal to, I'll say get subdomain. This is not defined yet. Okay, we need to define this function. This is a custom function that we'll be defining to retrieve the subdomain from the URL. Okay, and we need to pass in the URL window.location.hostname. So this is the URL that we are passing in using the window property. Okay, now we need to define the subdomain. Like we need to get the subdomain from this URL, right? How do we get the subdomain from this URL? Okay. So just in case if you are not aware of what window.location.hostname is, okay, I'll just show you. So if you go to any website, inspect, console, and if you paste in window.location.hostname, you'll see developer.mozilla.com. You get the host basically on which you are. Okay. So if you say window, this is a property, okay, that you can access. You can see it has window.location. If you say, you get access to all of this, and from here, if you mention the host name, you get access to the host name. So there are a lot of things you can see. We are accessing the host name. You can also access host, hash, a lot of stuff there. href, the complete URL is something that you can get as well. But we are interested in host, right? Including the subdomain, right? So I'm getting the entire host, and we need to extract the subdomain over here, right? So I'm going to create this. I'm going to say export const get subdomain over here. Okay. And what is this going to do? This is going to accept location over here. So I'm accepting location over here, and I'm going to make use of arrow function. And here I'm going to define the logic. So first thing, I'm going to say const location parts over here, and I'm going to split the entire URL by a period over here. So I'm going to say split, and I'm going to make use of dot over here. Okay. So I'm going to split the entire URL by this. Okay. I get all the parts. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const is localhost. So we need to make sure that our configuration works for localhost as well as production, right? Right now we are on localhost. Okay. So our URL looks like this, right? Our URL looks like this. This is how our URL looks, right? But tomorrow we would move to production, right? So this is what our URL looks like today. I'll copy this URL. Okay. This is what our URL looks like today, right? Tomorrow it will look like this http URL dot. Now what is the website name? Or you can say URL bestshort.com, for example. Okay. So this might be the URL of our website tomorrow, right? So we need to make sure that our application works locally as well as on the production. So I'm first checking if we are on localhost. Okay, so I'm going to say local location parts. Okay, dot slice. Okay, I'm slicing and I'm going to say -1. Oops, -1, and I'm going to say 0. Wait 1 second. So I'm going to say -1 over here, 0. Now what this is going to do is this is going to give me the last part of the URL, and I'm comparing it with localhost. Okay, so if this is localhost, then this will be set to true over here, right? So I'll end this with a semicolon now. Okay, and I'm going to say const slice till over here is equal to, okay, so if it's localhost, then we will slice it till -1. If it's not, then we'll slice it to -2. Okay, understand this. So we will slice it till -1 if it's localhost. If it's not localhost, then we'll slice it to -2, because there are now two parts over here, because we split it by period. Okay, so on production we will have to slice it by -2, and on localhost we'll have to slice it by -1, because on localhost we'll have only one element in the end, and here we will have two elements. I hope this is making sense. Okay, because production will always have .com, .io or something, but on localhost there is no .com, .io or something. There is straight away localhost : and the port number. Right, so that is why we are handling this configuration for localhost as well as production. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say location parts dot slice. Okay, and I'll say 0 until what you should slice till over here. That is what we created, and I'll say dot join over here. Okay, and I'm going to end this like this. Okay, now this is something that we have done. Okay, now what this does is it basically slices over here. Okay, takes the parts of array before until slice till index, and it joins them back into a string using this, and it returns it. Okay, so this gives us the subdomain, right? So this is okay. We have access to subdomain now. Okay, now what do we need to do? Once we have access to the subdomain, our next step is to define which configuration or which router should we use. Okay, so we have access to subdomain now. What we do is we first check if we first get the main configuration. Okay, so what I do is I'll say main app over here. Okay, I say subdomain list over here, subdomain list dot find. Oops, I make use of dot find over here. Okay, something like this, and I say app over here, and I'll say app.main over here. Okay, this is what I'm doing. Okay, so here we are just loading the main app configuration. Okay, so if this is done, now what we do is we check for subdomain. Okay, so what we will do is we'll say if, and I'll say over here subdomain. If subdomain is equal to empty string, okay, I'll add one more. If subdomain is equal to empty string, what do? We say return. Okay, so because there is no subdomain, what do? We'll say main app dot app over here. Sorry, it's in small. Main app dot app. Now what is main app dot app? So if you come to constant.js over here. Okay, this is main app. This is what will be there in main app, right? So with the help of find, what we did is we got the main app configuration. Okay, so we have the main app configuration, and if there is no subdomain, we return this. So what is being returned? App router is being returned, right? So main app is being returned over here, right? Otherwise, what we do is we will find the matching app for the subdomain. Okay, so what am I going to do? I'm going to say const apps is equal to subdomain list over here dot. I'm going to again make use of find, and I'm again going to make use of app over here. Okay, and I'm going to run this find for the subdomain. Okay, so I'm going to say subdomain over here, subdomain, and is equal to app dot subdomain. Okay, so if this is true, then we get that particular configuration here in apps. Okay, so what this line does is it searches the subdomain list for an app where the subdomain matches the current one. Okay, so this subdomain that we have here that we found out should match app.subdomain, and if this is true, then that particular thing is returned. Okay, here what was the condition? We were checking for if app.main is true. So the moment the app.main became true, which was true hard coded for our main configuration, we got that one. Okay, so this is what we are doing over here, and we have the app configuration for the matching subdomain in that case. And then what we are going to do is we are going to say return apps. So if apps exist, then return apps.app. Otherwise, return main app.app over here. So you understand this? Okay. So if a matching app is found over here in this, then you return the configuration for the matching app. Okay. Otherwise, fall back to the main app over here. So at least you will have the main app in the works. All right. I hope this is making sense now as to what we are doing and why we are doing. Yes, the process looks a little bit complex, but we have to do this to manage subdomains, subdomain routing, as well as the main app routing. Okay. Now what we need to do is we have added this get apps function, right? What we will do is we'll come over here in app.jsx. Okay. And here at the top, okay, here at the top here, just after this, I'm going to say const current app over here is equal to get apps. Okay, now this get apps is something that I'm calling over here, and I imported it over here. You can see current app is get apps. Okay, once we have this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of all of this. We don't need this, and here I'm going to add current app, something like this. I'm just going to render current app, and let us save this and let us see if things are working fine. Okay, errors are inevitable. Okay, we should get an error, of course. So yes, we get an error over here. So there was a problem, like I had not saved this helper.js. So I have saved this, and if you come over here, I still see this error. Okay, so here in the error, if you come here, okay, we don't need this router at the top in app router because we are already having this router over here. Okay, so I've removed this router. We can directly make use of routes over here. Okay, also one more thing, if you notice, we have not added any sort of import statements. So what we will do is we'll cut these import statements from here. Okay, let us cut these. Okay, let us come here and let us paste all the import statement over here. Okay, so all the import statements have been added. Now if you come, okay, what is the problem? In app.jsx, router is not defined, so let us add that over here. Okay, all the import statements have been added. Okay, now what is the problem? Okay, one second. So there is some problem. If you come here, so I fixed all the imports over here. As you can see, I'll just get this file cleared over here. Okay, so this file here, all these things are not needed. Okay, and I have this browser router over here defined. Okay, so this is done. That's it. I think we've fixed all the imports, as you can see. Okay, and the app should load fine. Okay, so the loading is working fine. If you refresh, you can see it's working fine, right? So the app is working fine, and if you basically head over to any of the URLs, okay, so let me see, let me go to this URL over here. Okay, testingurl.com. So I'll click on this, and you'll be taken to testingurl.com. You can see you're being redirected. Okay, and you can see the click is also updated over here. 3 clicks. If you click over here, you can see 3 clicks over here. Okay, so this routing setup is working absolutely fine now. Okay, what we have built over here is a dynamic routing setup based on the subdomains. I'll run you through once again. Okay, we have app.jsx over here. Okay, how this is working, I'll run you through. Okay, we have first of all 2 routing setup. Here we have app.router.jsx where we have 2 routing setup. Okay, this is the first router. Okay, app router, and here this is the main router. Here we have NavBar, the toaster, the routes, and all of these things being added. Okay, then we have one more setup over here for router, which is subdomain router, and here we are having the route path as we are saying path is URL, and we are calling this this component that we have newly created, which is shorten URL page. Okay. Now, what we are doing is based on the subdomain, we need to render the appropriate routes. How are we going to do that? So for that, we need to know which host we are on and whether the host has subdomain or not. So for that, we have created the configuration over here. Okay, this is not a configuration. This is actually a way for us to evaluate which configuration should be loaded, and configuration is defined over here. So we are saying if there is no subdomain, if we just have www, then we get app router and we make use this is the main router, and if the subdomain is URL, we say the router is subdomain router. Okay, and this is not the main setup. Okay, now if you come to helper, here what we are doing is using get apps, we are evaluating as to which router should be loaded. Okay, how we're doing this, we are getting the subdomain first. Okay, then we are getting the main app configuration, which will be the fallback configuration just in case if nothing is found. Okay, this is like the setup that we are doing, and we are checking for subdomain. So this function helps us get the subdomain. So first it is getting the location, it is splitting the location parts. So this is the URL, so it will split it by dot, right? And then so this will be the host over here. Okay, so this is what the host will have. It won't have HTTP. Okay, so whenever you get the host using window.location.hostname, you will get it in this format. Okay, this is how you will get it. So it is splitting it by dot over here. So here in case of localhost, it is going to get 2, like this, it is going to split by 2, and here it's going to split by 3 in production. Okay, now this is when there is subdomain. If there is no subdomain, this is going to not split. There will be only one item, and if in production, if there is no subdomain, it is going to split into 2. Okay, now we are getting the last item from the split parts in the split array, and we are comparing it with localhost. Is it localhost? If it's localhost, then what happens is we are basically slicing till -1, and if it's not localhost, we are slicing it till -2. Okay, so this is also taken care of over here. Okay, and then we are returning the sliced item, and we are joining it using these empty strings. Okay, so this is how we are getting the subdomain, and if there is subdomain, then we are returning. If there is no subdomain, then we are returning the main app configuration. What is the main.app? Main.app is basically app router. So if there is no subdomain, app router is being returned. Okay, but if there is subdomain, then what happens? If there is subdomain, then we are searching for the subdomain related configuration. Okay, so if subdomain is URL, we'll get URL, the configuration that matches URL. So if the subdomain is URL, we'll get subdomain router, and that is what is being returned over here. Okay, and then that return thing is being called over here, and then it is being rendered over here. Okay, I hope this is making sense over here, right? So this is being taken care of. Now let me show you what this window.location.hostname prints if we are on subdomain, if we are on localhost. So here, if you print this, you can see it just gives localhost over here. Okay, so here I mentioned port as well, so this port won't come. Okay, I accidentally mentioned port. This port won't come, so it will be url.localhost if you are trying to access subdomain. But if you're not trying to access subdomain, if you are on root domain like we are over here, you are just going to see localhost. Okay, and then based on that, the appropriate configuration is loaded, and depending on which router you have called or which router is being matched, that router is being loaded and the process is taken forward. Now, if you are calling this component, if this component is being called, what we are doing over here is we are redirecting the user to the backend URL /slug. Okay, we are extracting the slug from the URL over here. Okay, I hope this is making sense, and we also saw this in works. Our app is also working absolutely fine. You can see over here. Okay, you can see how it's working fine. Okay, so I hope this has been useful. You can access dashboard over here. Okay, so I hope this has been useful, and I hope you have been able to follow and understand this perfectly. Okay, this was a little bit of advanced setup, but I took good amount of time to explain these 4-5 files as to what we are doing, why we are doing. It's really important that you understand these things. These are all engineering things that we are doing. Okay, we are engineering a product. Okay, tomorrow if you want to add one more subdomain, you can happily add it over here. You just have to add a configuration here in constant.js. Okay, and you have to define the router, and you have to decide like how the configuration is loaded and what happens there. Okay, that's all you have to do, and the configuration will be picked up. All right, I hope this has been useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So now is the time wherein we should manage the redirection in our application based on the authentication status. Okay, now take a look over here. Okay, let's say I am testing toaster. Okay, testing toaster. So I'm logging into our application. Okay, now here I'm on the dashboard. Okay, if I go to the sign up page, I can still see the sign up page. If I go to login page, I'm still seeing the login page, but I'm authenticated already. If I go to dashboard, I can access the dashboard. So I should not be able to see the login page if I'm already authenticated. If a user tries to access the login page, and if he has an ongoing session already, why are you showing him login page? Redirect him automatically to the dashboard, right? That is what the best websites do, right? Now, for example, if I'm logged out, so let me clear the cookies. Okay, I'm logged out, right? Now, if I try to access dashboard over here by entering the URL, you will see that the API calls and all are still being made over here. You can see, okay, failed, and it's throwing all the errors. It's calling the backend APIs. This is not right, right? If a user is not authenticated, then if he tries to access a protected route, a route which requires authentication, he should directly be redirected to login. Right? That is how best websites function. So how are we going to implement that in our application? Okay. So for that, we'll have to add a component, and that component is called as private route component. So I'm going to come over here into our src folder, and I'm going to say private route.jsx. Okay. Now this particular private route component is going to handle the authentication based navigation. Okay. So basically, if the user is logged in, and if there is a valid session, then you can allow him to access the private pages. Okay, so we'll divide the pages into private pages and the public pages first of all. Okay, a dashboard is a private page, login page is a public page, landing page is a public page, right? So private page is something that is secure and can only be accessed after authentication. So based on the authentication information, we will allow the user to access the private page and the public page, right? And we'll also handle redirects in the way I mentioned, right? So that is what we are going to do. So I'm going to add this particular component over here. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say export default function over here, and I'm going to add a function statement here. Function name is private route over here. Okay. What are the params? We're going to accept two params. First one is children, and second one is public page over here. Okay, so this is what we are going to accept, and here I'm going to return something. What is that something? We'll decide that. Okay, now what is children over here? So public page is something that we are going to pass in, but what is children? So children is actually a special property or a special prop that is automatically passed to every component, and it represents the nested content or the content nested inside the component when it's used in JSX. Okay, so just remember for now, this basically represents the nested content or the nested components that we have wherever we will use private route. Okay, so now what we are going to do over here is, first thing in determining the redirection, first thing we have to do is we have to fetch the token information or the authentication information. How will we decide if the user is authenticated or not? Of course, we'll make use of the hook that we have created. We'll make use of use store context hook over here. Okay, this one. Okay, this is what we are going to use. Now we'll have the concept of public and the private page. So I'll check if the page is public. So if the public page, then I'm going to return. Okay, I'm going to check for token over here. If token exists, then I'm going to navigate the user over here. Okay, how am I going to navigate him? I'm going to navigate him to the dashboard. Okay, so I'm going to say dashboard over here. Okay, so something like this if the token exists. So basically if login is the public page, if login page is the public page, and if he tries to access it, then we'll mark login as public page. If the user tries to access it, and if there is a valid token with the user, then navigate him to straight away dashboard. Don't show him the public page. Okay, correct. And what we are going to do over here is, after this, we are going to also render the children over here. Okay, so we are going to say if token exists, then redirect to the dashboard. If not, then render the children. That is what we are doing over here. Okay, I'll add a semicolon. And if this is not true, then what we do, so if it's not public page, then what we do, we check for token. If token does not exist, then we navigate him to, where do we navigate him? We navigate him to login over here, right? So if token does not exist, and if he's trying to access something like dashboard, then we navigate him to login. Otherwise, we render the children. I hope this is making sense. Okay. Now what are we going to do? We are going to make use of this in our app router. Okay. So we are going to update the routes configuration to make use of private route, which we just defined. Okay. And we are going to protect the private routes like dashboard. Okay. So the first thing we are going to have here in dashboard. Okay. You can see this dashboard part over here. In element, we have dashboard. So I'm going to say private route over here, private route, something like this. And I'm going to close this. Okay, here. And I'm going to wrap this thing over here. Okay, so dashboard layout becomes the children component. You can see the children over here. Dashboard layout is becoming. Okay, so this will be passed. And if you say public page over here, public page, is this public page? This is not a public page, right? So I'll mark this as false over here. Okay, in the same way, I'll do this for login page and the register page. So here for the login and register. So I'll press enter over here. I'll press enter over here. Okay, I'll copy this. Okay, I'll paste it over here. Okay, and I'll paste it over here. Public page, this is a public page, right? So this is true. And then this is also true. And I'll cut this private route. Okay, I'll cut this private route and I'll paste it over here. Okay, and then I'll cut this private route and I'll paste it over here. Something like this. Okay, now let us see our application. So now let me try to access the dashboard. Okay, let me refresh first of all. Have everything cleared on the console. Let me try to access the dashboard. So if you try to access the dashboard, you can see you are not able to access it. Are you able to? You are not able to. Okay, and let me just log in. So I'll say testing toaster over here. This is the user that I have. I'll just log in. Now let me try to access login page. If I try to access login, you can see I'm being redirected to dashboard. Why? If I try to access sign up, I'm being redirected to dashboard. Why? Because I'm already authenticated, right? So that is how it's working. And basically with this, what we have done is we have improved. Okay, we have improved the experience for our users. Okay, now this private route children thing is a confusion amongst a lot of students. So people who are new to React, they don't understand what children is. So let me help you understand this. Okay, this is private route over here. Okay, we are passing in public page over here. Here, public page. Where is children coming in from? Children is this register page over here. Okay, this is a children over here, right? Because it's nested, right? So this is being passed. Okay, now children is a special prop actually. Like I said, it is automatically passed to every component and it represents the content nested inside the component when it's used in JSX. So here, what is nested inside private route? Register page component is nested inside private route. So this is by default passed over here. Okay. And if token is present, so if it's a public page, first of all, we are checking if token is present. If token is present, then you don't need to take him to the public page, right? What is a public page? Public page is login and register. If token is present, why will you take the user to login and register? If token is present, it means that the user is authenticated. Take him to the dashboard directly. If the token is not present, what will you do? You render the children. What is the children in this case? Login or register, depending on which route is being accessed. I hope this is making sense, right? I hope this is making sense. I'm trying to break it down as simple as possible for beginners over here. Hear me out again. This is, so let me copy this. Okay, let me copy this over here. Okay, I'll actually take it this way. Take this to new line. Okay, we are just simplifying this for beginners, right? This is how we are adding over here. This is how we are adding. This is the parent route. This is the parent component. I'm sorry. Private route is the parent component, and within this, there is a nested component called register page. What is the meaning of nested component? A component inside a component. Register page is inside private route, right? So in React, okay, in React, especially in JSX, okay, children is a special prop that is automatically passed to every component, okay, and it represents the content nested inside a component, right? So here in this private route component, what is nested? Register page. So register page is passed over here with children, right? Public page, we are passing manually. You can see public page. So we are saying public page is true. When register page is being accessed, when this register URL is being accessed, we are saying public page is true. So what will happen? First token is fetched, and then if public page is being evaluated. So does token exist? Yes. If it exists, navigate him to dashboard quickly. If token does not exist, then render the children. What is the children? Children is register page over here. Okay. I hope this is making sense. These explanations are helping. I hope. So this is how this works, and this is how the combination of private route component and our actual component along with this public page flag is helping us improve the navigation for our application. Okay. So I hope this has been useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So right now we have our application working well, but there is one thing that we need to improve on, the NavBar. So I'm logged in into my application. This is a dashboard that I'm seeing. Now, even though I'm logged in, I'm seeing the dashboard. Then too, I'm seeing this sign up over here. Ideally, this sign up should not appear. Instead, this should be converted into something like logout or something like that. And if I'm logged out, I should see an option of sign up over here in that case, right? So how do we make this change happen over here? Okay, so for that, we'll come over to this file called navbar.jsx. Okay, and inside this file, I'm going to manage everything. Okay, inside this file, I'm going to actually work with the data, and I'm going to update or manage the navbar dynamically. So first thing, I'm going to need a couple of variables. Okay, so I'm going to say const over here. I'm going to say navigate, and I'm going to say use navigate over here, something like this. Okay, this is done, and I'm going to say const token over here. Okay, I need to retrieve the token, and this I'll get it from use store context, something like this. Okay, so this is what I've added over here. Okay, so navigate and token have been added. Okay, now let me scroll down over here. Okay, so we have this register, like the register button over here. Now register is there and about is there, sign up is there. Okay, what we need to do is if there is if the token is available, okay, then in that case we need to show certain elements. So first of all, what I will do is over here, just after this li for the about. Okay, once this li ends over here for the about, I'm going to add token. So I'm going to check for token. So if token exists, okay, then in that case, conditionally render this thing over here. Okay, and what are we rendering over here conditionally? So I'll copy this li over here. I'll come over here. I'll paste it over here. Okay, now this li can be dashboard. Okay, so I'm going to say slash dashboard over here. Okay, this can be dashboard over here. I can name it dashboard, something like this. I'll save this. Okay, now if you come over here, you can see dashboard appear over here. Okay, dashboard is here. Okay, now I'll come over here. This sign up is not needed, right? Is sign up needed? No, it's not needed. So I'll come over here, and here just after this, I'm going to add this. I'm going to say not equal to token. If token does not exist, then in that case, render this. Okay, this is what I am doing over here, and I'll cut this ending part and I'll wrap it up around around, register over here, like so. Okay, and I'll save this. So you can see register went away now. Okay, so here now we have about, dashboard, and home. Okay, these three things. But what I need to do is I need to handle logout, right? I need a logout button over here. So what I will do is I'll copy the similar UI or the same UI of register that we had. I'll copy this. Okay, I'll come over here. Okay, something like this over here, and I'm going to align this a bit. So let me align this over here. Okay, and I'm going to say if token exists. So this was for if token does not exist. If token exists, then what we do is we basically have to add the logout over here. Okay, but we cannot make use of link over here. Okay, because it won't make sense. So link is not appropriate because we are not redirecting user anywhere. Logout is just like he'll get logged out. So we need to do a function call. So what I will do is instead of link, I'll rename this to button. Okay, I've renamed this to button. I'll get rid of this to tag over here. Okay, I'll get rid of to. Okay, and let me see if we can get something from the top over here. We have a lot of button elements. Wait a minute. So I'll scroll up. So let me scroll up. We don't have button. We are making use of link everywhere. Okay, we are making use of link everywhere. We have this sign up button. Okay, this is also not button. Okay, this is actually something that I just copied. Okay, so we'll create something on our own. Okay, so here what I will do is I will get rid of this. Okay, let us get rid of this. In fact, let us get rid of this entire thing. We'll create something on our own. Okay, so I'll say button over here. Okay, like so. Okay, and I'll say log out over here, like so. Okay, and over here I'm going to say on click. What are we doing? We'll call on logout handler. So on logout handler is basically the function over here. You can see this function that will trigger, and that will have the logic for logout. Okay, so here on click is done. Now I'll say class name. Okay, what is the class name? We'll see background rows, and it has to be 700 over here. Okay, so this same rose color is what we are getting. Okay, I'll get text white also. Let me get all of this. Okay, let me get all of this, and let us see what it looks like. Okay, so I'll paste it over here. Let me see. Oops. So let me see after saying what it looks like. Okay, it looks decent. You can see it looks decent. So I'm just sticking to this CSS over here. It looks decent. Logout on logout handler. Okay, this is looking absolutely fine over here. Okay, and rest of the code is okay. Now what we need to do is we need to come over here at the top and we need to manage logout over here. How do we manage logout? First of all, we'll set the token over here. Okay, so token, we need to update the token. So we need to get set token as well over here. Okay, from use store context, I'll say set token over here and I'll set it to null in context. Okay, I hope this is making sense. And then from local storage, I'll remove item. And what is the item name? It's JWT token, like so. So if you come over here, if you right click, go to inspect. If you're authenticated, if you go to local storage over here under application for your host, okay, let me expand this. You're going to see JWT token, right? This is a key. So if the session is active, you'll have this JWT token stored locally, and then we are going to navigate the user. Where should we navigate? On logout, we should navigate him to either home page or you can navigate him to login page. I'll now navigate him to login. So I've saved this. I'll come over here. I'll close this. If you say logout, you can see he was redirected to login over here. Okay. And if you go to application and see local storage, there is nothing stored now. Okay. And you can log in now over here. So what I'll log in. Let me log in. So I'll go over here. Secure password 123 and John_Doe is the username password. John_Doe and secure password 123. Once I log in, you can see the top navbar changes. Okay. So you don't have access to like login and sign up buttons now. Okay. So this is working absolutely okay. You can access analytics. Okay. You can access analytics. You can see what all analytics are happening over here. Okay, so this is working absolutely okay, and we have successfully updated the NavBar to match the authentication status. This is just from the user experience standpoint. It looks good. Having sign up button at the top, even though you are logged into your dashboard, it was not looking good, right? And this is how you make the changes happen on the fly. So I hope this has been useful, and I hope you get to learn something new with this. So now it's time that we should manage errors in our application gracefully. Okay, so if you do a search in your project over here, okay, so let me do a search, and if I search for /error, okay, there are scenarios wherein we are navigating user to an error page, okay, or basically there will be scenarios wherein user tries to access some sort of URL that does not exist or that does not have any sort of route. Right? So in that case, you need to show an error page to the user. Now, error page has to be presentable, and it should not, basically it should have information as to what to do next. Okay, so now common thing on the error page to do is show that some sort of error has occurred or the page does not exist, and show a button to go to the home page. That is how commonly error scenarios are handled. Now here in shorten item, if I search through my project /error, we are navigating the user to /error. Basically if the error occurs. Okay, now this we can do for every API call. So for every API call, wherever we are calling this await API dot, so if I search for await API dot, there are quite a few places where are doing API calls, right? We are calling in login page, we are doing an API call in register. Now in the catch block, we are just throwing a toast. So what we can do is we can navigate the user to an error page. This is optional, but we can do this. Also in app.jsx. So let me close everything. Okay, so shorten item is something that I'll keep open. Okay, rest all I'll close everything. Shorten item I'm keeping open because here we are navigating the user to error. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is here we have app.jsx. Now in app.jsx we are getting the router, and let's go to app router actually, not app.jsx. So here we have these routers defined. Now what we can do is we can have one more path over here. Okay, which is basically taking care of the error scenario. So if a user tries to access something that is not matching this, we show an error page. Okay, so all of that we are going to handle, but for these things to handle, we need an error page. All right, we need an error page. So what I will do is I'll come over here under components. I'll first create a component called error page.jsx over here, and I'll create a component here. Okay, and this is the error page that we are having. Okay, now first let me link this over here. So what I will do is let me come to app router. Okay, now in app router I'm going to say if user tries to access something beyond this, okay, or beyond all of this that we are having routes defined for, show the error page. Okay, so what I will do is I'll copy this here, and I'll come over here, I'll paste it over here. Okay, and I'll get rid of this private route thing over here. Okay, this private route is something that I'm getting rid of. Okay, so this is done. Now what I will do is here in the route path, I'm going to say, so I'm creating a new route. I'm going to say in the route path star. Okay, star means anything else. Okay, and here I'm going to say element is equal to. Okay, and I'm going to define the error page over here. Error page. Oops. Error page over here. Okay, so you can see it got imported at the top, error page. Okay, and this is error page over here. Okay, now we can pass in the message as well. Okay, message over here, and I can say we can't seem to find the page you are looking for. Okay, this is a prop that we are passing in, and I'll close this. I'll come over here in error page. I'll accept this prop. I'll say message over here, like so. Okay, and I'm going to display the prop over here. Okay, so I'm going to say message, something like this. Okay, so yeah, this is done. And if you come over here now to our application, let me duplicate the URL over here. Okay, and here I can say dashboard 444, let us say. Okay, So you can see this error page is coming in, right? This error page is working fine now. Okay. Now let me tell you something. This is basically working if you're trying to access a URL that does not have a route defined. Okay. We also need to manage the /error scenario over here. /error. Okay. So that also what we will do for that is we'll come over here. Okay. And here I will copy this. Okay. I'll copy this. I'll duplicate this in short. Okay. And instead of star, I'm going to say /error. Okay. /error over here. And we can pass the message over here, or optionally you can skip the message if you want. Okay. So here you can say error occurred, error, something like this. Okay. Now here in case of error, you can see this, you're seeing this page. Okay. So this is working fine. This error page is being rendered when the user navigates to /error, or when the user tries to access some URL that does not have any route defined. Okay. Now what we need to do is, this error page is not looking that great. Okay. You can see the footer coming to the top and it's almost matching the header, right? So this is not looking good. We need to beautify this. Okay. So how do we beautify? We are going to add some simple styling over here, and we are going to make this page even better. Okay. So to begin with, I am going to add a div. Okay. And I'll add in some CSS over here that will add things like minimum height. It will align the things to center, flexbox layout, all of this, background, and it will set the padding as well. I'll save this. The moment I save this, you can see the footer has been pushed down. Okay, so this is now looking a bit decent, right? Earlier, the footer was almost like to the header, right? Now here, I'm going to add a React icon. I'm going to say FA exclamation is the React icon. FA exclamation triangle is the React icon. That is something that I'm going to add. I'm going to self-close it. I'm going to add a few classes over here. Okay, let us see how it looks without class. So you can see it looks something like this, a black one. So I'm going to increase the size. First of all, I'm going to say text 3XL. Okay, so if you come over here, it's slightly bigger in size now. Okay, now after text 3XL, I'm going to so not text 3XL. Let us make it 6XL, and I'm going to say text red over here. Text red of 500, let us say. Okay, you can see it's looking a big red. And then I'm going to say a margin bottom of 4 over here. Okay, something like this. This is looking good. Okay, now on the next thing, I'm going to add a h1 tag. So header is something that we'll add, and I'll say, oops, something went wrong here. Okay, and I'm going to say class name over here. And I'm going to say text 3XL over here, font bold like so, margin bottom 2, and text gray 800, something like this. And if you come over here, oops, something went wrong. So you can see this is coming in well. Okay, now this is the header. We also need to add the message. So this message that we are accepting over here, this is something we need to display. Right, so this message can come in from where this component is being added as a prop, and we can display it the way we want. So if message exists, so we'll first check for message. If message exists, we'll display the message. Else, with the help of ternary operator, we'll display a default message and unexpected error has occurred, something like this. Okay, and over here I'm going to say class name text gray of 600 over here, something like this. I'm going to say margin bottom of 6. I'm going to say center over here, text. Okay, oops, text center, something like this. And if you see over here, okay, you are seeing error over here because error is what you're passing. So let me come over here. Okay, so if you're being redirected to /error, you don't need to pass in this error prop because we have it handled. Okay, so inside this component, we are displaying an default message. Okay, so if message does not exist, we are seeing an unexpected error has occurred. So it's handled. You don't need to worry about it. Okay, this is done. Now what we will do is we have an icon, a header, and a error message being added over here. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to add a CT over here. You can't just leave user over here. right? You need to take user onto a page where he can start again, right? Because some error has occurred. So where will you take him? You will take him to, so I'll say button. We'll add a button and we will take him to home page. Okay, so I'll say go back to home, something like this. And here in the button, I'll say click. On click, I'll add an arrow function here itself. Okay, and oops, so here I'm going to say navigate. So I need an instance of navigate over here. So I'm going to say const navigate is equal to use navigate, something like this. And I'm going to say navigate the user to, where are we navigating the user to? We should navigate him to the root URL, something like this, which is the home page. Okay. And what I will do is we'll add some class over here. Okay, so I'll say class name, and oops, not here, just outside the function. Okay, I am adding it accidentally inside the function. So I'll say class name over here. I'll say px of 4, okay, and py of 2, and bg blue 500, and text of white, and rounded over here. I'll just add rounded. I'll say hover. On hover, we'll add a hover effect. We'll say background of blue and of 700 over here. Okay, something like this. And we'll say transition. Okay, so I'll add transition. Okay, something like this. So you can see this go back to home button up here with this transition. Now, if you click over here, you'll go back to home. And if you go back, you'll see this error. Okay, so this is our error page. Our error page is working fine. Now, what we need to do is we will come over here. Okay, and here we are redirecting the user to /error. Okay, where are we redirecting the user to /error? So here, in case of failure, so in shorten item, we are redirecting the user to /error. So he'll come over here to error page, and we are not passing in any error message. So he'll see the default error message over here, and the error scenario will be handled. We can also come here to dashboard layout. Okay, I remember dashboard layout. We have a function that we have written on error. So here we have written this on error, right? What we can do is here we are navigating the user to /error. So here also you can do a console log that error has happened, or else you can navigate the user over here. Is navigate created over here? Navigate is not created. Okay, so I'll quickly create navigate over here. I'll say const navigate is equal to I'll say use navigate, something like this. Okay, so in case of any error, the user is basically navigated over here. Okay, so this is taken care of. So you can make use of /error now anywhere you want, because all the error scenarios are taken care of. Okay, so you can, if you go to any unexpected URL, something like this, you will see we can't seem to find the page you are looking for. Okay, and you can go back to home. All right, so this is now taken care of, and our application now has an error page which is decent looking, and it improves the user experience. Now, one thing that we should add in our application is a custom loader. So here on the dashboard, if you refresh, there is a loading state that we have added. And if you come over here, the loading state is not visible right now because the data is loading really quickly. But if you come over here to dashboard layout, okay, and if you scroll down, you can see this is a p tag that we have added saying loading over here. So instead of loader over here, if I add true and if I save this, you will see this is what the loading state is. Okay, it's not that elegant. We can improve this. So what I will do is I will make use of React spinners. If you Google React spinners, you will see this GitHub pages link for React spinners, where you can come over here, and here if you scroll down, okay, there are quite a few spinners. First of all, you can like check. Okay, if you once you add this library, you can just copy this code and add this into your application, and there are lots of props that you can make use of to customize. Okay, and all of this is editable over here. You can edit and see the changes happening over here in real time. Okay, you have hearts, you have infinity spin. So what I'm going to make use of is we can make use of rotating lines over here. This. Okay. So what I will do is I'll come over here. Okay, and let us improve this loader. So here in the components, I'll say loader.jsx, something like this, and I'm going to say rfce. Okay, yeah, and I get this React functional component. And here what we will be doing is we will import this loader into the dashboard layout. So I'll get rid of this over here and I'll say loader. Okay, and I'll self close it. Okay, now if you come over here, you will see loader appear over here. Okay, but we need to make use of this rotating lines. So what I'll do is I'll copy this first of all, this entire thing. Okay, and also make sure that this is installed into your application. So this is right now installed into my application, and the installation command you will find over here. Okay, under welcome, you can see npm install react loader spinner -- save. And if you come over here, you can see it's added into my package JSON. So it's already there. I'm using it. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is in loader, I'll simply paste it over here. Okay, I'll simply paste something like this, and I'll simply align this over here, and I'll import this rotating lines, and I'll save it. Now, if you come over here, so come over here, you can see this rotating lines appear over here in the loading state. Okay, so this is working fine. Now, what I need to do is this is not coming in well. It should come in center over here. So I'll add a couple of divs, and we've also made use of React loader over here in dashboard layout, I believe. So if you scroll down, we should have so not over here, but I remember using it, and it's called R glass. So I'll do a search over here. Okay, 1 second. I'll search and I'll search for R glass over here. Okay, so we are using it in shorten item over here. Okay, and we have a couple of divs that we are making use of over here. So I'll copy these divs. Okay, I'll add those divs over here. Okay, just trying to be a little quick. Okay, I'll edit the CSS if needed. Okay, but I'll just press tab over here, and I'll come over here. I'll say div, and I'll come over here. I'll just close this div. Okay. Okay, what's wrong? So I open. Okay, this div got auto closed over here. So yeah, this is done. And what I will do is here you can see minimum height calculated. This I'll get rid of. Okay, I have flex, justify center. I have item center, width is full, and I'll say h-450 pixels. Okay, so this is done, and I have flex call, item center, and gap of 1. I think this is taken care of. Okay, height, I can keep the height to 65. Okay, 96 seems a little bit higher side. 65, I'll keep this to red over here. Stroke width is 5. Animation duration is 0.75. Rotating lines loading. Wrapper style and all, I'll leave to defaults. I'll save this. If you come over here, you can see now this is coming in the center. Okay, so this is working fine, and you're seeing this in the center, and this is looking cool, right? So you can make use of this loader at multiple places if you wish to. Okay, right now we have it in dashboard. We have it in dashboard layout. Okay, it's being used over here like you saw. So I'll change this to whatever it was earlier. So it was loader over here. Okay, so I'll save this. Oops, so I got rid of this command also, loader, something like this. Okay, so this is done. And if you come here, you should see loader appear. You can see the loader appear just before it loads. Okay, so this is working absolutely fine, and I hope you are able to follow it, and I hope this is useful. So now it's time that we begin preparing our backend application for deployment. And what we would be doing is we would be having a way to externalize the configurations in our application. So all the configuration is being managed in application.properties file. And from here, the entire application is picking it up. Okay. Now, what we need to do is these all configuration, like this is database configuration, for example, right? Username, password. This is all local. This is not the configuration for the production database, right? So what we need to do is the production database credentials would be different and separate. So what we can do is we can externalize the configuration that we need for the for the database and for other things like JWT secret and all of this. Also the front-end URL. This would change in production. Okay. So one way to externalize is to make use of a env file. Now what is .env file? These are environment files, okay, environment specific configuration variables. So here you have these variables hard coded, right? Like for example, JDBC, like the database URL, the username, password, all of this in code. So with the help of .env files, you can externalize this. So what I would do over here is I would come over here to my root of the project. I would say new, and I'll say a file, and let me create a .env file. Okay. Now I don't want to push this .env file to Git. Okay. So I'm going to come over here, and here let me add some env variables. So I'm going to take this URL over here, and I'm going to come over here. I'm going to say database URL like so, and I'm going to add this URL over here. Okay, so this is a URL, and I'll come over here. I can say here, okay, I'll get rid of this and I'll say database URL. Okay, something like this. Okay, and I'll make use of dollar in the beginning over here, something like this. Okay, so this is database URL. I'll add similar things like database password, database username, database password, something like this. Okay, so I'll add these things. I'll say root over here. I'll add root. I'll move this to the external file as well over here. Okay, and instead of URL, I'll have these things. Okay, so I have username and password. So this is username, this is password. Okay, so I'll say password. Okay, so this is externalized now. Okay, you can even externalize the dialect over here. Okay, so I will just come over here. Okay, and I am going to say something like this here. Okay, and I can say dialect like so. Okay, database dialect. Okay, so I'll add this, and here what you can do is you can add this database dialect. Now I'll also externalize this JWT secret and the front-end URL. So you can see here I've externalized the JWT secret as well as the front-end URL, and I've added over here. Okay, now if you run the application, it won't work. Okay, it will give you an error. I know this, it will give an error, but I still want to show you the error condition. You can see. So error, and the error clearly says over here, it says URL must start with JDBC. So it's not able to get this value over here from the env file. And the reason for this is locally, if you're trying to run this in IntelliJ, you need to link env file for the runtime. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here in this this tab over here. You can see these are run configurations that you have. I have only one run configuration right now. I'll go to edit configuration, and here under my run configuration, you'll see environment variables over here. So if for some reason you are not seeing this over here, go to modify options, this drop down, and there is an option to hide and enable it. You can see hide and enable it. So you can enable it from there. Okay, but once you enable it, what you need to do is you need to add your environment variables over here. Okay, either you add it over here, or what you can do is you can actually browse for env files over here. So I've selected browse, and here you'll see this env file that I can see. Okay, I'll select this env file and I'll say apply. Don't forget to say apply, because apply is only when it gets saved, and I'll say okay, and now you can run it. Now ideally it should be able to pick all the run configurations, and it should be able to run the application successfully. You can see now it's linked over here. Okay, now what you can do is you can create one more env file like this with the configuration for production, and basically you can have one more edit configuration over here. You can add one more configuration to run the production version for testing. That is something that you can do over here. Okay, but with this, our application is now prepared basically for deployment. We have taken the necessary steps to externalize the important configurations that we need into an external file. So I hope this has been useful, and I hope you are able to follow along. So for database part, we need database in the cloud, right? So for database part, we are going to make use of this service called Neon Database. The website is neon.tech. Okay, so head over to this website. You can search for Neon Database and come over here. You can see it's a PostgreSQL hosted in cloud. Okay, so you can go through the official website. It's pretty good database. Okay, and I have personally used this for a lot of my projects. Okay, you can take a look at the features as well. You can head over to pricing. Now the best part about them is they have this $0 plan with a limited number of projects and limited number of storage. But I believe this $0 plan is good for building personal portfolio projects and hosting it online. That is why I love this free plan. They have this launch, scale and business plan as well if any of your projects kick. Okay, so you can pay for their pro plan. So it's pretty good, I believe, and we'll be making use of this. So quickly, I'm going to say sign up. And here, if you don't have an account, say sign up, and you can sign up with any of these options over here. So I've quickly done a sign up with Google, and here you have an option to create a project. So you can see you can create a project over here. So I'll say URL short over here. Okay, something like this. You can add the database name. So I'll say URL short. Okay, and you can select the service provider. So they are using AWS and Azure in the hindsight. So I'll keep AWS selected. Any sort of advanced options that you want to select, you can do that, or else you can say create the project. Now here you have an option. Okay, so you have an option to add auto scaling range. I won't select any of these. Okay, so you can see if you need more than 2 virtual CPUs or 8 GB of RAM, you need to select plan with higher limits. I'm not bothering to do this, okay, because it's just a like portfolio project that I'm creating. So I'll say confirm. Okay, and you will see the application is up and running. Now over here, you can see this is my database URL. Okay, you can see this is the entire URL of my database. Okay, along with the password. Okay, now don't try to make use of this database URL that you're seeing over here. This is mine, and it belongs to my account. Okay, and once this recording is done, I would be deleting this database. Okay, so you anyways won't have access to this, and neither this account. Okay, so this is for the recording purpose and demonstration purpose only. So don't try to make use of this. Instead, it's a free service like I've told you. Go ahead and sign up and create your own account and create your own database for use in the project. Okay, so we have set up an online database. Now, if you come over here, you can go to tables over here. You can select tables. And here you have an option to select the database. So within URL short, you can see what all tables exist. Okay, so there are no tables right now over here. Okay, but what matters to us is this string over here, connection string, which we'll be making use of in our backend application. Okay, so I hope you have been able to set up the cloud database. What I will do is I will quickly copy this entire string. You can copy the snippet. Okay, I'll come over here. Okay, and we need to configure it into our application, right? So I'll come over here, and here I will have to add a comment. Okay, so this is what we are making use of over here. Okay, so this is my URL, right? Now what I can do is I can add one more env file over here. Okay, I'll add one more env.prod. Okay, so this is the configuration for production. I would want to keep this as separate. Okay, and I'll say just open it as text file. Don't add it to Git. Okay, so I'm getting rid of this connection string from dev over here. Okay, now I have this connection string. I am in prod over here, right? Now what I will do is we need to change, we need to make use of this entire connection string in the format that Spring Boot accepts. Okay, so here we are saying JDBC. So you can see this database URL. We are saying JDBC : MySQL. So this is not MySQL, this is PostgreSQL. So I'll replace it with PostgreSQL over here. Okay, and then instead of localhost, we have this. This is our database URL, right? This is the host. So I'll get this database URL over here. Okay, until so we need to get this until this part over here, until this part. Okay. So what I will do is I will replace this part over here with this entire string. Okay, like URL short. Okay, And in the end, or what I will also do is I will add the username, password, and the SSL mode. So you can see this SSL mode in the end. Okay, so I'll copy this SSL mode. Okay, and I'll also add the user and password over here. Okay, but wait a minute, I can actually get the URL with the username and password. I don't know why they didn't give it to me over here. Okay, so if you come over here onto the dashboard, actually, we have connection string selected over here. So this, you can see this drop down. We have connection string selected. We need to scroll down and select Java. Okay, and this is the connection string for Java actually. All right. So you can see this JDBC, PostgreSQL, this entire thing. So we need to actually copy this. We don't need to do what we are doing over here. Okay, so what we are doing over here, we don't need to do. So I'll just replace this entire connection string with this string that I've copied. Okay, if we do this, I think this is formatted for Java and this should work fine. You can see. So I'll get rid of this connection string that I've pasted at the top. Okay, and then we need username and password separately. So what I would do is I would come over here. What is our user? User is this URL short owner. So I'll copy this. I'll come over here. I'll paste it over here. Okay, don't make any mistakes in this, because if you make a slight mistake, if you just miss a single character in copying the password, then it won't connect and you'll be wondering why it's not connecting. Okay, and instead of this dialect over here, like dialect.mysql dialect, we'll have to change the dialect because now we are making use of PostgreSQL. So I'll say PostgreSQL dialect. Just keep in mind the casing over here. PostgreSQL dialect. SQLD is capital. Okay. I'll keep JWT secret as same. You can change it in production if you wish to. Frontend URL, I'm keeping the same for now until we deploy this app to production. Okay, so this is done. Now what I will do is I'll come over here. I'll say edit configurations. This is the run configuration for local over here. What I will do is I'll make use of this option over here, copy configuration. So I'll say copy and it will create a copy of this configuration over here. And I'll say prod over here. This is prod. Okay. Prod means it's pointing essentially to the cloud server. Okay. Cloud database server. And here in environmental variables, I'm pointing to .env. So instead of that, I'll say browse. Okay. I'll say, okay, get rid of this. And here I'll say add env prod. Okay. I'll select this over here. Okay. You can see, and I'll say, okay. All right. So env prod is linked over here now. Okay, if you don't want to have env files, you have an option to paste the env configurations over here. So you can select this edit environment configuration and you can add the env configurations over here as well. You can see. Okay, so that's an option. I'll say apply. I'll say okay, and I'll select the one with prod over here. Okay, and then I'll say run. Now let us wait and see if our application is picking everything. Okay, we got an error. Error is inevitable. Okay, we get an error. I know why we get an error, because we have not configured the PostgreSQL dependency. Okay, so if you are connecting to PostgreSQL, you need that dependency as well. So I'll come over here, and in fact, not over here, but in fact, I'll go to my browser and I'll head over to start.spring.io. Okay, and here on start.spring.io, I'm going to add the dependency of PostgreSQL, and I'm going to select Maven over here. And I'll go to explore and I'll copy this dependency. We can't help it because in order to test our application with PostgreSQL, we need to do this manually. So I'll come over here and we don't need MySQL over here. So I'll just disable MySQL for a while. Okay, for a while, I'm just commenting it. And here I'll paste this, load the driver over here. Okay, if you want, you can switch over to PostgreSQL locally as well. Okay, if changing dependencies is a problem, you can make use of PostgreSQL. You can make use of PostgreSQL database locally also. Okay, now I'll run this. Let us see if we are able to get this up and running. It should run now without any hassles. Okay, and once the application runs, you should see all the tables and all the databases created in the cloud. Okay, it exited again. Why is it exiting again? Let us see. Okay, so it says due to an exception, port 8080 is already in use. Okay, so I need to, there is one instance of this configuration up and running. So I'll shut this. I'll switch over to prod and I'll run this second configuration that we have newly created for prod. Okay, wherein we have the database in the cloud. So we'll wait for a while until this runs. We should see all the logs onto our local system, and you can see it's changed to accepting traffic, which means it's running. So I'll come over here to our browser, and in Neon console, we'll go to tables, and we have to make sure we have selected URL short over here, and you can see the tables being added over here. Okay, so this is indeed working absolutely all right. Okay, now what is happening is our backend is running locally, our frontend is running locally, but our database is in the cloud. Okay, that is what actually we have achieved over here. Okay, but with this you have a good understanding of how you can get your database being added into a cloud. Okay, I hope this has been useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So now it's time that we begin talking about Docker. So we are going to make use of Docker to containerize our application, and then we will be deploying this containerized application onto a remote cloud server. Okay, so here you can see this is the official website. Okay, and basically over here, what we are going to do is, if you come over here, you can see first of all this big download Docker desktop icon over here. Okay, so you can download the appropriate version of Docker desktop over here. Now you can click over here to learn more about Docker. So you can see over here, Docker desktop is a one-click install application for different environments like Mac, Linux, Windows, and it lets you build, share, and run containerized applications and microservices. Okay, so it has a user interface, and when you install Docker desktop, you get all of these installed onto your system. Okay, and these are the key features of Docker desktop. So basically it's a desktop application which has a graphic user interface, and it's easy for you to manage your containers. Okay, that's what it means over here. Okay, you can go over here to get started, and you can read as to what Docker is and why you should use it. Docker is basically a platform using which we can separate our applications from the infrastructure. Okay, so basically we can package our application along with the required dependencies into a container so that we can run it anywhere. Okay, now once we Dockerize the application, we are going to push our Docker image to a Docker hub. Okay, now what is Docker hub? So if you come over here to hub.docker.com, it's basically a repository of all the Docker images. So you can create an account over here and you can push your Docker images over here. Like for example, you have GitHub. You can push your source code onto GitHub. Others can access it. And you can even access it from some other system or from anywhere in the world because your code is now on GitHub. Likewise, we have Docker Hub where you can push Docker images. Okay, so when it comes to Docker, we will be first creating the image basically of our application, and this will be the Docker image, and then we will run this Docker image into a Docker container. So it will convert, and when we run the Docker image, it's called a container. So that is what we are going to do. And Docker in itself is a completely different concept. Okay, so it's a completely different concept, but I won't be covering what Docker is and what we need to do. But this is what Docker is for now. And in this video, I'm not talking about what Docker is and how it works and all. Okay, I'll just tell you like this is Docker Hub, and here we are going to push our Docker images. So you can sign in over here using your Google, GitHub, or you can create an account using Signup. So I've created an account on Docker Hub over here. Okay, you can see, and here you can see head over to Docker Hub. Okay, so basically it has redirected me to app.docker.com. Okay, but that's fine. Here you have an option to go to Docker Hub. So if you click over here, you will be taken to hub.docker.com where you can see all the repositories that you have pushed onto the account. Okay, so you can see these are a few repositories. We'll also push this URL shortener application. Okay, so what is the first step? The first step is to download Docker Desktop. Now, once you download Docker Desktop, please install it. It's a straightforward installation, and it's a straightforward installation like you install any other software. Okay, but once you install it, feel free to launch Docker Desktop and open it. So here I opened Docker Desktop and I'm seeing an error over here Okay, there is low virtual memory. Okay, so let me clear a little bit of memory and let me open Docker Desktop again. So after clearing some memory, I've started it again, and you can see it's starting Docker Engine. Okay, and Docker Engine is the underlying technology that runs containers, and this comes pre-built or inbuilt, I should say, with Docker Desktop. So we'll wait for a while until this boots up. So Docker Desktop is up and running. Now, depending on your system, this might take a little bit of time. And now, once this is up and running, it has a very simple user interface. So you can see here images and all. You can see all the images that you have locally created. I have quite a few of them. Okay. What I would do is I would come over here back to IntelliJ and I would open up this terminal over here. Okay. Now, what we will be doing is we will be building our application. We will be creating an image of our application. Okay. Here in terminal, I would want to highlight that I'm here in Windows PowerShell terminal. Okay. Now in IntelliJ, you can actually open terminal of different kinds. So you have an option to open Windows PowerShell, command prompt, git bash. Okay. If you're on Mac, you can see the terminal type over here. All right. Now we are going to run a few commands. The first command is wherein we need to package our application into a jar. Okay, so you can see over here, there is a target folder in the folder structure over here. There is a target folder. We have not created this target folder. This is auto-generated, right? This is auto-generated by Spring Boot. When you run the application, this target is auto-generated. But we need jar file over here to Dockerize our application, right? So what I'll be doing is I'll be showing you a set of commands. So here, these are the set of commands that we have over here. Okay. So if you are on Linux or Macs, this is the so for Linux or Mac OS, for Linux or Mac OS, I'm sorry. For Linux or Mac OS, this is a command basically to package your application and get a jar file. For Windows, this is the command, and for Windows PowerShell, this is the command. Okay. Now these are the commands to set environment variables. Okay. I'll show you the significance of what happens if you don't set environment variables. But since I'm basically in Windows PowerShell, I'll copy this. Okay. I'll come over here. And here you can see we have this maven.mvn. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say clear over here, and I'm going to run this command over here. Okay. And when I say run, okay, it's going to start all the processing, and it is also going to fail. You can see it failed. So why did it fail? Okay, it says release version 23 is not supported. Okay, so I was getting that error wherein it could not find Java 23, and the reason for this is because Java version 23 was not installed on my local system. So I've installed Java version 23, and I've also updated the environmental path, like path for env variables for Java home. So here you can see, like, I had Java version 21 initially, and then I updated the Java to version 23. I went to the Oracle website, I got Java 23 version, and then I updated the Java home setting over here to point to JDK 23. And after this, I restarted my IDE. So keep in mind, if you are not restarting your IDE after making these changes, this won't work. Okay. So just restart your IDE so that it can pick the fresh environmental variables, and then basically come over here and run this command again. Okay. Now this is a command. Now you'll see some things being executed. It will still fail. I know. Okay. It will fail because it is not able to find the data source now. Okay. It is not able to find the data source. Why? Because here in env file, we have externalized the env variables. And like we have linked it over here in our application configuration in IntelliJ, but the application won't pick it up because you are running it from a command line. Okay, so you need to set it on command line as well. So to set the variables on command line, what you need to do is you need to make use of this. So these commands that you're seeing for Linux and Mac, this is for Windows, and this is also for Windows PowerShell. So since I'm making use of Windows PowerShell, I'll make use of this. So what I will do is I'll copy this entire file over here. Okay, this entire file, and or let me copy the prod version over here. Okay, so I'll copy this entire file. I'll come over here and I'll add this over here. Okay, for now. Okay, something like this. And here I'm going to actually replace this over here. Okay, so I'm going to add, okay, database URL is there. So I'm going to add this in the front. Okay, something like this. Okay, this, this and this for all the variables over here. Okay. Also, keep in mind that the value should be in double quotes. So I'll add one quote over here and I'll close it with the second quote over here. Okay. It has to be closing and opening with the single and double quote. So this is something you need to keep in mind. This is the format for PowerShell. Okay. You can pick the appropriate format depending on your operating system. Okay. I'm just setting it over here. Okay. This is just for crafting the jar file. Okay. So here, if you're on Windows, normal command prompt, you can make use of this. If you're on Mac or Linux, you can just add export over here in front of these. Okay. So I've added these. What I will do is I'll copy these. Okay. I'll copy this. I'll come over here and here in the terminal again, I'll paste it over here, everything, and I'll say enter. Now all the variables have been set and they are ready to be consumed by the application. And now what I will do is I'll run this command mvnw package again. And this time it should give me a jar file. So let us see if it gives in actual. So you can see it's working fine and it'll take some time to finish the entire process. It will basically boot the app once and it will do all the connections and then it will run tests and then it will give you the jar file. Okay, so you can see the entire stack trace over here of the application booting up. Okay, and here you will see like the tests were run. Here you can see there was a jar file that was created over here. Okay, and the jar file has been saved over here on this location. You can see. So within my application, this is my application root. Inside target, you have this URL shortener sb snapshot.jar. So if you go over here, okay, now you should be able to see the jar file. Okay, you can see the jar file, right? So this is a jar file that we actually need. There are two versions. One is .original and one is .jar. .jar version is what we are going to use. Okay. Now we need to Dockerize the application, and for Dockerizing the application, we need to create a new file here in the root of the project. I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to call this file. So we need a Docker file, right? So I'll call this as Docker file or something like this. F will be small. Okay. I'll create something like this. I'll say cancel. Okay. So this is done. So now you can see, since I created a Docker file, the IntelliJ knows that there are plugins supporting Docker files. So I can install the plugin or I can ignore the extension. So if I say install plugin, it will search for the plugins over here and you can see it is recommending this plugin for me. Okay. So remember, I created this Docker file. I just said Docker file. There was no extension. Okay. So I'll say, okay, let me install this plugin. That is absolutely okay. It helps me. And you can see like all the Docker container, images, networks, all of this has come in over here. Okay. And now you can see this Docker file is also recognized over here. You can see it has some sort of a syntax. So inside this Docker file, we are going to paste these commands over here. Okay. I have this written already. I'll copy this and I'll paste it over here. Okay. And we'll understand what this means. So I'll collapse this. Okay. So these are the set of commands basically that will be used by Docker. So first thing, we are getting the Maven image with Java 23 to build our Spring Boot application. Okay. This is the image name. You can copy this and you can come over here to browser and you can actually Google and see the image. So this is coming in from Eclipse Temurin, okay, which basically releases this Java SE based images based on OpenJDK. Okay, so this is what we will be making use of. We are setting the work directory over here to app, and then I'm copying the pom.xml into the container, and I'm running basically this command over here. Okay, I'm installing all the dependencies after the pom.xml is added. Then I'm copying the source code, which is .src file, and I'm packaging and building my application. And then I'm making use of Java 23 runtime image to run the application. Okay. And then I'm setting the working directory to this, and I'm copying the jar basically that is built. Okay. That is built by us over here to the desired location. Okay. So this basically has to be updated. Okay. So we have to mention the jar path over here. So here, if you see it's star.jar, you can mention the name as well of the jar file. Okay. This jar file name you can mention, but star.jar is okay. It will pick the jar. I'm exposing the port 8080, and then I'm setting up the entry command over here to run the application. Okay. So app.jar is basically how the jar file is copied. So this jar file that exists over here in target is copied with the name app.jar, and then I'm running this app.jar. Okay, so you need to make use of this Docker file. Okay, and then we'll be making use of this to build the Docker image. So now once this is done, what we need to do is we need to start creating the image for our Spring Boot application. So I'll head over to terminal again. Okay, and make sure that Docker is up and running. You can see this Docker is up and running. Okay, so I'll minimize this for now. Okay, and we'll come over here, and here you can see these are the commands that we will be making use of to create the Docker image and push it also to the remote Docker hub. Okay, so here this is the first command which is used to create the Docker image. So we are saying docker build -t, and we are creating the image with this name, and we are saying dot over here, which means it is creating the image using the Docker file in the current directory. Okay, that is what it's doing over here. Then we are saying docker tag. Okay, we are tagging the image with the image name, and we are tagging this image name which was created initially, and we are saying tag this image name with username /image:\latest. That is what we are doing with this particular command over here. Okay, and basically this command is just used to tag the built image which has been built already with the repository name and the latest tag, so that it can be pushed to a container registry. Okay, now container registry that we are making use of is Docker Hub, and then with the help of this command docker push and username /image name:\latest, we are pushing the image that is being generated onto the remote registry. Okay, so first one is we are building, and we are building it with the help of Docker file that we have. So I'll copy this first command. Okay, I'll come over here. Okay, and we'll make use of so here you can see I'll paste this command. I'll specify the image name over here. Okay, now be sure to verify that you are in the root directory of the project, because that is where the Docker file exists. And I'm going to say URL shortener, something like this, and I'll say SP over here, which is Spring Boot application. Okay, so I'll just run this. Let us see if it works fine. Now, if you're running this command for the first time, you will be asked for authentication. Okay, so I was not asked for authentication because I'm already authenticated here. So the moment I ran this command, I was not asked for authentication. So you might be asked for authentication, wherein you might want to, or you might have to present your credentials. Okay, now here we got an error. Okay, so you can see here this thing happened. Okay, so the error says MVN-W does not exist. Okay, this does not exist. So I'll come over here and I'll replace this with MVN over here. Okay, we'll replace this over here. Okay, and I think we are all good. Let us try this again. So I'll run this command again and let us watch. So this will be doing the job of pulling everything. Okay, so this is taking a bit of time. Okay, it gave an error. So MVN is also not found. Okay, so it was giving this error that it is not able to find MVN-W. So what I've done is I have copied the Maven wrapper and pom.xml. Okay, so I've like copied MVN-W over here. You can see this MVN-W, and I've copied it to the root of the Docker container. And I've also copied MVN if it exists over here. Okay, and I'm giving it the, I'm making the Maven wrapper executable. That is what I'm doing over here. Okay, so this is what you can do. Now, if you come here, okay, and if you run this command, okay, it should work fine. So you will see it works absolutely fine. And it will basically give me the image that I need. Okay, so it will take some while because it will download all the images. You can see it's downloading all the images remotely, and it will give me the, it will follow all these steps and it will give me the image. So it will take a while depending on your internet connection and your CPU power. Okay, but you know, if you're prompted for authentication, like I said, you feel free to authenticate and then run this command. I'm already authenticated in ID with Docker because I use Docker a lot. So that is why I have not been prompted for authentication, right? So we'll wait for a while. So this thing worked, all right, and I have the image ready now. So now it's time that we'll run the next set of commands. So I'll get this tag command. This is the command that we need to run. So I'll paste it over here. Okay, so we need to specify the image name. Okay, over here. Now what is the image name? Our image name is URL shortener SP. So you can see this is the image name over here. Okay, just be sure to copy it and not type it, because if you type it, you're going to make mistakes. And we need the username as well. So we'll come over here. Okay, and in the Docker Hub account over here, you will have this something called as username. So I have this username as dcode007. Copy it again. Don't type it, because I've had instances wherein the image pushing had failed and I was clueless as to why it failed. And upon investigating, I realized that the username that I had typed in was incorrect. I had misspelled an alphabet. So that is how it worked. Okay, and here we'll mention the image name again. Okay, so just copy this image name. Okay, and just paste it over here. So what we are doing is we are tagging this image that we have on our local machine to this one. Okay, and we are prepending it with the username over here because we want to push it to the Docker Hub registry. And I have this tagged as latest over here. I'll say enter. Okay, this tagging is done. Okay, there won't be any processing over here, and I'll copy this last command which will allow us to push this to our remote repository. Okay, so I'll say username and image name. So we'll copy this entire thing over here. Oops, I made a problem. So we'll have this again. Okay, so I need to paste it again. So I'll have this again copied. Okay, or in fact, let's do this in the notepad. Okay, so I'll get this copied over here. I'll get this copied and I'll paste it over here. Okay, I'll have Docker push copied and I'll add a Docker push over here, followed by the latest over here. Okay, so this is a command for me to push to my Docker account. So I'll come over here and I'll say push this. Okay, so this will prepare the repository. Okay, so it's saying access denied and requested access to resources denied. So I'll say Docker login over here. Let me see if I am authenticated. Okay, so I am authenticated. Okay, now let me push this again. Okay, will it work? Okay. So after a while, the push worked for me. Okay, and the reason for this was, I'm not clear what the reason was, but what I did over here is I ran two commands. Okay, so I'll tell you the commands. I did Docker login over here first of all. So it told me that, hey, the login is there already. Okay, but still I was not able to push. So what I did is I said Docker logout over here like this, and it logged me out. Basically, it cleared the session, and then I said Docker login again, and then I authenticated again in the browser. Okay, and then you can see like the push is working now. Okay, over here. All right. So you can see this is the push, and this basically you should now see on the Docker Hub repository. So here in the Docker Hub, you can do a refresh under repositories tab, and here I am seeing my Docker repository over here. Okay, so this is basically done, and we have our Docker image up and running, and we have it pushed onto Docker Hub. Now we can use this for deployments. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful. Now it's time that we deploy our backend application onto a cloud server, and the server we are going to choose is Render. So if you search for Render on Google, Render Cloud, you will see this website, Render Cloud Application Platform, which will take you to render.com. So why are we choosing Render and not AWS? Of course, AWS has a free tier, but a lot of people normally have their free tier exhausted. Okay, and you can easily deploy your application onto Render with a free plan. So here you can see it supports deployment. There are lots of features that Render offers over here. If you come over here, you can take a look at pricing, and here the best part is you have a $0 plan, which you can use to deploy like portfolio projects or resume projects. Okay, and if the project kicks off and if you're making money with it, you can basically upgrade it to relevant plan that you need. Okay, now one thing I would like to highlight over here with free plan is in free plan, if there are no requests hitting the server, the instance will sleep. Okay, and then when the request comes in again, the instance will boot up, and it will take some time to boot up, and then it will serve the request. So if you are trying to access your application after a while, then the request might take a lot of time because the server is booting up, and then it will serve the request. Okay, so this is something that I want to highlight. And if you're making use of free plan, this is something that you should be aware of. Okay, I'm not sure if they've mentioned this on the pricing page, but I use render a lot personally, so I'm aware of this. It's called idle time or something like that, and it goes into the sleep mode. Okay, so let me search for sleep over here. Okay, I don't find that either. So yeah, that's fine, but this is something that you should know. I use render for a lot of Spring Boot projects of mine. Okay, but you can compare the features, and depending on what you want, you can choose the appropriate plan. I would only recommend the free plan for hobby projects. So you can click on get started over here, and you will have the link to create an account. So you can create an account, and I'll see you on the dashboard. So you can see I've created an account, and now it's asking me that which plan you want to select. So I'll select the hobby plan. There's no card needed. I'll select this plan. Okay. And you can see here I am on the render dashboard. Okay. Now what I will do is, here you might see something different. I already have one deployment done. Okay. Here you might see a different UI, but what you need to focus on, creating a new project. Okay. So here you can say add a new project, or you can create your project. Okay, so I'll create a project. Okay, and I'll name this project as URL. Okay, URL short SP. Okay, which is Spring Boot. Okay, and I'll say create. Okay, so basically this is creating the project. I think I have a workspace, and then we need to, okay, so we won't be creating a project, I'm sorry about this, but we'll be creating a service over here. Okay, so here you will come and we'll create a service. So I've created a workspace already. There is Faisal Payments workspace. Okay, I am not creating the project. You can create a project and you can organize your services. So within projects, you can organize the services. Okay, I won't be doing that. I'll select web service. And now, since we have a backend web service, Spring Boot service that we want to deploy, you can deploy it from Git, a public Git repository, and you can even deploy it using an existing image. Okay, so I will be making use of an existing image from Docker Hub, and I'll come over here, and you can see this is the image URL that we have. Okay, oops, not demo deployment. So I'll come over here, and here we have this URL shortener. Okay, so I'll copy this. Okay, I'll come over here and I'll paste this over here. Okay, you can even authenticate, or you can even authenticate over here. You can say connect, and you can connect the Docker repository. So I'll say connect over here. You can see it fetched this repository for me. Okay, so if you come back, let me create a service again. Let me create a service, existing image. And here I don't have any sort of credential. You can even add a credential and you can authenticate yourself. So you can see, you can add a registry. So you can say Docker registry, and you can name your personal access token can be obtained from here itself. Okay, there has to be some process over here in account settings to get the personal access token and authenticate it over here. Okay, you can even add a password over here. That's absolutely okay. But for now, I'll just add the Docker repository over here. I'll say connect. It'll fetch the Docker repository, and you can see it has auto-populated the service name, the region. Okay, and it has selected $7 per month plan. I don't want $7 per month. I'll go for free one. And you'll see over here, free instances spin down after periods of inactivity. They do not support SSH access, and these are the things. So it spins down after a period of inactivity. They have mentioned it over here. Okay, this is what I was talking about. Okay, now over here, it is asking for environmental variables. Okay, so does your service need any sort of environmental variables? Yes, it does. Okay, we do need some sort of env variables to function. So these are our env variables. So what we can do is we can copy these over here. This is our production configuration. So I'll take this and I'll say add from .env file. You can either add it manually, name of the variable, value, and then add one by one. You can do that. Or else what you can do is you can say add from env, and you can paste the env file contents over here, and you can say add variables, and they'll all get added over here. You can see. And now you can say deploy. So what will happen is these env variables will be provided to your application on deployment. So I'll say deploy web service, and it will begin the deployment. So we'll wait for a while until the deployment is happening. Okay, you can see starting the service. You can see the complete logs over here. Okay, so here inside the service, you can see events, logs, metrics, you have disks, environment, shell, previews. There are so many things. Okay, but these logs is what is going to help us. So here in events, if you come, you will see these logs, and just in case any request is coming and it's failing, then you can see the stack trace over here itself. Okay, so we'll wait for a while until this deployment completes. This will take some time. We'll wait until then. So our service, it seems, is live. So here I saw this message on the console that's your service is live, and you can see the service status here is also live. Okay, so the service is live now and our backend has been deployed. Okay, now if you scroll up over here, you're going to see this URL shortener sb.onrender.com. So this is the URL for our backend service. So I'll copy this. Okay, and I'll come over here to our front end. What we will do is let us try like starting the front end with this backend URL and not our local backend URL. Okay, so I'll come over here in env file. Okay, and here in env file, instead of saying localhost 8080, I'll just paste this. Let me save this and let me run my server. Okay, so I'm going to say npm run dev over here. Let us see. So you can see the server is up and running. Let me refresh. Okay, now of course this database that we have, Neon database. So let me also go to Neon database. Okay, so I'm here on Neon. Okay, so I need to sign in. So here in Neon, I've signed in, and here for this particular project, if I go to tables, I can select a user table over here. I don't have any sort of users in the backend. What I can do is I'll just register a new user. I'll say prod. So test prod over here is my username. I'll say testprod@gmail.com, and I'll say testprod is the password as well. I'll say register. Okay, this will be a bit slow because we have $0 plan, right? We are not paying, so the memory will be slow, but it's good for POC projects is what I will say. Okay, you can like log in. It's not that slow. You can log in over here, and you can see it is authenticating. You can see the loader now finally, right? And you can see this is the account. Now if you come over here, okay, you will see a lot of debug information over here. So this is the stack trace that is happening. You can see completed 200. Okay, this is the authentication. This is also completed. Okay, and if you come here to our application, so application we saw, if you come to Neon console and if you just refresh it, so here you have this refresh button. Okay, you should see this new user being created. So congratulations, you have your backend onto a remote cloud server up and running for free. You have your database running in the cloud up and there for free. Okay, so congratulations, this is a great achievement. And now what we will do is we will move our front end as well. We need to move our front end as well onto a remote server. So I hope this has been useful so far. So now it's time that we begin preparing our front end for deployment, and we actually deployed onto a remote server. So for front-end deployment, we are going to need a service, and the service we are going to use is going to be Netlify. So if you come over to Google and if you search for Netlify, you're going to see these kind of results, and with the first website, netlify.com. Now, if you head over to Netlify, this is what the welcome page looks like as I'm recording the video. Now, if you see minor variations, they must have updated the UI, but don't worry, the core functionality and whatever I'm going to demonstrate remains the same. So here on this particular website, you can deploy, it's quite popular amongst front-end devs where you can deploy dynamic web applications onto production. You can go through all the features, like click on platform and check out. There are a lot of solutions, integrations, okay, docs. Basically, you can refer to these docs. There is document as well. There is a framework and language specific documents as well. You have documents for React as well. Okay, so you can explore this website. Now, one thing I would want to talk about or highlight over here is the pricing part. So remember, we are not paying anything for learning this, and the cost involved is $0. You don't even have to enter your credit card. So that's the reason why I choose Netlify, because it allows you to deploy like small starter personal projects, prototypes for free with ease. Okay, so if you're building any sort of project that you want to showcase in your resume, portfolio, or you're building a startup and you're not sure if customers would turn up, then you can make use of their free starter plan, which is generous enough, is what I feel. Okay, and then once you start getting customers and you start making revenue and the traffic scales, you can think of upgrading to a pro version. All right, so this is what you get in free version. I believe this is enough for a prototype project to be there onto a cloud on the internet. And I have quite a few projects hosted with Netlify. So what I would want you to do is you can set up a free account over here. Okay, you can go through the features. Here is the detailed feature list and a comparison between free, starter, pro, and enterprise. Okay, you can see over here. I believe this is enough for an individual developer who is building a project that basically is a prototype project for resume, or even a startup basically that you are starting up and you don't have enough traffic right now. So you can make use of the free plan over here. Now, here you have this button, start for free. So you can click over here, and I already have an account. So, okay, I was not redirected to the dashboard, but you can sign up with any of these options over here. You can sign up with GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, or you can even sign up with an email. Okay, so it's totally up to you as to how you choose to sign up. I'll just click on sign up with GitHub, and okay, it's asking me for like authorization over here. So I'll just go back. Okay. Now I had an account and I signed in with my username and password, and I was shown this dashboard. Okay. Now whatever websites you create, you will see all the websites appear over here. Okay. You have options for build, extensions, domain. You can configure domains as well, members, audit log, a lot of stuff on the left hand side. You can explore this dashboard. Okay. It's pretty user friendly and very easy to use. All right. Now it will also show you the bandwidth, the build minutes, concurrent builds, team members, all of this basically as to what your account usage is. So you can explore this dashboard. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here and I'm going to say add a new site. Now over here you have a few options like import an existing project. So you can click over here and you can see there are some wonderful integrations with Netlify. So it allows you to deploy your project with GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, Azure DevOps. So let's say you have a front-end project and it's configured with GitHub. You have a private GitHub repository. What you can do is you can authenticate using GitHub over here, and you can link your repository to your Netlify account over here, to this project over here. And what Netlify will do is whenever you push any sort of change onto your repository, it will auto deploy by fetching the latest source code from GitHub. Okay, so you just have to push your code to GitHub and it gets auto deployed over here. That is how things work. Okay. Now you can have a branch configured over here. So anything pushed to main branch, okay, that is deployed automatically over here with Netlify. And if you're working on a development branch where you don't want things pushed to be deployed directly, you can have a dev branch which is not configured with Netlify. So basically it also deploys branch specific updates. So that is what I want to highlight. It's not like if you push anything to any of the branch, it is going to deploy. You can configure the branch. Okay, any changes pushed to this branch in this repository should be deployed directly. So you can have a deployment branch running. Okay, similar configurations you have with GitLab, Bitbucket, and Azure DevOps. All right, there is also things like Netlify drop. So if you select Netlify drop, you can just drag drop your website over here and it will just deploy it. You can see over here, the static website, you can just drag drop. So here you can see, put your site online, sign up to keep dropping, add a custom domain. HTTPS is automatic. So HTTPS security is already like it's automatic. You don't have to do much and you can take it to next level. Basically, it handles a lot of stuff for you. That is what I mean to tell you. Okay. So this is about Netlify over here. Now what I would do is I'll go back over here to my original page. Okay. So I'll come over here. Now over here, you have this option to add a site, import from existing project. You can start from a template. So there is something called as Netlify templates, wherein if you're building simple landing pages or anything for your business, they have a template which you can use as a starter and you can customize it as per your needs. So that is also possible. But what we are going to choose is we are going to choose deploy manually, and you will come over here. Okay. Now we need to drag drop our website over here. But the question is, what would you drag drop? Would you drag drop the source code? Absolutely not. So you need to generate a build or a build folder is what I would say. And basically that particular folder is deployment ready for production. Okay, so you have to prepare your front-end application basically for deployment, and then basically you can push your application over here onto production. Now there is a simple command that you need to execute in the root of your project to generate the build folder. So I'll come over here to our application. Okay, now here on the left hand side, you should have a build folder, but you won't see any build folder. So we need to generate it. Okay, now one thing I would like to tell you, build folder is something that is generated when your application is created using create react app tool. But we have created our application using the Vite, right? We are making use of Vite. So in our case, build folder won't be generated, but the folder name would be dist. Okay, dist. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here to our application here. Okay, and first of all, I'm also going to update the environmental variables. So here I'm going to update this to, not going to have this localhost, because of course we are deploying this. Okay, we are deploying this onto remote production server. So here I'm going to make use of an actual domain. Okay, so I'm going to say awesomeus.shop. So this is a dummy domain that I have. Okay, awesomeus.shop. Okay, this is a dummy domain that I had purchased some time back, and I'm going to use this particular domain to demonstrate how you can configure a front end with domain and also have this URL redirects implemented. Okay, now one thing I would like to tell you, whenever you deploy anything to Netlify gives you a dummy domain. And it has Netlify in the URL. Okay, it gives you dummy domain. You don't need to add a domain like this to your website. But I'll tell you something. We are making use of subdomain redirects, which means we need to create a subdomain on our application. Okay, now the URL that you get from Netlify is actually a subdomain itself, a subdomain of netlify.app, and we cannot define a subdomain inside a subdomain, right? And because of that, we need to configure our own domain. Okay, so I'm showing you that way. We'll also see the free domain that Netlify gives us. Just hold on for a while. Okay, so here you can see we don't have a build folder right now. I've added this, and I'm going to say here I'm going to add HTTPS. Okay, so it's going to be a HTTPS secure connection. Okay, I'm going to say npm run build. Now this is a command that you need to execute. I'll say npm run build. We'll wait for a while. You can see there is some processing happening. Okay, and so soon you will see dist folder here on the left hand side after the processing is done. And you can see over here in the console logs, it was building for production. You can see it's building for production. 1642 modules have been transformed, and these files have been transformed, and then there was some transformation, and then it was done. And here you should see build folder dist. So this is a folder that will be deploying to production. Now, what does happen during this process when you run this command? What happens is, what this command does is it prepares your application for production. Now, what do you mean by preparing your application for production? It actually minifies, or it actually reduces the size of a lot of files. So if you go to files like, let me go to files like over here. Let me open assets. If I open the CSS, you will see this is the CSS. Okay, so it actually removes unwanted comments, unwanted spaces, all of that from all the source code that exists, and it will give you this dist folder, which will have only the things that your application needs to function. Okay, so what we have done is we have actually built this dist folder. Okay, and now we are ready to deploy this to production. Now what I've done is I've navigated to the folder where I've created this, or in the root of my React project, and I have this folder. I'm going to just drag this folder and I'm just going to drop it over here. Now it says please do not refresh because the folder is being uploaded right now. Okay, so you don't need to refresh, just wait for a while and you would see the deployment is done. So you can see over here 2 new files uploaded, no redirect rule processed, no header rule processed, no functions deployed, no edge functions deployed. So this is a summary of deployment. If you scroll down, you'll see initializing, building, deploying, cleanup, and then post-processing. Okay, so if you see over here, if you go to site overview now, okay, you will see this domain over here. This is the domain that has been given to you by Netlify. This is a free domain. So if you're building these small projects that you want to host somewhere on the internet, you get a free domain by Netlify. This you cannot customize. Of course, if you need to customize, you can configure your own domain as well. Okay, so here if you access this domain, now this is a production application. Okay, you can see over here, right? It's a production application. Now let me come over here and let me also go to Neon database. So I'll get this user credentials for the user that I've created in Neon. Okay. And I'll come over here to the application. Okay. Now I'll go to login and I'll try to logging in with this user. Now I'll tell you something. This is going to fail. Okay. I'm going to get a course error because the domain name is different and the domain name configured on the backend. If you go to environment, here what we have configured on the backend, this is different. So this should fail. Let me say login. You will say course error over here, course policy, right? What we need to do is I'll copy this over here. I'll come over here. I'll say edit and I'll paste this over here. I'll just remove /login from here and I'll say save and deploy. Now this here we are updating the site configuration or the backend configuration in our application. And this is going to restart the server because we have like updated the env files. So this is starting the service. You can see it's restarting the service. So we'll wait for a while until the service is up and running and then we'll do some testing. But meanwhile, until the service is starting, I would like to tell you why subdomain routing won't work. So you can see over here, this domain that we have got, okay, this domain, this is actually a subdomain. Netlify.app is the root domain and then you have the subdomain over here, okay. Now what we need is, we need URL dot, right over here. If you come, we need URL dot the main domain. But the thing is, this is already a subdomain. So it will be URL dot earnestcheesecake dot netlify.app, which is like a subdomain within a subdomain. That is not possible, right? And that is why you cannot create a subdomain here or get this to work with the Netlify default domain. And hence I'm adding my own domain, which I already have, awesomeus.shop. Okay. So that is one reason why I'm telling you, because a lot of students will tell me, a lot of learners who are watching this video, they'll tell me, hey, why have you not made use of this free domain? And this is the reason. This is a very simple reason, because you cannot have subdomain within a subdomain already. Okay. So here you can see now the backend server is starting and we'll wait for a while. So the deployment is done and the service is live. Okay. Now I'll tell you something. When I actually updated the configuration and the service restarted, it actually failed and it was not starting up. So what I did is I came over here and I said deploy the latest reference from here. Okay. And the latest reference I had one change that I had made. So here this is the actual application.properties in the backend, wherein this is how we hard coded the front end URL. So what I did is I saw some logs wherein there was some query that was trying to, it was rejecting requests from localhost. So what I did is I actually added this, wherein if the service is starting up and if during startup it's not picking up the env properties from the cloud server, then basically this is the default value that is being injected in the front end URL. Okay, so what this line tells is, if front end URL is not available, then use this. If front end URL is available, then use whatever values there in front end URL environment variables. Okay, so this is a line I actually added. I replaced this above line with this, created the Docker image, generated the jar file, created the Docker image, and then pushed it to the Docker registry and I got it deployed over here. Okay, so this is something that I did. Okay, if it just works for you by deploying the latest reference, that's absolutely okay. Otherwise, you can do this way and deploy it. Okay, so this is done and the service is up and running. Now what I will do is I'll come over here. I'll say login. You should be able to log in now. Let me see what happens. Okay, here you can see authenticating users 200. Okay, and here you can see I'm logged in now. Okay, so I'm logged in. What I will do is I'll create a short URL. I'll say https google.com, for example. I'll say create and it will create a short URL for me. Okay, oops. So I tried to refresh and this refresh failed. So we are going to talk about this as well as to why this refresh is failing. Okay, but for now I'll go to dashboard and you can see this URL come up over here. Okay, I can see url.awesomeus.shop and this is what the slug is. So it's properly picking up awesomeus.shop. Okay, even though we have actually not added any sort of environment variables over here, it's picking up from the env file. Okay, so what I will do over here is I'll come over here. We'll have to go to site configuration and here environment variables. No environment variables have been added to the site. So I'll say add, import from an env file over here and we'll come over here. I'll copy this, all the env files, all the env data, and I'll add it over here, and I'll say for all deployment context, and I'll import it. Okay. Now what happens is sometimes when you basically generate the build the build folder over here, it picks up the env files over here, the configuration in env files, and it generates the build folder. Okay. If you don't want your env files to be picked up, you can rename this or move it to some other location and then generate the build file. Okay. But I'm okay since the configuration that I had over here was for the server, production server, and I actually added it over here as well. Okay, just in case. Okay. So now we have our application up and running, and you can see over here, if you click on this, this is not going to work because this domain is not yet configured or does not exist. Okay. But you can see this is what it is over here. All right. Now, one thing I would like to tell you, if you come over here to the root URL, and if you try to refresh over here, it is going to work without any hassles. You can refresh, right? You can refresh. But if I go to any sub page or any route over here, /app about, if I try to refresh, it's going to fail. Okay. Why is that so? Why is that so? So what we have built over here, understand the kind of application we have built. We have built a single page React application. Right? It's called SPAs. Okay. Now in single page web applications, routing is handled by JavaScript on the client side and not by the server. Okay. So when you click a link, the JavaScript router or the React router updates the URL and renders the appropriate content without the component, without reloading the page. Right. So if I say about, it's actually reloading about without reloading the page. It's loading about without reloading the page. You can see over here, it's quick. Right. So this routing is being handled by React over here. So if you come over here, you actually have configured routing, right? If you remember here, if you go to app router, you're actually making use of routing, and you are basically, so it's being handled over here, right? So who is handling the routing? React is handling, right? Server is not handling. Now in this case, whenever you refresh the page over here on /dashboard or any sort of subpath over here, like apart from the root domain, okay, what happens is browser sends request to /dashboard when you refresh this /dashboard, and what happens is server looks for a physical file or a directory named /dashboard. Directory named dashboard. So is there a directory named dashboard on the server? Absolutely not. It's not there in the root directory. So it returns a 404. If you go to about, if you try to refresh, server looks for about folder so that it can render about for this website. It does not find, so it gives a 404 error. Okay, and that is why, like, if you click over here, it's working fine, but if you refresh, it won't work. Okay, now the question is, how would you solve this? How would you solve this? Okay, there is a solution, of course. So for this, you need to add a simple redirect file. Okay, and this redirect file will be there, and what will happen is whatever happens, like whenever you are refreshing on a sub root over here, it is going to basically handle it, and it is going to tell the application that, hey, whenever any sort of request is coming, okay, the React is going to handle it. So what we would do is we would come over here to our application, and here I'll scroll up to public folder. Under public folder, I'll create a new file. I'll call this file as _redirects over here. Okay, and I'll add one line of code. Now what this one line of code says is for any request starting on a path like apart from root domain, like this is actually on a path, right? /about. Any request coming on /* redirect it to index.html 200. Okay, I'll save this and I'll come over here. I'll generate a build folder again. You can see the build folder is being generated. Now, if you don't want to generate this build folder again and again and deploy your website, upload the website again and again, what you can do is you can configure a deploy branch and link it to Netlify. So whenever you push anything to that particular branch, it's going to basically deploy it automatically. So you don't need to worry about. So I'll come over here. I'll just upload this dist branch, or sorry, not dist branch, dist folder, and we'll wait for the deploy log. You can see it's complete. Now let me refresh this, and now you can see on refresh this loaded. So if you come over here, even if you refresh, it is going to work. Okay, so this one file you need to add, all right, and it will do your job. All right, so this is how you can deploy your deploy your front-end website actually for free onto a remote server. So I hope this has been useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So now it's time that we link our front end to the domain that we have. Now here, if you see, this is the free domain name that we have got from Netlify, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to link this, and I'm going to make sure I point my domain that I've bought from the domain registrar to this particular website over here, so that whenever you access the domain, you basically can see the live URL shortener that we have built. Okay. So here, if you come to the website, so here under sites, you come over to this site panel, and here you can see this domain management. So Netlify has a very easy way wherein you can basically configure your domain, and you can also, so you can see over here, you can use it for free first of all. Okay. Now most of the services allow you to allow you to add a customized domain, but not for free. You have to upgrade it to their paid version. So that's where Netlify is generous, and that's why I love Netlify. Okay. And now here, if you come, you can see this production domains, and here you have this Netlify subdomain being added by Netlify itself. Okay. What I can do is I'll come over here. I'll say add a domain, and I'll say awesomeus.shop. Now this is a very dummy domain. It does not reflects or tells us what the website is about. Okay. I'm just configuring it and showing it to you. Now it says .shop domains can't be registered through Netlify. So basically you can also, if you have a domain idea in mind, you can register that domain right from Netlify itself. You can buy a domain. Okay. So it says .shop domain can't be registered through Netlify, but I actually have this domain already purchased. I don't need to buy it, right? So I'll just say add a domain. So you can still add awesomeus.shop to your Netlify site if you already own the domain. Select add domain to add it to your site, and you can configure the Netlify DNS to this domain later. Okay. Now what does Netlify DNS mean? All right. So whenever you are building a website, you host it on a remote server. Now DNS is basically like an internet address, which tells the domain name as to where it can find the website that you have hosted. All right. Now understand this. You have a domain. This is awesomeus.shop. This domain is registered with a domain registrar. Right? Whenever a user accesses this domain should know where your front-end server is. Right? How would you do that? So you can do that with the help of DNS. So you get something called as DNS, which is domain name servers, and you have to add it or configure it from wherever you have bought the domain name. Now let me tell you something. If you buy a domain from Netlify itself, you don't have to configure DNS because that is then automatically taken care of. Okay, but since I've bought this from some other service, I need to configure the DNS. So I'm going to say add domain over here, and I'll say add domain. Okay, and you can see it's checking the status over here. All right, so we'll wait for a while. It will take a bit. So it has added two domains over here. One is the primary domain awesomeus.shop and www.awesomeus.shop. So it has added www over here as well. Okay, now it is telling us awaiting external DNS. So if you click on this, okay, you can see over here, it is basically, it is saying that log into your account where you have your DNS provider and add a CNAME record for www pointing to this particular website. So this is something that we need to do. And over here also you saw awaiting external DNS. So if you click on this, it is going to tell you that you can see point alias a name or flattened CNAME to add over here. This is something that it's telling. Okay. So what we need to do is I'll say set up Netlify DNS. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make use of Netlify DNS for our domain. So I'm going to say verify. Okay. So it's telling me that, hey, add the domain to Netlify. So I need to add the domain to Netlify, and I must be the owner of this domain. So I'm already the owner of this domain. I've purchased this domain through Namecheap. So Namecheap is a website from where you can purchase domain names. It's similar to GoDaddy or any other registrar which sells domain to you. So I've bought this domain over here. You can see this awesomeus.shop over here, and this is the domain that I'm owning right now, and I'm on the panel, the Namecheap panel. Okay. Now I'm setting Netlify DNS for this. So I'm going to say add a domain. Okay. And I'll say I'll say, okay, no DNS record yet. So I'll say continue, and it is going to give me the DNS record. Now these are the Netlify domain name servers, DNS. You can see over here. So now it's telling you what you need to do is log into your domain provider and change your name servers to following. So I need to add these name servers into my domain dashboard. Okay. So I'm going to copy this one by one. I'm going to come over here. Oops, not here, but here. And here you can see name servers in my panel. Okay. So here I'm going to select, instead of Namecheap basic DNS, I'm going to say custom DNS. Okay. So here Namecheap web hosting DNS is for people who have bought Namecheap, like web hosting from Namecheap. I've not bought web hosting from Namecheap. So I'm going to say custom domain. I'm going to add this over here. First of all, I'm going to copy this, come here, paste it over here, add a name server. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to add this. I'm going to add this, and I'm going to add it over here. Okay. I'm going to say save over here. I'm going to take this. Now this will take a little bit of time for changes to propagate through the internet, but I've saved this and okay, I can see the saved changes over here now. And let me come over here. I'm going to say done over here. Okay. So here what it's going to do is, let us wait. So it's checking for status over here. Sometimes it gets updated very quickly and sometimes it takes a little bit of time, a few hours normally. But you can wait for like 24 hours or something like that. Okay, that's a max. So it's awaiting Netlify DNS. Okay, so what I've done is I've basically added Netlify DNS over here. Go to DNS panel and you can see over here on the main site. So if you come over here, this is the site over here, right? This is the main dashboard. Over here, I've added domain over here, domains. Okay. So over here, what you can do is here you can see awesomeus.shop. So I've added this, add or register domain. Okay. And I'm making use of Netlify DNS over here. So I've added this. Okay. And it links to this particular website. You can see it auto added all these things over here. Okay. And these are my name servers, which I've added to my domain register, and I'll be making use of Netlify DNS over here. Now, if you come to sites, okay, within the site that we had created. So one second. So I'll go to my sites over here. So this is not this. Okay. Okay. So this is a site awesomeus.shop that we had created. Okay. And within this, under domain management, you have this domain over here. Now it will take a while for the status to be updated. I'll wait for this for a while. Okay. Now how much time it takes, it depends. Okay. So if you see over here, DNS propagation. So what this is happening is DNS propagation. This process is called DNS propagation. Okay. Here. Okay. So how much time it takes? It takes a few hours to 72 hours, but generally it takes 24 to 48 hours. So we'll wait for a while, and you can see, like it depends on several factors like ISP, Internet Service Registry, Domain Registry, time to TTL values, network issues, and all of this, physical location, geographical location. So there are several factors. I've had DNS propagation done in like as easy as as quick as 30 minutes to 1 hour. It has been propagated for me. Okay. Sometimes it has also taken more than that. Sometimes it has taken 24 hours as well for me. Okay. So we'll wait for a while. I'll pause this until these changes are propagated and we see a green tick over here. Okay, so I'll wait for a while. Now, while these changes for DNS are being propagated, I want to talk about what we did over here. Okay, so here I want to emphasize, like here in the homepage, okay, you will find this domain over here. And here you will see all the domains that you want to make use of being registered over here. Now, what we did is we are actually making use of domains DNS service of Netlify. Okay, so if you search for Netlify DNS, you will come on this document over here. Now, as you can read over here, Netlify offers this option to handle DNS management for you. Of course, you can choose not to make use of this, but I have chosen to make use of this because, any sort of like configuration, like adding CNAME records. We saw something called as CNAME record, and it was asking us to add CNAME record, a record onto our domain register, right? So we didn't want to deal with those complex configuration because normally what happens is configuring your web servers to work with domain involves adding a few records onto your site domain. Okay. But we have not done that. What we have done is we have added this domain over here. Okay. And we are using Netlify service over here, Netlify DNS service, meaning we are letting Netlify manage our domain's DNS record. Our domain is registered over here. Of course, don't get me wrong over here. Domain is registered with some other service over here, which is Namecheap in my case. Okay. And what I'm doing is instead of updating DNS settings on my domain register, I'm pointing my domains name servers to Netlify and let Netlify handle everything like A record, C names, redirects, and everything, whatever I want to do over here. And this makes life easy because I have the website also hosted with Netlify itself. So Netlify basically is taking care of everything. Okay, it's basically managing domain for me. It's basically having the server, and since server is also the front end server is also with Netlify, it is taking everything works seamlessly. Okay, so that's something I want to highlight. Also, what I would do is I would add a subdomain because we are going to need a subdomain over here. Okay, so I'm going to say URL dot awesome shop awesome us dot shop over here. Okay, awesome us dot shop, because this is something we are going to need for subdomain redirects. Right, so I've added this, and let us see what happens. Oh, okay, so it is we don't need to do anything over here. It's just a domain alias, so it is also awaiting Netlify DNS. So we'll wait for a while until this status updates. So now if you come over here, I waited for a while, almost like 30 minutes, and I refreshed this particular dashboard over here, and you can see over here the DNS is here with a like blue tick is what I would say, a green tick, okay, whatever tick it is, but there is a tick that gives me a confirmation. Okay, now if you come over here to site overview, you will see the URL is this over here. Now you will also notice that it is a HTTPS URL, which means that the certificate, the security certificate is by default added over here. You didn't need to do any sort of additional configuration for this, right? And that is a beauty of making use of Netlify DNS over here. So it does a lot of things automatically for you, and you don't need to worry about things. So I'll click over here, and we'll head over to the website, and you can see our site is live. All right. Now what I will do is, okay, we have this new domain, right? awesomeus.shop. So we need to add this to the backend. Otherwise our backend is not going to work, right? So what I would do is we will head over to render over here. I'll go to environment, and I'll say instead of database URL here, okay, not database, I'll edit, and instead of front-end URL, I'll add this front-end URL over here, like so. I'll say save and deploy. And now we'll wait for the server to restart. I've updated the environment variable, and the service will restart now. So we'll wait for a while until the service also restarts, because it is important that we update the backend configuration with the new front-end URL that we have got over here. Okay. Now if you try to access the old URL over here, this is still going to work. It's not like this is deleted or gone somewhere. This is going to work. Okay. Okay, this data might not load because server is restarting, but this URL is going to work. All right, but here, if you see here, you won't have access to that URL. Instead, you will have access to this. And if you want to see which URL it is pointing to, so here you can see this is Netlify domain over here, subdomain. Sorry, not Netlify domain, but Netlify subdomain. All right, so we'll wait for a while until our backend service restarts. So what happened is the service didn't start properly. It actually failed. The restart failed after updating the environment variable. So what I'm doing is I'm like going over here to manual deploy and deploying the latest reference. Now this should work. So what I've observed is after updating the env variables, environment variables over here, whatever changes are done, okay, that changes don't like the restart does not take into effect. Okay, so I have to like manually restart or deploy the latest reference from here. And that is what works over here. So if you face a similar issue, just be sure to go over here and deploy the latest reference from here. So I'll wait for a while until like the logs are complete and we see a tick over here that the changes are live. So I see a message over here that the service is live. I saw it somewhere over here. Okay. Okay. You can see this is the message. So the service is live and it's working fine. So what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to come and I'm going to refresh this awesomeus.shop, and I'm going to go to about, home, about, let me log in over here. Okay. So this is the test prod. Okay. Test prod is the username that I'm going to copy. I'm going to paste it over here. I'm going to say login. Okay. Let us see if we get any sort of errors over here. We should not, ideally. It should just go through. So you can see we have now logged in. Okay. And we have a URL over here that we had created. So you can see https google.com, and I'll click on this. Let us see what happens. So you can see we have been redirected to google.com from the subdomain, and this click also got updated over here. You can see the analytics information over here, right? Okay, analytics is not yet updated over here, but you should see if I do a refresh. Let me do a refresh. Okay, it's not tracked over here for some reason. Let me go to database and let me see the click event. Is the click event recorded? Yes, the click event is recorded. Is the URL mapping recorded? Yes, it is. So why is the data not coming over here? So I realized the data is not coming in because the end date and the start date that is hard coded over here in the API, that is actually before the today's state. Okay, so that is the reason why this is not coming in. So that's the problem. Okay, over here, but the data should come in. Okay, don't worry about that. What I will do is I'll update this date over here. So what I'm doing is here in the application, I'm updating the date everywhere to like the last date of 2025. Okay, so that it works. And over here also you can choose to make this dynamic. So in the shorten URL and use query, I'm updating it over here in use query over here. And if you scroll up here, it's not needed, but here in the use query, we are getting the total clicks, and in the shorten item, we are getting the analytics. Okay, so here also I've updated to 2025. Okay, now what I will do is I'll generate the build folder over here, generate the build. This will generate the build. We'll come over here. Until then, I'll close this. We'll go over here and I'll go to deploys. This is generated, and I'll click on, I'll select this folder, and I'll just drag drop this test folder over here. So this will upload the folder. We'll wait for a while until things get uploaded and deployed. You can see deploy log, deployment done. I'll refresh. Let me see what happens. You should ideally see the link over here. You can see the analytics now. Okay, so it was not working because of the date problem. All right, what you can do is you can have some sort of JavaScript code over here wherein you can basically fetch the current date. Okay, fetch the current date. Okay, here somewhere, and have it assigned to a variable, and based on the current date, use that current date as the end date over here. That is something can be done for both the things over here. It's pretty simple logic. Okay, you can implement it yourself. Okay, but this is working fine, as you can see over here. All right, and if you click on copy, this will get copied. Let me see what gets copied over here. You can see this URL also get copied. Okay, so this is working absolutely fine. You can test this, the registration of user, the creation of links, and the redirect functionality. If I click on this again, you should see, you should be redirecting to google.com, and this should actually be updating to 2 clicks. And if you go over here, you should see 2 over here, right? So I hope this is useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So now it's time that I talk about how you can make use of path-based routing for short URLs. So what I mean by path-based routing is, instead of making use of subdomain-based routing, so for example, having short URLs being redirected from URL.domain name, instead of making use of this, okay, domain name over here, okay, instead of making use of this and having slug over here, right, this is a slug. Okay, short URL slug. Instead of making use of this, what I'm going to show you is how you can make use of something called as this, wherein you don't have the subdomain, but instead you are making use of path over here. So here, instead of this, you'll say s/. So any URL that begins with s/ will have a slug over here, and you will basically be redirecting it to the appropriate original URL. Okay, so this is what I'm going to show you. The reason for showing this is because, you know, not everyone would be able to link a domain, right? Because having a subdomain requires you to have a domain, and because the free domain that you get from Netlify is already a subdomain, so you cannot create a subdomain within a subdomain. So you need to have your own domain for that, right? But if you don't want to have your own domain, you can make use of this technique and host it using the Netlify free URL, but you won't be able to create subdomain here. You are making use of path-based routing. Okay, so how can we implement this? So first thing is, here we will add a we will add a property over here, right? We will add a variable over here. We'll say Vite React. Instead of subdomain, I'll remove this. I'll say front end URL over here. Okay. And what is the front end URL? We'll add this front end URL like so, and I'll get rid of URL dot over here. Okay. Something like this. Now, after this is done, we need to make a few changes in our code. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to shorten item. Okay. So shorten item is open over here. Okay. And somewhere over here, we are actually creating this subdomain over here, right? We are creating this subdomain. So what we are doing is we are saying instead of Vite React subdomain, you replace HTTPS over here. So instead of this, I'm going to say Vite. So Vite, what is the variable called? Vite React frontend URL. So I'm going to have this Vite React frontend URL like this added here. Okay, this is done. And then I'm going to scroll down over here. Okay, and somewhere over here we are creating a href. So this is basically the code that is basically doing the job of redirecting the users to a URL, right? So what I'm going to do is here, instead of this code, I'm going to comment this out. Let us comment this out, and here I'm going to create a link. I'm making use of link from React Router DOM. Okay, and I'm going to say target is equal to underscore blank over here, and I'm going to say 2 is equal to, and I'm going to import stuff over here. Import this thing here like this, and I'm going to come in over here like so, and I'm going to say plus. Now what is going to be the URL? So it is the complete front-end URL plus s and then slug. Okay, so I'm going to say plus, and I'm going to add a text over here /s, something like this. I'm going to say plus again, and I'm going to say a backtick over here. Okay, and I'll say $, and I'm going to substitute short URL like so. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. All right, and after this, I would like to close /link over here like so. Right, this is done. And within the link, what I need to do is I'll basically add subdomain. So subdomain plus, and I'll say /s, and I'll say plus, and I'll add this part over here. Okay, this part, something like this. All right, so this is done. Basically we are seeing all the red marks. So what is the problem? Okay, so I have target is equal to blank over here. I have okay, target is equal to underscore. Basically I'll add, not blank. So I realize I'm getting all these red marks because I have not closed this here, something like this. Okay, so this is done, and yeah, I think this is it. And we need to add one more thing over here. I'll add class name over here. Okay, what would be the class name? So I'll just get these same classes over here, and I'll paste it over here. The same classes that were there in the A tag earlier. Okay, now subdomain is giving an error over here. Why is it giving the error? So if I basically, let me check over here. So let me see what is the error. So if you hover on this, it's saying 3 dots expected. Okay, so the problem is I'm closing this tag over here. So I'll cut this and I'll add it over here. Okay, now the error goes away. All right, so this is done. Now subdomain, if you take a look at, it's the URL that we are crafting here. We are just removing HTTP or HTTPS from the URL, and this is a display URL that is there for the user to see. Okay, so if you come over here, this is how it's being managed. So this is done. Now we'll come, I'll save this. Okay, I'll save this, and I'll scroll down further. There is one more element here, copy to clipboard. So we are also copying the URL to clipboard, and we need to make the change over here also. So here also I'm going to scroll up first of all, scroll up, and over here we have this import this entire URL that we are crafting. So I'll scroll down, and here in the copy to clipboard, instead of having this, I'm going to like I can actually like paste this over here. Okay, and I'll just say, just surround it with this, and I'll say $, over here. Okay, and I'll just add a backticks, something like this. So this is done. Okay, I have this. So whenever user clicks on copy to clipboard, this is being copied. Okay, this is done. So we are done with the changes in this file. Now I'll head over to this file wherein shorten URL list over here. Okay, so the list where, or not shorten URL list. Okay, so this is or shorten. So in fact, it's the shorten URL. So if you come over here, shorten URL page. This is the page that is being called. So if you come over here to app router, this is the page that is being called if a shorten URL is existing or accessed, right? So if you come over here, it returns a null, right? So I'm going to add redirecting over here. Now there is a reason why I'm adding redirecting over here is because whenever you access this page, you will see nothing on that page. So we can basically add some sort of a message. I'll say redirecting like so. Okay, this is done. Okay, and then I'll come to app router over here. I'll save this app router.jsx, and we need to make some changes over here. Now I'll tell you something. Here we are having two routers, right? And we are dynamically loading the router, but actually we don't need two routers now because we are making use of path-based routing. These two routers we had created for subdomain-based routing. Okay, so you can copy this and move this to app.jsx as well if you wish to, right? This entire part you can copy, cut, and move it to app.jsx. That's absolutely okay. But I'm not going to do that right now. Okay, what I'll be doing is I'm going to say const hide header footer. So we are first seeing if we want to hide the header or footer. I'm going to say location dot path name over here dot starts with over here. Okay, so if the location dot path name starts with /s, we need to hide the header and footer. Why are we hiding the header and footer? Because on this, if you're trying to access /s, it means you're trying to access short URL. So you don't need to show header and footer. Here you're showing header and footer everywhere, right? So what I will do, I'll get a true or false over here. Okay, and based on what value I get over here, I can basically have a condition over here wherein I'm conditionally displaying the navbar and the footer. Okay, so let me add the condition. So I'll say over here, oops, I'll add a JavaScript code, something like this. I'll say if not equal to hide header and footer, then in that case and render navbar. So I'll bring navbar inside this, something like this. Okay, so this is something that I'm doing. I'll do the same for footer over here. So footer is rendered only hide if hide header and footer is true. Sorry, if hide header and footer is false. Okay, in that case only it is being rendered over here, right? And if this is true, if we are trying to access this, then this is not rendered. All right, I hope this is making sense. Now what we need to do is, this is what we are done. We need to add one more route over here. So I'll just copy this over here. We need to add the route for /s, right? So I'll say slash and I'll say URL over here. Okay, and I'll access shorten URL page over here. So this is what we need to do. Okay, it won't be /URL, but it will be /s/URL, something like this. Okay, so once this is done, I believe we are ready to basically test the application. So let me test it locally first, since we have made a few changes. I'll say npm run dev over here. You come over here and you basically can run your application. Localhost 5173. Come over here. You say login, and you get this. Okay, so this is actually not going to work because you need to also update the URL over here. Okay, the URL on the backend. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here to the backend and I'm going to actually update the URL to point it to the front end. So here in the front end URL here, I'm going to, instead of awesome us shop, I'm going to say edit. Instead of that, paste this URL. I'm going to remove the trailing slash. I'll say save and deploy. Okay, so it got saved. And now I'll come over here to logs and I'll just deploy the latest reference. Okay, I'll wait for a while until this service starts. So the service is live, as you can see over here. Okay, you can see. So after the service is live, okay, I will come over here. I'll say sign up. I'll say test account here. I'll say test account @ oops. Sorry. So I'll come over here. Test account @ gmail.com. I'll say test account is a password. I'll register. We'll have the user created. They'll log in with test account. So what I will do is I'll go over here. I'll say https google.com and I'll create the URL. And now you can see the URL being created over here. Okay. Oops. So you can see the URL and the slash is not added over here. So that's the problem. Okay. So 1 second, if you copy this, ideally this should work. You have slash over here. Okay. You can see S/F. Okay. This is working fine. But here you are seeing in the display S/, but if you click on this, you are going to S/. Okay. So this is localhost. This is working fine. Okay. But there's a problem with the display over here. Okay, so I'll come over here. I'll go to shorten item over here, and if I scroll down over here, let me see. Okay, here, somewhere over here, right? So here we have forgotten this /. So I'll save this, and it'll add this over here. Okay, and we are seeing this local host. So ideally, this should not be local host, but this will be, if I come here, it should be localhost, but it should actually do the redirect. So I managed to fix the issue. I'll tell you how. So here, if you come, okay, this is not working, right? This is not working. Why? Because if you see over here, the error, it says SSL protocol error. We can't provide a secure connection. So we have not configured HTTPS onto our system or onto our application. But here we are adding the frontend URL as HTTPS. So we need to remove S from here. It's HTTP. Okay. And then I'll remove this and I'll refresh. Okay. And then I'll click on this. So you can see redirecting appear, and then it was redirected to google.com. So that redirecting part is coming in from this thing that you added over here. You added redirecting here, right? So that is helping. Okay. So yeah, I believe we are now, the app is working now, and we have a path-based routing done. Okay, what I will do now is we will deploy this application onto production. Okay, and what I will do is I'll actually rename, or actually I'll move this env file somewhere. Okay, and I'll basically, or let me actually move this env file to some other folder, or let me rename this to .en. Okay, I'll just rename this to .en, and I'll say ... test over here, something like this. Okay, I've saved this, and I hope it does not get picked up now by the application. It won't get picked up, in my opinion. Okay, so now you can see it did not get picked up. All right, so now this env file is not getting picked up. I'm doing this because I don't want my env file to get picked up during deployments. Now I'm going to say npm run build over here. Okay, and I'm going to generate the build folder. Okay, or we already had a build folder called test. What we can do is we can delete that folder and regenerate it. So I'll just delete it just to be on the safer side, and I'll regenerate the folder again. Okay, and until this folder is being generated, I'll come over here to Netlify. I'll go over to the home page, and here on Netlify, I'll say add a new site, and deploy manually. And I need to upload my file over here. So which means after this file is created, this folder, I'll come over here and I'll open this, and I'll just drag drop the dist folder over here, right? Please don't refresh. Okay, so once this is done, let's wait for a while. So the production is done, the deployment is done. I'll come over here to site overview, and you get this URL from Netlify. Okay, it won't work because you need to add this URL onto the backend. So I'll come over here, I'll go to environment, I'll say edit, and I'll go to frontend URL, and I'll paste this over here. Okay, I'll say save and deploy. Okay, I'll come over here, and here I'll say the frontend URL is this. Okay, this is the frontend URL. I'll save this. This does not matter. Weak React subdomain. Does it matter? Actually, are we using it anywhere? So we are using it somewhere. Okay, I can see shorten URL. So when creating shorten URL, we are using it. Okay, and it gets copied to the clipboard. All right, what you can do is here, instead of getting this URL being copied to the clipboard, I'll come over here to shorten URL page, and there is a code, or shorten URL item, and there is a code wherein we are allowing user to copy this URL to the clipboard. So I'll just copy this part entirely until here. Okay, and I'll come over here, shorten URL page, or create new shorten, and I'll update this with this. Okay, So now it's done. Okay, now 1 second. Rest.short URL, right? This is rest.short URL. So I'll say over here rest.short URL. Okay, this is done. I believe we need to generate the dist folder again. I'll generate it. Okay, this folder is being generated, and you can see it's being generated. I'll come over here. I'll go to netlify. I'll deploy this site again. Okay, I'll go to deploys, and I'll come over here. I'll say push the dist. So this is deployed. Oops, it didn't upload. So I'll deploy this. It's uploading. Okay, this will be deployed. I'll come over here. I'll update the env file also. So these env values I'll copy. Okay, I'll come over here. Since the app is deployed, I'll go to site configuration. I'll say environment variables, and here I'll say add variables, import from env, and I'll say import. This is done. I'll come over here. I'll refresh. Is my server up and running? Let me see. This is updated. So now I can come over here, deploy the latest reference. Okay, we'll wait until the server is live. Server is live. I'll come over to the front end. Okay, I'll come over here. On sign up page, I'm going to put in this information again. I've refreshed it, and I'll say send. Let us see if this gets registered. Ideally it should, without any issues. It's taking a while. Okay, it got registered, and now we can just log in with this user. Okay, so we are in, and what I can do now is I'll create a short URL. I'll say https google.com. all right, and I'll say create over here. So now you can see this is the URL that is created, and we also see this short URL, okay, along with the netlify base URL. Now if I click on this, it says redirecting, and I'll be redirected to google.com. And if you come over here, you will see one click, and if you say analytics, you will see one click over here. So this is how route based or path based routing works. You don't need a dynamic routing over here. So if you come to app URL over here, we did have, I'll close this. We did have multiple routers, and we were loading this router based on which app is being accessed or which configuration is being accessed. What you can do is you can cut this entire part over here, and move it over here instead of the current app. And you don't need this as well. Okay, you don't need helper.js and the constants that you have created. All of that you created because of subdomain thing. Okay, but these are just different ways of doing things. Okay, so if you come over here, oops, where is constant? Utils, within utils. So constant and helper basically you don't need. Okay, so this is something that you need to understand, and I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful.